Letter. Yilan. Initially, Yilan had been thinking of him, but not anymore. Still, this letter needed a careful read. Alas! Getting you up here through the Radiant City Intercity Motorcycle Championship was probably my wisest decision. But I really had no other choice. Besides a direct assault, this was the only opportunity to get into the upper district. A plan is better than no plan, right? Yilan. No, I don't think this plan is better than no plan. When you were ambushed on Guangwei Road, I confirmed it, there must be a traitor among our 4 great talents, alas. But you must have realized it too. Let me tell you my analysis. First, Bai Qingshan is absolutely impossible. Yilan read intently, waiting for Su Lezhan to elaborate on Bai Qingshan's grand ambitions and unique insights to fully corroborate this point. However, because I told him his sister is with me. Only after you successfully make it onto Guangwei Road will I tell him her exact location. In this situation, that Siscon is absolutely impossible to betray us. Indeed, no wonder when Yilan asked Bai Qingshan how he could prove he wasn't the traitor, he was so hesitant to speak. Directly saying he was worried about his sister's safety? To those who didn't know him, it probably wouldn't be convincing at all. In my eyes, Li Zichuan actually seems more like the traitor. But Zhao Taihui claimed you rescued him when he was underground, and I find that very suspicious. He hid his strength, he shouldn't have been that weak. Yilan recalled Zhao Tiehui's willingness to cover their retreat in that underground area surrounded by phantoms. At the time, he was very moved and touched. But was he hiding his strength? Of course, I have no evidence or clues whatsoever. After talking with old Bai, I could only suspect this. Alas! After all, he hid his strength, and old Master Zhao was in charge of the frontline command at the end. If not him, then who should I suspect? But honestly, truly honestly, old Zhao absolutely cannot be the traitor. If not for Bai Taodao being held hostage, he'd be much more trustworthy to me than old Bai. Seeing this, Yilan really wanted to drag Su Lezhan over and give him a good beating. So what exactly did you say all this time? First, a confident analysis, then telling me there were no clues, and then saying his gut feeling led to a completely opposite conclusion. Did I read all that for nothing? Complaining aside, Yilan continued reading. How should I put it? Those 3 bastards never told me anything before, with all their plans. I was like an idiot, knowing nothing. It was only after returning from Sewage Town this time that they were willing to talk to me. That's when I learned all 4 of our families had their own plans. They've always strongly opposed and secretly plotted to stop things. But I have no idea what my grandfather wants to do. Alas! So, this kind of thing, I've been racking my brain over it for the past few days. After all, I'm not responsible for strategy and intelligence analysis in our team. Usually, it's you and Xia Qingyu. Alright, I almost forgot to tell you, Man has returned to the Twilight God Cult's church, the one in the upper district. Yilan was stunned. It was also after your incident that the Twilight God Cult made a move. They heard Xia Man came to Radiant City with you and immediately appointed her as a temporary inquisitor, giving her full command over half of the elite squads in Radiant City's Twilight Branch Church. We discussed it and decided to split up. She's probably been busy these past few days too. As soon as I heard you died, I immediately realized you were faking your death to escape. I cried so miserably in front of old Bai and old Zhao, shouldn't I get some serious praise? Yilan. Some improvement, but not much. Bai Qingshan saw through it at a glance. And then, about my situation. I really want to cling to your leg too. But I don't know who among us betrayed us, and there's a bit of a special situation. My grandfather contacted me. Yilan narrowed his eyes. I heard about my brother's death. His handwriting clearly paused. But if he courted death, he has no one to blame but himself. With the meager power the family had on the surface, I didn't even care for it, yet he dared to directly challenge Dragon Serpent Plaza. My grandfather told me he wants to meet me, have a heart-to-heart talk, and explain the Su family's plan. He believes I can accept it, so I'm preparing to hear what he has to say. Yilan frowned slightly. Isn't this a very obvious trap? The reason for making this decision. On one hand, the deadline is very close, and I want to help. After you came to the upper district, it should be inconvenient for you to return to the lower district, but I can. Of course, I estimate that after I go back, the old man will probably put me under house arrest, but at least I'll know what he wants to do. I'll just need to figure out how to pass the message to you. So, I only seized the opportunity to leave immediately after confirming you were playing this script. As for old Zhao, I still trust him, but I'm just afraid of a what if. After all, this isn't just about me. If I waited to meet you, I wouldn't have had a chance to leave, unless I left with you. If I left with you, he would definitely guess it was you. Wouldn't that cause you great trouble? So I could only seize this opportunity to leave. At this point, Yilan paused slightly. Lu Zhang has grown up. Then I have some suggestions, which I hope you can use. Don't make that face, I can already imagine it. After all, my skill card is Light of Wisdom, I have to prove my wisdom. Speaking of which, little sister Bai is too beautiful today, isn't she? I almost didn't recognize her. Then followed a lot of rambling. The Bai family is easy to deal with. Gene enhancement has been widely used for a long time, unlike others, it's not like an impenetrable wall. Besides, if you talk to old Bai, as long as Bai Taodao is safe, you should be able to smoothly reach a cooperation with him, even if I'm not there. The Zhao family is a bit more troublesome. Their secrecy is truly impressive. Before, no one had ever discovered anything about prosthetic body modifications, and they've already modified an entire military corps. I have two ideas. One is to trust my intuition, trust old Zhao. You can just go ask him for information. His position in the Zhao family is not low, unlike the rest of us. If he helps, you should be able to dig up all the Zhao family's secrets very quickly. The other is a bit more conservative. The frequency below was left to me by Man. You can contact Man, and the squad she controls should be able to fully assist you in your investigation. After all, the Twilight God cult only became enraged because of Eternal Night Dawn. Old Master Zhao was the commander of that operation, so focusing the investigation on them won't cause too much of a reaction, and it's easier to interpret as the Twilight God cult retaliating against them, looking for trouble. As for the Li family, I suggest you investigate their ancestral tomb. The Li family is exceptionally strict about security there. I haven't seen old Li in recent days, so it should be his turn to guard the tomb. I think if the situation allows, it's best to prioritize investigating them. One thing I remember vividly is old Zhao's comment on their research, no bottom line, terrifying. If one day you guys succeed, please tell me in advance so I can die first. Then old Li's comment was, it's useless, death is the same. After that, there wasn't much substance, and old Zhao gave him a good scolding. Yilan felt a chill just listening to it. It's useless, death is the same. Such calm yet chilling words. Butler Zhao is a trustworthy person, the one who saved me at Dragon Serpent Plaza. He once hinted that he wanted to speak to you alone, but that was before Eternal Night Dawn. This is his address, you can consider whether to meet him or not. Yilan finally smiled with some relief. The last few paragraphs were logically sound and well analyzed, and they were very helpful to him. This was the kind of person who could inherit the future of Radiant City. Only one small section remained in the letter. Zhao Yuan suddenly became like this a few years ago. Old Zhao said it was the result of participating in the Zhao family's experiment and failing, her consciousness already extinguished. It was after that old Zhao began to oppose old Master Zhao. If possible. God of War, please help me see if there's still a way to cure her. Su Lezhang's handwriting paused. Before she had her accident. I used to like her. Familiar troubles. I once liked her. After reading the letter, Yilan fell silent for a moment, standing in front of Zhao Yuan. Yilan? Bai Tao Tao was a little surprised. The letter was finished, but after reading it, Yilan seemed a little strange. Where is Su Jianrun? Somewhere else. Yilan said, Tao Tao, can you help me check if these separate severed limbs can still attack independently? Bai Tao Tao? Although it was absurd, she still checked carefully. I don't think so. Yilan nodded and spoke again. What about the torso? Is there any possibility of it launching projectiles? Bai Tao Tao. What exactly is wrong with you? Soon, she finally reacted and blurted out. You're taking her with you? Yilan nodded. Although Su Lezhang's words seemed casual, Yilan could tell that Su Lezhang really hoped for his help. But he was already very busy, and the entire Radiant City was facing a matter of life and death. And to be honest, Yilan had no clue how to deal with this situation. God isn't omnipotent either. But at least, he could try. Her breathing method is bionic mechanical. If you don't mind, we can box her up and take her, she won't suffocate. Bai Tao Tao suggested. Yilan was very satisfied with this plan. Excellent, let's do that. Bai Tao Tao went to find a box. Outside the window, there was a sudden commotion. Yilan was slightly startled and looked out the window. Help! Help! People are dying! People are dying! Yilan was completely stunned. On the ground outside the window, countless phantom figures appeared. Zhao Taihui stood ramrod straight, his eyes wide, a phantom blade piercing his throat. Yilan took a deep breath. Tao Tao. Are you done packing? Almost. Almost. Done. Bai Tao Tao was struggling to push the last part of Zhao Yuan into the box and close it. She sighed in relief and looked at Yilan. What's wrong? Go. There was no time to explain. Yilan grabbed Bai Tao Tao, leaped out the window, and fired a grappling hook at a landing spot on the ground. Holy crap! Mid-swing, Bai Tao Tao saw dozens of phantom figures on the ground beginning a massacre, her expression changing drastically. She held the box with one hand and the phantom expanse sword with the other. As soon as she landed, she slashed, her coordination with Yilan already extremely tacit. Yilan swung forward continuously with one hand on the grappling hook, while holding Bai Tao Tao with the other. Bai Tao Tao hung on Yilan, holding the box with one hand and slashing wildly with the sword in the other. In this way, they forcibly carved out a bloody path. Cover me. Okay. When they reached Zhao Taihui, dozens of phantoms had already rushed over. Bai Tao Tao gritted her teeth, fighting on all sides around Yilan without retreating. Yilan, meanwhile, supported Zhao Taihui, reaching out to feel his breath. He didn't feel much breath, but Zhao Taihui looked at Yilan, unable to speak. He's salvageable. Yilan looked back at the young masters of Radiant City, scattering and fleeing under the pursuit of the phantoms. They were all gene enhancers of varying strengths, with some foundation, and by now had run quite far. Without saying anything, Yilan led the others away in the opposite direction. It wasn't that he wouldn't save them, but that it was no longer necessary. Not only was he here, but there were also various experts arranged by the Zhao family. This gathering was, after all, extraordinary, and too many people had come. If he rushed to save them now, he might not be faster than the experts who would arrive upon hearing the commotion. And once they met head-on, it would become troublesome to get away. Bang bang! He raised his hand and fired 2 shots, one towards sewage clinic and one towards the sky. To tell old doctor it was time to leave, and then to tell Arthur and Luocho to provide support. In an instant, Yilan, holding Zhao Taihui, and Bai Tao Tao, holding Zhao Yuan, dashed desperately towards the edge of the area. In the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the central courtyard, which was outside the scope of the script. Any interceptions they encountered on the way were directly sent flying by Yilan and Bai Tao Tao. Boom! The roar of an engine sounded as Arthur and Luocho drove their cars directly through the outer wall. The cars were modified, with front bumper guards like bulldozers, pushing their way in. Bang bang! 4 cars stopped crosswise by the wall. From the cars behind, Rotten God cult teams rushed out, forming combat formations, surrounding Elon 3 layers deep inside and out.
I'm fine.
Everyone return to the evacuation point, evacuate immediately. Elon roared, and the Rotten God cult teams retreated in batches. Old Doctor of Sewage Town rushed over, stumbling and running.
Arthur, Luo Cho?
Holy crap, who's this?
You go to Arthur's car.
Elon yelled at Old Doctor, found an empty car being driven by a rotten cultist, opened the door, placed Zhao Taihui in the passenger seat, and he
and Bai Tao Tao sat in the back. Go! The 4 cars came and went in a hurry, speeding away from Eugene Tea House.
Behind them, faint signs of pursuers, or rather, those sent by the Zhao family to follow, gradually appeared. Yilan ignored them, as Lin Zhao had already said she would take all the blame. Just like that, they drove at full speed directly back to Rotten Church. Rushing into Rotten God Cult's garage, Lin Zhao, who was always well informed, was already waiting there. Before she could make a witty remark, she saw the hurried Yilan and the worried Rotten cultists, and she put away her prepared words. Her gaze swept over the vehicles, which were covered in mud and debris, seemingly having been through a battle.
Sigh. Lin Zhao sighed.
Although she had been mentally prepared, at this moment she was still very clearly aware.
Trouble had arrived.
I want all the information on Phantom Expanse, and I want the location of their believers' headquarters.
Yilan gritted his teeth. I'm going to wipe them out first. So annoying, truly so annoying. It's always them every time. Like a lingering ghost. Although he was fine, and they couldn't threaten him at all, it was so annoying.
They didn't confront him, they specifically targeted his intelligence-gathering teammates.
Su Lozhang. Su Shuangyin. Zhao Taihui. He really couldn't stand it anymore, they needed to be eliminated quickly.
I'll get the information for you immediately, then lock down a few targets. Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow, but wait a moment.
Lin Zhao dragged Zhao Taihui out of the car.
What the hell is this?
She then opened the box in the car, which contained the dismembered Zhao Yuan.
What the hell is this? She then pointed to Old Doctor of Sewage Town, who was scratching his head and looking uneasy.
What the hell is this, too? Yilan understood Lin Zhao's confusion, but he really wasn't in the mood for details right now.
That guy is working for me now, but I don't fully control him.
Just find a few people to watch him. This is Zhao Taihui. Arrange for some professionals to keep him alive for now. That one over there is Zhao Yuan.
No major issues, just look after her for now, I'll deal with her later.
Lin Zhao glanced at the 3 again, then waved her hand.
A group of rotten bishops directed people from the church to come out and take the 3 groups away in batches. Sighing, Lin Zhao walked towards Elon.
I've already sent people to handle things according to your request, and the intelligence you need is being mobilized.
She rubbed her forehead.
Being anxious won't help. Let's go to the meeting room and you can tell me what happened. Enter in a line. Bang!
Lin Zhao's slender hand slammed heavily on the table, her face filled with shock.
What? You said you had my people drive straight in and crash through? Yilan.
Feeling a rare moment of guilt, Yilan slowly opened his mouth.
Didn't you say, just do it? Are you guys professionals at taking the blame? Lin Zhao. No, that's not the problem.
The point of taking the blame is that we didn't do it, others think we did, but there's no evidence.
So taking the blame is fine. But you just directly and openly charged in. They're being assassinated right now, they'll absolutely believe it was us. Not this time.
Yilan pondered for a moment and shook his head. The Phantom Expanse is too distinctive. Unless they decide the Phantom Expanse already belongs to the Rotten God cult.
Lin Zhao. You think they can't do that? They even knew Guangwei Town blew itself up. Didn't they still insist it was your Eternal Night Divine Church that did it? Yilan. Don't panic. As long as they know who did it, that's enough. The blame is just for outsiders. Lin Zhao sighed. Yes, isn't this just taking the blame?
It was something she had agreed to herself.
How is Zhao Taihui? Yi Lan asked.
He won't die in the short term, but we can't cure this kind of thing at all.
Lin Jiao hesitated. This damn thing should be handled by an engineer. Doctors can't treat robots.
Yi Lan naturally knew this and didn't expect the rotten god cult to completely cure his problem. But not dying in the short term was good news, very good news.
How long is short term? 3 hours. Yi Lan. Good thing I asked. So the won't die in the short term you mentioned really meant a very short term? This address, does it ring a bell? Yi Lan took out the address Su Lezhang had left, which he had recorded, and asked Lin Jiao.
Lin Jiao glanced at it and nodded. I know it, just a residential area, not much in the way of defenses.
Very good.
Yi Lan nodded, stood up, and pointed to the few small teams that had followed him out. You guys, grab your gear and follow me.
Wait. Lin Jiao quickly stopped him. Aren't you looking for someone? Why does it look like you're going to war? Yi Lan nodded. I am looking for someone, but I'll kill anyone who gets in my way. Lin Jiao. Forget it, just do whatever you want.
Lin Jiao rubbed her head. I've already said the words, if the sky falls, the rotten god cult will take the
blame for you, but... She stared into Yi Lan's eyes. Is it necessary to save this person? It's necessary until he's confirmed as a traitor.
Yi Lan said, and it's not just to save him, I have other things to discuss with that person.
Lin Jiao nodded and glanced at the time. Understood.
It's late, return to the church as soon as you're done.
Yi Lan nodded. Thank you. The Phantom Expanse. I know, leave it to me.
Lin Jiao didn't want to hear all the thank yous, but I suggest you don't make too much of a fuss.
Radiant City's tolerance for our two great divine churches has its limits.
If you're going to forcefully attack the Phantom Expanse, try not to start a fight tonight. Otherwise, after a battle at the Phantom Expanse, we might be blocked by Radiant City and unable to leave.
Yi Lan nodded. Understood, I have it handled.
Lin Jiao sighed softly.
You'd better have it handled. That Phantom Expanse is really unlucky. Why do they always provoke you? Isn't living well enough? Boom!
The rotten church's gate opened again, and several off-road vehicles roared out, their straight headlights illuminating the deep night, making it seem
uneasy.
In front of the rotten god cult, more shadows than before were hidden in the dark. It was clear that with the situation at Eugene Tea House stabilizing, the rotten god cult, which had appeared there, had received immense attention. What's more, Zhao Taihui was confirmed to have been brought here last. A line of off-road vehicles ignored them, and no one expected them to.
They just silently followed the convoy. The silent night became restless. The vehicles drove on, arriving at the upper district's most densely packed high-rise area.
In front of the residential complex, the security guard, dozing off, pushed open the gate.
Who is it? Holy crap!
A group of people, dressed in rotten robes as if merged with the night, rolled down their car windows and looked at him coldly.
We won't make things difficult for you. Report to whoever you need to report to, and tell them to find me.
Yi Lan said calmly, now, open the gate and let us in.
Security guard. Creak.
The complex gate slowly opened, and a line of vehicles filed in.
Driving on, Butler Zhao didn't live in a high-rise building, but in an underground clinic within this complex. Bang bang bang. Yi Lan knocked on the door.
Soon, the door opened, and the interior looked not much different from Dragon Serpent Plaza, though it clearly had more new and more advanced models. One could even see prosthetics, which he hadn't known what they were before, but now confirmed to be bionic equipment. The Rotten God Cult's team stopped outside, and Yi Lan strode in. Butler Zhao finally recognized Yi Lan, was stunned for a while, then spread his hands.
So you're not dead, what's all this for?
Zhao Tiehui's in a bad state, come with me. Butler Zhao was startled for a moment, his expression odd.
You've come all this way, looking so fierce, only to ask me to save my young master? I heard about his assassination, so why is he with you? Because I saved him. Yi Lan said calmly.
Butler Zhao understood in his heart, but this matter could not be neglected.
Then why wasn't he sent back to the Zhao family? Because I have something to ask him. Butler Zhao looked at Yi Lan with new respect. So candid. If I don't get a clear answer, or if the answer isn't satisfactory, he's not allowed to leave, is that what you mean?
Butler Zhao spread his hands.
But as for me, as long as you notify me about this, I'll go no matter what. Why make such a big commotion? You've got one thing wrong. I never worried you wouldn't come with me, and these people aren't here to capture you.
Yi Lan was expressionless, but who gave you the confidence?
That you could make it to the rotten church alive on your own?
As Butler Zhao was slightly stunned, Yi Lan's communicator rang. The Saintess ordered me to relay the latest news to you. Bai Qingshan and Li Zichuan were assassinated in their residence. Yi Lan had expected this and wasn't surprised.
Dead or alive? Bai Qingshan is severely wounded, Li Zichuan is severely wounded. Understood.
Hanging up the communication, Yi Lan sighed softly.
Le Zhang, take care of yourself.
Not only me, but Man isn't by your side now either.
Go!
Butler Zhao got into the car, and the convoy deftly turned, speeding towards the complex gate.
Click!
The convoy braked in front of the complex gate. Because the gate was already blocked by the Zhao family's mechanized military corps.
Stop! The Zhao family head stood at the front, shouting with a megaphone, "What are you doing? Don't forget this is Radiant City, you outside forces must not act lawlessly."
Yi Lan pressed the window open, not even sticking his head out. Through the front glass, both sides could clearly see each other.
All troops attack. Your son is dying. If you don't want to lose him, don't get in the way.
The Zhao family head felt that the person in the car looked somewhat familiar, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't recall who it was. However, the mention of Zhao Taihui completely seized his nerves.
Nonsense! Do you take me for a pig's brain?
You have ulterior motives.
When did your rotten god cult become good Samaritans? Yi Lan nodded. Yes, you are a pig's brain.
Yi Lan didn't want to waste any more words with this genius who decided to kill the Eternal Night Envoy to deter the two great divine churches, so
he rolled up the car window.
Just run them over. The convoy gave up on negotiations, as if the military corps in front of them didn't exist, and drove forward on its own. Rotten vines spread across the ground, and no one wanted to touch them, not even Cybernetic Legion members, so they dodged left and right. The Zhao family head's expression changed dramatically, and he frantically directed his people to evade.
Are you crazy?
The convoy charged through, and the Cybernetic Legion scattered, ultimately avoiding any collision. The convoy sped away, heading at full speed towards the rotten church. No matter what terrifying plan he's preparing, before he makes his move, this is how the two great divine churches should behave, Yi Lan chuckled.
Softly in the car. What's with all this, being intimidated back and forth by Radiant City?
All the way back to the rotten god cult, a large group of dark figures followed behind, finally stopping at the entrance of the church. Presumably, they were preparing to engage in diplomatic negotiations with the rotten god cult, needing to be righteous and eloquent. After parking the car in the garage, Yi Lan looked up. Lin Jiao was finally not there, smiling sweetly and brewing a belly full of sarcasm to greet him. Her head must be about to burst from all the work, right?
Yi Lan, over here. Fortunately, Bai Tao Tao was there. Yi Lan nodded and then waved to Butler Zhao. This way.
Following Bai Tao Tao to the room where Zhao Taihui was being kept, Yi Lan took a look. Several rotten divine doctors were already so entangled they were numb.
After all, who the hell knows how to deal with this stuff?
Yi Lan looked at Zhao Tiehui's condition.
Actually, there wasn't much to it.
After all, cybernetic modification isn't like a normal person, the biggest difference is simply between dead and not dead. What's intriguing is that even though Zhao Taihui had undergone such thorough cybernetic modification, he still hadn't chosen bionic integration.
instead opting for the more traditional mechanical style with an outer covering.
You treat him first, Yilan said. I might not have time to constantly pay attention here, but I've gone through all this trouble to save him. If he leaves without my permission, I feel it's very likely I'll lead people directly to the Zhao residence.
Butler Zhao.
Although he didn't understand the situation, Yilan seemed to be in a very bad mood, so it was best not to provoke him.
I understand.
Leaving the room, Yilan glanced at Bai Taotao, who also looked like she was so busy her soul had left her body. It seems Lin Jiao, who was dizzy from work, had given her a lot of tasks.
Yilan's guess was correct.
Bai Taotao, who was almost numb from being overworked, walked as if she were in her own church, and quickly led Yilan to Lin Jiao's command center. As soon as he entered, Lin Jiao glanced up and placed a thick stack of intelligence in front of Yilan. Here, intelligence, and I've found one of their gathering points, Lin Jiao said, although I'm not sure if it's their headquarters, with you
blocking Guangwei Road, I think if you take this place out, you won't be bothered by them anymore. That fast?
Yilan was rarely shocked, and Lin Jiao was very pleased.
Just casually, all right?
This is the efficiency of our rotten god cult.
Yilan hesitated.
So, you find them easily, but you've been slacking off.
It's only after I'm completely worn out that you finally decide to lift your diligent little hands? Lin Jiao.
Before Eternal Night Dawn, the rotten god cult was not prepared to get involved in Radiant City's affairs, Lin Jiao corrected.
All right.
Yilan spread his hands. Long story short, who do they work for?
I don't know.
Lin Jiao shook her head.
I've compiled some related information.
Their actions are very strange, and their motives are completely incomprehensible. It can be said that before they targeted the 4 young masters, they were killing people from all sides.
All sides? Family powers, the 4 young masters, resistance forces, and even some ordinary people. There's absolutely no core purpose to their actions.
Lin Jiao pushed out another stack of documents, and Yilan's head already started to ache.
No need, there's no time. No time?
Lin Jiao suddenly felt a bad premonition.
Yes. Yilan put down the documents. I'm going to take them out tonight. Can we launch a strong attack? Lin Jiao. Why are you in such a hurry?
Because Radiant City is too stupid, Yilan said sincerely. Right now, they don't understand the situation.
As long as it's not aimed at their 4 great families, they won't dare to directly conflict with us. But if we give them a night to deliberate, a foolish plan might emerge.
Lin Jiao found herself unable to refute him.
Forget it, she gave up.
As long as it doesn't involve a divine war, in terms of human strength, we fear no one.
So, if you say it's okay, then it's okay. Yilan nodded.
Then form up and depart immediately.
Lin Jiao? Wait.
Yilan looked at her in confusion.
We've made too many moves today.
I estimate that the Radiant City sentries outside our gate could already form a military corps.
Lin Jiao shrugged.
I don't think you'd bother explaining to them why you're taking so many people. If they have a guilty conscience, they might just start a fight with us.
Yilan pondered for a moment and thought it made sense. Give me a communicator.
Under Lin Jiao's puzzled gaze, Yilan pressed a special code, connecting through.
Hello? Who is this?
The tone on the other end was not good. Without knowing who the other party was, it was clearly someone who was displeased upon seeing the rotten god cult.
It's me, Yilan.
Xia Man paused slightly, as if she had 1,000 words to say, but finally just hummed softly.
It's good that you're alright. You're looking for me because? What's the current stance within your divine church? Can I deploy the squad you currently control? Xia Man. Why do you think you can deploy this group of people? Although you actually can. Yes. Good.
Yilan breathed a sigh of relief.
Bring everyone you can and meet me at Block 42. Xia Man immediately felt that something was wrong. What are you going to do?
Raise that place to the ground.
Xia Man. Are you serious?
Yilan spoke with conviction.
I never joke. Xia Man hesitated. Who are the enemies? Our Twilight God cult cannot harm ordinary people. Phantom Expanse. Xia Man froze for a moment, and the night at Yujian restaurant replayed in her mind. Understood, arriving in 10 minutes.
After hanging up the communication, the entire rotten church was on full alert.
Our two great divine churches cannot bring anomalies, Lin Jiao said, otherwise, Radiant City will truly react. Yilan understood Lin Jiao's unspoken meaning. It's alright, I brought them.
Saintess, preparations are complete, ready to depart at any time. Lin Jiao waved her hand impatiently.
Speak directly to Yilan.
Yes. Yilan frowned, showing a rare hint of concern for Lin Jiao.
Are you injured?
Lin Jiao was startled, confusion in her brows. Why do you say that?
You haven't made a move since you arrived in Radiant City.
Lin Jiao's eyes flickered slightly, and she said sarcastically, What?
Isn't it enough that I've given you all my people? Do I have to personally go and do manual labor for you too? Yilan frowned. Tao, give her a punch. Lin Jiao? By Tao? Such a good thing? Boom.
By Tao, harnessing all her explosive power, threw a punch. Lin Jiao took a step back, and rotten power surged, pushing Bai Tao back. Alright, Lin Jiao rolled her eyes in annoyance.
I really am not injured.
Seeing this, Yilan said nothing more, nor did he dwell on the matter. Having someone like Lin Jiao guarding the base camp and commanding the central hub was, after all, a good thing. This rotten church was now no different from a powder keg. Old Doctor of Sewage Town, Zhao Taiyui, Butler Zhao. Aside from Lin Jiao, Yilan himself wasn't sure who else could hold down the fort here. Looking at the assembled convoy, Yilan got into a car, and the great doors of the Rotten God cult slowly opened. Tonight, Radiant City was destined to be an unquiet night. Firepower coverage. The vehicles roared out, completely shocking the shadows keeping watch in front of the rotten church.
1, 2, 3, 4. Damn.
8 vehicles. Generally speaking, a Rotten God cult elite squad consists of 5 people and 2 vehicles. 8 vehicles mean 4 elite squads, which is equivalent to 2/3 of the Rotten God cult strength stationed at the Radiant City Church.
What are they doing? Perhaps the most panicked among them was the Zhao family.
After all, this happened after Zhao Taiyui and Butler Zhao were taken to the rotten church, making it hard not to suspect that they had betrayed.
Some information, leading the Rotten God cult to decide to dispatch their entire force overnight.
Countless communications rang out, countless teams were mobilized, and the entire upper district of Radiant City became chaotic in an instant. Just like that, the Rotten God cult's convoy sped ahead, with Radiant City's forces following closely behind, not daring to fall even half a step behind, almost like an auxiliary army trailing a vanguard. Fortunately, the convoy's route, a wild dash, passed by the directions leading to the 3 family mansions, finally allowing them to breathe a sigh
of relief. And then, they became even more alarmed. This direction. Hiss. Isn't that the radiant disk?
Indeed, it was the direction of the radiant disk, but only a section of the massive urban area beneath the radiant disk. That area was too vast, covering almost 2/3 of the entire upper district. After more than 10 minutes of driving, they finally arrived at the designated location. In front of a moderately sized warehouse.
Upon arrival, the warehouse was already completely surrounded, impenetrable.
The first to block Yilan and the Rotten God cult team he led were a large group of gene enhancers. It seemed they had arrived a few minutes earlier.
Yilan couldn't help but frown slightly. What's going on? Is there a mole? Did they know we were coming here?
Or did they arrive here early for some other reason? But the massive Radiant City force, upon discovering the convoy behind them, didn't seem prepared at all. Instead, there was a stir of unease.
Then, they nervously made way. Continue forward.
Yilan narrowed his eyes and gave the order. The Rotten God Cult's convoy thus traversed the Radiant City military formation, without encountering any attacks along the way. The view suddenly opened up, and the convoy rushed into the warehouse's large courtyard. At this moment, the Rotten Bishop, who had been calm all along, suddenly changed his expression drastically and executed a perfect emergency stop. Holy crap! Prepare for battle! Yilan looked into the courtyard. A group of people had already arrived, 6 off-road vehicles, and 15 or 16 experts radiating intense heat. Were arrayed in defense. They, too, turned their heads after hearing the roaring engines of the speeding vehicles, and their expressions immediately changed. Holy crap! Rotten God Cult! Prepare for battle! Yilan? Stop! Yilan stopped the Rotten Bishop, who was eager to act as if his genes were restless, rolled down the window, and waved at Xiaomanman. No wonder, it turned out that the Twilight God Cult's team had already arrived, which is why there was already a Radiant City force here. They were probably tasked with following and keeping an eye on the Twilight Church, and then pursued them all the way here. Xiaomanman was startled, then helplessly rubbed her head, signaling her subordinates to cease their vigilance. You're just a social butterfly, aren't you? Even though our 2 great divine churches are sworn enemies, wherever you go, you drag us along, forcing a team-building exercise. Slam! Yilan pushed the door open and got out. Several Rotten God Cult squads guarded all directions with Yilan at the center. Bai Taotao looked around, saw Xiaomanman, paused slightly, and waved happily. When her mindset completely changed, this Twilight sister who had been holding her back from the beginning was now a good person, you see. Xiaomanman saw Bai Taotao and was slightly taken aback. What's wrong with this girl? Stockholm Syndrome? Never mind, it seems she's the same. At first, she reluctantly followed Yilan, and now she's leading a team to work for him. From now on, follow this person's command for the operation, Xiaomanman said, then relinquished her command authority, which she neither liked nor was good at, and came to Yilan's side. The several squads of the Twilight God Cult looked at each other, their brows deeply furrowed. Taking orders from someone who came out of the Rotten God Cult's convoy, they were clearly very unwilling. But a quick glance at the other several commanding officers leading teams showed no apparent reaction, so they remained silent. The recent situation was already special and bizarre, and even Xiaomanman was a temporary airborne arrival. Several squad leaders, knowing some inside information, looked at Yilan, deep in thought. Looking back, Yilan chuckled softly. Outside the warehouse courtyard, Radiant City's massive force was crowded. The Gene Enhancer Military Corps and the Cybernetic Legion, vast and mighty, did not approach. What the hell? Although they still didn't know what was going on, who wouldn't be dumbfounded? People from the Twilight God Cult and the Rotten God Cult were all together? How utterly unbelievable! Twilight God Cult personnel, start deploying at the west entrance. Rotten God Cult personnel, deploy at the east entrance. Taotao, Man, you 2 follow me to the north entrance, block the exit, and prepare for the final assault. Surround 3 sides and leave 1 open, to reduce their will to resist? Xiaomanman asked curiously. Bullshit, not a single one is getting away. Yilan rolled his eyes. As for the south side. Yilan turned back, looked at the vast Radiant City army outside the courtyard, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Aren't there so many volunteers over there to help us block the door? Xiaomanman, Bai Taotao? Ridiculous, you can even factor in your opponents, huh? Boom! Yilan was meant to deliver the final overwhelming blow. For now, he only needed to let the 2 great divine churches teams act. In an instant, a spirit energy formation, like a seal, permeated the entire courtyard. On the south side of the warehouse, amidst the vast Radiant City military corps, the Zhao family head and the Bai family head stood side by side. Isn't that too aggressive? The Zhao family head murmured. How are they acting like madmen, not even a greeting, completely disregarding conflict, suddenly so forceful? The Bai family head glanced at him. You should reflect on yourself. It's quite clear the Twilight God Cult has been bothering you recently.
And that heir of yours, why was he just taken away? Did he perhaps betray us?
That little brat knows nothing. Betraying what? The Zhao family head cursed. Instead of wasting time on this, you should focus on your own dam.
Experimental building. How could it just be invaded like that?
I don't care if you're in trouble, just don't drag us down.
Boom.
Amidst their cursing, there was movement inside the warehouse. Dozens of phantoms appeared silently, over 40 streams of power condensed into one and rushed out.
Boom.
The elite squads of the two great divine churches moved with full force, and this terrifying power was thus neutralized and completely crushed.
The entire warehouse had already become an inescapable net. So strong.
The people of Radiant City watched from outside, sighing with emotion.
Is this the power of the strong gods? The patriarchs of the two families clenched their fists. We must succeed.
Seeing the inescapable net completely cover the area, and the illusory figures no longer showing themselves, Yilan gave them no further chance. He pressed the interphone, his voice cold.
Total assault. Boom.
A miniature fireball solidified overhead, like a small sun, crashing down. Everything around was illuminated as if by daylight, radiating heat for 1,000 meters.
Boom.
A miniature rotten sapling grew upwards from the ground, almost completely piercing through the warehouse from bottom to top.
Rottenness ran rampant, spreading wildly. One from above, one from below, almost completely turning the warehouse into a dead zone. How spectacular, meow.
Mind Cat stood on Yilan's shoulder, genuinely exclaiming, if only they weren't sworn enemies, how great would that be?
Meow? They'd be invincible if they teamed up. Oh, you are the cat god, meow. So why exactly are they sworn enemies?
Watching the scene before him, Yilan's heart also wavered slightly.
If they pulled off a combo move, it would be so cool. I don't know, meow, maybe their attributes clash, meow?
Mind Cat shook its fur, they can't even stand to look at each other, meow, how could they
ever get along, meow?
The combined force of both sides was like a spirit energy level saturation bombardment, like artillery shelling.
After waiting for a full 10 minutes, the gods chosen of the phantom expanse inside were practically on their last breath.
Once again, Yilan picked up the interphone.
Everyone, hold your positions.
Seal this place off for me, not even a fly is allowed to escape. I received a divine revelation from the eternal night god, if one escapes, he'll eat one of you.
Oh no, one of you will be held accountable for the anomaly.
You decide what to do. Putting down the interphone, Yilan, seemingly unaffected by the overwhelming spirit energy, said, Man, Tao, follow me and charge in. Righteous words. Entering the warehouse, it had already become a psionic ruin. The reason it was a psionic ruin was that, in a physical sense, the warehouse was still intact and hadn't collapsed.
But in a psionic sense,
as far as the eye could see, it no longer resembled the human world. Illusory lights flickered amidst brightness and rottenness, the interior alternating between light and dark, emitting strange halos everywhere. It was like walking through the cosmos, with a lonely kind of beauty. Yilan and his two companions advanced. Yilan didn't even use his abnormality, just enveloped his three-person team with psionic energy, and they were completely unstoppable, sweeping everything aside.
Boom! Whoosh!
Xia Man, encased in her mech, missed blue coins scattered like they were worthless, acted like a mobile artillery platform, bombarding everything in her path. Bai Tao, wielding an illusory sword, and aided by the top-tier speed of a gene enhancer, swept through, destroying any desperate last stands and
any stragglers attempting to escape.
The reason Yilan was always caught off guard when they appeared was entirely due to their sneak attacks. Not only were they sneak attacks, but they were also unexpected. They shouldn't have appeared there at all, so Yilan hadn't anticipated their presence. Even if he had, Yilan was very busy. He had to run around, and they often struck suddenly when he was most relaxed and furthest away. For example, at Eugene Tea House, Yilan had mentally prepared for the Phantom Expanse's arrival and taken precautions.
This included his battle with Zhao Yuan, letting Bai Taotao serve as the main force in a 1v1.
Yilan was not only guarding against her escape but also against the Phantom Expanse. As it turned out, the Phantom Expanse didn't even go up the glass skywalk, and just happened to strike at that exact time, assassinating Zhao Taihui and slaughtering the young masters of Radiant City. Yilan hated this feeling of constantly guarding against thieves, and he hated even more an opponent who dared not attack him directly, but instead targeted those around him. If he didn't eradicate them, when would his heart find peace? The first time they met, Su Lezhang, whom he had brought all the way from Sewage Town, nearly died beside him, and then Su Shuangnian died right before his eyes. This time it was almost Zhao Taihui. Who would it be next? Bai Taotao? Xia Man? Bang bang. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Facing another desperate counterattack from the illusory figures, Yilan pulled out the Chaos Bell and fired. Under the dimension-reducing strike, several illusions, presumably commanders, were directly headshot, their full-body defenses seemingly non-existent, their lives extinguished. Tao. Xia Man suddenly glanced at Yilan, gently nudged by Taotao, and whispered, "What's wrong with Yilan? Why is he so angry?" Bai Taotao didn't quite know what to say either, and gently scratched her cheek. Probably, he's been disgusted? As a team member who had never left Yilan's side from the first day of the Radiant City phase until now, Bai Taotao indeed had the most right to speak. These guys were too annoying, always appearing at critical moments. As soon as Yilan found a clue, they appeared. As soon as Yilan was about to ask something, they appeared. As soon as Yilan was on his way, they appeared. Xia Man. Bai Taotao even used parallel sentences, and Xia Man found it quite relatable. They deserve it. Yeah. Boom. Xia Man unleashed another area of effect bombardment, kicking open the large door in the center of the warehouse. Under the full suppression of the two great divine churches from outside, the defenses of the illusory figures were already compressed to the extreme. A dimension-reducing strike. But Yilan, after this battle, the power of the two great divine churches probably can't be used this way anymore. Well, before the decisive battle, if you're going to have one. Yilan was neither surprised nor pleased, as it was within expectations. Radiant City has been scared. Xia Man shrugged. The two great divine churches haven't been this aggressive in a long time, treating them as air, sweeping everything aside. It's almost as if they've gone mad. Today they stand outside the door, and they can only stand outside the door, no one dares to come in and disturb. But tomorrow, I'm afraid it will be different. Everyone's secrets will be guarded doubly and triply, the kind where anyone who gets close instantly bristles. Yilan nodded, indicating he understood. Just be there for the decisive battle. The power of the two great divine churches was originally meant by Yilan for the decisive battle. The reason it was activated early was purely because he was utterly disgusted. In other words, if it weren't for them, Yilan would have finished his investigation long ago, and even completed the Radiant City instance. The last warehouse was their stronghold, where the last few dozen illusory figures gathered. In the room behind it, there was a huge and illusory light and shadow. It had no form, like air, and was not even conspicuous, like a thin mist in front of one's eyes, pervading the entire room. This was the Phantom Expanse. It seemed ordinary, not too impactful, but Yilan knew that in the entire area where it was located, even the air was deadly. Its illusory form completely permeated every part of that area. If it wished, anyone within its range would be annihilated. The two sides confronted each other across dozens of meters, and dreamlike sounds vibrated through the air. "Boss, long time no see." Xia Man was puzzled, but Bai Taotao trembled slightly. She had always avoided thinking about this, because whenever she did, she felt a sense of distance from Yilan. Meow. Mind Cat knew it was his turn for social interaction, so he jumped onto Yilan's shoulder, pushing against Yilan with his hind paws, signaling him to step back a little. Be careful, meow. I'm a little. I don't recognize it anymore, meow. After whispering this to Yilan, Mind Cat stood on Yilan's shoulder and loudly rebuked.
What are you doing, meow?
The Phantom Expanse's psionic energy rippled in the air, turning towards Mind Cat. I was just about to ask, after so many years, why did boss attack me as soon as we met? Its voice carried a sense of vastness, which could also be understood as intermittent.
Shouldn't we be asking that? Mind Cat sternly rebuked, Brother Yilan is magnanimous and doesn't bother with you, yet you've repeatedly.
No, even 4 or 5 times come seeking death, meow.
How dare you bite back at us, meow?
The Phantom Expanse hesitated for a moment. I didn't interfere, I had no idea you were here. Yilan narrowed his eyes.
This was hard to believe, yet he still had to continue probing. So, what are you doing? I am saving the wasteland, doing the right thing. The Phantom Expanse said leisurely.
Yilan and Mind Cat were both stunned.
Nonsense, meow. Saving the wasteland, why are you killing the 4 young masters, meow?
I am supporting the resistors of Radiant City, they are all crucial heirs. If I can kill them, it will naturally be of great benefit in hindering Radiant City's plans.
The Phantom Expanse said solemnly. Boss, I have never harmed you. If you disagree with me, you could discuss it with me, why resort to this? Mind Cat's momentum gradually faltered.
He looked at Yilan with a mix of strangeness and worry.
No way, meow. Did we hit the wrong person, meow?
In the next instant, Yilan finally smiled.
I almost fell for your trick, really. But your explanation, the more I think about it, the funnier it gets. Nothing more. The Phantom Expanse looked at Yilan with confusion, as if not quite understanding why he said that. I am truly. I've been thinking, Yilan said softly, from what position would it be reasonable for you to kill them?
The most flawed point in your words, and the point where I determined that you and I are not on the same side, is your intelligence system.
Everyone was stunned. They didn't hear any flaws in the Phantom Expanse's words.
Radiant City is already rife with rumors, everyone knows the Eternal Night Divine Church is in Radiant City.
Yet you didn't know I was here.
What's more, the Eternal Night Dawn incident happened afterward. Even if you were completely oblivious to outside affairs, you should have been curious why 003 glanced at this place, right? So, even if I believe you, and believe that what you said is true, it means your intelligence system is incredibly rotten.
Yilan coldly exposed the Phantom Expanse's lie. Then the question is, how did you manage to be so timely?
Every time you appeared, it was at the most critical moment, just as I was about to succeed, just as I was about to make a breakthrough, just as I
was slightly preoccupied and couldn't pay attention. Once could be a coincidence, twice an accident, but 3, 4 times?
Yilan was expressionless. Your intelligence network is clearly more vast and
terrifying than anyone else's. Even if you didn't know I was here, fine, what about the 4 young masters?
Not to mention those resistance factions, even the 4 great families are well aware of the schemes of those young men, it's practically open.
Rebellion. Perhaps when I first arrived in Radiant City, I would have believed it, but now? Do you take me for a fool? How many of these resistance factions were supported by the 4 young masters? You're a resistance faction? Yet you tell me you didn't know? The 4 great families wouldn't kill them, and even if they did, it wouldn't be your turn to do so. I've been wondering, if even the 4 great families couldn't be bothered with them, then who else would find them an eyesore and dare to kill them? Or rather, not dare to kill openly, but covertly use others' names to kill them.
Yilan chuckled softly.
I finally figured it out. So it's the Upper District City Lord. The highest helmsman of Radiant City, independent of the 4 great families.
The Phantom Expanse's form fluctuated, much like a human's change of expression. For him, finding the 4 young masters an eyesore is perfectly normal. The 4 great families wouldn't harm their own descendants, but he wouldn't show mercy.
Yet, this matter couldn't be known by their family heads, otherwise, the trouble would be immense. And so, the Phantom Expanse was just too perfect. After a long pause, the Phantom Expanse gave a bitter laugh. You're right, I went astray, No. Yilan waved his hand, interrupting its confession. But where did that upper district city lord's power come from? Where did his intelligence, far surpassing the 4 great families, come from? Why is it always such a coincidence, such a perfect coincidence, that he kills them right in front of me? Boom! Terrifying psionic energy spread. Yilan held nothing back, going all out. Powerful devouring power surged forward, covering the entire phantom expanse and twisting inward. Hello, ancient god's touch. Or rather, Radiant City's ancient god's touch. Boom! The false skin was finally pierced. Amidst the terrifying devouring power, a sense of repulsion suddenly emerged, and a strange power surged and floated within the phantom expanse. Or rather, it floated in the air. The area originally covered by the phantom expanse's calm psionic glow instantly transformed into a chilling inferno of flesh and tentacles. Boom! As Xiaoman and Baitada's expressions changed drastically, Yilan's power was like a colossal hand, pressing down on the phantom expanse bit by bit. Amidst the piercing dissolution, tentacles snapped off section by section, and the bizarre flesh emitted sizzling sounds like roasting meat. Within seconds, it was almost completely defeated. You're so weak. I'm truly getting more and more curious about the state of your true body within the radiant disk, Yilan murmured. Such an important subordinate, yet you only left such a weak amount of power? Boom! Yilan's psionic energy swept down again. The feeling of hunger, after a long absence, once again pressed in on Yilan. Boom! Yilan suppressed the hunger to devour the dirty things and continued to unleash his power to suppress. In the blink of an eye, all the strange flesh in the air lost its vitality, leaving only the phantom expanse, now in its manifested form. In his hunger, Yilan suddenly understood. So that's how it is? Radiant City isn't completely insane, it's because it thinks you're about to fail that it confidently uses your power for its own research? So you were feigning weakness. You even discovered me the day I entered Radiant City, but you didn't dare to tell the 4 great families, lest they discover your good condition and retreat, so you could only send a force like the Phantom Expanse to kill you, too. Yilan chuckled softly, are nothing special. So what? The voice in the air finally changed, carrying a hint of remoteness and etherealness. Humans are greedy, ignorant, and self-delusional. Having reached this point, with success almost achieved, there's no turning back. It's like a gambler who has kept raising the stakes until the very end. Even if they realize they're doomed to lose, they'll trick themselves, maybe. I can still win? The Phantom Expanse continuously shifted between bizarre and normal states, emitting increasingly unclear sounds. Even if you show them the inevitable outcome with their own eyes, even if I were to get up now and laugh at them, you fell for it, ha ha ha, they would still, like gamblers, make one last desperate bet with bloodshot eyes. It's too late, you woke up too late, 001. Yilan looked up, expressionless. You seem to have misunderstood something, Yilan said softly, I never counted on them. The ancient god's touch looked at Yilan's eyes with confusion. Yilan spoke indifferently. Because I'm here, because I'm already here. Boom! Psionic energy erupted once again, compressing the Phantom Expanse's last remaining space. Accompanied by the sound of the ancient god's touch's flesh exploding, the strange power dissipated. Boom! The remaining power was the Phantom Expanse's already somewhat muddled power. It gathered all its strength and surged towards Yilan, not to attack, but to merge. At the very end, Yilan heard the Phantom Expanse's relieved murmur. Boss, use it to recover. I'm already dead. My form permeated the air, I couldn't resist the ancient god's touch at all, I was too easily manipulated. Just a blink of a touch, and I was already controlled. Yilan frowned, waved his hand, and blocked the Phantom Expanse's power from entering his body. If this was truly the Phantom Expanse. You just need to tell me how to save you, and I will save you. The Phantom Expanse swayed. There's nothing left. I died long ago, completely corroded, my body utterly destroyed, leaving only these enslaved powers. Sister mine cat, I miss you so much. meow.
The mind cat's small mouth opened and closed, repeating the action for a long time, only letting out a single meow.
The phantom expanse, fallen.
Quietly wiping a tear from the corner of her eye, the mind cat on his shoulder leaned against Yilan's neck.
Devour it. It's truly dead, meow.
If you don't devour it, the anomalous power remaining between heaven and earth might instead give birth to something terrifying, meow.
This is the effect of the anomaly, meow.
Yilan didn't speak, remaining silent for a long time. I will preserve a part of its aura separately.
Perhaps. There will be a turning point in the future.
The remaining power gradually flowed into Yilan's body, and the hunger began to recede little by little.
After a long while, the mind cat spoke again. Brother Yilan, this ancient god's touch doesn't seem as strong as we imagined. Is it still necessary to bother with the 4 great families?
Why not just go straight for it, meow?
After a moment of hesitation, Yilan shook his head. No. The mind cat listened to Yilan's analysis. It shouldn't be this week. The 4 great families plan has reached its final stage.
If it can profit from it, it's already had decades of replenishment.
It's luring me.
It hopes that I will temporarily let go of the 4 great families for research projects, inadvertently cutting off its power supply and enticing
me to go directly to it. The mind cat suddenly understood. Brother Yilan means that if the 4 great families plan succeeds, it will be confident enough to deal with you, meow?
Yilan nodded, then shook his head.
Or rather, for it, as long as it can defeat me. What does it matter if it doesn't want the power these researches give it? As long as I'm gone, the world will ultimately be its.
Each has his own duties.
Yilan was increasingly able to discern the true nature of the ancient god's touch faction and the anomalies faction.
He was also increasingly able to understand the relationships between the various major forces in the wasteland and himself. The idea that if he died, the world would end, and all anomalies would be devoured, was not impossible, not false, but ultimately just a legend.
He had indeed died once on Guangwei Road, but aside from the people in Radiant City, who would believe it? Especially why did the third one just glance and leave? It was probably a case of oh, nothing's wrong, I'm out of here.
The real problem was that it seemed if he wasn't there, no one could fight the ancient god's touch. As the saying goes, soldiers fight soldiers, generals fight generals. In the past 60 years without his existence, it was predictable that the second and third ones would have been beaten senseless by the ancient gods.
Touch.
Although it seemed they should have succeeded, as the 2 great divine churches still covered the wasteland, something still seemed to be missing.
Let's go.
No longer lingering, Yilan called to Xia Manman and Bai Tao Tao to leave.
Silently, Bai Tao Tao and Xia Manman took a step back. Is he the eternal night god? Bai Tao Tao whispered, testing the waters.
Ha! Xia Manman shrugged indifferently, who knows, he's just very strong. She really didn't know why Yilan was so strong, but she had already seen Sewage Town, and some things, though unspoken, were clear to everyone. Even if he wasn't the eternal night god, Yilan's true strength was on the level of a main god or deity attendant. When he possessed such power, it no longer mattered whether he was human or god. Even if he was human, he already possessed divine power.
Instead, she looked at Bai Tao Tao with new eyes. You silly naive girl, oh no, little innocent, you actually thought of that? Bai Tao Tao.
I didn't think of it, but he told me. So, why are you so composed?
Bai Tao Tao looked at Xia Manman with admiration, asking the confusion in her heart. Xia Manman looked at Bai Tao Tao with curiosity. So if he's a god, why do you think he looks human? Bai Tao Tao thought for a moment. Playing dumb to catch a tiger, or experiencing the mortal world? Xia Manman.
She pointed to the wreckage on the ground, the corpses of countless illusions.
You call this playing dumb to catch a tiger? Bai Tao Tao. However,
recalling her conversation with Yilan at the Guangawayan, Xia Manman shook her head.
I guess, no matter what he is, he probably identifies more as human. So, if we gradually create distance because of these things, I think he'll be unhappy. Stepping out of the warehouse, countless gazes focused on it. Twilight God Cult, Rotten God Cult, Radiant City's massive military corps. Retreat!
Yilan heavily waved his hand, exhaling a breath of turbid air.
No more of these idiots getting in the way. Man, come with me to the Rotten Church. We need to have a brief meeting. Xia Man?
Without hesitation, she raised a question.
Why can't we go to our Twilight Church? Yilan hesitated. I didn't say you couldn't, but do you think your Twilight Church would let Lin Jiao in? Xia Man. Glancing towards the gate, Yilan gently nudged Xia Man with his elbow.
Xia Man paused slightly, then rolled her eyes impatiently and spoke loudly to everyone. The Phantom Expanse was invaded by an evil god, controlled by it, and for many days caused panic within Radiant City, assassinating Radiant City
citizens, but has now been completely annihilated. Silence, a long silence. Completely annihilated? Yes, it must have been completely annihilated. But so simply, an anomaly force, completely annihilated? What about the anomalies? We didn't see them produce any anomalies. The Phantom Expanse, just gone? The two great divine churches, who had been slacking off in Radiant City all this time, were terrifying when they finally acted. Let's go.
Taking advantage of the moment when Radiant City was fully indulging its imagination, Yilan and Bai Taotao returned to the Rotten God Cult's convoy, while Xia Man boarded the Twilight God Cult's convoy. The two rows of vehicles drove side by side, exiting the warehouse gate. The two military corps made way, clearing a path, and the vehicles sped away.
Until the convoy had driven far away, the Zhao family head and Bai family head exchanged glances.
You take people and follow them, confirm if they return to the cathedral. I'll take people inside to investigate and see what exactly happened.
Good. Rotten God Cult, Radiant City Upper District Church, Conference Room.
At the conference table, it was all familiar faces.
Arthur, Luocho, Xia Man, Lin Jiao, Bai Taotao, Yilan.
Suddenly, Yilan almost felt like he was dreaming of Sewage Town again, making a comprehensive deployment of his own forces.
That's how it is. Yilan concluded his statement. The Phantom Expanse was invaded by the ancient god's touch with no resistance, which is enough to show the powerful strength of the ancient god's touch within Radiant City.
Next, you need to individually investigate any anomalies remaining in Radiant City for any reason, including the anomalies within your own two great
divine churches. If necessary, seek my help directly.
The Phantom Expanse, which was even ranked as Anomaly 099, was controlled almost without resistance, and had been ever since. While this had to do with its own attributes, it was still alarming. The few people present looked at each other, but didn't speak. If any outsider were here, they would likely question, can you solve anomalies? But at this table, no one would.
Can the two great divine churches still move tomorrow? Hearing Yilan ask, Lin Jiao said leisurely.
Hard to say. I can only say that if the path of action approaches the three mansions of Zhao, Li, and Bai, the people of Radiant City will fight to the death.
Yilan nodded. I understand. But we can still find something to do.
Xia Man said, during my time in Radiant City,
I've been a hindrance. It's not your fault.
Yilan shook his head. The ancient god's touch discovered us from the beginning and took action, but I never took it seriously.
Enough.
Just as from the first day he entered Sewage Town, he had actually been targeted by Luocho and the town defense force.
But it wasn't until much later that the town defense force surfaced.
Two small teams are on standby, just wait for my contact. Xia Man was about to speak, but Yilan waved his hand.
If I'm not here, would you dare to let your two great divine churches teams act together? Xia Man. Moreover, you have a special mission.
Yilan looked at Xia Man. I can't get away, but Su Lezhang absolutely cannot be left unattended in the lower district, and I no longer have the energy to investigate the Su family's plan. The lower district needs manpower. Xia Man was stunned for a moment. Tonight oh no, at dawn you will act, travel in plain clothes, go along Guangwei Road through the night house to the lower district to find Su
Lezhang, and protect him by any means.
Okay.
Xia Man nodded, accepting this mission that was very suitable for her.
With the tactical deployment largely complete, Yilan sighed with relief, also feeling a bit helpless.
Remember to tell your sister you're safe. What about me? Lin Zhao asked.
Yilan looked at her and replied. Oversee the center, intelligence manager, situation organizer, diplomatic rhetoric.
Lin Zhao? Are you using me as a logistics person?
Yilan was speechless.
Can you even go out? Lin Zhao.
So just stay put. Lin Zhao crossed her legs. Alright, then I'll just stay put. You said it yourself, don't say I'm slacking off later.
She pointed to Bai Tao Tao.
She knows where those people are, you can send her.
Yilan nodded. Meeting adjourned. The meeting ended, and everyone went to their respective tasks. Bai Tao Tao stood up and asked Yilan. Who should we find first? Yilan thought for a moment.
Since he arrived, this rotten church had become a melting pot, with everything imaginable.
Let's see Butler Zhao first.
Okay. They walked forward, pushed open a door, and inside was already an industrial atmosphere. The sound of clanging was incessant. Butler Zhao was disassembling various things, and repeatedly testing values with a pile of strange instruments.
Looking flustered and overwhelmed. How did it come to this? How did it come to this? Who exactly is it? Zhao Yuan's past.
Yilan glanced at Butler Zhao, who was still seething with grief, and then at Zhao Taihui, who seemed to have stabilized, before walking in.
How is he?
Seeing that it was Yilan, Butler Zhao calmed down slightly. He's stable now, but he can't speak, his central component is damaged, and his limbs can't be driven.
Yilan frowned. Just tell me, how do we fix this?
His throat was pierced. And the killer must have known a lot about our family's research, striking directly at the core with one blow. Butler Zhao was overcome with grief. We absolutely need to replace his voice box with the latest model, and I can't get that without going back to the Zhao family. As for the core issue, it's integrated with all his current limb prosthetics, one change affects everything. If we don't replace it with the latest bionic device, I can't even imagine how to fix it.
He then realized. Oh, right. You must know who the killer is, don't you? Yilan thought for a moment. I do, but if I tell you, will you believe me? Nonsense.
Butler Zhao rolled his eyes, very honestly, what good would it do you to lie to me?
I've already been brought here by you.
Invited, Yilan corrected his grammatical error, the killer is your upper district city lord. How can that be? Butler Zhao paused, then sighed, it's not entirely impossible, I suppose.
He looked at Yilan. I'm guessing you're not going to let us go just like that. Tell me, how do you plan to settle us? Yilan thought for a moment.
I don't think I ever said you couldn't leave, he waved his hand, and Bai Tao Tao brought over a box, of course, before that, you have to tell me.
About this.
Creak. The box was opened, and Butler Zhao's face was filled with shock.
Zhao Yuan?
That bastard city lord.
Yuan is already like this, why strike such a heavy blow? Yilan.
Yes, that scoundrel from the upper district. Yilan rubbed his nose, joining in the cursing, then said, tell me about her.
Ah, her.
Butler Zhao sighed, a hint of melancholy in his expression, she was a good girl.
A long silence followed. Yilan? Is that what I wanted to hear?
Why did she become like this? How did she become like this? What's her current state, and what are your thoughts on it? Yilan suppressed the urge to hit him.
What did you think I was going to ask? Butler Zhao.
Butler Zhao glanced at Zhao Taihui and sighed softly. Actually, the Zhao family head was quite good to her, and truly treated her like a half-daughter. Yilan glanced at Zhao Yuan in the box, non-committal.
A daughter could end up like this?
That was in the early stages when prosthetic research was just entering the bionic phase. Butler Zhao recounted an old story. Any research process always begins with exploration and technological breakthroughs before it can reach widespread adoption.
You probably know a lot already, so I won't hide anything.
Initially, our research in this area wasn't like it is now, with universal models that anyone can install. Yilan understood a bit upon hearing this, but of course, he still wanted to hear the old butler continue. When research reached this stage, we absolutely needed a prototype, meaning we had to base a full-body cybernetic development on one person. There were risks, of course, but the chances of success were not small. You should also understand, this is an alternative path to godhood. Therefore, this chosen person had to be one of our own Zhao family.
It couldn't and shouldn't be an outsider.
If it were guaranteed to fail, that would be fine. Under heavy rewards, there are always brave men, and using death row inmates from prison wouldn't
be out of the question. But the problem is, what if they succeeded in ascending to godhood and then rebelled? Who could stop this person from escaping? What if this person directly attacked us? Wouldn't all our research be for nothing?
And that's not even the most important thing. The most important thing is, what if this person went directly to another faction?
Wouldn't everything we have be exposed to the entire wasteland?
The atmosphere grew slightly silent. So, this first model could only be someone from the Zhao family.
If successful, the first experimenter of the prototype would ascend, the Zhao family would be revitalized, and we could continue subsequent research
to reach the ultimate state. If it failed, it would still be an internal family matter, and we wouldn't need to care about outsiders' gossip.
Yilan was silent.
The Zhao family only had Zhao Taihui as a direct bloodline. Using him for trial and error was neither realistic nor reasonable.
Yilan understood.
The reason for this situation was not a matter of preferring sons over daughters, but rather the issue of a biological son versus an adopted child.
When it came to inheritance, sadly, the Zhao family head did indeed have affection and trust for Zhao Yuan, yet under the conditions of a choice between two, she was the one
who had to be sent into danger.
Bai Taotao's eyes dimmed slightly.
She seemed to be thinking of herself.
Daddy liked her very much too.
But was that latest version of the 3 gene enhancement potions essentially the same as this situation? It was after this incident that the young master became extremely dissatisfied with old Master Zhao, started his own venture, and joined forces with several other scions who had their own agendas. It was also after that I accepted the young master's invitation, and I suppose you could say I half separated from the main family. Yilan nodded lightly, offering no comment.
So, what's the situation with Zhao Yuan? Was it a success or a failure?
Both a success and a failure, Butler Zhao said. All the first research objectives were achieved.
Abnormal resistance reached an abnormal level, bionics were near perfect, possessing all basic human capabilities, including reproductive ability. All fine-tuning capabilities met expectations, and the bionics possessed an automatic optimization function.
After adjusting the relevant parameters, Yuan was optimized in all aspects to the limits of human proportions, becoming the so-called number 1
beauty of Radiant City.
But Butler Zhao paused, then sighed. One thing wasn't achieved, and that meant complete failure. Yilan was expressionless.
Consciousness.
Yes, Butler Zhao lowered his head.
We don't know which part went wrong, but Zhao Yuan's consciousness was completely extinguished.
That was it, the mystery of Zhao Yuan was completely unveiled.
Recalling the scene of defeating Zhao Yuan, Yilan was a little puzzled. Was she strong?
Of course, she was strong.
He and Bai Taotao had struggled immensely to defeat her.
Including himself, he couldn't even devour her.
How do you eat something like this?
But it seemed, at the same time, to be too far from the situation of the Bai family.
How had he defeated her again?
The illusory blade materialized into a physical form, and under the powerful burst of Bai Taotao, a 3-time gene enhancer, it directly severed her.
Why is her physical defense so weak?
Butler Zhao glanced at Zhao Yuan's remains, which were unbearable to look at, and shook his head. Physical strength can be optimized at any time, the most important thing is the power to resist abnormalities. Yi Lan agreed with his statement. Zhao Yuan was already dead, so there was naturally no need for optimization. As for whether the Zhao family had prioritized profit, abandoning her like a worn shoe when she failed, or if he was heartbroken and couldn't bear to see that face again, especially since it had been turned into a killing machine, that remained unknown. So, how did her consciousness disappear? Yi Lan narrowed his eyes, glancing at Zhao Taihui, looking at his condition, and the condition of most of the cybernetic legion. It doesn't seem to involve the brain, does it? Did you dare to directly work on the brain during your initial research? Sighing softly, Butler Zhao shook his head. This remains a mystery to this day. I'm certain that experiment did not have any design targeting the brain, but Yuan's consciousness indeed vanished. Another mystery? Yi Lan narrowed his eyes, looked at Zhao Yuan, and sighed. The death of Su Shuangnian left Yi Lan feeling guilty towards Su Lezhang, even though Su Lezhang didn't blame him, and even though the matter had nothing to do with Yi Lan. But Yi Lan still hoped his friends could be happier, which was why he took on Zhao Yuan's case. Do you have any leads? Butler Zhao shook his head. I can only say that the experiment was extremely successful. I still don't understand what went wrong. Extremely successful. Chewing on those words, Yi Lan looked thoughtful. That's enough. Yi Lan closed the box and walked in front of Zhao Taihui. I hope you can understand. There's a traitor now, and I don't know who it is, so I can only inconvenience you by keeping you here. Zhao Taihui couldn't respond, but through their eye contact, Yi Lan guessed that he agreed. Turning around, Yi Lan waved his hand. Butler Zhao, you may leave. Butler Zhao? He was completely stunned, almost thinking he had misheard something. Huh? What's wrong? Yi Lan looked at him. Are you too comfortable here to leave? Butler Zhao. Why are you letting me go? Yi Lan pointed at Zhao Taihui. The premise for him to live is that he's not a traitor, but... Yi Lan shrugged. He can no longer prove himself, but you still can. Butler Zhao frowned deeply. In his eyes, Yi Lan was almost like an old schemer, and he sensed a trap within a trap. I need to know the ultimate goal of the Zhao family's plan, the research progress, where critical reserves are stored, and... Yi Lan stared at him. In which stage that special power is applied? Butler Zhao? Do you take me for a super spy? Yi Lan shrugged, his villainous aura growing stronger. Then what about your young master? If he can't prove himself, I truly can't release him. Butler Zhao was silent. After a moment of silence, Butler Zhao nodded. I can try my best. He looked at Yi Lan. I can give you some conjectures about your questions right now. Please treat the young master well. Of course, Yi Lan said cheerfully. I wasn't going to do anything to Zhao Taihui anyway, and since you're willing to offer more information, I'm naturally happy. I don't know what stage the research is at now, but after the bionic hurdle is stable, moving on to consciousness is absolutely inevitable. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes, waiting for him to continue. I don't know if consciousness upload can be achieved, but at the very least, brain structure compression and the implantation of prosthetic protective layers around it are definite. Without achieving this, don't ever think about perfectly connecting with the prosthetics on the body. Yi Lan was greatly shocked. It was still that same thought. If only you hadn't gotten involved with the ancient god's touch, how great would that be? I understand. You should go. Butler Zhao nodded, shaking the thoughts from his mind. He hadn't expected it, an old man, out of the family's sight for so many years, and now he had such an absurd mission. Only when looking at Zhao Taihui did he still feel a bit worried. Is it really okay? It's not that I don't trust you. Butler Zhao quickly said, I know you're busy and can't always be here. But this is, after all, a rotten god cult church. As for his worries, Yi Lan felt they were completely unnecessary. As long as his vital signs are normal, you don't need to worry about such inexplicable things. Yi Lan waved his hand. Butler Zhao nodded lightly and packed his bags.
Go out secretly? Or directly? He asked, or do I need to stage a scene, where I escaped with great difficulty? Yi Lan. You say you don't want to, but you've planned it quite well. Just walk out the front. If anyone asks, say you don't know anything, and that I inexplicably let you go. Oh. Finally, Yi Lan instructed. There's no need to overexert yourself, nor do I need you to do more. My demands of you, from beginning to end, are only 2 points. Purpose, location. Yes. After Butler Zhao left, Yi Lan nodded at Zhao Taihui, picked up the box, and walked out of the room. Bai Taodao glanced at Zhao Taihui inside. So miserable. Excluding the day of the motorcycle championship, she barely remembered their last meeting. Su Jianrun had been sent out for who knows what, finally returned, and then dragged her brother and the others, claiming they wanted to hold a 7-day and 7-night celebration party? At that time, everyone was just playing around together, but after so long, it seemed everything had changed. Assassinated, fighting, outsmarting each other, full of schemes. And people like herself. But Bai Taotao looked at her hands. The scenes of these days seemed to flash before her eyes, and she murmured. I've grown up. Creak. Very impolitely, Yi Lan walked to a door and pushed it open directly. Inside the room, a person was very restless. As Yi Lan entered, he was even more startled. Glancing at Yi Lan's face, he couldn't help but ask tentatively. In a good mood? Yi Lan was indeed in a decent mood. After all, he had caught a glimpse of the ancient god's touch and destroyed the forces under the fake phantom expanse, and his future investigations would no longer be interfered with or interrupted by them. But the problem was, hearing him say that, Yi Lan's mood wasn't so good anymore. Thud. Yi Lan placed the box on the operating table, his voice cold. Less talk, look at this first. Why is this guy getting more and more murderous? Muttering softly, old doctor looked inside the box. Then, his eyes lit up. Dead? No. Alive. It seems not alive again. Good. Good. Yi Lan was expressionless. Just those 2 sentences from you sounded like an evil plan was about to emerge. I gave you this person to save her, not as a test subject. Have you found anything? Is this a person? This is a robot. It must be a robot. You shouldn't restrict my plan. Old doctor said in distress, you won't even let me research a machine. And a machine that has already lost its mind. Yi Lan was expressionless. He almost forgot how dangerous this guy was. He really couldn't be careless. Less nonsense, cut to the chase, just give me your conclusion. Old doctor rubbed his hands. I did find something unusual, and I have a certain idea. But, you know me, ahem, no one can avoid the risk of failure. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes. An idea? He has an idea? What does that mean? Zhao Yuan losing consciousness, is there another mystery? You're sure you know what I'm talking about, right? Yi Lan stared into his eyes, waking her consciousness. Being stared at by Yi Lan, old doctor felt a bit uncomfortable. I know, it's pretty obvious. Otherwise, you wouldn't call me to fix a robot, would you? Yi Lan narrowed his eyes. How confident are you? Less than 50%. That's too low. After a moment of silence, Yi Lan made up his mind. You can research it for now. But remember, you don't have to save her, but if you operate, you must have at least 80% confidence. Otherwise. Yi Lan drew out the sound, I will deal with you in the way of a sewing doll. Old doctor was dumbfounded. It wasn't that he thought Yi Lan couldn't do it, but he was thinking, what kind of way is the sewing doll's way? Torn apart by 5 horses, 10,000 times. Old doctor. How do you tear someone apart 10,000 times, he asked curiously. As he wished, Yi Lan answered seriously. Torn apart by 5 horses, then sewn back together with your own sewing doll power, then torn apart by 5 horses again, and then sewn back together. Again. Repeat this 10,000 times. Old doctor? At this moment, he questioned his soul for the first time. Between my stitching faction and your three main gods, who exactly is the true evil god? Finally, having mostly cleared up the tasks at hand, Yilan could only say that this night had been truly eventful. Yilan. Lin Jiao knocked loudly on the door and pushed it open, barging in. One could only say that her speed was so fast that it was almost no different from not knocking. Looking at the thick stack of documents, Yilan felt numb. This is? Li family's information, didn't you plan to mess with them next? Yilan. You really put it that way. Just leave it. Lin Jiao nodded, wanting to add a few more cutting remarks but forcibly held back. Are you okay? Me? I'm fine. All right. Lin Jiao left, and looking at the table full of documents, Yilan's expression became blank again. Yilan gij meow. Mind cat jumped out, take a rest meow. Yilan was slightly startled. Your emotions are fluctuating greatly meow. Mind cat said worriedly, it's been like this all night, I'm a little worried meow. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Yilan gave a wry smile. But if I don't read these documents, I won't know where to go tomorrow. Leave it to me meow. Mind cat patted its chest, you should rest meow. Otherwise, if you finish the documents and have no time to rest, how will you act tomorrow meow? Then, thank you for your hard work. Yilan truly closed his eyes. Mind cat jumped onto the desk, looked at the mountain of documents Lin Jiao had brought, and finally, its whiskers trembled, its entire face fell. Looking extremely pitiful. It's over meow, this isn't a novel meow. 3 days. Yilan reopened his eyes after a very, very long sleep. Before him was the familiar rotten scene, a quiet room. On the desk was that thick stack of documents. At this moment, at least 2/3 of the documents there were gone, presumably all the useless information had been filtered out, leaving only the key content for him to filter a second time. His gaze swept around the desk. Bai Taotao was sprawled across the desk, the documents neatly stacked beside her, as if she had fallen asleep. Yi Lan's eyes flickered. The Mind Cat was perched on Bai Taotao's shoulder, the sunlight from outside just reaching it, as it warmly dozed off. Immediately, Yi Lan's mouth twitched. He already had a complete guess about what had happened. Yesterday, to make him rest quickly, the little cat had taken on the task of organizing the intelligence all by itself. Then, looking at the stack of documents taller than itself, the little cat realized it seemed to have taken on an impossible mission. So, whether by coercion or enticement, it had coaxed Bai Taotao over to help it study the documents all night, while it lay on Bai Taotao's shoulder. Acting as the on-site commander. With a light chuckle, Yilan shook his head, slowly stood up, and checked the time. The sun was high in the sky, it was already noon the next day. Stretching, Yilan felt much more peaceful. That was a good sleep. Creak. Oh, you're awake. With the sound of the door opening, Lin Jiao pushed her way in, assessed Yilan's state, and teased with a smile. I almost called a doctor, thinking you might have slept yourself to death. Yilan was instantly speechless. He had only slept for less than 10 hours in total, and she thought he had slept himself to death? Glancing at Bai Taotao, Lin Jiao's mouth twitched. Why didn't you wake her up? Feeling sorry for her? Yilan? Before he could answer, Lin Jiao said. The documents on the desk are those still uncertain if they contain clues. That girl should be on her 3rd round of filtering and reviewing. The batch confirmed to have clues has already been compiled and sent to me for further processing. Yilan nodded lightly. Thanks for your hard work. Please bring them over to me. Also, can you get me some coffee? Lin Jiao gave a thumbs up. You're really treating me like a maid, and is my rotten church a maid cafe? Yilan rolled his eyes. As if you'd personally bring it to me. You'd still be lazy and pawn off the task I gave you to someone else to run errands. Lin Jiao's mouth twitched. She wanted to say that was slander, but on second thought, it seemed to be true.
However, her eyes flickered, and a smile appeared on her lips.
You've recovered well. You're finally not so irritable. Yi Lan was stunned. Irritable. Yes, thinking back now, his temper yesterday was truly explosive. Although the reasons were sufficient, the motives reasonable, and the results smooth, if he hadn't been reminded like this, Yi Lan wouldn't have even noticed. It was truly anger, so much anger, then he convinced himself and directly went to push the phantom expanse? Slowly, Yi Lan let out a turbid breath. Was he influenced by something? His biggest feeling yesterday was fatigue, or rather, he hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time. Emotional reasons? Divinity? Humanity? Do such imperceptible changes truly exist? Meow. The mind cat in the sunlight lazily stretched its paws, comfortably narrowed its eyes, and then blinked. Ha! You're awake, meow. The mind cat immediately jumped happily onto the documents on the desk, giving off a praise me vibe. But then, it noticed Yi Lan's expression seemed a bit serious, and couldn't help but ask. What's wrong, meow? Yi Lan didn't want the little cat to worry, otherwise, he wouldn't have dismissed it with the excuse of read fewer novels at the time. But this kind of thing, not communicating with the little cat, would also be one-sided and incorrect. Little cat, do you think I was a bit abnormal yesterday? The mind cat thought for a moment, then shook its head. No, meow, I didn't feel anything, meow. Yi Lan was slightly startled. Don't you think I was unexpectedly emotional? The mind cat pondered, thinking. But, aren't humans very prone to being emotional, meow? Yi Lan. If he were to deduce along this line, was he in a good state then? Feeling slightly relieved, Yi Lan waited for Lin Zhao to retrieve the documents while he pondered. Last night's battle could be said to have yielded many gains. The Phantom Expanse was directly controlled by the Upper District City Lord, which also meant the Upper District City Lord was directly controlled by the Ancient God's Touch. The Ancient God's Touch's current state had recovered very well, but it was still pretending to be weak to the four great families. There seemed to be some areas Yi Lan could exploit and manipulate, but not many. At least, it was impossible to make the four great families abandon their research through this matter. But the good thing was, these guys, though foolish, weren't completely so. They knew the Ancient God's Touch was a cause for concern. If this matter were to spread, it could create checks and balances among them. Currently, the Bai family's trajectory was basically clear, developing potions through the power of the Ancient God's Touch, conducting gene enhancement through the potions, mass-producing artificial anomalies, and maintaining sanity. They were only one step away from the cutting-edge part of their research, which was to gene-enhance a few individuals, or even a batch of people, to the level of the Ancient God's Touch, that is, what they called beings on the same level as himself. Although in Yi Lan's opinion, this kind of power being called on the same level as himself was still too ridiculous, if the numbers really piled up, it might become troublesome. Now, the Bai family was in the final sprint of their research, and for him, it was a stage of waiting for the opportune moment, steadily moving towards the net closing period. The Zhao family also had great breakthroughs, mainly in prosthetic body modification and mechanical ascension, and had now reached a rather exaggerated degree. Full prosthetic body integration and achieving nearly perfect bionic standards, possessing the ability to resist abnormal powers, at least their influence. No, more than that. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes, realizing he had almost overlooked a point. Zhao Yuanyuan's prosthetic body modification was several years ago, and with the four great families progressing in parallel, the Zhao family's research progress should not be inferior to the Bai family's. The current level of prosthetic body modification should at least have perfected physical defense and possessed stronger psionic defense. Taking the illusory blade as an example, its attack power in the ethereal state on the anomaly side was already very strong, yet it still failed to cut Zhao Yuanyuan, and now it was only stronger, not weaker. They should also be at a similar stage to the Bai family, such as the consciousness transfer proposed by Butler Zhao. If they could reach this step, and humans could perfectly coordinate their prosthetic bodies,
which were immune to both abnormal and physical attacks.
Wouldn't that also be an evolution to another level?
But even so, compared to the Bai family's gene enhancement, it still seemed relatively conservative and less alarming.
TSK.
Yilan chuckled.
Without comparison, there was no harm.
He actually found this matter relatively peaceful. If he wasn't very sure that the power of the ancient god's touch existed in the Zhao family's research, he wouldn't stop it, even if he didn't support it.
He didn't want to define what the future of humanity should be.
So, this was also the net closing stage, just waiting for Butler Zhao to bring him the final intelligence and the corresponding ultimate location. And then, as usual, there were still no clues about what the Su family and Li family were up to. The Su family's matters had already been handed over to Su Lezhang and Xiao Anman, which meant he would focus on the Li family's line for the
remaining time.
On the surface, the difficulty didn't seem great. From Sewage Town to today, Yilan had to admit that he might truly be a master investigator.
But the problem was that time seemed to be running out.
Radiant City gave the two great divine churches 3 days. It was already noon today, leaving him with at most 2.5 days. Yilan already had a faint feeling that City Lord Su's attitude was starting to waver.
Su Lezhang was his only heir.
In other words, even if his plan completely failed, Su Lezhang was already his confidant, and he wouldn't make things difficult for the Su family. This was a kind of open conspiracy, and Yilan couldn't blame Su Lezhang. These things didn't have much to do with him. So Yilan could basically conclude that Su Lezhang would definitely gain a lot from his return home this time.
And the problem was only a trivial one. How could this intelligence be returned to his hands? The Li family's problem was also obvious. Could he trust Li Zichuan?
According to the absolutely reliable accounts of Su Lezhang and Bai Qingshan, the possibility of Zhao Taiyue being a traitor was relatively greater
than Li Zichuan.
But seeing is believing, and Yilan still hadn't felt anything wrong with Zhao Taiyue. Conversely, then, Li Zichuan had a problem. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded, and as Yilan looked up, Lin Jiao had already walked over, holding a stack of documents.
Here. She placed the files on the desk, looking at Yilan as if to say, see? I brought them to you myself, didn't I?
With a light chuckle, Yilan lowered his head, focusing his gaze on the top sheet of paper.
Beehive plan. Innocent until proven guilty.
Yilan's gaze fixed, lingering on those 4 words for a long time. To be honest, just those 4 words already gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. The codename of a plan often has a significant connection to the plan's nature, and Beehive. Yilan looked at the specific content. According to the description in this document, several years ago, an elite member of the Rotten God cult's upper district infiltrated the Li family residence and saw such a plan in a confidential safe. He barely escaped with his life, enduring great hardship to return here. Since then, the Rotten God cult had dispatched several elite teams, but they consistently found nothing. So, to this day, the Rotten God cult only knew these 4 words and nothing else. It wasn't their fault, though. After all, these various plans were Guangwei City's internal affairs, and even a few years ago, the research projects of Guangwei City's 4 families
hadn't been exposed.
In fact, if it weren't for today's comprehensive review and examination of all intelligence related to the Li family, even these 4 words would have
been buried in the river of history. Beehive. What does it symbolize?
Yilan narrowed his eyes and murmured. Lin Jiao, get me a copy of this person's information. Lin Jiao took the document, glanced at it, the name flashed through her memory, and she nodded.
Then, a hint of helplessness. Can you please stop calling my name like that?
It sounds so cold, like we're not close at all. Yilan raised his eyebrows. His mood was fairly good at the moment, so he playfully teased her. But your name only has 2 characters, and I can't just call you Jiao.
Or should I double it up, Jiao Jiao? Lin Jiao. That sounds so mushy.
You could totally call me Sister Lin Jiao, Sister Jiao, etc., etc.
Yilan.
Good heavens, she wants to take advantage of me. Sister Jiao, help me get a copy of this person's information.
Lin Jiao?
How tacky. Please don't come up with names, thank you. A few minutes later, a brand new document was placed in front of him. Without saying much, Yilan immediately began reading.
The person's name was Yan Qi.
The first half of the information had no issues, and his background was relatively simple. Both parents had died, he had enemies, and during one encounter, the people sent by the Twilight God cult didn't do their job seriously, or in his eyes, handled things poorly, which made him develop a strong dislike for the hypocrisy of the Twilight God cult. From then on, he joined the Rotten God cult and found a new life goal. This person's promotion speed was also very impressive. In just a few years, he became a regular squad leader for the Rotten God cult in Guangwei City's urban area, and then was transferred to an elite
squad, where he has been ever since.
And then, there was that one operation.
A Rotten God cult cleric suddenly lost his sanity.
According to the analysis of his movement trajectory, he had contact with someone from the Li family in his final moments. Subsequently, the entire squad infiltrated the Li family for investigation and obtained information related to the Beehive plan. One detail in it made Yilan frown slightly. According to the mission records, their task was to investigate the Li family residence, and they did enter it, but ultimately retreated through the Li family cemetery, which was a considerable distance away.
According to Yan Qi's description, they encountered a very brutal pursuit.
Subsequent Rotten God cult reconnaissance teams found that the secret passage had collapsed. Also, according to his description, his squad suddenly went berserk inside the Li family mansion, attacking indiscriminately, causing many casualties
among innocent people like servants and family members. As a result, they suffered a brutal encirclement and pursuit.
It was also for this reason that the Rotten God cult ultimately did not pursue the deaths of a squad, and it even seemed generous that the Li family
didn't pursue the Rotten God cult.
But from his perspective as someone looking back, there were suspicious points in this matter.
Why did this squad suddenly go berserk after entering the Li family residence?
Or, there's another answer, such as the problem being with Yan Qi himself, because all these events rely solely on his words, he could say whatever he wanted. And there's also a possibility that, given the ruthlessness of some people in Guangwei City, they could completely make the decision to slaughter their own people, then claim the Rotten God cult did it, to occupy the moral high ground and evade further investigation by the Rotten God cult. This had precedence, and it was something Guangwei City was capable of. If Yilan hadn't felt much connection to being framed before, that changed the moment Guangwei town was bombed. Yilan took a sip of coffee, perking up, and continued reading. After returning to the Rotten God cult, Yan Qi recuperated for nearly a month, and from then on, his path was smooth sailing, with continuous
promotions.
It seemed that with that operation, this person's personal talent was unearthed, mainly due to focused cultivation, similar to most Rotten God cult elites. With the improvement of his strength and the piety of his faith, he gained a bit of the Rotten God's power. Since then, Yan Qi's personality had undergone some changes. Simply put, he made many more friends. To this day, he is already the captain of an action squad, and he has repeatedly performed meritorious deeds. Yilan narrowed his eyes slightly again. According to the records in this document, the Rotten God cult had once transferred this person to the cathedral for a promotion, but Yan Qi refused,
citing his unwillingness to leave his hometown.
Pausing there, Yilan flipped back through the document to look at the repeated meritorious deeds of the person. Looked at individually, there was nothing, but when viewed consecutively like this, Yilan frowned. It was that feeling where he seemed to have accomplished a lot, but upon closer inspection, it felt like none of it had much practical effect. It was all grand in scale, and the results seemed good, but the actual significance was almost no different from none at all, like superficial work. It was like the feeling of working for Su Shuangnian himself.
His fingers tapped lightly on the table.
Seeing Yilan lost in thought, Lin Jiao finally realized something was amiss.
Did you find any problems? She asked.
Yilan sighed softly, reaching out and pointing at the intelligence, or rather, Yan Qi's personal resume. How could you, the Rotten God cult
Be completely unaware of someone with such obvious problems?
Lin Jiao frowned slightly, not refuting anything, and took the document to read it carefully. After a long while, she sighed, her voice carrying a hint of distant resignation. Looking at it now, there are indeed problems, but think about it, if we were to step away from the Li family's perspective, and away from today's investigation progress, would we have any way to suspect him? Yilan nodded gently, accepting Lin Jiao's point. Seeing problems in this document now was based on a comprehensive view of several years' worth of data, like a god's eye view, looking back at past events. It was based on the current strategy of suspecting and investigating the Li family. At the time, none of it would have been considered suspicious. What are you planning to do? Lin Jiao couldn't help but ask. After thinking for a moment, Yilan spoke, innocent until proven guilty. Lin Jiao was slightly taken aback, then pouted a little, muttering softly, "Why does that sound as pedantic as the Twilight God cult?" Yilan glanced at her, then continued. "That's why we need to investigate and find his problems." Lin Jiao was stunned. "How will we investigate?" After a brief moment of thought, Yilan stood up. "No time, bring him over, we'll interrogate him directly." Lin Jiao? Is this what you mean by innocent until proven guilty? Direct interrogation? Invite him over, or bring him over? Lin Jiao confirmed. Bring him over. Yilan's thoughts gradually became clearer. Just say there's a mission for him. Traitor. Lin Jiao went directly. She didn't ask anything, like whether to deploy a few teams here or not. After all, in her opinion, with Yilan and her two here, they were already invincible. Yilan also agreed with this point, but not about being invincible. Rather, in his view, if this Yan Shi really was a spy for the Li family, while it wouldn't be enough to turn the rotten god cult's upper district church into a sieve, it was inevitable that a few hidden seeds would take root. Then there was a possibility of a premature leak. And Yilan really didn't want to play a chase game anymore. Dong dong dong. Yilan planned to let Bai Taotao, who had been up all night, rest a little longer. He pushed open the door, switched to a more sinister room, and sat at the head of the table. Soon after, a knock on the door sounded as expected. Enter. The door was pushed open, and a handsome man walked in with Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao didn't say anything, sitting next to Yilan. Praise the rotten god. Yan Shi made a standard prayer gesture of a rotten cultist, showing his devout faith, then looked at the man at the center of the table, who was imposing without being angry. Yilan smiled and pointed to the seat opposite him. Please sit. Yan Shi sat down as instructed, a barely concealed look of confusion in his eyes. Do you have any orders? Without a word, Yilan pushed over the document with the words Beehive Plan written on it. Tell me your entire experience during this mission. Yan Shi gazed into Yilan's eyes for a moment, composed and at ease. That day, a fellow cultist in the church lost his mind. I received a mission to secretly investigate the Li family. He spoke very earnestly, occasionally struggling to recall forgotten details, and indeed, he seemed as genuine as could be. After a while, Lin Jiao quietly glanced at Yilan. Although it was never said, Lin Jiao was actually a master interrogator, though when she didn't care about her image, she usually resorted to wicked methods. Yilan showed no reaction, because he too almost felt like he had misjudged. But then, he narrowed his eyes. No, something felt wrong. This time, Yilan chose to follow his gut. Boom! Spiritual energy surged, spreading like a vortex, enveloping Yan Shi's entire body. The other party remained motionless, his expression barely changing, as if he had given up resistance, allowing Yilan's power to surge in. Yes, it wasn't confusion, dissatisfaction, or anything else, but giving up resistance. Suddenly, Yilan's expression changed. Something's wrong, meow. Bang! Without hesitation, as the psionic energy completely surged into Yan Shi's body, touching that familiar aura in the last corner, Yilan unhesitatingly pulled out his chaos bell and pressed it against the other's forehead. He pulled the trigger. Bang!
Lin Jiao?
Lin Jiao was rarely so confused at this moment, her head full of question marks.
Is this your innocent until proven guilty?
Of course, this was just a teasing thought. She understood that Yan Qi's head exploded like a watermelon, yet he hadn't uttered even a momentary question before that. This was an abnormal reaction, no matter how devout he was.
Yilan still said nothing.
After a headshot, all his psionic energy surged from all directions towards Yan Qi's head, then he leaped onto the table and reached out.
He grabbed between Yan Qi's head and the sky. He grasped an invisible thread. A thread emanating a strange aura, wriggling, yet impossibly thin.
The strange thread was completely invisible to the naked eye, as fragile as dust, as fine as a spider's silk. In fact, it might have been an inherently invisible thing, and non-existent entity, only revealing a form he could comprehend under the pressure of
his psionic energy.
Yilan still didn't speak, deeply raising his head, looking at the end of that strange thread. It passed through the top of the head, through everything, passing through the ceiling of the rotten church as if it didn't exist, connecting to the radiant disc. Yilan froze, feeling a chill down his spine at that moment. What the hell is this thing? Suddenly, he recalled the scene he had seen in the shadow of the past. Under the flying radiant disc with tentacles, countless threads connected every corner of Radiant City like marionettes. Beep beep. The next moment, a loud alarm sounded in the room, and the entire rotten church seemed to come alive, becoming agitated.
Countless surging psionic energies rushed in, squeezing into this small room. Crack! The rotten aura spread wildly, severing the visible thread. Damn it! What is that thing?
Lin Jiao was startled, cursing directly. Yilan narrowed his eyes slightly, as if answering, and as if analyzing. I don't know what this is, but it's very clear that this should be part of the Beehive plan.
It's truly unsettling, even more unsettling than the Bai family's gene enhancement. He betrayed the rotten god cult?
Lin Jiao's face was full of disbelief, but, how is this possible?
If that's the case, how did he receive power from the main god? Yilan frowned.
Yes, there was a problem here. If Yan Qi betrayed the rotten god cult, it should have started from that operation. And he only received power from the second brother after that. Most of the elite teams of the rotten god cult had received such power, but unlike the gods chosen, it was only a small portion of power.
The second brother's condition is really not right.
Yilan murmured in his heart as he examined Yan Qi's corpse, finding nothing else. He no longer felt any other ancient god's touch power.
He must have been controlled. Thinking of the invisible thread, Yilan said. Controlled by whom?
Lin Jiao seemed a bit confused.
For example, the ancient god's touch.
Yilan said something even more terrifying, but what if it wasn't the ancient god's touch, but the Li
family?
The two looked at each other. Beep beep beep. Another alarm sounded. Lin Jiao's expression changed slightly, and she spoke urgently.
Someone is trying to escape the church from inside.
Yilan was not surprised.
It seems his accomplices received information, but we just started. How did they get the information? I'll go apprehend them.
Lin Jiao gritted her teeth, pushed the door open, and rushed out.
Yilan stayed in the room and did not participate.
Lin Jiao was clearly better at handling matters within the rotten church than he was. He needed to think more about the before and after of this
incident.
Most importantly, although it was a bit creepy, Yilan still didn't believe that such small fries could cause any trouble in the rotten god cult's own church. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, Lin Jiao, with some blood on her clothes, walked in.
Cleared out? Yilan asked. Lin Jiao nodded, her expression annoyed.
Yes, 3 people tried to escape, and all have been killed. As she spoke, her face was like frost.
Embarrassing, too embarrassing. The entire rotten church now had a total of 5 action teams. How many people in total? Less than 30 people.
Among 30 people, there were 3 damn traitors hidden.
Only 3?
To Lin Jiao's surprise, Yilan obviously had more expectations.
Rotten church, prayer room.
A man with a somewhat gloomy face sat quietly, the walkie-talkie buzzing on the table.
Team A, Titan formation.
Immediately block the garage exit.
2 people have fled in that direction. Team A received, en route, arriving at designated location in 10 seconds. Bang bang. Sizzle.
Target exploded, suspected self-detonation, securing the scene to prevent contamination. Received, control the scene, teams 2 and 3 are en route.
The gloomy man curled his lips and threw away the walkie-talkie. Click.
He flipped out a dagger and plunged it into his arm, the entire arm visibly wriggled.
A strange power spread inward, triggering the body's resistance.
The rotten power eroded the strange flesh that suddenly began to wriggle. Before long, that faint trace of rotten divine power was forced out, bit by bit.
Crack!
The moment it was forced out, that power seemed to realize something and began to erode inward from the bleeding arm. But without batting an eye, he directly severed his own arm. The strangeness spread, and the gloomy figure's entire body wriggled, sealing off the bleeding area.
Foolish. He sneered, then opened a secret passage in the room.
The garage was in the opposite direction from the confessional, and there was a ventilation shaft here connected to a secret passage. At his speed, he could escape from here in a few seconds. As long as he could leave the heavily guarded rotten church, no one would be able to catch him.
The plan went smoothly.
He crawled inside the ventilation duct, his tentacles forming countless small tentacles beneath him as he wished, like a centipede, crawling rapidly. Then, light appeared before him. Before he could jump out, a revolver was pressed against his head at the exit behind the light. As their eyes met, Yilan revealed a cold smile. A good plan, but who would have thought that among these generally elite infiltrators, the leader would be you, an ordinary clerk who has had no
presence for several years? Zhao Tiehui's direction. Bang! With a sharp boom, the gloomy man exploded directly.
He wasn't blown up by the chaos bell, he exploded himself. Yilan looked up but no longer saw the strange thread above his head. How decisive, Lin Zhao said, looking at the flesh that was still wriggling even after exploding, a look of disgust on her face. Indeed, Yilan said, falling silent. He wasn't surprised by the man's decisiveness, but rather by why, if he was going to die anyway, he didn't fight to the death. Why such a decisive self-detonation? Shouldn't he at least have tried to kill me? Even if he was absolutely certain he was no match? If death was certain, what was there to fear in a desperate struggle? And why did the other 5 people have strange threads above their heads, but this person didn't? Lin Zhao took several more calls, then someone hurriedly handed her a batch of documents. These are the files on these people. Lin Zhao's mind was completely blown. 6 people were problematic. The entire Rotten Church elite squad only had a little over 30 members, and a full 6 of them were problematic. How could she possibly bear this? 1/5. The rotten elite who handed Lin Zhao the documents was expressionless, but a wail had already erupted in his heart. It's over, it's completely over. These traitors died decisively, but why didn't they let the Saintess kill them to vent some anger? If this anger couldn't be released, who knew how these elites who had been together day and night but hadn't noticed anything unusual would be tormented? Yilan didn't say anything, lowering his head to look through the documents. Elites were indeed elites, judging solely from the documents. These individuals were truly remarkable, each with outstanding achievements. The only problem they themselves found was that after the operation 3 years ago, they had extensive contact with Yan Qi. Control. Beehive plan. Yilan grew increasingly uneasy. He had a feeling that the Li family's research, hidden beneath the surface, was the most dangerous thing in all of Radiant City. Thinking of certain possibilities, Yilan even felt a chill. So, he strode towards Zhao Tiehui's room. The Li family had a big problem, but that didn't necessarily mean Li Zichuan had a big problem. If Li Zichuan's problem couldn't be confirmed, then Zhao Tiehui's lack of a problem couldn't be confirmed either. But this time, Yilan chose to make a very pragmatic decision.
Even if the Zhao family's prosthetic body modifications and mechanical ascension succeeded. Even if the power of the ancient god's touch was used, what could the ancient god's touch gain? A massive, abnormally strong prosthetic military corps under its control? With all due respect, if the anomalies in the wasteland weren't all sleeping, he could wipe them out with a single counter-push. In short, Yilan absolutely would not give the Li family's beehive plan, whatever its specific contents, a single chance. Creak. Pushing open the door and entering Zhao Tietui's room, Yilan hesitated. Zhao Taihui was completely paralyzed, let alone speaking or moving his limbs, even blinking was a miracle. Wait. Eyes? Yilan moved closer, staring into the mechanical prosthetic eyes within Zhao Tietui's body. Can you blink? Zhao Taihui blinked. Good, Yilan sighed in relief, then waved his hand. Lin Jiao rolled her eyes and pulled out a map of Radiant City's upper district. Where is the Li family's secret hidden? Yilan asked, staring into Zhao Tietui's eyes, enunciating each word. Zhao Taihui blinked. Yilan. I will now point to the places I suspect in order. If my deduction is correct, you blink. With that, Yilan placed his hand on the Li residence and looked at Zhao Tietui's eyes. No reaction. This was not entirely unexpected. He then placed his hand on the Li family cemetery. Still, Zhao Taihui did not blink. This. Yilan and Lin Jiao exchanged glances. This was already the place they suspected most. Was Zhao Taihui indicating it wasn't? Yilan recalled the invisible thread, the scenes of the shadow of the past, and moved his fingertip to the radiant disk. Zhao Tietui's eyes remained wide open, completely unresponsive. After pointing to many places, Yilan began to feel a touch of fatigue. All wrong. The upper district was so large, he couldn't possibly point to every single spot, could he? Of course, even more fatigued was Zhao Taihui. Yilan kept pointing to the wrong places, and he hadn't been able to blink for a long time, making his eyes ache. Li family cemetery. Yilan repeated these words, his thoughts wandering. Countless clues pointed to the Li family cemetery. Even if it wasn't there, it was likely not without basis. Li family cemetery, the keywords were Li family and cemetery. If not at the Li residence, then at least it had something to do with the cemetery, right? His gaze swept across the map, and Yilan's eyes moved, his fingertip resting on a location quite far from the Li residence. Sunset Cemetery. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Zhao Taihui blinked. Yilan's eyebrow twitched slightly. Found it? He immediately looked at Lin Jiao and uttered two words. Information. Lin Jiao hesitated. Do you really think this is your family's church? But that was just a fleeting thought. Lin Jiao quickly turned around to gather information on Sunset Cemetery. Before long, a condensed version of the data was sent over. Sunset Cemetery was the cemetery for the entire upper district, located on the outskirts, yet it already occupied nearly 1/5 of the upper district's total area. Seeing this, Yilan couldn't help but be stunned. 1/5? This was just a cemetery. With Radiant City not expanding outwards, land could be said to be incredibly valuable, especially in the upper district. Yet this place occupied 1/5 of the land? Yes. Speaking of this place, Lin Jiao even showed a hint of emotion. It's the most beautiful place in Radiant City, and perhaps the last such place in the entire wasteland. The lush green fields are like the vast grasslands before the apocalypse, far from the city, with a clear blue sky overhead and a gentle breeze, captivating one's soul. It's located on one edge of Radiant City's upper district space, looking down as if standing on a mountaintop, overlooking the land. Lying there, you can see the most beautiful sunset in the wasteland. Looking up, you can also see towering buildings, neon lights at night. If not for its purpose, it would be the last and best natural landscape in the wasteland. Yilan fell silent for a moment. He didn't know what to say. A cemetery had become the last untouched pure land. Then only a few questions remain. Yilan raised his first finger. Is this cemetery in normal use, meaning can residents of Radiant City truly be buried there after death? Lin Jiao couldn't answer that question.
Information was just information, not to mention she hadn't been in Radiant City before, spending most of her time in Sewage Town. Even if she had been, she wouldn't specifically investigate such matters.
Yes, they can. Ai Tao Tao had already arrived in the room.
With such a commotion just now, there was no way she could sleep. Not just Radiant City, but even people from other parts of the wasteland. As long as they can afford the corresponding mist blue coins, anyone can be buried here.
Anyone? Yi Lan frowned.
Yes, Ai Tao Tao still wasn't quite clear what had just happened, being in a groggy, just woken up state. After all, it's the last pure land in the wasteland, so people from other settlements will travel thousands of miles just to be buried here. Being close by, the number of people from the lower district buried here is even more countless. It sounded much more legitimate, but Yi Lan was clearly even more worried. Such a dangerous place with a complex demographic, just like how gene enhancement had been applied throughout the wasteland, was unsettling. Second question, Yi Lan raised his second finger. Is there a defensive force? Bai Tao Tao hesitated. I've been there a few times with my brother and the others. From what I saw and felt, there were only security guards. Yi Lan. Cemetery. This can only mean one thing, the power is hidden in the shadows, or there is some means to monitor from thousands of miles away. I have no more questions, Yi Lan said, glancing down at the time. 6 hours to prepare. Tao Tao, you'll be in charge of guiding. Finally, re-estimate and analyze the approximate location range where the opponent might hide experts, and organize any special locations that might exist in that area. After speaking, Yi Lan looked at Lin Jiao. Gather information for me. If it exists, I want all the legends and strange tales associated with that location.
Lin Jiao nodded. No problem.
Yi Lan frowned slightly, speaking with some hesitation.
How many Rotten God cult squads can be deployed for external operations?
Lin Jiao's head throbbed, and she spread her hands.
Theoretically, you can use everyone, but now with 6 people directly gone, I need to reorganize.
At most, there are 4 squads left. But the current problem is that yesterday we went all out, annihilating the shadow of the past, and Radiant City is already on edge.
They get scared stiff the moment we move.
Yi Lan nodded, making a decisive call. Then one squad it is.
He looked at Luocho, study the map and find the most suitable rendezvous point. Lie in wait until I give the signal.
Yes. After arranging this, Yi Lan looked at Arthur. Your mission is a bit challenging. Arthur's expression hardened, filled with a look of resolute determination.
Return to Night House without drawing too much attention.
Have the Formless Hand transport 2 elite squads from Sewage Town to supplement the forces the Rotten God cult cannot provide this time.
Arthur nodded. I understand.
However, Yi Lan had not finished speaking. After bringing the people up, you also need to send the Formless Hand back. Otherwise, I'm worried that Radiant City's ancient god's touch might affect or interfere with the one we're holding, causing a hidden danger to erupt within our church.
Understood.
At this moment, Lin Jiao, completely lacking tact, asked a question.
What about you? Me?
Yi Lan rolled his eyes, annoyed. Eat well, sleep well.
How does that sound? Lin Jiao?
No more jokes, Yi Lan narrowed his eyes.
I'm going to meet Li Jichuan.
Lin Jiao was stunned, and Yi Lan smiled softly.
Li family cemetery, isn't it?
No matter where the Li family's secrets were hidden, according to known intelligence, Li Jichuan was currently at Li family cemetery, keeping vigil. Be careful. There was no reason to stop him, so Lin Jiao asked, do you need a squad? Yi Lan thought for a moment, then shook his head.
No need. It's just a meeting. Even if he has problems, it won't escalate to an annihilation battle.
Lin Jiao frowned. Understood. Then take Bai Tao Tao with you. Yi Lan gave her a strange look, then nodded.
All right. Lin Jiao's mouth twitched unhappily, and she walked towards the garage. Oh, there's one more thing. Come with me. Yilan, not knowing why, followed her. Although he didn't know what surprise Lin Jiao was holding back, when the garage door opened, Yilan was still momentarily stunned. A sleek, silver unicycle motorcycle, the Divine Drive, rested quietly there. Isn't this my new vehicle? It wasn't destroyed? Gradually, Yilan came back to his senses. That's right, this thing had already been turned into an ability objects by him. While the Guanghui giant cannon was incredibly fierce, its power against anomalous forces was relatively limited. Even if it could destroy ordinary ability objects, the Divine Drive, and ability objects endowed with power by him, shouldn't be so easy to destroy. Maybe not, his memory was indeed not very clear. But he had set aggregate at the time, perhaps that also caused the items around him to aggregate. Actually, it was almost completely broken, but it seems to have some self-healing ability. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but you should have an idea. Self-healing. Yilan's expression was slightly odd, and he happily stroked the surface of the Divine Drive, twisting the key as a soft sound began. Tao Tao, get on. Okay. Lin Jiao suddenly became even more unhappy. 2 p.m, Li Family Cemetery. Parking the Divine Drive at the cemetery entrance, Bai Tao Tao lightly jumped off. Hanging her helmet on the handlebar, she suddenly realized a serious problem. If we leave the vehicle here, won't it be stolen? Bai Tao Tao asked, not without worry. This was an ability objects. Yilan agreed deeply and, after some thought, placed the crystal ball on the seat. Will this be a bit better? Bai Tao Tao said nothing, yet seemed to say everything. The two looked at each other, both with a headache. It seemed even more dangerous. If someone could see through psychological invisibility, it would become a buy one, get one free deal. Looking at the gate of Li Family Cemetery, there seemed to be no guards, not counting the security guards. Ride in? Yilan proposed a very reasonable plan. At such a close distance, wouldn't such a loud engine sound cause psychological invisibility to fail? Bai Tao Tao raised a very realistic possibility. After much thought, Yilan summoned the Eternal Nightmare from his mind. Nightmare, stay here and help me watch the vehicle. Eternal Nightmare? At this moment, the Eternal Nightmare suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Is it time to stop slacking off? How did it end up becoming a car watcher after pretending to sleep in 001's head for a while? The formless hand can even guard the ancient god's touch. I can certainly do it. The tiny gecko jumped onto the seat of the Divine Drive, making Yilan even more worried. You can protect yourself, right? Eternal Nightmare. I can. I'm still number 176, after all. In any gathering point, it was an existence that could suppress an entire area. Yilan gently nodded, still a bit uneasy, and left it there to guard the vehicle. This gaze deeply pained the Eternal Nightmare's heart, and it resolved to turn over a new leaf and do its job well. The two entered the range of the crystal ball's psychological invisibility and walked through the cemetery gate. This was an ancient-style courtyard. Calling it a cemetery, it felt more like an ancestral hall, which made Yilan believe Zhao Tietue's judgment even more. This place was suitable for hiding secrets, but it was too small to hide a plan. After surveying the buildings, and detecting no abnormal dangers, Yilan stepped forward and entered the only building. Incense burned inside the building. At the very front were hundreds of spirit tablets, and a person knelt quietly there, seemingly paying respects. Yilan was slightly taken aback, because this person was Li Jichuan. Yilan and Bai Tao Tao exchanged glances, neither of them having expected it to be so smooth, finding the target directly. From any perspective, Li Jichuan should be the key to the series of events that would follow. Before Yilan could reveal himself, Li Jichuan slowly stood up and turned around. Hello, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Dynasty. Yilan was slightly startled, then waved his hand, retracting the power that had entered the crystal ball, revealing his figure. Li Zichuan's expression was calm, even upon seeing Bai Taotao there. How did you find me?
Because I've been waiting, Li Zichuan said. My coming here to keep vigil at this time was actually to create an opportunity to meet you alone. Yilan frowned, not believing it, even though the explanation was logically sound.
Why?
He spread his hands. You came here, and the Li residence is close by, yet there's no impenetrable net from the Li family here, which is enough to prove my stance.
Yilan was non-committal.
While this could strengthen his persuasiveness, it wouldn't be a decisive factor.
After the eternal night dawn, Radiant City should no longer dare to go all out against anyone, not until the Beehive plan is complete.
I know saying these things is powerless, so I will personally take you to see, Li Zichuan said calmly.
Everything you want to know isn't in this place.
I'll take you there, the rest, I'll entrust to you.
He sighed softly. I am too weak.
Yilan narrowed his eyes and asked, feigning ignorance.
Where?
Sunset Cemetery.
Given a perfectly matching location, Yilan fell silent. Is this guy really good?
Deep down, Yilan wasn't keen on this outcome, because it meant that Zhao Taihui being a traitor was pretty much confirmed.
What is your family researching? Li Zichuan was silent, shaking his head. You can see for yourself. If I say it, it will be detected. Detected.
Yilan narrowed his eyes.
You seem very certain I can solve this kind of problem?
I'm not certain.
Li Zichuan was silent for a moment. But who else can I turn to?
After another moment of silence, Li Zichuan spoke again.
The one who betrayed you was Zhao Taihui.
Yilan didn't speak, exchanging a glance with Bai Taotao.
Bai Taotao pursed her lips, remaining silent.
One person suspecting someone isn't much, but what if 3 of the 4 young masters believe it's Zhao Taihui? Glancing at the time, Yilan spoke in a deep voice.
Tell me what you can.
After a slight pause, Li Zichuan continued. We extracted a miraculous organizational structure from the ancient god's touch that allows for shared consciousness. In the initial experiments, we injected it into the brains of different people, and their thoughts became connected from then on. You can understand it as a shared consciousness, a group of people sharing the same brain.
Yilan felt a chill.
But this clearly had major problems.
Everyone's consciousness couldn't unify, and before long, that batch of experiment subjects became vegetative.
After several more years of research, we decomposed that structure and mastered the concepts of a main brain and subbodies. That is to say, the person implanted with the main brain could directly control all the subbodies. In other words, one person's consciousness could control the consciousness of an entire group.
Yilan was expressionless.
So, the Li family head, your father, implanted the main brain into himself.
Li Zichuan nodded.
Yes,
and now everyone in the Li family has been implanted with that structure.
That is to say, my father controls the entire Li family, truly controls it.
Everyone's thoughts are his will alone.
Bai Taotao covered her mouth, and Li Zichuan's horrifying revelations continued.
Simply put, my father can now mentally control every person in the Li family.
Everyone else's thoughts are his will, like puppets. After a long while, Yilan finally cleared his thoughts and spoke coldly.
Were all those people's consciousnesses extinguished?
He had guessed correctly. Compared to the research of the other 3 families, the Li family's operations were simply anti-human. No, not exactly. Li Zichuan actually shook his head at this moment. According to my understanding, as more and more people's consciousness is connected, a world formed within, where all subbodies live, while their
physical bodies in reality are enslaved by my father's will.
As for whether living there means living consciously, or even living at all, I'm not very clear.
Yilan took a deep breath. Is this what the Beehive plan means? But he still couldn't understand one crucial question. What's the meaning? Yilan asked. The meaning of doing this?
To become stronger, Li Zichuan said as a matter of course. The more subbodies there are, the larger the consciousness body will be, and the stronger my father will become.
We have already tried, and at this stage, ordinary anomalies can no longer harm my father. He is like a completely special existence, almost unaffected by the outside world.
According to data predictions, if he can turn the entire population of Radiant City into subbodies, that consciousness world will become completely
stable, reaching an indestructible level. At that time, he will be Radiant City, and Radiant City will be him. Sounds great, but what will this bring to human civilization? Yi Lan sneered. The other three families at least aim for human evolution, but this? In Yi Lan's view, this was even worse than the ancient god's touch. Even if the ancient god's touch ruled the world, it wouldn't be this despair-inducing.
When that world stabilizes, death in the real world will not cause the consciousness in that world to die, Li Zichuan explained. So, everyone in Radiant City can live in another place, a beautiful place where they no longer have to worry about anomalies.
Bullshit. Bai Taodao cursed, forgetting her image. This is just turning everyone into your slaves. Li Zichuan gently shook his head, then nodded.
You're right, as long as the main brain setting exists, that place is a world of enslavement, he said.
But you're wrong about one thing, it really can develop into a complete world, a relatively intact world.
Yi Lan raised his eyebrows, having made up his mind. Everything else was minor, but this problem was already pressing and had to be solved at all costs.
I'm very curious, why aren't the other three families stopping you?
Yi Lan narrowed his eyes.
Li Zichuan shrugged. The four plans are proceeding in parallel, whoever succeeds is fine. You can understand our plan as the final fallback. Moreover, the heads of the other three families were promised that if we reach this stage of our Li family's plan, the four family heads will collectively share the main brain identity. Silence, a long silence. Then isn't it very simple?
Finally, Yi Lan broke the silence. As long as your father is killed, all of this will end, including that so-called consciousness world.
Li Zichuan gave him a strange look. Though he thought the same, wasn't it a bit impolite to directly tell him to kill his father to his face? That's the problem, we can't kill him now.
He has long since fallen into a deep sleep, and the Li family head operating externally is merely a sub-body clone under his control. Any outsider approaching, including anomalies, will be directly absorbed into his consciousness world, so it's no longer possible to defeat him in the real world. Finally, all the clues came together. So, your father is currently sleeping in Sunset Cemetery, Yi Lan said, full of killing intent. The way to resolve all this is to go to Sunset Cemetery, enter his consciousness world, and kill him.
Li Zichuan nodded, looking towards Sunset Cemetery, and spoke softly. He calls that place, the Dynasty. Change of plan.
At 4 in the afternoon, Yi Lan returned to the rotten church early.
What's wrong? You seem a little preoccupied.
Lin Jiao, as usual, waited in the garage to meet Yi Lan, a hint of regret in her eyes. It was wonderful, in the 2 hours Yi Lan was away, she sat leisurely in the rotten church, experiencing a long-lost sense of stealing half a day of leisure. But with Yi Lan's return, seeing his expression, she realized that her leisure would probably not last even half a day. Sure enough, one sentence from Yi Lan made her heart pound. The situation has changed. Yi Lan's gaze fixed on the map on the table, his finger repeatedly lifting and resting on the surface. The Li family's situation is rather special, affecting the whole body. It can't be explored in isolation. Once I go, I'm afraid I'll have to stay until it's resolved.
Resolved?
Lin Jiao realized the seriousness of the matter. According to the original plan, all plans of the four great families would be confirmed, and on the last day, all forces would be assembled to simultaneously defeat them while Radiant City was caught off guard, and then besiege the Radiant Disk. And this was clearly inconsistent with the plan. Once the Li family's problem was resolved prematurely, and Yi Lan's power was not yet in place, it would affect the whole body.
Then can't we deal with it last?
Yi Lan shook his head. No, its situation is quite complex, and it won't be resolved quickly.
I dare not leave it until the last day.
Afterward, Yi Lan shared the latest intelligence with Lin Jiao. Without a doubt, Lin Jiao cursed without caring about her image.
Isn't this F** king stupid?
Lin Jiao felt completely exasperated. Even if such a world truly exists, do they really think it's controlled by Radiant
City, and not directly taken over by the ancient god's touch? Yilan nodded.
From beginning to end, this was what he was worried about. Yesterday, in the battle with the Phantom Expanse, he unexpectedly came into contact with the ancient god's touch earlier, and Yilan had already
confirmed its state. It was absolutely awake and consciously dormant. In Yilan's eyes, the Four Great Families plan was merely making wedding clothes for the ancient god's touch.
We need to be prepared for a final battle against Radiant City the moment I leave Sunset Cemetery.
Given the current severity of the situation, can the Rotten God cult be fully mobilized?
Lin Jiao stared at Yilan for a long time. The situation is indeed very serious.
She sighed. But the problem isn't that. The problem is, I don't know when you got the wrong impression, but our Rotten God cult is actually the villain, you know? We're not justice bringers. Under what name should I bring the entire Rotten God cult army over? To save Radiant City?
Yilan was instantly speechless.
Yes, when did the Rotten God cult become justice bringers?
But the truth is, I haven't been influenced by the public opinion about you in the wasteland. Instead, I've used my own eyes to see you.
Yilan
chuckled softly. Perhaps you aren't good people, but you are normal. With kindness and malice, you are human. Lin Jiao fell silent. I will try to contact the main god through the most urgent channels. If there's no reply before tonight, I'll try strong-arm tactics to deploy people. Yilan nodded, picked up his communicator, and connected with Xiaoqingyu.
Yilan? I'm here.
Without wasting time, Yilan shared everything he had investigated over the past few days with her. At some point, there was no sound at all from the phone.
Gene enhancement, creating artificial gods with the power of the ancient god's touch? Using the power of the ancient god's touch for prosthetic implants, consciousness upload, mechanical ascension? Controlling the consciousness of everyone in Radiant City, the Beehive Plan, the consciousness world? The Radiant Disk has the ancient god's touch, and it awakened long ago, secretly preparing to seize the fruits of these powers?
Xiaoqingyu pieced together her fragmented thoughts, one after another, difficultly repeating them.
What the hell? Her impression was that Radiant City used to be quite normal, right? How did Yilan, after going there, uncover so many outrageous and terrifying things?
Wait, let me calm down.
Xiaoqingyu took several deep breaths, finally managing to calm down a little with great difficulty.
These matters are extremely serious, extremely outrageous, and are precisely the responsibility of our Twilight God cult.
Logically, we would never stand idly by.
We are precisely the ones who handle such things. Her mind raced, considering one possibility after another. But the problem is, Radiant City is a massive power, and what you're saying, except for the ancient god's touch, should logically be confined to
Radiant City and not spread.
I can already imagine the reaction of the peace faction within the cult. If we act like this, it might be defined as military interference in Radiant City's internal affairs.
Yilan could roughly understand Xiaoqingyu's meaning.
Radiant City wielded too much military power, and even for the sake of restraint, it had established its own set of procedural justice. This meant that they would usually only intervene after an incident occurred, rather than preventing it beforehand.
You wait for me.
I need to talk to my brother. He should have a deeper understanding of the attitude of the cult's high-ranking officials than I do. Yilan did not speak, his mood somewhat complex. In fact, this was already beyond the scope of human response, almost a mobilization for a divine war. But the problem was, he had already realized something was wrong. The states of the second and third ones were not right. What he needed to leverage were also the dozens of anomalies under each of the two great divine churches. Even if they were to act as his power bank during the decisive battle, allowing him to fight, that would be fine. And the human elites of the two great divine churches could contend with the human-level forces of the four great families. Softly, Yilan gave a self-deprecating laugh. Saving the world is really tiring. After nearly 10 minutes, the communicator finally responded.
Yilan. Yilan, are you still there? Xia Qingyu's voice sounded somewhat excited. Of course I am. Xia Qingyu calmed down. My brother supports my idea and has gone to discuss it secretly with the Pope. Secret discussion. Yi Lan was a little disappointed, though he didn't show it. I'm already trying to contact the main god.
Yi Lan was silent for a moment, then nodded.
I understand. That's how it is. Xia Qingyu was stunned for a moment, recognizing Yi Lan's calmness. 12 o'clock, it will definitely respond at 12 o'clock.
Yi Lan was rarely taken aback.
Why? Xia Qingyu bit her lower lip, righteous. I am God's chosen. As long as I say it responded and gave me instructions, that's all that matters.
Yi Lan was rarely stunned for a moment, then chuckled softly.
Falsely transmitting a divine revelation.
If it comes to this, after it's over, remember not to foolishly go back to your death like before.
Come and stay in Evernight for a while.
Xia Qingyu was silent for a long time, a hint of sadness in her eyes.
All right.
If this matter had been investigated to such an extent and the main god still didn't intervene, her faith would truly begin to waver. She had to admit that when it came to saving the world, Yi Lan had already done better than the Twilight God cult. Hanging up the phone, Yi Lan closed his eyes.
What exactly is the relationship between humans and anomalies? Why can anomalies gain power through human faith? What is the difference between the ancient god's touch and the containment tower anomaly system? How do anomalies actually come into being? Yi Lan opened his eyes. Is there any movement from Zhao Tiehui's side? Logically, once Li Zichuan's identity was confirmed, Zhao Tiehui's stance should have been obvious.
However, even now, Yi Lan felt there were still doubts.
Lin Jiao shook her head. He's in that state, what movement could there be? What about Butler Zhao? No reply at all?
Yi Lan, Bai Tao Tao wanted to say something but didn't know how.
Of course, Yi Lan understood. The Twilight God cult has a fair judgment mechanism. After everything is over, just hand it over to them.
Now that he's in the rotten God cult's church, he can't cause any trouble. Bai Tao Tao breathed a sigh of relief, and Yi Lan stood up.
6 p.m. Let's go. Prodigal Son.
6 p.m., the upper district was at its liveliest.
The city was brightly lit, with an endless stream of people coming and going. Some were leaving work or school, others were drinking, socializing, or eating.
Winter was approaching, and the sky had already begun to dim.
The tall buildings of Radiant City were already lit up. Rumble, rumble.
Under psychological invisibility, the Divine Drive slowly drove out of the rotten God cult's garage. The hustle and bustle of city life were so appealing, drawing people in, yet the more one knew, the heavier one's heart became. Yi Lan carefully navigated the streets, occasionally passing patrolling by family soldiers. To avoid attracting unnecessary attention, Yi Lan deliberated repeatedly and chose to abandon the idea of having the rotten God cult squad follow
him.
Arthur had already led 2 elite teams from the Eternal Night Divine Church directly via Guangwei Road to the designated meeting point. It could also be said that this time, it would be an operation entirely carried out by the Eternal Night Divine Church itself. Driving along, passing through crowds, the population gradually thinned. The powerful, cyberpunk-style motorcycle roared its engine all the way, finally arriving at the destination. The moment he saw the target, Yi Lan almost thought he had returned to the natural sanctuary before the apocalypse. An endless, vast wilderness, lush and green, truly giving the feeling of wind blowing through the grass, revealing cattle and sheep. Above, at the edge of the horizon, the setting sun was slowly descending in the west, completing the transition from day to night.
So beautiful, meow.
On the wasteland, seeing such a sight was truly breathtaking. Yi Lan also felt a surge of emotion, remaining silent for a long time. It wasn't until he stepped through the large gate, still some distance from the interior of the cemetery, and walked deeper, that he lifted his psychological invisibility. His gaze shifted, finding Arthur, clad in camouflage, already hidden in the grass, along with the elite squad from Sewage Town currently under his direct command. Yi Lan's eyes flickered slightly, and he raised his hand, making an imperceptible gesture.
Don't come over, don't show yourselves.
After giving the signal, Yilan continued forward.
Li Shichuan had already appeared in his line of sight. Your movement technique is good, I didn't feel you arrive at all.
Li Shichuan scanned Yilan and Bai Taodao, thoughtfully, are just the two of you
coming? Yilan nodded lightly. It's enough.
Li Shichuan's brows furrowed slightly, but he said nothing, only giving a final warning.
My father, he's terrifyingly strong now.
If you can't kill him, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to leave that place.
Terrifyingly strong, huh?
Yilan chuckled lightly, non-committal. If he had truly controlled the entire Radiant City, perhaps he would pose a certain threat to him.
Lead the way.
Li Shichuan nodded, passing through rows of tombs, leading Yilan deeper into the wilderness.
Before long, the sky finally darkened completely.
As night fell, 3 flashlights pierced through the darkness. Suddenly, Yilan paused, and all 3 of them stopped. Not far ahead, in front of several gravestones, a lone figure was kneeling.
This is...
When Yilan shone his flashlight directly on the person's face without hesitation, the other party naturally sensed someone's arrival and turned his
head.
Their eyes met, and Yilan's eyelids twitched slightly.
This is... an acquaintance.
At that moment, the person's eyes became bloodshot, and he let out a piercing roar.
Lan Yuan. It's you. I'm going to fight you to the death.
Ah, this. Li Shichuan seemed a bit confused, but Bai Taodao also recalled something, a strange expression on her face. Yilan also hadn't expected to meet him and was momentarily flustered.
Isn't this Qian Bugu? Click.
Upholding the core principle of the less trouble, the better, Yilan drew his handgun.
Qian Bugu, who was madly charging at Yilan, instantly froze, stopping out of caution. Why are you here? Yilan asked curiously. It had to be said, encountering a comedic character at such a critical moment was truly refreshing. You're still asking me.
This one sentence stimulated Qian Bugu again, making him agitated. But looking at the dark muzzle of the gun, he wisely did not attempt to take another step forward.
You stole my Zhao Yuan.
And you caused me to be punished by my dad to kneel here for several nights. Yilan felt like laughing, but he held it back.
Why were you punished to kneel? Why else?
Qian Bugu said loudly, I spent so much money buying game coins, and got nothing in return. My dad thinks I've completely disgraced the identity of a merchant's son.
Put.
Bai Taodao burst out laughing, and Yilan also couldn't help but let out a smile, which made Qian Bugu even more ashamed and indignant.
Serves him right. Yilan smiled. This was him getting disciplined for squandering money. How much longer do you have to kneel? 2 more nights will do.
Qian Bugu looked at Yilan suspiciously. 3 days and 3 nights, I was punished for a total of 3 days and 3
nights. It's already winter.
Yilan found it amusing, but on second thought, he felt it was a bit light. If he had such a prodigal son in his family, buying game coins at a 50-to-1 ratio and failing to bid on the kiss of the goddess.
Hiss.
Thinking of his purpose for coming here, Yilan raised an eyebrow, then the corners of his mouth curved slightly.
This change in expression made Qian Bugu shiver. What did that mean? Why did he suddenly feel uneasy? Seeing Yilan slowly approach, Qian Bugu backed away quickly. You, what are you doing? Just thought of something happy.
Yilan's mouth curved slightly, and he twirled the revolver in his hand, saying in a low voice, a dark and windy night, a night for killing.
Gulp.
Qian Bugu suddenly swallowed hard.
No, wait. It can't be.
You already got Zhao Yuan, are you still going to cut the grass by the roots?
I'm not even considered an ex-boyfriend. Don't be so petty, okay?
Yilan was still approaching.
But I am Lan Yuan. How can you understand the ways of my rotten god cult with common sense?
Qian Bugu felt he was truly done for. He no longer cared about anything else and turned to run. Help! Help! Watching this idiot finally leave the place where he shouldn't have appeared, Yilan smiled lightly and turned his head. But as he turned, his gaze lingered briefly on Li Zichuan. Li Zichuan seemed to have a headache from the cold night wind, gently tapping his temple with one hand. Yilan subtly shifted his gaze, seemingly unintentionally, but quietly fixed his eyes on Arthur. Arthur in the bushes made a clear gesture, causing Yilan to narrow his eyes. Just now, he discovered traces of another team's presence here. Yilan's brows furrowed slightly, and he suddenly gave Bai Tao Tao a look. Bai Tao Tao was stunned for a moment, then understood. But she still couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of emotion. You're so kind. She started off like the wind without warning, chasing after Chen Bugu, who was fleeing in disarray. A few seconds later, Chen Bugu's wail came from that direction, and he was brought back like a hawk catching a chick, then thrown onto the ground. Splat! Tao Tao sis, no, sister Tao Tao. Don't, my brother always asks me for pocket money, we have a very good relationship. Really? Really? Yilan squatted down, revealing a villainous smile. Who said you could leave? Accumulate strength. You, what are you going to do? Chen Bugu really felt like crying. I won't hold a grudge, really. It's not like you have to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. All right. Yilan smiled faintly and waved his hand. Take him away. Chen Bugu? He was trying to slip away again when Bai Tao Tao pressed a dagger against his neck, making cold sweat pour down Chen Bugu's face. Yilan's expression turned cold once more. I'm too lazy to tie you up. If you want to run, you can think about whether you can outrun Tao Tao. Chen Bugu completely lost his spirit and gave up. At this moment, Li Zichuan finally frowned. Why are we bringing this burden along? Yilan glanced at him and shook his head. Won't he cause us trouble by running out and shouting? Li Zichuan agreed with Yilan's statement, or rather, he had already thought the same thing, just with a more extreme solution in mind. The three, now 4 people continued forward, finally passing through the tombstone area. After that, they still had to cross a vast wilderness, which was empty because not many people had been buried there yet. They kept going until they reached the middle of this vast grassland. Li Zichuan's brow suddenly showed a hint of pain, then he looked down and around. Yilan frowned and glanced at him. What's wrong? I sensed my father's presence. Li Zichuan said, crouching down and running his hand over the soil on the ground, finding a spot that looked no different from anywhere else. But after he brushed it, he immediately realized the soil seemed very loose and could be pushed aside with a touch. Then, an iron, square object was revealed. A secret passage. Li Zichuan explained, then pressed something, and the mechanism opened with a click, revealing a pure black passage that seemed to stretch endlessly. Looking at this narrow, straight tunnel, which even a flashlight couldn't illuminate to its end, Bai Tao Tao felt a little uneasy. She didn't particularly like Li Zichuan, she always felt a discomforting chill from him. She could only say it was a good thing Yilan was here, otherwise, she would never dare to go down this passage. I'll go first. Li Zichuan tied his flashlight to his shoulder and led the way down, demonstrating his composure. Yilan nodded, then glanced at Chen Bugu, a bit hesitant. The reason he let him follow was partly to prevent him from running off and blabbing. More importantly, he suspected Li Zichuan had murderous intent towards Chen Bugu. According to the information Arthur had relayed, there were at least other teams of the same level hidden in the cemetery, and Yilan strongly suspected they were Li Zichuan's people. Of course, this didn't prove anything. For such a big matter, and with Li Zichuan being known among the 4 young masters as cunning, it was normal for him to secretly prepare some manpower. To be safe, it was normal to silence someone like Chen Bugu who had stumbled upon their identity. That's why Bai Tao Tao said she was kind, though Yilan didn't quite agree. Yilan simply didn't want someone he knew to die in front of him, especially when he knew they were going to die. And he felt he hadn't done too much, after all, who knew what else would happen today. Letting Bagu follow him only temporarily saved his life. Very temporarily, because every danger he encountered was extremely over the top. At least, Yilan hadn't decided yet whether to have Arthur control Bagu after he left. That would be the safest for Bagu, but it would reveal Arthur and his group's presence to Li Jichuan's people. You go first. Bagu? He felt this was a road of no return, but he had no choice but to take it. With a long sigh, he resigned himself to his fate. Yilan looked at Bai Tao Tao and nodded gently, then Bai Tao Tao went in third. To her shame, she wouldn't dare to be the last one in this environment. Finally, Yilan entered the tunnel. In the darkness, the four walked neither fast nor slow. Several minutes passed, and they still hadn't reached the end. Even at this point, the powerful flashlight still couldn't penetrate the end of the darkness. Why is it so deep? Yilan asked. He no longer needs to use this body, anyone he controls can be him. Li Jichuan, walking at the very front, said as he walked, so, of course, the further, the better, the safer, the better. Yilan nodded slightly, accepting this explanation. Seeing that all three flashlights were already pointing forward, Yilan moved his own flashlight, observing the surroundings of the tunnel. Then, Yilan frowned. The walls of the tunnel were not sturdy, some places were even just rock layers and soil. No bugs? At this depth, and with so few people coming and going, this wasn't logical. Nearby creatures will all be drawn into that strange world, every single bit is an important component of that other side. Li Jichuan explained. Yilan narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Bagu's legs were getting softer and softer. Where the hell are you guys going? The underworld? So dark, so deep. Why hasn't it ended yet? He started to think Yilan was serious, it was a dark and stormy night for murder. And he seemed so stupid, not even resisting, just obediently cooperating and walking in, even saving them the trouble of destroying the body. He looked back, met Yilan's gaze, and then pulled his head back. It's not that I'm cowardly, it's that there's no way. This ghostly place is just a straight line. Never mind how to get past Yilan and Bai Tao Tao behind him, with these people's firepower, it would be hard for them to even miss him, right? He could only delude himself that Lan Yuan would keep his word. Perform well, and he'd spare his life. Ah, why am I so unlucky? After such a long journey, the group finally reached the end. A tomb chamber that wasn't very large, even somewhat ordinary. It was as if the only purpose of this secret passage was to lead here. In the tomb chamber was a stone platform, with flickering candlelight at its four corners. A richly dressed man lay there quietly, eyes closed. The Li family head. Nothing had happened, there was nothing else unusual here, yet it carried a strange, uncomfortable feeling. Didn't you say that once we got close, we'd be drawn in? Why are we still here? After waiting for dozens of seconds, Yilan finally spoke with some doubt. Li Jichuan was silent for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not sure. Perhaps you are stronger and need to wait longer for a change to occur. Just like, stronger people often can endure the effects of anomalies for longer. Yilan nodded, looking around. Too smooth. No. A more appropriate description would be, he just felt it was too calm. Danger, meow. Mind Cat suddenly shrieked. Yilan also felt it, his body's danger premonition was warning him frantically. It was real danger, a premonition of death. For a moment, Yilan once again carefully observed his surroundings. But there was nothing. Suddenly, Yilan froze. Why must the danger come from here? What if it was from an unseen place? A blow that could kill him, but wasn't delivered casually, required a long period of brewing. This required charging, but such an attack would be too easily detected, it had to be from a position he couldn't find or see. Underground? Yilan looked down, still feeling nothing. In the next instant, Yilan suddenly looked up. The ceiling was quiet, seemingly calm, yet it seemed the danger could only come from above. But above, there were thousands of meters of soil and rock layers.
And then, the surface. The surface. Get down. Yilan's expression changed drastically. He roared, and seeing Chin Bug is still stunned, he kicked him aside, then abruptly pulled Bai Tao Tao over. Then, he raised the chaos bell towards the ceiling. Rumble. Choice. In the midst of a violent rumble, in milliseconds, the entire underground seemed to be torn apart by an indescribable force. It was as if something had rushed down at an incredible speed, splitting the underground like a rift valley, tearing through from the surface. The underground was completely ripped open, allowing Yilan to see the sky from 1,000 meters below. He saw the radiant disk, and below it, a spear-shaped, sharp tentacle piercing through heaven and earth, as if it had broken through spatial distances. The hanging blade beneath the radiant disk, which he had glimpsed once before, finally struck down, taking advantage of Yilan's inability to detect it while he was 1,000 meters underground. Only, this time, it was countless times stronger. Bang 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 bang. In a moment of crisis, the chaos bell fired with incredible speed. In almost a single shudder, 6 bullets were discharged simultaneously. Even though Yilan said nothing, not a single shot missed its target. After all, if this thing wasn't stopped and crashed down, it, which Yilan held above his head, would be the first to make contact. 5 bullets continuously weakened and obstructed the speed of the tentacle blade, and finally, a single strike with the power of instant kill blasted upwards. The Chaos Bell's last bullet directly pierced through the middle of the tentacle spear, soaring skyward and slamming straight into the radiant disk. Splat! The next instant, a protective layer seemed to emerge from above the radiant disk, blocking the bullet, which had already been relieved of most of its power by the tentacle spear. That finishing move bullet belonging to the Chaos Bell. Immediately after, Yilan pulled Bai Tao Tao back, and the tentacle spear plunged straight into the ground where Yilan had previously stood, raising 1,000 layers of shockwaves. Terrifying shockwaves surged through the underground, causing the entire tomb chamber to shake unstably, appearing to be on the verge of collapse. Just then, a startled scream rang out beside Yilan. "Save me!" It was Li Jichuan's voice. Yilan abruptly turned his head. In the direction of the tunnel, an extremely thick tentacle seemed to extend from the end of the tunnel, wrapping tightly around Li Jichuan's waist and pulling him up at an incredible speed. Bang! A shot roared out, but Li Jichuan had already vanished from sight. From afar, the bullet seemed to hit something, but no sound came back for a long time. Damn it! Yilan gritted his teeth. When the crisis arrived, Yilan dealt with Qian Bugu and Bai Tao Tao first, as he believed Li Jichuan had the ability to protect himself. But it seemed his self-preservation ability was not enough to cope with this crisis. Be careful! Bai Tao Tao's face suddenly changed dramatically. The falling tentacle blade crashed down with momentum from the air, and after exploding, it kicked up rolling dust in airwaves, concealing its own changes. But at this moment, just as Yilan heard Li Jichuan's call for help and turned his head to check the situation, countless small, insect-shaped tentacles suddenly split from the dust cloud, rushing towards Yilan in a desperate, all-out attack. Bai Tao Tao pushed Yilan away forcefully, while she herself dodged in another direction. Having dodged the first wave of attack, Yilan's eyes twitched wildly. This unknown thing, these small insects released by the ancient god's touch, couldn't be anything good, even if you just thought about it. Swish! The illusory blade lit up, and Yilan took a step back, slashing down furiously. The tiny, insect-like tentacles fell to the ground like rain. Finally clearing this last wave of attack, Yilan quickly grabbed Bai Tao Tao. Then, his gaze froze for a moment. On Bai Tao Tao's neck, there was a somewhat dazzling red mark. Did something not get dodged? Bai Tao Tao didn't know what this was, but she had already realized something was wrong. Yeah. Yilan dared not delay, not wasting a second. He directly used the illusory blade to cut at the red mark on Bai Tao Tao's neck. Sizzle! Blood splattered. Yilan used the dagger to open the wound, but there was nothing inside, as if it were just an illusion. The next moment, Bai Tao Tao's breathing became unsteady, her whole body fluctuating, feeling as if her entire being was becoming frantic. Yilan's face was as cold as frost. On one hand, he poured his power into Bai Taotao's body, on the other, he grabbed a gene enhancer's treatment agent and somewhat roughly injected it. Bai Taotao's changes slowed for a brief moment, then continued to worsen. Damn! Yilan cursed. It's good that it's effective, but what the hell is it if it only delays for 1 second? Little cat, is there a way? What is this? Meow. Mind Cat materialized, jumping onto Bai Taotao, who was trembling all over from trying to suppress herself. Its expression was solemn. It doesn't look like an attack, meow. It's more like erosion and inducement. Give me an easy-to-understand example. Yilan knew that anxiety was useless and gradually calmed down. It's like your hand, meow, Mind Cat said. Do you remember what you described? After the decisive battle with the ancient god's touch in the shadow of the past, you were eroded a little, meow. There was a little shadow on your hand, meow, that you couldn't get rid of, meow. Yilan immediately remembered, so much so that if Little Cat hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten. It really was completely harmless. You mean, what just infiltrated Bai Taotao was that thing? Mind Cat nodded, but its solemn expression did not diminish in the slightest. It's the same, meow, but the situation is different, meow. That kind of thing. I can only say it's harmless to you. If it were me, it would still have some impact. But Bai Taotao is an ordinary person, meow. Yilan frowned. Bai Taotao's body at this moment was like it had been boiled in a steamer. If his power wasn't flowing inside her, something bad would probably have already happened. I can only think of 2 ways, meow. Mind Cat's expression was not good at all, even a little sad, not at all like it had found a solution. One is to continuously inject your power into her, but that's meaningless, you'll have to stop eventually. Yilan nodded, knowing this was unrealistic, his brows tightly furrowed. What else? The other is to let her have enough power herself. Not to say to contend, but at least to sustain herself. For example, make her your god's chosen. Yilan's eyes lit up slightly. How do I do that? It's too late, meow. Mind Cat was silent for a moment. This process takes a relatively long time, meow, and consumes a relatively large amount of power, meow. During the process, the defenses will be very weak, meow. You can't do it here, meow. I even suspect that the ancient god's touch knew this thing was ineffective against you, and its target was Bai Taotao all along, meow, just waiting for you to reach this point to deliver the final blow to you, meow. I know you're unwilling to let it be, meow. But if you act rashly, no one can be saved, meow. Yilan fell silent. What about you guys? You, Eternal Nightmare, Chaos Bell, you can also develop God's chosen, right? In a sense, everyone is a god. We certainly can, meow, but the problem is, this kind of thing only has no effect on you, but if we ourselves were afflicted with it, the impact would be very significant, meow. The essence of God's chosen is to bestow a certain amount of our power upon humans, meow, which means letting her obtain 1/10 or even 1/100th of my power, meow. It's still not enough to resist such erosion, meow. Yilan said nothing, just looking at Bai Taotao. Mind Cat's eyes also grew dimmer and dimmer, and it lowered its head. Taotao, meow. After a long while, Yilan looked up at the radiant disc in the damn it! Saying no more, under Mind Cat's shocked gaze, Yilan took out a test tube filled with strangely bubbling reagent from his body and injected it into Bai Taotao's neck. Pop! All the medicine was pushed in by Yilan. That was a sample Yilan had casually taken from the artificial anomaly laboratory on the 4th floor of the Bai residence when he left. Special preparation. This was originally meant for the old doctor to research, but as Yilan assigned him more and more tasks, even this project was delayed. To prevent him from causing trouble, Yilan kept it himself, but never expected it to be useful at this moment. Meow. This. Sigh, meow. Mind Cat finally recovered from its shock. On second thought, this seemed to be not only the only current solution but also the best one. If Bai Taotao's strength could be enhanced to an abnormal level through gene enhancement, even if she was still relatively weak, even if she couldn't reach its level, it would be enough to resist, which was much, much better than becoming a god's chosen of some anomaly. This should be fine for now, meow. Right or wrong, it had already been done, and Mind Cat quickly analyzed. Tao Tao has already undergone 3 new gene enhancements, and that specific potion itself has the effect of strengthening towards an abnormal direction, so her adaptability will be much stronger than others. Meow, it should go smoothly, meow. The only thing to worry about, meow. According to your analysis, the ancient god's touch might have some control over these things researched based on it. Meow, I hope there are no accidents, meow. Yilan nodded. First, let's stabilize the situation. Didn't that old doctor say before that there were optimization plans and special methods, and that this hidden danger could most likely be dealt with? Yilan was truly enraged, not only because that bastard ancient god's touch actually laid hands on someone close to him. If the second brother could protect Lin Jiao back then, I'll be damned if I can't protect Bai Taotao. Although Yilan's analogy was actually incorrect. Bai Taotao's current situation was not equivalent to Lin Jiao, who was unborn 60 years ago, it was more like Lin Yuan's state. But Lin Yuan still died in the end. Not to mention Lin Yuan, in Sewage Town 60 years ago, even the Rotten God cult, which was an anomaly, lost 2 members. Bai Taotao's breathing quickly stabilized, but she had fallen into a coma. Fools have their own blessings, meow, maybe she even benefited from this misfortune, meow. Mind Cat jumped around on Bai Taotao, seemingly sensing her state. I didn't even think of this method, meow. As expected, Big Brother Yilan is the smartest, meow. And if it weren't for this, we wouldn't have been able to inject her with this kind of thing, meow. Yilan let out a breath of stale air, his gaze suddenly focused. Why did it feel like he had forgotten someone? At this moment, he noticed Qian Bugu, who was hiding in the corner with a strange expression. What was all this? What was all this? What just happened? What hit us? And you even fought back and forth? What's wrong with Bai Taotao again? I don't understand, I completely don't understand. Rumble. Before Yilan could speak, the tomb chamber shook violently, countless massive stones crashed down, and everything was on the verge of collapse. This is bad, meow. The commotion just now was too big, this place is going to collapse, meow. Yilan's face darkened. Damn it. I hope I don't get buried underground. His eyebrows twitched, and Yilan quickly thought about countermeasures. If he went up now, it would be for nothing. The ancient god's touch, somehow locking onto his position, had attempted to kill him once. This was different from physical death, this was a full-power ability side strike from the ancient god's touch, an entity on par with him. If he died due to oversight, it was uncertain whether he could revive. But then again, the ancient god's touch also didn't want to have a decisive battle with him prematurely, so most likely, if this strike failed, it would feign death again, and even fully guard against him going directly for revenge. Or perhaps, this was deliberately luring him to abandon the Li family line and go directly to seek revenge. In an instant, Yilan thought of many things, but at least one thing was certain. He couldn't leave. So, Yilan took out his communicator. Luo Cho. Return to the night house immediately, bring out the formless hand, and rendezvous with Arthur, prepare to clear the ruins. Wait. Before he finished speaking, Yilan suddenly froze again, his expression dark and uncertain. Was this the ancient god's touch's true goal? To keep him at the cathedral, draw out the power of another ancient god's touch, and use it to somehow destroy his headquarters from within? Damn it! STST still. Just then, Chen Bugu made a trembling sound, and the vibrations around them suddenly quieted down. Yilan looked at him suspiciously, only to see that Chen Bugu held a glowing ability objects in his hand. Still? Yilan glanced around, the tomb chamber indeed seemed to have stilled, and even falling stones above them were eerily suspended in midair.
At that moment, Yilan almost cursed.
Hey! Why didn't you use this thing sooner?
Qian Bugu flinched at Yilan's shout, his face looking as if he was about to cry.
This is just an ability objects. It can only still some normal things, like these falling rocks. I can't make an anomaly still. Damn it, what did I just experience? You seem to have fought a divine battle? Yilan immediately understood.
Indeed, the still ability didn't even give him a sense of sluggishness. It couldn't block the tentacle spear falling from the sky, nor could it
stop Bai Taotao's deterioration. However,
Yilan suddenly thought of Su Lezhang's 5 great rings.
It's good to be rich.
Just then, Yilan felt a hint of dizziness.
Dizziness?
Yilan's expression shifted slightly, his gaze falling upon the Li family head, who lay quietly on the stone platform. Previously, countless falling stones had struck him, but they seemed to dissolve, causing him no damage whatsoever.
Now, his entire body was emitting faint specks of light. Is it going to draw me into dynasty?
As his thoughts turned, Yilan felt increasingly sleepy, increasingly drowsy. His biggest concern was that if his consciousness entered, his body would remain here. Even without a second wave of attack from the ancient god's touch, once Qian Bugu's ability object's effect ceased, these people would be crushed. Once again, Yilan dialed his communicator.
Hello? Yilan? Are you okay? Did the radiant disk just attack the Sunset Cemetery position? Yilan took a deep breath.
You arranged the allocation of forces, don't worry about Radiant City's reaction anymore.
We'll be buried underground in 5 minutes at the latest. Lin Jiao?
The external matters really depend on you, please.
Lin Jiao? Damn it! Wait, how do I? Beep. Beep. Lin Jiao. Damn it!
Lin Jiao cursed and quickly walked to a hidden area within the rotten church. God of the Void, emergency situation, I need your help.
Sunset Cemetery, underground tomb chamber.
Eerie light patterns spread throughout the room, and Yilan felt as if something was trying to invade his consciousness. Of course, that was destined to be futile. Yilan was making his final preparations before entering the dynasty.
Nightmare, are you there?
I'm here. What are your orders?
From the sound, Eternal Nightmare was clearly much more active.
After all, if it wasn't more active, it would be relegated to being a car watcher.
Can your sleep ability be timed?
Eternal Nightmare was clearly bewildered.
Huh? I guess so. Yilan nodded.
Use your power on me, make me fall asleep in 5 minutes.
I won't resist. Eternal Nightmare fell into deep confusion. Fall asleep? At this time, in this place, fall asleep?
At this moment, with the successive drastic changes, Yilan's thoughts were clearer than ever before.
I still don't know what the dynasty is like inside. I'm worried I might not wake up in there.
If my state isn't right and I'm unaware of it, I'll need external stimulation. And suddenly falling asleep in reality is a very reasonable form of stimulation. Eternal Nightmare finally understood Yilan's plan, gradually becoming surprised.
My sleep ability can be used like this? Then I'll use it on you. Don't you dare retaliate against me.
Yilan gave Eternal Nightmare a slightly strange look, its eyes were full of suspicion that he was fishing for enforcement. After all, if it attacked him, he could justifiably devour it.
Don't worry, Yilan reassured, a hint of amusement in his voice.
Finally, Yilan's vision suddenly flickered with light and shadow, as if he saw that strange starry sky again, going to another place. His last glimpse was of an endless, verdant, and beautiful wilderness under the sunlight. In the middle of the wilderness was a massive ancient city and a majestic imperial palace.
Continue to play music, continue to dance.
Yilan, drowsy, opened his eyes and stretched comfortably.
So comfortable.
Another day spent watching dancing girls until he fell asleep.
Dancing girls?
Yilan felt something was off, but recalling the scene, he thought nothing was wrong. His gaze turned to the window, where the morning light was faintly shining in. Yilan sat up from his couch and tidied his loose dragon robe. Strange, isn't this my clothes? Why do I always feel a strange discomfort when wearing them? Yilan's gaze shifted slightly, then suddenly froze. A beautiful girl lay on the other side of the bed, her eyes tightly closed, sleeping soundly. What the hell? Oh no, isn't this Bai Tao Tao, my most beloved imperial concubine? Just then, a figure flickered outside the door, but did not enter. Only a lively, chirping voice came in. Your Majesty, meow. Those foolish ministers are urging you to attend court again, meow. Hearing the voice, Yilan felt a sudden familiarity. This was a powerful demon beast called Mind Cat, the chief steward of his imperial palace. Generally speaking, this position was held by eunuchs, but ultimately it was because eunuchs lacked that function, making it convenient for them to move around the royal inner chambers. And this? A small cat, and a female cat at that, what bad intentions could she have? And because she understood him so well, he, with a wave of his hand, gave her this position. Tucking the quilt more snugly around Bai Tao Tao, Yilan got up. Come in. Creak. The door was pushed open, and the small cat bounded in. Your Majesty, why don't you attend court today? I heard, meow. The ministers are furious, meow. Hearing this, Yilan's eyes widened. Go? Go where? Where are yesterday's opera troupe and dancing girls? They can be brought over. Continue the music, continue the dance. Mind Cat. It looked a bit troubled. Alright, meow. Do I have to dance too today, meow? Yilan smiled and nodded. That's for sure, you and Tao Tao will dance together. Mind Cat. Suddenly, Yilan's body swayed, his entire body almost completely losing support, nearly falling to the ground. After much effort to regain control, he finally fell onto the bed. Your Majesty, meow. What's wrong, meow? Mind Cat rushed over anxiously. Yilan felt his head was incredibly heavy, and for a moment he didn't quite hear what Mind Cat was saying. Tired, Yilan raised his hand. Sleepy. I'm so sleepy. I can't, I need to sleep. No. Yilan suddenly felt strange. Didn't I just wake up? Frowning tightly, Yilan began to think. He was so sleepy he couldn't help but close his eyes, but as soon as he closed them, it felt like he was about to wake up. What's going on? Suddenly, Yilan began to resist the drowsiness and abruptly woke up. He really woke up. Then, his whole person was stunned for a moment. What the hell? What is this? Oh. Dynasty. That consciousness world. Bai Tao Tao, the small cat, they all indeed came in together. But Yilan looked at the dragon robe on him, only feeling somewhat comical. What the hell is this? It's one thing for me to come in, but why is this dynasty's emperor script on me? Suddenly, Yilan's head throbbed violently. It was as if some completely forgotten memories were forcibly squeezed in. After a long while, Yilan raised his head once again. Hometown. Yilan suddenly remembered, he remembered that place he entered after feigning death on Guangwei Road, and everything that followed there. Hometown. What exactly was that place? Why did he completely forget everything that happened there after leaving? And when he was there, the small cat and the others. Yilan glanced at Mind Cat, deep in thought. It was similar to now, with obvious memory problems, or rather, a lack of memory. What was the common point between these two? Why could the dynasty make him recall things about hometown? Gradually, Yilan's brows relaxed slightly. Although it wasn't good news, he thought of a possibility. The Li family's dynasty project was researched and built based on a certain structure of the ancient god's touch. In other words, the focus was on the ancient god's touch, on that structure. The ancient god's touch and he were existences of the same level. It was not surprising that after his death he remained in hometown, and the ancient god's touch had a similar space.
The problem was, why did he forget? Was a certain structure missing? So that after connecting to the dynasty, he remembered everything from back then again. I'm ready, meow. While he was thinking, Mind Cat's voice suddenly rang out again.
Yilan focused his gaze, his mouth twitching, his thoughts no longer so coherent.
2 dance costumes.
Seeing that Mind Cat was about to jump over and call by Tao Tao to get up and start dancing, Yilan quickly stopped him.
Wait. No dancing today.
His eyes moved slightly. Yilan surveyed his surroundings, a plan forming in his mind.
Today, I'm in a very good mood. Let's attend court and see. Mind Cat? Alright, meow, let's go, meow.
Before long, a large sedan chair was set up in front of the palace gate. Yilan stepped onto it, and the sedan chair was immediately carried away.
Yilan pulled open the curtain and took a look. Well, he didn't recognize them.
But seeing the aura of security guards in their eyes, Yilan suspected they were the security team from Sunset Cemetery.
Mind Cat sat furtively in the corner of the sedan chair.
Yilan chuckled softly and patted his own shoulder.
It's against etiquette, meow. It's against etiquette, meow.
The small cat, while maintaining its dignity, jumped onto him. With a light laugh, Yilan watched the scene outside through the subtly revealing curtains.
Dynasty.
Yilan murmured. So now, the first question was his identity in this consciousness world. Either it was arranged by the Li family head, who had full control over this place, but what was the purpose? Or it was because his essence conflicted with this plane, or carried suppressive power, so his position in this world was directly elevated to the highest.
Let's first attend court and see what the hell is going on.
Yilan slowly exhaled a turbid breath. A few minutes later, the large sedan chair was carried all the way to the great hall of the court meeting.
Your Majesty arrives, meow.
Long live, long live our emperor. Amidst the shouts of long live, Yilan was so embarrassed his toes curled, but he maintained a calm and composed expression on his face as he slowly
sat on the imperial throne. Rise. As the eternal night envoy, Yilan's tone in this kind of role-playing was very well controlled.
The ministers rose one after another. Yilan scanned them. Civil officials and military officials each stood in a row. There wasn't a single person he knew among the military official group.
And the civil official group was led by Qian Bagu. Yilan. Qian Bagu? What the heck, Qian Bagu? The dynasty's memories echoed in Yilan's mind, and in an instant, Yilan understood his current identity.
Minister of Revenue, to put it plainly, he was in charge of money. This script suited him quite well.
He actually had a part to play? Most importantly, why did he still look like he was on the verge of death? Hadn't he recovered even after entering the script?
Just as he was hesitating how to address the assembled court, Qian Bagu, with a look of resignation, spoke loudly in the great hall.
Your Majesty. Imperial concubine buy is a disaster for the nation.
You haven't attended court for a month.
Please, Your Majesty, care for the common people, consider affairs of state, and demote Imperial concubine buy to the cold palace. Yilan. What the hell? Court meeting. How dare you?
Just then, Mind Cat slammed a paw on the table, sending wood chips flying.
How dare you meddle in Night Blue Majesty's family affairs, meow. I think you have a death wish, meow.
Qian Bagu puffed out his chest and took a step forward, retorting. You foolish cat, shut up. You have an intimate relationship with that vixen, you control the court, and conspire with the inner palace.
Night Blue Majesty has been bewitched by the two of you. You're spewing nonsense, meow. It's people like you who are occupying positions without doing anything, meow.
Even the smallest, most trivial matters have to be brought up to disturb Night Blue Majesty's mood, meow. The man and the cat started arguing, and Yilan felt his head begin to pound. He pulled his thoughts back. You guys can argue a bit longer. His gaze swept across the court, but Yi Lan's thoughts were not there. Looking beyond the surface to the essence, Yi Lan was clearly contemplating the most crucial matters. Where is the enemy? Where is the danger? Where will the attack come from? It was certain that this should be a world controlled by the Li family head. And his uncontrolled arrival, without even knowing what caused it, holding a high position, how would he react? Ignoring it was impossible, an attack could happen at any time. In fact, when he wanted to leave, the best way was to kill the Li family head. But if he kept not showing up, how was he supposed to leave this place? With a slight shift in thought, Yi Lan narrowed his eyes, reached for his waist, and let out a sigh of relief. The Chaos Bell and Illusory Blade were both there. Including all his other weapons, like the grappling hook, the small Chaos Bell, and the flashlight, they were all on him. His combat power was almost undiminished. Wait, was his combat power really unaffected? His thoughts sinking, Yi Lan quietly asked Mind Cat. Do you have any special abilities? Special abilities, meow? Mind Cat, in the midst of arguing, turned his head back, looking puzzled. Yes, meow. I'm proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, meow. Yi Lan. Although helpless, Yi Lan had a rough guess. In this place, external powers should be subject to certain restrictions. Either they couldn't be used, or abnormal powers could only be used after memory recovery. But at least two exceptions could be confirmed, himself and the Li family head. Tap, tap, tap. Yi Lan's fingertips lightly tapped the table, and he narrowed his eyes. The biggest problem now was that he didn't recognize almost any of these people, which meant the Li family head's counterattack could come from anywhere. Yi Lan turned his head and looked at Mind Cat. Little cat, how are the palace's defenses? At the mention of this, Mind Cat immediately became animated, glaring fiercely at Xian Bugu, as if saying, you just wait, meow. The two grand generals of the state have just returned to court, meow. They are just waiting for your command to come for an audience, meow. Yi Lan? Grand generals of the state, what are those? Summon them. Yi Lan calmly waved his hand and sat up straight. This clearly seemed like an unusual event. According to Yi Lan's speculation, it was most likely the Li family head's first wave of attack. Outside the main hall, a voice immediately rang out. Summon Grand Generals of the state, Arthur, Luocho, to court for an audience. Yi Lan? Looking at the familiar figures of two armored men, walking with steady steps towards him at the end of the court, Yi Lan almost spat out a mouthful of water. Ha! However, in the next moment, Yi Lan understood, a thoughtful expression on his face. Arthur and Luocho had each brought a small team, hidden in Sunset Cemetery to support him. Now it seemed they still hadn't escaped the scope of this consciousness space's absorption. This was both good and bad, so Yi Lan stopped dwelling on it. The bad thing was that Yi Lan lost the external support and monitoring forces at the same time, but the good thing was that his own power in this place was strengthened, and they could provide him with more assistance in destroying the Li family's plan. Very good, come to my side. As Yi Lan spoke, Arthur and Luocho were overwhelmed by favor, and all the officials looked at each other. What did this mean? Letting military generals stand by your side? Aren't you afraid of them drawing their swords and beheading the incompetent emperor? Arthur and Luocho were about to remove their swords, but Yi Lan stopped them. No need, keep your swords on. If you unequip your gear, who will fight when an attack comes? In the Sewage Town era, that was fine, starting with just a cat, he had no choice but to do everything himself. But what time was it now? Not to mention that in the real world, he already had the foundation of a faction, and in this scenario, he was the emperor. He couldn't possibly be expected to fight both small fries and the boss, could he? Seeing Arthur Luocho approach, Yi Lan slowly stood up. I received intelligence from Little Cat that a group of assassins snuck into the city today, targeting high-ranking officials and important figures. Mind Cat? When did I get this intelligence? Of course, he would never expose Yi Lan. That's right, meow. Xian Bugu frowned tightly and spoke again.
Your Majesty. Is there any actual clue? I suspect this is just this cat's way of eliminating dissidents.
Seeing Chin Bugu and Little Cat about to argue again, Elon interrupted them. I declare the entire city in a state of war, with the entire city sealed off.
Daytime activities are restricted, gatherings of 5 or more people must be reported, and there is a curfew.
Ignoring the murmuring of the officials, Elon turned his head and looked at the equally bewildered Arthur Luocho.
How many men do you have now?
Arthur and Luocho exchanged glances, then proudly raised their heads.
10 men. Elon. What kind of dynasty was this? The Grand Generals returned to court, and the entire army only had 10 men?
However, Elon found this number completely reasonable. It was the number for 2 small teams, all people from Sewage Town who were sucked into this consciousness world together. With the elite nature of this group, as long as they were used properly.
His mind settling, Elon smiled at Arthur and Luocho.
My imperial palace is like an iron barrel, you two need not worry. You two must remember that you are also among the assassination targets, so be vigilant at all times and protect yourselves well. Arthur and Luocho were deeply moved, both feeling the excitement of a scholar willing to die for his confidant.
Who wouldn't want to pledge their life to such an emperor? Yes, Your Majesty. Elon nodded in satisfaction and stood up. Court dismissed.
Seeing the crowd gradually disperse, Elon beckoned to Chin Bugu.
Come to my study.
It was just that Elon didn't care about the affairs here, otherwise, any emperor who acted like this would have long since alienated his subjects. Chin Bugu hesitated for a moment, then bowed.
Yes.
Before long, Elon was seated in his study. Little Cat, Chin Bugu, Arthur, and Luocho were all present. Compared to the Grand Court Assembly, this was where the truly important decisions were made.
The study meeting. As for why Chin Bugu was here, he didn't seem to be considered one of Yilan's confidants at all.
But at least, among so many unfamiliar locals, Chin Bugu was a very clear one, having been teleported in with him. His status was definitely a bit better than the others. In the quiet, no one knew what this emperor, who indulged in nightly revelry and hadn't attended court for half a month, wanted to discuss in secret. Especially Chin Bugu, who looked around at the people present, feeling extremely uneasy. Was he going to ask for money to hire the best opera troupe? Or embark on a grand construction project to build entertainment venues in the palace? Or perhaps noble consort Bai had already bored him, and he was preparing for another grand city-wide selection of consorts? His gaze swept over Arthur and Luocho, and Chin Bugu let out a soft hiss again. Surely, His Majesty wasn't getting playful and seeking thrills, intending to hide his identity and forcibly abduct women from the populace? What should he do? Should he vehemently dissuade him, or remain silent and concede a little? This was different from the Grand Court Assembly. Everyone here was Yilan's confidant, and there were also 2 Grand Generals. If he truly angered them, being beheaded himself would be a small matter. Yilan could completely declare to the outside world that he had attempted assassination and was decapitated on the spot. Not only would he die tragically, but his good name in later generations would also be completely gone. Yilan spoke to Little Cat. Little Cat, are there any factions starting with 4 in the city right now? Mind Cat grew even more puzzled.
Why was Night Blue Majesty saying things he didn't understand today? 4. Yilan nodded.
For example, the 4 great families, 4 great powers, 4 heavenly kings, anyway, similar prefixes.
Are there any in the city? Mind Cat thought for a moment, then tentatively spoke. The 4 young masters, meow? Yilan. Search. What the heck, this is messed up. There are 4 young masters here too? But, that's not right. Yilan's suspicions grew.
He had a general idea of the current locations of the 4 young masters. Logically, besides Li Zichuan, none of the other 3 should be here right now.
Are they here? Yilan asked in a deep voice.
After thinking about the clues he had, the Mind Cat explained.
Most of them aren't here, meow.
Except for the young master from the Li family who was sick in bed, the other 3 young masters have all gone out of the city to play, meow. Yi Lan breathed a sigh of relief. This was more reasonable. If Su Lezhang appeared here, it would either mean he had already fallen victim, or it would indicate that the Li family's dynasty had already covered the entire Radiant City. Both of these worried Yi Lan, especially when Bai Taotao almost died earlier. Yi Lan suddenly realized how much he feared losing the people around him. Li Zichuan, Yi Lan narrowed his eyes. He was always uneasy about Li Zichuan. It was at this moment that he understood what Bai Taotao had once said, Li Zichuan always makes people feel uncomfortable. Yet, at the same time, his various motives and actions seemed righteous and reasonable. What are the identities of their 4 families? Yi Lan asked tentatively. They are the 4 great merchant guilds, meow, the Mind Cat explained. Their 4 families combined are rich enough to rival a nation, meow. I've always suggested confiscating their assets, meow. Xian Bugu opened his mouth, then gently closed it. This treacherous minister was trying to bewitch His Majesty again. He felt a bit like a rabbit lamenting the death of a fox, but then he thought that confiscating even one of their family's assets would make the National Treasury comfortable and no longer worry about His Majesty wanting to undertake grand construction projects, so he couldn't make up his mind. Upon hearing 4 great merchant guilds, Yi Lan already understood. If there were no surprises, this was the identity of the 4 great families here. Did they attend court just now? Xian Bugu looked at Yi Lan suspiciously. Had His Majesty's mind been ruined by indulging in women? They are merchants and have no official positions. Without being summoned by His Majesty, how could they attend court? Yi Lan didn't know what he was thinking and nodded lightly. In that case, issue the decree. Order the guild heads of the 4 great merchant guilds to immediately attend court and have an audience. Seeing Xian Bugu hesitate again, Yi Lan forced a smile and spoke gently. Even if we don't confiscate their assets, we should meet and talk with them to alleviate the urgent needs of the national treasury. Xian Bugu opened his mouth, then lowered his head. Your Majesty, actually, what I wanted to say is that Guild Headley has rebellious intentions. Yi Lan? He came here to disrupt Li family head's plan. This was a natural development, but the problem was, this was theoretically his dynasty. Shouldn't he be gathering people, setting up plans, slowly overthrowing and killing Li family head in this world, in this script, then disrupting the plan and leaving here gracefully? How did it turn around, with him becoming the emperor, using the power of the entire nation to encircle and suppress Li family head? How many people do they have? Yi Lan asked in a deep voice. As an emperor, it would be unreasonable if he wasn't angry at this moment. At that moment, Chen Bugu felt his lips were a bit chapped. He lowered his head, both ashamed and worried. About half or more of the entire court has probably been bribed. Yi Lan? Although he knew he couldn't blame the little cat, after all, everyone just came in today, and everything before was fixed plot, but Yi Lan still couldn't help but glance at the little cat. Such a big matter, and you didn't report it? The Mind Cat had an expression of everything being under control and waved its paw. Your Majesty, don't worry, meow. Bai Taotao and I have already followed up on this matter. You don't need to worry, meow. Yi Lan? Bai Taotao? Yi Lan's expression was strange. Isn't her current script that of a noble consort? Your Majesty, have you forgotten, meow? You bestowed an official position upon her and commanded her to organize a force that belongs only to you, called the Evernight Guard, meow. An elite force combining intelligence and assassination, meow. Yi Lan. He now seriously doubted what kind of script he had actually taken on. In-laws meddling in politics, eunuchs wielding power, merchants buying half the court, and then there seemed to be a Jin Yi Xing, embroidered uniformed nightwalkers, a secret police force. The buffs were completely maxed out. Rubbing his head, Yi Lan was too lazy to care. He wasn't really going to be an emperor in this ghostly place, he just needed to eliminate Li family head, and this place would probably vanish into thin air. Little cat, call Tao Tao over. Okay, meow.
Yilan then asked some detailed questions about the 4 great merchant guilds.
Not long after, the Mind Cat led by Tao Tao in. Bai Tao Tao had changed into a dark blue tight-fitting suit, her hair tied in a high ponytail, and she wore a hat similar to a constable's, looking
heroic and spirited.
Sit first. Yes. Looking at Bai Tao Tao, Chen Buga showed a complex expression.
This demon consort.
However, when it came to serious business like now, Bai Tao Tao appeared very professional. Arthur and Luo Cho hadn't asked much throughout. They had already made up their minds to do whatever Yilan said.
But not long after, Chen Bugu couldn't hold back anymore. Your Majesty, what are we waiting for?
Yilan looked at him with the gaze one would give an idiot.
Waiting for what? Didn't I issue a decree for the 4 great families to come for an audience?
At this moment, Chen Bugu almost felt like an idiot himself.
That's right.
Then, he became even more worried.
What if they don't come?
This was completely like a hongmen banquet, a treacherous feast, and they harbored ill intentions.
If it were him, he definitely wouldn't dare to come.
Before Yilan could speak, someone rushed in to report from outside the door.
Your Majesty.
The 4 guild heads claimed to be ill, fearing they might infect Your Majesty, and thus find it inconvenient to attend court for an audience.
Yilan's lips curled, and he stood up.
Tao Tao, Arthur, Luo Cho, gather all your people. Xian Buga's expression was solemn, sensing that something big was about to happen.
Sure enough, the next second, Yilan tucked a revolver into his dragon robe. Follow me to confiscate the 4 great merchant guilds. Xian Bugu?
He was truly dumbfounded. He had originally thought that if Yilan were to confiscate their assets, he would first try to stop him, then half-heartedly give in and no longer
dissuade him. But why was he going personally? Your Majesty, please take care of your imperial body.
There's no need to put yourself in danger for such a small matter.
Put himself in danger? Yilan couldn't help but curl his lips, seemingly remembering some amusing scenes. Haven't you seen an emperor wearing a dragon robe, holding a desert eagle, and going rat-a-tat-tat? Xian Bugu? Borrowing a knife to kill?
Soon, the group rode their horses through the city streets. Yilan was accompanied by 2 great military corps that protected the nation, and the terrifying Ever Night Guards, making his presence seem incredibly
grand.
But in reality, the 2 great military corps combined consisted of only a dozen or so people, and with some local guards conscripted, it was about
20 people.
The Ever Night Guards were even more ridiculous. Originally, there were only Bai Tao Tao and the kitten. No, one of them might not even be considered a
person.
However, Yilan was not at all worried about establishing a numerical advantage. According to his deductions, the scale of the teams here was proportional, which was why the 2 great military corps only had a dozen people. Similarly, the retainers of the 4 great merchant guilds would not be too many. Even if they could mobilize more than 5 people, it would be akin
to having private armies.
Along the way, Yilan watched the bustling pedestrians, full of life. From time to time, children and geese chased or were chased, and the aroma of steamed buns and noodles wafted from street food stalls, also lifelike, as if it were a real city. But Yilan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper.
There were a few too many people.
According to Li Zichuan, the people here were definitely not generated from the void but were residents of Radiant City controlled by the Li family.
Head, one of many subbodies.
For the size of a city, this was indeed very, very few, but it still amounted to no less than 5,000 people.
5,000 people.
This meant that in the current Radiant City, 5,000 people had unknowingly been replaced by walking corpses. But if one didn't consider the outside world and only looked at this place, it seemed quite good. There were no longer any strange forces or disturbances to affect normal life. At that moment, Yilan was momentarily lost in thought. If one didn't consider the outside world, the sensory experience here was so real, seemingly no different from the outside. The reason for the significant sense of detachment was simply that there were too few people, for instance, the 2 great military corps combined,
totaling 10 people. But what if the Li family ultimately succeeded and controlled the entire Radiant City?
Everything here would be incredibly perfect, because Radiant City itself was a large city with a population of over 500,000. If everything in the outside world could no longer affect this place, would everyone? Yilan frowned, his thoughts completely reined in, and he became fully alert.
What am I thinking? Isn't this self-deception? Don't I know what the people who become sub-bodies and enter here are like in the outside world?
Soulless, walking corpses.
And I was just momentarily lost in thought because of this? Gradually, Yilan thought of many things. Was the third brother's shadow of the past migration plan another form of escape, similar in effect to the situation here?
The only difference was that one was human escape, and the other was anomaly escape. After a long while, Yilan sighed softly, murmuring to himself.
Live in reality.
He truly affirmed his path. No matter how difficult, no matter that it was already the wasteland, he must live in reality.
Night Blue Majesty, meow. We've arrived, meow.
Yilan snapped back to attention, leaping from his horse. Before him was a magnificent mansion. No one was outside the gate, so Yilan strode forward and loudly knocked on the door. Soon, a voice came from inside.
Who's there? Banging on our main gate?
A Li family retainer grumbled as he pushed open the door. Holding a wooden stick, he clearly intended to hit someone. But before he could even raise the stick, he froze. A revolver was pressed against his forehead. Although he didn't seem to recognize what a revolver was, his gaze repeatedly swept over the crowd outside.
Grand General of the Nation? National Military Corps? Evernight Guards? Then wouldn't this person in dragon robes be?
Your humble subject greets your majesty. Long live, long live your majesty.
Yilan. Damn it.
Stop chanting that slogan. I really don't want to face the social death situation after leaving this place. Fortunately, Lin Jiao didn't participate in this operation with him, otherwise, one could easily imagine Lin Jiao greeting him with this humble. Maiden greets Night Blue Majesty long live your majesty every time she saw him after leaving the dynasty.
Ugh.
Composing himself, Yilan waved his hand.
Luo Chao's squad quickly moved forward and apprehended the Li family retainer.
Yilan strode inside. No one recognized what Yilan held in his hand, but they all felt a strange sense of security. Arthur and Luo Chao exchanged glances. One person was left to guard the captive, while the rest advanced grandly, doing their best to protect Yilan from behind.
Search. The entire search operation went unexpectedly smoothly, encountering almost no resistance. The entire mansion was thoroughly searched, and 2 people were tied up and thrown into the main hall. Before Yilan could speak, Bai Taodao's surprised cry rang out. Father? Why are you here? Isn't this the Li residence being searched? Why are you here? Yilan focused his gaze, narrowing his eyes. The 2 figures indeed caused him great surprise. The Bai family head and the Zhao family head. The unexpected development made Yilan pause, his thoughts rapidly spinning in his mind. Logically, killing a controlled subbody outside would not result in the death of the person in the dynasty, because their consciousness was already here. But what if the person in the dynasty died? The one outside, in the real world, would definitely die. Yilan pressed the revolver against the Zhao family head's head, his eyes narrowed sharply. Should I kill him? If he were killed here, the Zhao family head would truly be dead. Whatever plans he had outside, everything would be over. The Bai family head should actually be killed even more, but considering the circumstances, Yilan couldn't bring himself to kill him when Bai Taodao was present and the man was utterly defenseless. Sigh. After a long while, Yilan took a deep breath, setting aside the temptation within his grasp. No, something must be wrong. Is that all? Isn't it too simple? Just like this, right here, it ends? 1 shot each, and half of Radiant City's problems are solved? And then another shot to kill the Li family head, and I can directly go fight the ancient god's touch? No, something must be wrong. Why are those two here? They couldn't possibly be controlled by the Li family head, nor could they be a sub-body. Tie them up tightly and keep an eye on them.
After giving the order, Yilan sat confidently on the long bench behind the table, narrowing his eyes. It was too strange, everything that had happened so far had a sense of absurdity, as if he were being led along.
It was so smooth that it felt absurd and unsettling.
Why are they here?
Recalling the known clues, Yilan thought of many things. City Lord Su hasn't appeared, and couldn't appear, because he's too far away, in the lower district. The setting of the four young masters is also worth scrutinizing, going out to play.
Can it be understood that this place has already prepared
positions for them, and they are also among the targeted individuals?
It's unlikely that the Bai family head and the Zhao family head are controlled, otherwise, gene enhancement and prosthetic body modifications couldn't possibly have been researched to this extent, their acting would be too real. So there's only one possibility for them to appear here. Yilan looked up, all clues converging. They were passively drawn in because they were too close. Like himself, like the kitten, Bai Taodao, like Arthur Luocho, like Shen Bugu. Then by analogy, assuming the Bai family head and the Zhao family head were drawn in, they would definitely be rescued from here very quickly.
How could there be such a coincidence in this world?
They appeared here now, even if only briefly.
This is like an opportunity created by someone. Someone wants to use me to get rid of them.
Yilan sneered, and the only one who can control this place is the Li family head, or Li Zichuan.
Beast.
Yilan put his revolver back into its holster, strode forward, and came before the Li family head and the Zhao family head, a hint of mockery on his
face. It was half an act, half genuine. What a pair of fools, sold out and still trying to act tough.
The Bai family head and the Zhao family head remained silent, staring coldly at Yilan.
This dog emperor. Who do you think led me here? Where are the people surnamed Li?
Yilan said with a chuckle, how is it that the father and son just happen to not be home, and it just so happens
that you two are here?
Both their expressions changed slightly, and as they exchanged glances, their faces completely darkened.
Why don't you think again about why you chose to come today? Were you incited?
Adding the final spark, Yilan deliberately gave them half a minute to think, then delivered the final blow the moment their trust
shattered. Now, can you tell me where the father and son went?
The Zhao family head's expression changed several times, then he gritted his teeth.
I'm not sure.
But I know old Li seems to want to harm your guardian beast. That old bastard just wants to use us two as bait to lure you out, while he has already infiltrated the palace.
Guardian beast? What is that?
Yilan glanced at the mine cat, and seeing that it seemed to know something, he didn't ask further. If the Li family head's strength and dynasty truly wasn't as good as his own, a trade-off attack was to be expected. And without a doubt, everyone was following a script, but the Li family head and he were the only two who were clear-headed. No matter what that guardian beast was, it must be a power he believed could deal with him. Yilan had a guess, it was probably an anomaly.
An anomaly controlled by the Li family head, transformed into a sub-entity. TSK. Yilan didn't know what to say for a moment.
Gradually, he realized that anomalies were actually quite fragile.
Release them.
Ha! Not to mention the Bai family head and the Zhao family head, even Tao Tao and the mine cat couldn't believe Yilan's command.
Night Blue Majesty. Really, Meow?
They are clearly plotting against you, and there's already solid evidence, Meow. Yilan chuckled softly.
Release them.
He didn't know why the two of them appeared here, nor why they were sent to him to be killed.
But Yilan at least understood one principle. Don't let the enemy get what they want. Kick them out.
Seeing that both family heads were looking at him like he was a schemer, Yilan grew increasingly annoyed, waved his hand, and
motioned for them to be quickly thrown out.
Amidst the chaos, Yilan's brow furrowed deeper and deeper.
I always feel like I've missed something? Slap.
Yilan's eyes widened slightly, and he slammed his hand heavily on the table, startling everyone, who all turned back.
The two family heads even showed expressions of "See, I knew it, I knew you wouldn't let us go." Yilan's mouth twitched slightly, and he ground his teeth. "Get those two eyesores out." Oh, yes. At your command."
After another bout of chaos, the hall finally quieted down, and Yilan finally remembered what he had overlooked. The enemy simply couldn't have known that he could wake up here, and remember his outside memories here.
The Li family head could be completely confident.
Even seeing the mind cat state, it was clear that the world here could make an anomaly forget everything, leaving it helpless. Even the hometown of a similar nature, even he himself would forget his past and present lives. The difference was, he used the eternal nightmares times sleep here to exploit a bug.
What if he hadn't woken up?
Yilan began to deduce along this line of thought, and then was struck by the image in his imagination.
Continue with the music and dancing, and the monarch never attends court again, right? And then what? Following this development, Yilan's position could be said to be extremely unstable.
Externally, half of the court had been replaced by the four great merchant guilds. Internally, there was interference from imperial relatives and
eunuchs manipulating the court. He feared it wouldn't be long before he was secretly overthrown.
This was not impossible. If he hadn't woken up, Yilan would have completely forgotten his anomaly abilities.
Pushing back a little further.
The other party most likely didn't anticipate that he had 3 elite squads hidden in the Sunset Cemetery on the surface, meaning that in their plan there were no 2 great generals, Arthur Luocho, and no army, so overthrowing him would have been met with no resistance.
A double kill formation?
Yilan mused, either I die, or the 2 family heads, Bai and Zhao, die.
The Li family's attitude was quite intriguing. What did it mean to betray those two?
If the 2 family heads were accidentally drawn in here, they were destined not to stay long, otherwise the outside world would notice something
amiss.
In other words, as long as he didn't kill them, they would soon leave here.
Leave.
Yilan narrowed his eyes and looked up.
Mind cat, where did they go? The mind cat had an expression of deep regret, as if saying, you regret it now, thinking of killing them now? Tao Tao just sent me a message, meow. The 2 guild masters have left the city without stopping, meow. Should we send people to pursue them, meow? Leaving the city. Yilan was thoughtful. Should I also try leaving the city? Does leaving the city mean I can leave here? No. Even if I can get out, why would I want to leave? I came to kill the Li family head. Yilan stood up. Return to the palace.
On the way back, there were no longer many people on the streets, giving it a somewhat desolate feel. Yilan declared a citywide curfew and confiscated the 4 great merchant guilds. All of this felt like a game to Yilan, but for the people living here, it was undoubtedly a city in turmoil, filled with anxiety. Finally, back in the palace again, Yilan was about to say something when he looked back and saw the Mind Cat and Tao Tao staring at him expectantly. Their gaze made Yilan feel a bit uncomfortable.
What's wrong? We're ready. Should we continue with the music and dancing? Yilan? Dance, my foot. Did you 2 forget that the one surnamed Li has already infiltrated the palace and is about to tamper with the guardian beast? Tao Tao looked at Yilan suspiciously and questioned. But didn't your majesty tell us that it's precisely at times like these that we should enjoy ourselves first? What a pity if it's the last moment of life. Yilan? Damn it, what kind of script am I in? A muddle-headed ruler, a muddle-headed ruler. Aren't you 2 worried at all? The Mind Cat waved its paw. Your Majesty, you're joking again. Didn't you tell us all this, meow? That's no guardian beast, it's clearly an ancient fierce beast sealed here, meow. Who cares about that Li family head, meow? Anyone who goes will die, meow. Ah.
Yilan felt it was utterly absurd.
Is this really not the Mind Cat's consciousness world? Why are there so many fantasy elements? So, what does that ancient fierce beast look like? Very ugly, meow. The mind cat gesticulated wildly as it described, it looks disgusting, meow. Pitch black, meow, like a big praying mantis over 10 meters tall, meow. It's covered in fleshy wings, meow. Its entire body is covered in blades of various sizes, meow. If it escapes, just a single movement could destroy this city, meow. Ha! Yilan frowned, a magic scythe? But it's just a magic scythe. He wasn't the same person he was when he first arrived in Sewage Town. Why would the Lee family head believe a magic scythe could deal with him? Unless it wasn't just one magic scythe. Return to the team. Night Blue Majesty looked around at the trusted aides nearby and nodded. Take me to see it. Mind Cat was startled and quickly spoke. No, Your Majesty. If we don't activate it, it's safe inside, there's a seal. But if we go, it might be released. Night Blue Majesty gently shook his head. He didn't even need to use other reasons, like their purpose for being here, to convince Mind Cat, merely using the script setting was enough. Little cat, have you forgotten something? Lee family head, oh no, Chairman Lee has already found a way to get inside. If we do nothing, who knows what kind of trouble he'll stir up. Mind Cat wanted to speak but couldn't stop him. It glanced around, since both great generals of the nation were present, it decided not to object. Follow me, meow. Mind Cat led the way, with Night Blue Majesty and Bai Taotao following closely, and a mighty army of over 20 people behind them. Before long, they arrived at the lake in the royal garden. Following the wooden boardwalk forward, they reached the central island of the lake. In the center was a large open space, and on the ground, a huge circular rune with a radius of nearly 5 meters was drawn. Night Blue Majesty looked down, puzzled, at Mind Cat. This is the royal secret realm, meow. It's the royal family's last hidden trump card, meow. Upon hearing this, Night Blue Majesty's lips twitched slightly. Although the name itself wasn't problematic, the issue was, could it please tone down the fantasy vibe? It was really breaking his immersion. Or was it that the Lee family head was also a fan of fantasy novels? How do we activate it? Mind Cat paused, then scratched its head sheepishly. I don't know either, meow. It said that the Royal Archmage was responsible for its opening and closing, and since its last activation, the Archmage has retired. Archmage. Night Blue Majesty's lips twitched. He sent his psionic energy towards the center of the ground. Rumble. Earthquake, meow. Protect His Majesty, meow. Amidst a flurry of panicked movements and a deafening rumble, a pillar of light shot into the sky. The circular rune, with a radius of 5 meters, roared into motion, opening like a giant gate in all directions, revealing a massive passage wide. Enough for an elephant to pass through. An underground passage. Holy cow, meow. Night Blue Majesty, you can use magic, meow. Night Blue Majesty said nothing, glancing at the deep underground, assessing the danger level. Assuming it was the magic scythe below, Arthur Luocho in his normal state, plus those few small teams, could handle it. But the problem was, their memories were all wrong now, and their strength relied entirely on combat experience, so they probably couldn't deal with the magic scythe. Moreover, if his deduction was correct, and it wasn't just the magic scythe down there, their going down would be nothing more than cannon fodder. Arthur Luocho, take your men and guard the entrance. Little cat, Tao Tao, you two come down with me. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. The three of them, including Bai Tao Tao, could be considered part of the anomaly faction. Your Majesty, it's too dangerous. Let us go with you. No need. Night Blue Majesty waved his hand, dismissing their questions and persistence. You all saw it just now, this is a royal forbidden area. I have ancestral secret methods and am confident. After a brief explanation, the three finally began to descend into the underground. Darkness, darkness, just like any other tunnel. Until, after about 100 meters, the surroundings brightened. Then, Night Blue Majesty was stunned. Green mountains, green grass, streams. Before him was a lush,
green jungle. In the middle was a passage nearly a kilometer wide, with areas and fences everywhere. Moo. Oh whoa. Roar. Ooh la la la. Looking around, Night Blue Majesty's mood became somewhat complex for a moment. Animals. So many animals, all sorts of animals, various animals he hadn't seen since the Wasteland era. He even saw several black and white, rare species he had thought extinct with the coming of the apocalypse. Little cat, what is this? Hearing the question, Mind Cat was naturally very happy. This is the first area of the Royal Secret Realm, meow. The Forest of Divine Beasts, meow. It's to guard your home and protect the subsequent Secret Realm areas, meow. Night Blue Majesty's lips twitched slightly. Isn't this just a zoo? He looked up, the rock ceiling above was covered with dense, peculiar lights, seemingly simulating sunlight. What is the meaning of this? Why show me this scene? Night Blue Majesty narrowed his eyes, not believing there would be any unwarranted developments. Is it to make me reluctant to harm this place? These creatures might be the last surviving specimens of their respective species in this civilization. Night Blue Majesty admitted that the pressure had slightly increased. Regardless of how they existed, these creatures might be the last remaining branch of each species after the apocalypse. And with the power of Radiant City, it was reasonable that these creatures had been preserved in this way over the past 60 years. Sigh, hero, saving the world. Ha! Night Blue Majesty chuckled softly. Doing good is really hard. Ever since he entered Radiant City, his pressure had always been immense, and most of it wasn't due to enemies being too strong. Apart from Ancient God's touch, he hadn't encountered any truly powerful foes for a long time. Even the Bai family's artificial god was nothing special. Only these. If the Radiant Disk was destroyed, what would happen to Radiant City? After the Li family's plan was thwarted, what would happen to the people and the last species inside? After the Bai family's plan was destroyed, what would happen to those who had already been infected with Ancient God's touch-related gene enhancement? After the Zhao family's plan was destroyed, what would happen to those who had already completed their prosthetic modifications? Night Blue Majesty said nothing, these thoughts floating in his mind as he walked further in. Even with the lively Mind Cat and Bai Tao Tao beside him, he still felt as if he was walking a lonely path. Before long, another set of giant gates, covered in the same runes, appeared before them. What's behind this? Night Blue Majesty turned his head. The Royal Secret Vault, meow. Mind Cat was very happy, it's where the royal treasures are stored, meow. Treasures, Night Blue Majesty chewed on the word. He used his psionic energy to activate the mechanism in the same manner and walked down. Before him, the view suddenly opened up. Unlike the lush natural scenery of the first secret realm, this place was more like a mechanical forge from a fantasy novel. Spacious, sturdy, exuding an aura of grandeur and mechanical texture. A third of the entire vast hall was piled high with mist blue coins, making even Night Blue Majesty feel refreshed. And in the very center of the hall, as if under a spotlight, 4 large chests were placed. Night Blue Majesty's expression shifted, and he strode over. He was very sensitive to the number 4 now. What are these? Have you forgotten, meow? They are the treasures the 4 great merchant guilds sent for your birthday last year, meow. Night Blue Majesty raised an eyebrow, keenly realizing that a crucial clue was already before him. Was this an unexpected bonus? With a slight shift in thought, Night Blue Majesty walked forward. Sure enough, each of the 4 exquisite treasure chests was engraved with a single character. Click. Without another word, Night Blue Majesty opened the box. Inside was a tightly packaged test tube, emitting strange bubbles. The final version of the gene enhancement serum? Raising an eyebrow, Night Blue Majesty suddenly looked at Bai Tao Tao. Bai Tao Tao seemed to be experiencing some pain, clutching her forehead. I seem to remember something. Night Blue Majesty said nothing. Shortly after, Bai Tao Tao opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear. Night Blue Majesty's lips curled up. Welcome back to the team.
Bai Tao nodded gently, a hint of worry appearing in her eyes. Am I, alright? She remembered that she had seemingly been destroyed by the ancient god's touch that descended from the sky. Are you alright? Night Blue Majesty's lips twitched, as if there were too many things to complain about. It seems you weren't quite alright from the first time I saw you, back in Guangwei town, were you? It's fine. As long as your condition is relatively stable and your consciousness is clear, there's always a turning point. Saying this, Night Blue Majesty opened the second box. The Zhao families. Inside was a chip, gray-red with thousands of intricate patterns. This is, Night Blue Majesty narrowed his eyes, recalling Butler Zhao's analysis. Consciousness upload. This tiny chip achieved that? But how was it done? Touching it with his hand, Night Blue Majesty found that the intricate blood vessels seemed to come alive, scattering away from his fingers. Bai Tao found the sight a bit disgusting, but Night Blue Majesty thought of something different. It was like, it was alive. Alive. Activation? Night Blue Majesty raised an eyebrow. By now, he had realized that the power of ancient god's touch and his own power had similarities and some overlap in many areas. The difference was that his power seemed very proper, while ancient god's touch was very sinister. For example, his resurrection was about the soul returning after death, while ancient god's touch was closer to omnipresent avatars, transferring after death. So the Zhao family used some principle of ancient god's touch's activation to transfer consciousness or the human brain into such a small chip? Consciousness upload is just a way for humans to understand it. In reality, it's about activating this little thing, and then it just happens to be usable for storing consciousness? Night Blue Majesty didn't know what to say, he just found it a bit disgusting and felt it was no different from suicide. Next, Night Blue Majesty opened the third box. Sue. Night Blue Majesty was most curious about this one now. What exactly was the Sue family doing? They wouldn't be holding onto something big, even more outrageous than what was openly displayed, would they? The box opened, and Night Blue Majesty was stunned. Unlike the others, this box seemed to contain a model? A very small model, a one-to-one replica of Radiant City? Night Blue Majesty picked it up, held it before his eyes, looked left and right, turned it over and over, but still couldn't find any clues. What does this mean? Devil Sickle. Yi Lan frowned. What kind of plan was presented in this way? But there was no doubt that it was definitely closely related to the entire Radiant City. We can only wait for Le Zhang to collect more information, and then this model will have an explanation. Temporarily putting the matter out of his mind, Yi Lan opened the last box. It belonged to the Li family. Then, Yi Lan frowned. Empty? This meant there were two possibilities: either the Li family head still had great control over the dynasty and could prevent him from seeing it, or he had already arrived, passed through here, and entered deeper. Deeper. Yi Lan looked at the mind cat. Is the next room where the ancient fierce beast is sealed? The mind cat nodded. That's right, meow. This place looks fine, meow. It should still be sealed tightly, meow. Yi Lan hesitated to speak. Little cat, can you please stop setting up flags? Anne? How could he wake up the little cat? Frowning, Yi Lan walked towards the area where the mist blue coins were piled. Placing his hand on them, Yi Lan released his aura and power. These mist blue coins should have all been absorbed by the dynasty. Although not clones, they were at least creations of mist forging. One or two might not work, but such a large quantity might allow mist forging to sense him. Then, he would see if there would be any good changes. Clatter! After nearly half a minute, just as Yi Lan was about to leave, the mountain of mist blue coins suddenly changed. One of the mist blue coins seemed unstable and fell from the very top. Thud! It hit the head of the wandering little cat. Ouch, meow. What was that, meow? Yi Lan glanced at the mist blue coin thoughtfully, neither stopping nor interfering. Afterward, the mind cat unhappily picked it up. In an instant, the mind cat froze. It was the latest issued mist blue coin, a 50 value one.
The coin face depicted an open nighthouse, with a small kitten perched on the shoulder of a mysterious black-robed man. A vast brilliance emanated from the coin face, pouring into the Mind Cat's mind like historical footage. Then, the light dissipated, and the Mind Cat was completely stunned.
Huh, meow? Yilan smiled. Welcome back. Oh, meow. The Mind Cat's expression was a little strange, and Bai Taotao's was the same.
Some things hadn't happened, but according to their script, they were in their memories.
For example, the little cat and Bai Taotao dancing together. Meow meow meow, ah ah.
That scene was so beautiful it was unbearable to look at. With their respective thoughts, the group slowly approached the last door. Standing in front of the door, Yilan stopped. Opening this door seemed to leave no retreat.
Even Yilan couldn't help but be a little cautious.
Little cat, tell me your analysis. The little cat had finally regained his original knowledge and experience. I think it should be the magic scythe, meow, but this magic scythe might be a bit different, meow. For example, ancient god's touch used a power similar to your activation, causing a magic scythe to ascend, meow. The magic scythe itself is almost a mythical creature, meow.
If it ascends to an anomaly, its combat power is immeasurable, meow.
I think the safest method, meow, is to focus on defense, meow. Hold on for the 6 shots of the chaos bell, meow. No matter how strong it is, what defense, meow, just instantly kill it, meow.
Yilan nodded.
With a plan, there was less to worry about. Yilan drew out the chaos bell and looked at Bai Taotao.
Tao Tao, have you mastered your new power?
Bai Taotao was a little puzzled but still answered as instructed. I can feel that I seem to have gained some powerful new strength, but I don't know what it is yet, and I'm not sure how to use it. Yilan nodded and tossed the illusory blade to her.
You're faster than me.
Ensure that in any situation, with any of my movements, you move behind me. Then, deal with any disruptive attacks against me and be ready for a final strike that might be needed at a crucial moment.
Bai Taotao nodded gravely. I understand.
Yilan paused briefly, then without the slightest hesitation, activated the final door. There was no longer that bright, natural feeling of sunshine, nor that warm, fire-filled mechanical sensation. Before them was a dead silence of darkness.
Click.
The flashlight turned on, but the soft beam of light could not penetrate this darkness, like a vehicle in the fog, its high beams unable to pierce. More than 3 meters ahead.
Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed as they moved forward.
Besides the footsteps, no other sounds could be heard.
The Mind Cat and Bai Taotao couldn't help but move closer to Yilan. It was a bit scary.
Finally, the passage reached its end, though the darkness before them remained absolute. But Yilan could already sense a faint, almost imperceptible breathing, and a power that was close to that of the second and third strongest.
Who was so strong?
Yilan did not exchange any words with the little cat. The enemy was hidden, and they were exposed. He had to and could only temporarily identify positions by sound.
Speaking now would be tantamount to creating an opportunity for the enemy to strike. Clap.
Bai Taotao, in a daze, extended her hand, and a power that was already hers, yet a little incomprehensible, began to spread. That power spread to the 4 circular pillars in the hall, seemingly triggering a mechanism and illuminating something.
Everything before them instantly became as bright as day.
Yilan glanced at Bai Taotao, saying nothing, for he was completely stunned.
In the very center of the square, a terrifyingly large magic scythe lay prone. The entire room was between gray and scarlet.
The ground, the walls, were soft and muddy, somewhat like a swamp, and somewhat like a living swamp. Hundreds of thousands of tentacles stretched out from the soft mud in all directions, like chains, firmly locking the magic scythe in the middle. The magic scythe seemed to be under a sonic attack, its entire body flickering unstably between phantom and chaos, as if it could explode at any
moment.
The magic scythe's eyes were completely shriveled and dim, as if devoid of life, enduring some immense pain. Its head continuously shifted unstably, occasionally transforming from a magic scythe head into a human head with a painful expression. Looking at that expression, it was as if it was suffering from 10,000 ants gnawing at its heart. Yilan was silent, a silence he hadn't experienced in a long time. Tap, tap, tap. Yilan seemed oblivious to the danger, walking forward step by step. Bubbles rose from the ground, and bizarre fleshy tentacles occasionally emerged from the soil, attacking the living beings above. Although disgusting, and despite this being Bai Taodao's first time dealing with such things, at least, these things were no match for her. Even if Yilan ignored them, she didn't even need that last enhancement. With the illusory blade, she could cut a wide path. Finally, Yilan stood before the magic scythe, gazing into its eyes. In the magic scythe's eyes, a tiny, insignificant trace of consciousness seemed to coalesce, meeting Yilan's gaze. Yilan gently opened his mouth. "Are you the sewing doll, or ancient god's touch?" "Maybe once." "Boss?" The magic scythe's voice was barely audible and weak, perhaps a full manifestation of the saying that a dying man's words are good. His voice held no hostility towards Yilan. "How did it come to this?" Yilan asked, his voice sounding very calm. He had never imagined he would see the sewing doll again in such a way. He still remembered the trouble the sewing doll had caused him during the Sewage Town period, and he remembered how, at the last moment, it had used Sewage Town as a threat, indirectly causing him to let it go, like a dragon entering the sea, into the vast wasteland. He remembered it stealing the third brother's research results, stealing the power of the ancient god's touch, absorbing bits and pieces of the hodgepodge that was Sewage Town, carrying it with him, and safely leaving. Perhaps it would truly grow, perhaps one day it would find him, take revenge, and fight to the death. But how did it end up like this? Didn't you say, you damn thing, that you had become a powerful god, like me, or at least on the level of the second or third brother? The emotional fluctuations made the sewing doll even more unstable. I never thought it would end this way. It gave a self-deprecating laugh. I merely ascended in divine status, but I hadn't accumulated enough strength. Although I still detest your conservatism and abhor the hypocrisy of 002 and 003. Heh, we've all become gods, why can't we do as we please, still suppressing ourselves, protecting this and that? My characteristic is sewing, why can't I use it indiscriminately? What right do you have to define my evil? But the sewing doll fell silent for a moment, becoming even more unstable and pained. I have to admit, I always underestimated you all. You truly bear pressures that the former me could not have imagined. And you are very formidable. Ha ha. 002 and 003 didn't end up like me, did they? Even you, who even suffered a defeat once, still survived intact and reappeared in this world. Defeated once? What was that? Yilan suddenly thought of something. Whenever he saw 002 and 003, a sense of familiarity would always linger in his heart. But clearly, in his memory, he had been sleeping throughout the entire containment tower phase and shouldn't have known them at all. He remembered hometown, he had been there more than once, yet he had no memory of the first time. Defeated? Yilan asked in a deep voice. The sewing doll froze for a moment, its twitching eyelids lifting slightly. You don't remember? So that's how it is. I wondered why your actions in Sewage Town were so strange, like an ordinary person stumbling through. I always thought you were faking it. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. Yilan frowned tightly. It laughed like that for a while longer. This must be part of your counterattack plan, right? Your little follower never even warned you. I'd better not say too much, lest I ruin something. No matter how much I hate you, I would never ally with the ancient god's touch. On this point, you can rest assured, heh. Yilan was silent for a moment, and in the end, he didn't ask further. Even if he didn't dwell on it, he could probably understand many things by now. There must be a reason why he was 001. He must be missing some memories, and these memories were hidden by him after he failed to contend with the ancient god's touch. He felt that if he were to reveal everything and press for answers, whether by questioning the sewing doll now or the mind cat later, he could get an answer. But no matter how much he wanted to know, he would not actively sabotage his own plan. Because he felt he could trust himself. Because he had to win. So, why are you here, captured? Yilan asked another question. Upon hearing this question, the sewing doll trembled violently, seemingly enduring extremely terrifying pain. Only after finally stabilizing did it reveal a self-deprecating smile. This was a destined end from the beginning, if not now, then later. If not falling in Radiant City, dying in this so-called dynasty, then in an even more sinister place. This is a trap. I thought I was stealing its power, but little by little, uncontrollably, I became its puppet. No one can use its power. Because this power is a part of itself. Yi Lan's expression gradually turned grim. Isn't this exactly what he was most worried about? Isn't this why he had been moving forward in Radiant City? Even an anomaly like the sewing doll, powerful and strange, and later ascended to the level of the second or third brother, ended up like this. What about Radiant City? The four great families? Ha. Can you still be saved? Yilan asked expressionlessly. Indeed, the sewing doll paused, a strange look in its eyes that quickly vanished. You're still like this, incredibly hypocritical, and still think you're righteous, don't you? He scoffed. What if I can be saved? Would you really save me? I don't meet your lofty moral standards. Or rather, that most baffling kind of save me first, then take me back to be judged and executed? This is the path I chose myself. It roared, let everything end here. Yilan was silent for a moment, then nodded and turned around. All right. Sewing doll? Yilan's decisiveness startled it, then it spoke again. Wait. Wait a minute. Yilan? He turned his head back, speechless and a little annoyed. Am I not hypocritically pretending to be a moral paragon here with you? What now? Do you need to be rescued again? Sewing doll. That one sentence shut it up, making it less unstable. No, you should at least kill me, shouldn't you? The sewing doll hesitated, feeling that Yilan was doing this on purpose, that it had been too insolent earlier. You can't just leave me here to suffer, can you? Give me a quick end. Yilan shook his head. No, I am a righteous gentleman, a moral paragon. I can't bring myself to do such a thing. Sewing doll? Look, just look. Why is he so petty? No, I'm beyond saving, I'm doomed. You don't need to have any moral burden. Don't leave. Wasn't it precisely because it knew it was doomed that it had spoken so wildly, creating an image of unyielding integrity, fearless of death, and hating hypocrisy like an enemy? What the hell kind of turning around is this, not playing by the rules? Beyond saving? Unexpectedly, hearing this conclusion, Yilan's heart sank slightly. His gaze swept towards Bai Tao Tao, his expression showing no abnormality. Tao Tao, you stay here and keep watch. Okay. After speaking, Yilan walked back to the sewing doll alone. Why is it beyond saving? Is it unsalvageable as soon as the sewing doll's power enters the body? The sewing doll paused, thoughtful, then glanced at Bai Tao Tao, revealing a smirk that just begged for a punch. Well, I do have a little insight into this. After all, you probably won't find another anomaly on this wasteland that has gained power from the ancient god's touch, will you? If you promise to kill me, and not leave me here to fend for myself, I'll tell you. How about that? Yilan was expressionless. Your request is truly simple. All right. Pride. Receiving Yilan's promise, Sewing Doll finally breathed a sigh of relief. For a heretic god like it, one that stitches things together everywhere, generally speaking, there was nothing left in this world to fear. But now, he began to pity some of the humans he had stitched together in his life. He realized that living a life worse than death was truly terrifying. That human.
Teammate, yes. Your human teammate's problem isn't too big.
You can just find my previous follower, he should be able to come up with a reasonable solution for you.
At least suppressing it shouldn't be a problem. Yi Lan's eyebrow twitched. Do I need you to tell me that? But why can't you do it? A problem your follower can solve, yet you, the dignified god of stitching, can't?
Sewing Doll's eyes darkened slightly, with a hint of self-mockery. I truly can't, because I directly stole, or rather absorbed, the power of ancient god's touch, unlike these human worms in Radiant City. They only intercepted a small part, a tiny structure, and they were quite cautious, taking many protective measures.
Although I only want to mock their naivety, at least, for now, the situation isn't that severe.
He glanced at Bai Tao Tao again, uncharacteristically wanting to curry favor with Yilan.
Just don't abandon me. Of course, I'm using her as an example. Don't ever let her improve further. Just like this, it's still safe and solvable.
After a brief silence, Yilan nodded, pulled out the chaos bell, and pressed it against its head.
This way, I can kill you, right? Sewing Doll hesitated, uncharacteristically, never having thought that one day it would actually ponder the question of how to die. Isn't that too hasty?
Sewing Doll sighed, I should at least die with a bang, I'm already this powerful. Leaving aside other things, if 003 dies, people will see the sun explode in the sky, and scorching fire will fill every corner of the wasteland.
If you die, it's directly the end of the world.
I'd just be blown up by the chaos bell, it feels so undignified. The chaos bell buzzed, expressing its displeasure.
What's wrong with me? You're going to be blown up by me, and you still think it's embarrassing?
Yilan was also a bit speechless.
Why are you so particular about seeking death? Then you tell me, how?
Sewing Doll thought for a moment, puffed out its chest, and the unstable power smoothed out slightly. I can self-destruct directly. You then use the chaos bell to destroy this body and completely cleanse the remnants of my power.
Yilan's mouth twitched slightly.
If at first there was a tiny bit of sadness at seeing this guy, who was half an acquaintance, meet his end, now it was truly.
Can you hurry up? Then why don't you just self-destruct? Why wait for me? Sewing Doll shook its head. That won't work.
Although I would be liberated after self-destructing, the remaining power of ancient god's touch would forcibly take over my power, occupy my body, act in my likeness, and even allow me to continue to grow, becoming stronger and stronger.
I absolutely will not accept that. This is the only motivation I've had until now, this is my last pride. Pride.
Chewing on the word, Yilan remained silent for a long time. Then, Sewing Doll started to ruin the atmosphere again.
And I don't want to die too quietly. Being personally killed by the dignified 001 is at least a better story. Moreover, my power can still be used.
When you deal with it, isolate the power of ancient god's touch, and you can absorb it to strengthen yourself a bit.
I have to find someone to avenge me, right? Damn it!
With a twitch of his mouth, Yilan no longer wanted to bother with him.
Last question, do you know where this is? Sewing Doll was stunned for a moment, not understanding the meaning. I don't know. Is this place special?
Yilan fell silent.
Pulled into the dynasty without knowing it?
The power of ancient god's touch seemed even stronger than he had imagined.
We can begin.
I still need to hunt down the owner of this place. After a brief silence, Yilan said no more and stepped back 2 paces.
There's a secret room in this hall.
A human worm namely, who should be a servant of ancient god's touch, went in there last.
You can check it later. Boom!
A powerful psionic energy surged, and psionic energy seemed to have its own distinct colors. For example, Yilan's psionic energy was very blue, the second's power was grayish, like gray mist, and the third's power was filled with scorching
softness.
And Sewing Doll's power was like a hodgepodge, with strands of black silk mixed within.
The pain on Sewing Doll's face was all gone.
All its power erupted one last time, allowing it to briefly regain itself.
Turns out, I'm afraid of death too. Sewing doll murmured, and its entire body's power surged violently.
It was as if terrifying power had been suppressed to its smallest extreme, finally finding its release.
What chow meow? This idiot meow.
Mind Cat cursed, transforming into a phantom and rushing into Yilan's body. He did it on purpose meow. Why make such a big commotion with a self-detonation meow?
Does it want to see fireworks meow meow? Boom!
A silent hum echoed, and blinding white light swallowed everything in the room, spreading endlessly.
Yilan's vision was obstructed, and a terrifying impact rushed over in the next second.
Yilan enveloped his body with power.
Just swallow it meow. This jerk meow.
Mind Cat was still cursing. Yilan glanced at it, but still saw the last hint of sadness in its eyes.
Another one has died. How many of this batch of anomalies from the containment tower had died, just from what he had seen? Boom!
Devouring power spread, and the overwhelming white light began to dim, being forcibly absorbed into Yilan's body. Power, once again, began to fill him.
Clatter!
Sewing doll's power burst out aggressively, with a feeling of sweeping everything away. But Yilan's devouring power was more gradual, and for a moment, he couldn't quite take it all in, and the excess began to impact Yilan's body from
all directions.
The power seemed to be tipped with barbs, instantly tearing Yilan's clothes into a tattered style. Even Yilan took 2 steps back, feeling a bit choked.
Sewing doll. Are you trying to make me burst? Ha 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 ha.
From the white light came Sewing doll's unrestrained, and final, laughter.
Boss, it's really been a long time since I've seen you so disheveled, aha. What a feast for the eyes. Boom, the light dissipated, and Yilan opened his eyes.
There was no longer any white light before him. Only the body of a magic scythe, devoid of power, lay coiled on the ground, seemingly dead.
There was no longer a sewing doll in this world. Yilan didn't like it, nor did he welcome it. In fact, if it were still alive, he might even judge it.
Yilan looked up and saw the strange power, equally strong, that had been briefly separated from Sewing doll's body during the self-detonation.
Hovering in mid-air.
A hint of ferocity rose in his eyes. But it was still from the containment tower, killed by ancient god's touch.
But it was still my person. Boom!
After Sewage Town, Yilan's power once again collided with the power of ancient god's touch.
Control. Boom!
When the two forces collided, Yilan was not at all disadvantaged. In fact, he even had enough energy to observe the point where the two forces met. Regarding the devouring, the abnormal power seemed to integrate into his own power the moment they touched, undergoing a rapid, almost instantaneous transformation before becoming his own power. No wonder other anomalies were so afraid of him. Only when the sewing doll self-destructed just now did this devouring process cause a minor, rare surprise for him. Simply put, the speed of conversion couldn't keep up with the quantity of the opponent's power. He couldn't consume it all. Seriously, he was almost choked to death. However, when engaging with the ancient god's touch, the two forces were like two military corps on a battlefield, fighting each other. His power would not be converted, nor would its power be devoured. The two forces collided, diminishing like casualties in battle. If one side didn't retreat, they would continue to fight until completely exhausted. For a moment, Yilan couldn't help but wonder if, once his total power expanded to a certain extent, he could directly push back the ancient gods' touch in this manner, by completely dissipating its power.
Put.
While he was thinking this, Yilan suddenly heard the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. And clearly, he wasn't the one being stabbed. He felt no pain anywhere on his body. Almost at that instant, Yilan's heart clearly skipped a beat.
Damn it! He forgot something important.
Yilan suddenly turned his head, his pupils slightly contracting. Bai Taotao's face was pale, holding the illusory blade extended towards him, but it was inserted into her own ribs in an extremely unnatural posture.
I don't know what happened. Just now, it felt like I was out of control, about to stab you directly. Bai Taotao gritted her teeth and pulled out the sharp blade from her body. Blood gushing out.
In a moment of desperation, I didn't try to control my hand anymore, but instead controlled the illusory blade. I finally managed to adjust its direction, allowing myself to regain consciousness. Yilan opened his mouth, unsure what to say. This ancient god's touch is truly a menace, constantly causing trouble if you let your guard down for even a second, isn't it? But he also blamed himself for forgetting that Bai Taotao's power was now infused with a nearly final version of the gene enhancement serum. In this situation, she could indeed be controlled. His eyes moved slightly, and Yilan pulled open Bai Taotao's collar to look at her neck. The thing that the ancient god's touch had split off earlier had entered there, almost leading her, who was still fundamentally human, directly to death. As her power increased to an anomalous level through gene enhancement, the situation on her neck stabilized, like a solid drawing. Yilan lowered his hand, glanced at the wisps of aura being encircled by his power above his head, then looked up at his own hand. As the power of the ancient god's touch was eradicated, something slowly, very faintly, seemed to enter his body. Looking at the wisp of black shadow on his right hand, Yilan frowned. This was a trace left after his battle with the ancient god's touch in the shadow of the past. Ultimately, the mind cat determined that the problem wasn't big, it couldn't be expelled, but it wouldn't affect him or spread. Mind cat, has it grown a bit? The mind cat materialized, took a look, and seemed thoughtful. It seems so, meow. After all, you've clashed with the power of the ancient god's touch twice since then, meow. Yilan frowned. Does that mean that every time I defeat it, or annihilate its power, this thing in my body will grow a little? The mind cat hesitated, seemingly realizing the seriousness of the problem. From what it looks like currently, it might be that way, meow. I have a certain theory, meow. You can think of it as a ticking time bomb, meow. It might wait for your power to be depleted to seize the opportunity. But as long as your power stays above the baseline, it won't have much of a chance, meow. That's why. I'm very worried about your death phase, meow. Yilan looked thoughtful, withdrew his gaze, and injected a gene enhancer treatment into Bai Taotao's body. The ancient god's touch's influence couldn't be resolved, but the flesh wound from the illusory blade still needed to be treated. At least, Bai Taotao's strike at herself just now was truly fierce. Bai Taotao. It was like having so many fleas that you no longer felt the itch. She felt that the extent and number of injections in her neck recently meant this. Little bit more wouldn't make a difference. Either she was fine, or she was gone. Although Yilan was still a bit surprised. How did you do it? The ancient god's touch tried to invade your consciousness to ambush me, and you actually realized it? Not only did she realize it, but she also made the optimal decision with clear rationality. Not controlling her own hand, but rather controlling the illusory blade that Yilan had activated. The illusory blade moved with her thoughts, thereby attacking herself. At this moment, the mind cat raised its paw. I know this one, meow. The power of low. Slap. Yilan forcefully covered the cat's mouth, and Bai Taotao let out a sigh of relief. That Lin Jiao, sister, taught me some little tricks. She didn't say what they were for, but I just tried them. Lin Jiao, huh? Yilan nodded gently, deep in thought. That made sense. If he hadn't thought much of seeing that scene in Sewage Town, believing Lin Jiao's survival was natural, then by today, having gone through Radiant City, Yilan increasingly realized how difficult it was to achieve this step. How many layers of insurance did the second brother give Lin Jiao over the past few decades to allow her to survive so smoothly and normally? Well, her mind being slightly erratic, compared to everything else, should be considered a negligible price. Don't do that next time, Yilan said helplessly. Don't worry about me. The Guanhui giant cannon blasted me, and I was completely unharmed. Are you afraid one stab from you would finish me off? Bai Taotao. Yilan looked around, pulled out the chaos bell, and aimed at the magic scythe's skull. Leave no chances. Bang! Golden patterns covered the entire chaos bell, and after a deafening shot, it almost annihilated half of the magic scythe's body, shattering it. Finally, stopping here, Yilan stood silently for 30 seconds before turning to leave. As if offering a final remembrance to the sewing doll, Yilan walked towards a stone room in the furthest corner of the room. It was so inconspicuous, the same color as the wall. So much so that Yilan only noticed the door as he walked past it. Yilan still hadn't figured out one thing: what was the Li family head doing here? Just to let him see the sewing doll? The sewing doll had mentioned ancient gods touch as servant in its words earlier. Did it mean that the Li family head's difference from the others was that he had completely fallen? That's right. To capture the sewing doll, and even trap it here without anyone knowing, the Li family couldn't possibly have done it. Only the ancient god's touch could have done it. Bang! The stone door had a complex mechanism. Without the password, it would require an unknown amount of brain-racking and puzzle-solving. But brain-racking and puzzle-solving were things to be done during exploration and preparation. Right now, the decisive battle was imminent. So, I don't want to. Bang! 2 consecutive shots from the chaos bell completely blasted the entire stone door, causing it to collapse. Amidst the rolling dust, Yilan strode in. As soon as he entered, Yilan's eyes narrowed. In the center of the stone platform, eerie symbols were drawn. A person, unconscious, lay on top, blood and some unknown liquid mixed together, the patterns flickering faintly, exuding an evil aura everywhere. Yilan and Bai Taotao exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat grave. Li Zichuan. Problem. To be honest, meeting Li Zichuan here, Yilan was both surprised and not surprised. It seemed his motives were all reasonable, and his actions were proper, but Yilan always had trouble trusting him. He just always felt uncomfortable. Yilan stepped forward, testing his breathing and pulse. He was genuinely almost out of breath, not faking, not performing. The patterns on the strange drawing on the table were nothing else, they were his blood. What a heavy hand, Yilan sighed, and at that moment, Li Zichuan's suspicion was infinitely reduced. Most obviously, from the current situation, Li Zichuan's entire body was almost drained of blood. Not to mention that he knew nothing about medicine. Even if he were a living Huatua, he couldn't do anything without sufficient supplies. Tao Tao, will the gene enhancer treatment agent produced by your Bai family be effective for him? Bai Taotao hesitated slightly, then said, as long as gene enhancement has been done, even just once, it will have a great effect. But for these few, I can't say for sure. For the simplest example, Yilan was unsure if Su Lezhang had undergone his first gene enhancement, as his body was simply too weak. Looking at Su Lezhang's fighting style, he basically relied entirely on ability objects for defense, exuding the smell of money. Looking at Li Zichuan, who was barely clinging to life, Yilan fell silent. For someone skilled in combat, this situation was indeed very annoying. What was even more annoying was that such situations kept appearing. Our team is just missing a priest, meow, the Mind Cat's voice suddenly rang out. Yilan? It's a healing profession, meow. Yilan looked around, there was only a cat and an injured person beside him, and he hesitated to speak. How did you figure out there was only one priest slot left? Su Lezhang is the tank, meow. Bai Taotao is the melee DPS, meow. Lin Jiao is the magic DPS, meow. Xiao Man is the physical and magic dual system DPS, meow. Just one healer short, and it'll be the best dungeon team, meow. Yilan? Little cat, it seems your entertainment is not limited to extracurricular reading, you even have online gaming experience. So, what do I do? Commander, meow. Yilan. Although it was a bit absurd, Yilan couldn't help but imagine such a scene. It was quite comfortable, he could just lie flat, wave his hand, and the elite team, protagonist group, would charge forward, while he only needed to talk to the defeated villain, perhaps saying a few lines like, to deal with the likes of you, I don't need to act personally. Perhaps. With a light chuckle, Yilan grabbed the gene enhancer treatment agent and injected it. He had also considered how death was determined in an awareness world, and how external death was determined. The simplest principle was, never die here. Even if one could cling to a breath, returning to the real world after leaving, with the soul rejoining the body, everything should be fine.
Of course, on the psionic level, the anomaly level, this set of rules should not apply. For an anomaly, Yilan didn't believe that he, or the little cat, if gravely injured here, could still be full of vigor after leaving. If that were the case, then was the sewing doll not dead yet? And that was impossible. He had truly obtained the power of the sewing doll. After one injection, a few tens of seconds later, Li Zichuan finally opened his eyes. Although, he still looked not much different from someone about to pass away. Cough. Cough cough. You've arrived. I can't believe you made it this far. Yilan narrowed his eyes. What happened to you? My father sensed me, and then, as he spoke, Li Zichuan's expression suddenly changed. Not good. He trapped a very terrifying anomaly in the dynasty, it should be nearby. Did you see it? Yilan was silent for a moment. I saw it. He paused. It's already dead. Li Zichuan's eyes clearly widened in a daze. You did it? Yilan was non-committal. Something like that. For a moment, Li Zichuan was a bit at a loss for words. What relationship did they have? Even if he wanted to ask, why would Yilan tell him? Then. That's good. Li Zichuan paused. Oh, by the way, my father is a bit weak now, you must press the advantage. Yilan's eyebrows twitched. Where? He was here just now, but he's already left. I deduce he should be on the top floor of the palace, which is Violet Forbidden Peak. Yilan's eye twitched. God damn it. Is this a decisive battle at Violet Forbidden Peak with me? Was this some kind of wuxia complex, a romance in the hearts of the slightly older generation? So, what's going on with you? Yilan tapped the stone platform, composed. He had already confirmed that the Li family head was waiting for him. Sooner or later, he would be there. This place was only so big. Either he could continue to hold out here, or be directly destroyed by him. The two sides could only meet in battle. The only thing worth regretting for him was that the potential of the dynasty was too great. If everything went smoothly, allowing him to turn the entire Radiant City into a sub-entity and pull it into the dynasty, he could indeed become unimaginably strong. But unfortunately, there were no ifs. Yilan didn't think he would lose. He became very weak for some reason, so he thought of finding another way. Li Zichuan recalled, he seemed to want to use some means to sacrifice me to that anomaly outside, and then strengthen his power. Yilan looked at him, narrowing his eyes. You mean, your father wanted to sacrifice you? Yes. Li Zichuan nodded, understanding Yilan's confusion. There's nothing incredible about it. I just opposed him. Resisting him was one thing, but this time I brought people in at the most critical moment. Most importantly, he probably confirmed that he could succeed. You've also seen this plan. Keeping me or not keeping me isn't important. He can live for a very, very long time. Yilan nodded lightly. You've worked hard, rest well for the remaining time. Li Zichuan was stunned for a moment and was about to object, but Yilan directly pressed his shoulder. If you refuse, shouldn't you at least look at your injuries right now? Li Zichuan was slightly taken aback, lowered his head, and gave a wry smile. Alright then, You stay here. Yilan said in a stern tone, I will immediately arrange for someone to come and meet you. After a few final pleasantries, Yilan, taking the little cat and Bai Taotao, turned and walked out. I always feel that Bai Taotao hesitated, not knowing what to say. He indeed has a problem. Yilan chuckled without looking back. Now it was Bai Taotao's turn to be stunned, because she indeed just felt something was strange, but couldn't quite figure out what the problem was. Why does he remember things from outside? Yilan sneered, you two are already anomaly-level beings and can't wake up without external stimulation. How can he? If I hadn't used Eternal Nightmare to exploit a bug, even I couldn't have woken up here. How could he wake up on his own? Bai Taotao finally understood the most crucial point of all this, a current running through her body, sending shivers down her spine. You mean? I don't mean anything.
Yilan chuckled, because it's not important, ultimately, it's still me and his father who will fight. Light flickered, and Yilan's psionic energy was injected into the final rune. The path no longer led underground, but directly to the blue sky. Let me see what tricks he's playing. Final battle on the top of the Forbidden City. Going all the way up, somewhat unexpectedly yet not entirely so, he returned to the Imperial Palace. Yilan looked up. The sky had darkened at some point, with clouds swirling as if brewing a grand storm, and occasional muffled thunder flashed, like an attack poised to strike. At the center of the Imperial Palace, the focal point of everything, on the highest grand hall, a figure seemed to stand on the edge of the roof. Yilan narrowed his eyes and placed the mind cat on by Tao Tao's shoulder. Help her get familiar with her power, and find an opportunity to enter the fray later. With that, Yilan raised his grappling hook and shot it towards the eaves. Snap! With a burst of elasticity, Yilan flipped over and landed on the top of the Imperial Palace. In the corner of the countermeasure, there was a slightly weathered back. He stood alone with his hands behind his back, facing the roaring storm, exuding an inexplicable aura of a master. It's quite hard to meet you. Yilan scoffed, unaffected by his elaborate special effects, and walked over step by step. However, with each step, Yilan's expression grew a little solemn. With every step he took, an indescribable resistance came from all around him. It was hindering his approach, and even resisting his presence here. Boom! The oppressive sky exploded with thunder, striking at Yilan's feet. Amidst the rising dust laced with electric tendrils, it seemed to be a final warning. Do not advance further. Yilan raised his head, looking at the Li family head on the edge. Finally, he probably felt he had made a very satisfying display of coolness, turned his head, and looked at Yilan with immense calm. He was quite old, yet he looked vibrant. He didn't know if it was the joy of a great undertaking about to succeed, or if he had been handsome in his youth, allowing him to possess such features. This is my territory, this is my dynasty. The Li family head. As his words fell, Yilan only felt that everything around him became even more uncomfortable. It felt like he was being squeezed. Everything around him was twisting, occasionally resembling unstable phantoms. The intuitive feeling was that he was clearly walking, yet he didn't seem to be moving in terms of distance. Yilan stopped his steps, and in the distorted space around him, he could see places both far and near. All the residents of this imperial capital cast hostile gazes at him. Rejection, huh? Yilan mused, asking the Li family head with some confusion. Aren't they all your sub-bodies, already completely under your control? Making them hostile towards me isn't just an unnecessary step? The Li family head paused, then sneered and shook his head. The relationship between sub-bodies and the main body lies in the real world, all their consciousnesses are connected to this consciousness world. But here, they are free. Relatively free, I suppose. Yilan raised an eyebrow. What was this, telling him that he wasn't a complete villain either? I admire your sense of justice. The Li family head said sincerely, seemingly confident of victory, but you shouldn't have gotten involved in the muddy waters of Radiant City and come to this point. You can certainly try, you can't hurt me here. Bang! Yilan didn't hesitate, pulling out the chaos bell and firing a shot. If he could try, he would try. If it instantly killed him, that would be best, if not, firing a shot first wouldn't be a loss. The chaos bell's bullet shot out, for a moment resembling a rocket soaring into the sky, stirring up thousands of air currents, each one tearing open the infinite barriers between the two. Unusually, the Chaos Bell's bullet slowed down with every bit of distance it covered, becoming increasingly difficult to advance. Snap! The Chaos Bell ultimately failed to penetrate the power of what seemed to be space, finally falling to the ground about half a meter in front of the Li family head. Click! That was the sound of the psionic shell falling to the ground and then dissipating into the air. Impressive, as expected of an anomaly, to be able to penetrate so far. Looking at the bullet that landed at his feet, the Li family head let out a sigh of emotion.
Actually, if you're willing, we can still discuss cooperation. Yilan showed a hint of mockery. Cooperation? Did you stand on the violet forbidden peak and let the cold wind blow your brains out?
The Li family head choked, his face darkening.
Isn't this like having a path to heaven but choosing not to take it? Since you're meddling, then you can't blame me. The Bai family head and the Zhao family head, did you bring them in?
Yilan didn't wait for the other party's series of cliché villain lines, calmly
interrupting and then asking.
Hearing this, the Li family head smiled once more.
Of course, it was for you to kill them. Who knew you would let them go? He said with a laugh, there's an agreement between our 4 families, whoever succeeds, my plan will automatically be nullified.
And clearly, they are close to succeeding. Hearing this, Yilan's eyebrows suddenly twitched.
Doesn't that mean you've failed then? They've already left. Failed? Impossible.
The Li family head laughed maniacally, they are indeed close to succeeding.
And I can succeed today.
I originally planned to use the God of Stitching's power to complete the final stage, but you ruined it.
Since that's the case, don't blame me for using you as the final.
Yilan narrowed his eyes.
Honestly, ever since he entered Radiant City,
he had grown numb to hearing such arrogant and confident declarations every day. Now, he didn't even
want to bother with them. Are you the Li family head, or the ancient god's touch? Yilan truly couldn't understand. If he was the Li family head, how could he have taken down the sewing doll? But if he was the ancient god's touch, how could the ancient god's touch be as foolish as the people of Radiant City? Ancient god's touch? You mean that dying little seedling?
After a brief, the Li family head laughed heartily. I think you're the one who's lost his mind. How could I be?
The ancient god's touch? Yilan's mouth twitched.
No need to ask further, this was indeed the confident rhetoric only someone from Radiant City could utter.
Enough chit-chat, it's time for your end.
The Li family head still stood on the violet forbidden peak, extending a finger towards Yilan from afar.
Labyrinth.
Everything around him flickered and changed, causing Yilan to narrow his eyes, feeling that the other party had indeed affected space. Everything around him began to flicker like a slideshow, the distance between himself and the Li family head also became sometimes far, sometimes near, and at some point, the other party was just a mere phantom. He hadn't moved at all, yet it was as if he was traversing every street of this imperial capital. Or rather, the streets were traversing him. Using the power of this world to fight me, Yilan mused, still making no move, remaining in an observational state. Then, the Li family head extended his second finger.
Thunder! Boom! Emperor!
Under the oppressive dark clouds, the obstruction finally cleared, and thousands upon thousands of rolling thunderbolts crashed down, causing ordinary
people's expressions to change drastically. Just from this visual style, it already has a feeling of which fellow Taoist is undergoing tribulation here. But, is that all?
Just as Yilan was about to simply dodge, the Li family had extended a third finger.
Torrential rain. There was no space for reaction, a downpour of rain crashed down from the oppressive sky.
Yilan could no longer call it rain, it was like a floodgate opening from the heavens, an endless deluge of water engulfing his position. The surrounding space changed again, and Yilan was completely soaked. The heavenly lightning was mixed in with the floodwaters, and looking up from below, it resembled a shimmering, electrified net of water.
Bang!
Yilan fired his grappling hook, his figure agile, leaping onto the eaves and moving swiftly from one rooftop to another. It wasn't exactly a sorry state, but he still had to dodge a little. Yilan didn't know how to describe it, but if he were to use the terms from the novels The Kitten read, it would be something like world power or
plain power.
The Li family had thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. This was his world.
He extended his fourth finger. Law.
As these two words were shouted, Yilan felt sounds filling him from all directions, momentarily making him feel as if he was being assailed by
demonic whispers. You have violated the dynasty public security law.
The next moment, the scene around Yilan stabilized, and he reappeared on the street. From all directions of the street, countless dynasty guards swarmed towards him. Yilan felt very noisy and worried about accidentally hurting innocent ordinary people, so he fired his grappling hook and swung into a park. And the voice continued. You have violated the dynasty nature protection law. As the voice sounded, all the plants seemed to come alive, coiling around Yilan layer by layer. Flowers and grass formed a cage, while trees blocked his path. Swish swish. Yilan drew his dagger and quickly cut through the surrounding vegetation. If he was afraid of accidentally hurting people, flowers and grass weren't an issue. However, the speed of harvesting simply couldn't keep up with the speed at which they surged forward, and the illusory blade wasn't in his hand. Yilan used his grappling hook for calibration and swung back into the imperial palace. The Li family head's voice sounded once more. You have violated the dynasty animal protection law. Hearing this voice, Yilan truly had 1,000 words he wanted to spout in complaint. Can't you find a better attack method? Boom! A dazzling pillar of light shot into the sky. The royal secret realm had been opened from within. Ferocious beasts surged out, including lions, tigers, crocodiles, and even elephants. For a moment, Yilan couldn't help but worry about the state of the palace. However, while they seemed a bit weak in Yilan's eyes, their actual attack power was indeed considerable. Each animal seemed to have received a boost of spiritual energy, glowing with iridescent light and moving at extreme speeds. Even with such a small number, in terms of destructive power alone, they probably far surpassed the mutated giant rats he had seen at the time. At least, Yilan analyzed that compared to the currently displayed strength of the Bai family's genetic modification military corps and the Zhao family's cybernetic legion, they could be easily crushed by this group of rare animals. Swinging on a rope, Yilan narrowed his eyes, feeling that continuing like this was starting to waste time, and he refocused on the Li family heads. Position. Swish 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 swish. In the next moment, the Li family head seemed to have dozens of doppelgangers, standing at each of the four corners of the eaves above. Then, he extended his fifth finger. You have violated the dynasty authority law, suspected of abuse. Boom! The surrounding light and shadows changed, the entire city's distance seemed to be shrinking, contracting. Yilan looked around, and the servants, residents, and various other people in the dynasty all surged towards him. They were no longer ordinary people, they were more like they had been tainted by some power. Every individual, in Yilan's perception at this moment, was approaching an anomaly. Boom! His terrifying psionic energy erupted in all directions, suppressing everyone rushing towards him. Yilan was not flustered in the slightest. Anomaly? Isn't an anomaly easier to deal with? One movement suppressed all the invasions, and the Li family head could not hide a momentary shock. Clap clap. He clapped his hands. As expected of a master capable of killing a sewing doll. I'm impressed, truly impressed. He simultaneously extended all 5 fingers, like a monarch issuing commands on a battlefield. Suppress. The surrounding scene changed again, and nearly 20 figures, whose energy was even more terrifying than these, appeared around Yilan. Yilan's gaze swept around. It was Arthur, Luocho, and the elite squad they led. And clearly, their eyes were devoid of spirit. At this moment, Yilan's gaze was extremely cold. You overdrawn their power? This was the only explanation. Whether it was his own people like Arthur Luocho, or the original Li family's sub-entities and animals in the dynasty, they were all ordinary people, at most in the category of powerful ordinary people. There was no other reason that could explain the power they now possessed. Incorrect. The Li family head smiled, feeling that victory was within his grasp. He had already elevated everyone here to an anomalous power through this world he controlled. How strong was Yilan? How could he lose? How could he lose this? I merely distributed the power of the dynasty to them. Of course, you're not wrong to say it's overdrawing, because this power is simply not something they can possess or withstand. The Li family head made his final offer with interest. How about you give up? I can consider letting you leave. After all, winning against you isn't important, and I don't want to lose so much power.
Think about it carefully. The longer you fight, the more severely they will be overdrawn. At that point, even if you leave alive, you might never see these people again. Or, you can stay here. I can give you a seat on our Radiant City's 4-person council, how about that? Of course. The Lee family head smiled, I still want to kill you. You are truly, very troublesome. Boom. Having suppressed Arthur Luocho and the others, Yilan stared at the Lee family head, finally revealing a playful smile. After wasting so much time, I should be able to confirm that you are not the ancient god's touch. Yilan silently added in his heart. Unless, the ancient god's touch's acting skills have reached such a level. Playing the role of Radiant City's intelligence really lowers one's prestige. The Lee family head was stunned for a moment, not understanding where Yilan's confidence came from. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strong wind swept across the sky, like a storm formed by psionic energy. The Lee family head's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he actually felt a repulsive force appear around him. A repulsive force that repelled the power he controlled. Ah! The Lee family head felt a large portion of his power instantly drained, and his original form could not be maintained. The doppelgangers standing at the tops of the various palaces one by one could not sustain themselves, leaving only the original one. Immediately after, Yilan approached him step by step, with an incomprehensible posture. No! How is this possible? The Lee family head's expression changed drastically. There's no helping it. Yilan shrugged his shoulders innocently. This dynasty doesn't seem to belong to you either. Even if we don't consider the ancient god's touch. Yilan pointed to himself, to the dragon robe on his body that had made him cringe with embarrassment earlier. I, it seems, am the emperor of this dynasty, right? Judgment. No, the Lee family head roared, this is my dynasty. Boom. Amidst a piercing hum, everything around him flickered again like spatial ripples. Only this time, it wasn't just Yilan flickering, but also the Lee family head. Endless light and shadow shifted between the two, and Yilan, as if unrestrained, walked through these layers of space towards the Lee family head. The two's powers clashed, each waxing and waning, and the entire dynasty seemed to be torn in half, locked in a struggle. Most of it was with Yilan, while a smaller portion remained with the Lee family head. Boom! Yilan, already in an advantageous position, unleashed his power, merging it with the dynasty's strength, and permeating all directions. Everything around Yilan became increasingly stable, returning more and more to a solid state. Meanwhile, the Lee family head's figure was like a flickering flame in a cold wind, swaying precariously. No! This is impossible! How can you control this place? The Lee family head let out a frantic roar. Yilan looked at him, utterly devoid of sympathy. You were having a lot of fun just now, weren't you? Yilan pointed at the Lee family head, mimicking his earlier tone, and extended his first finger. You are a traitor. Boom! The Lee family head's clothes instantly shattered, as if they hadn't been mended in decades, losing all the heroic demeanor of Violet Forbidden Peak. Becoming tattered rags. I am not. I am the emperor, the Lee family head shrieked in panic. The dragon robe on Yilan seemed to stir, almost disappearing, but ultimately settled back onto Yilan's body with a composed air. It seems you are not, Yilan sneered, extending his second finger. Thunder! The Lee family head's face turned stark white, and he looked up in alarm, only to be met by rolling thunder, striking straight towards his head. He frantically rolled and dodged, but his head was like a lightning rod, relentlessly pursued by the thunder. Boom! The Lee family head was scorched black by the lightning, his expression bewildered, as Yilan extended his third finger. Downpour! Whoosh! Terrifying torrential rain poured down, drenching the Lee family head during his dizzying moments, yet skillfully avoiding Yilan. The thunder continued to strike, combined with the downpour, electrocuting the Lee family head like roasted meat, a gruesome sight. Sometimes I don't even know what you're thinking. Not to mention creating this hellish dynasty, you launched 6 attacks against me, and didn't even manage to touch me.
Haven't you started to doubt your control over this place yet? After Yilan finished speaking, he kicked the Li family head off Violet Forbidden Peak and extended his fourth finger. So I can't learn from you. Law. You have violated the Dynasty Public Security Law. A large group of guards rushed out. The Li family had finally avoided the fate of being struck by lightning and frantically tried to break through. However, those were guards endowed with extraordinary power by the dynasty. Having lost control over this place, how could he cope? In an instant, he suffered a brutal beating. You have violated the Dynasty Nature Protection Law, Yilan mimicked, launching the dynasty's attacks. After all, this wasn't his power, and he didn't like this power either. To use a person's own methods against them, without the time cost of learning, was just perfect. Countless vines coiled and wrapped around the Li family head, binding him tightly, making him unable to move an inch. His face was already filled with unconcealable panic. You have violated the Dynasty Animal Protection Law. Vicious wolves lunged at the Li family head, tearing off several chunks of flesh. He looked up to see an elephant's hoof about to stomp on his face. To avoid being turned into pulp, he finally erupted in desperation, dodging the blow. The continuous attacks finally allowed the Li family head to regain some feeling, as a small portion of the dynasty's power still resided within him. The dynasty prohibits the abuse of private torture. The Li family head used his last reserves of strength to activate this law. Although, it seemed to be of no use. Who is using private torture on you? Yilan extended his fifth finger. Judgment. Arthur and Luo Chao's squad appeared out of thin air, surrounding the Li family head. Yilan jumped down from Violet Forbidden Peak and slowly walked to his front, reading out the charges. You have engaged in research that endangers the security of the wasteland and goes against human nature, causing significant harm and adverse effects. You used the power of an evil god, persecuted and enslaved innocent people of Radiant City, attempted to sacrifice your own son, disregarding human ethics. You had no sense of crisis, were exploited by ancient gods' touch, massacred anomalies, and assassinated high-ranking officials of the Orthodox divine churches. Now, I, in accordance with the laws of the dynasty, sentence you to death. The Li family head froze, then suddenly looked up and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Is that all? I thought you had figured out the rules of the dynasty. This won't kill me. As long as the people of the dynasty don't know of my death, I won't die here. Yilan paused, his expression a little strange. He looked at him as if he were an idiot, which made the Li family head feel uneasy for a moment. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Are you scared? Yilan's expression was peculiar, as if he wanted to speak but hesitated. I'm just shocked by your intelligence. Li family head? Since you can't die, you could completely play dumb, wait for me to kill you and leave, then secretly revive and wait for an opportunity to retaliate. You in the dark, me in the light, perhaps you might even cause me trouble. Yilan stopped speaking, then wanted to again. But, aren't you telling me how to completely kill you? Li family head? Yilan waved his hand at Arthur. Amend the decree. Take this person to the execution ground for beheading. Luo Chao, gather everyone and go to the execution ground to watch the execution. Ensure that everyone in the dynasty sees his death. Li family head? No, no. He became utterly panicked, letting out a terrified roar, this is my dynasty, mine. However, what was said could not be unsaid. Before long, the Li family head, stripped of all power, was dragged by Arthur to the execution ground of the dynasty. After the dynasty disappears, what will happen to the people here? Yilan pointed to the onlookers, what will happen to them? A glimmer of hope appeared in the Li family head's eyes. If I tell you, can you let me go? Yilan was silent for a moment. To be honest, even the Zhao family head and the Bai family head, he could spare their lives, but not the Li family head. The Li family's research was built upon him, he was the mother in the Beehive plan, and it was irreversible. As long as he was alive, Yilan couldn't claim to have stopped the Li family's plan.
Yes, I promise, Yilan, will never pursue it. Bai Taotao's expression changed slightly. Yilan. Meow, the mind cat gently patted Bai Taotao, signaling her to calm down. The Li family head breathed a sigh of relief. In his opinion, Yilan's promise was quite reliable.
After the dynasty is destroyed, as long as their bodies in the real world are still alive, they will be fine. Yilan narrowed his eyes. As someone who often played word games, Yilan heard the problem in his words.
Then, how many people's bodies in the real world are fine? The Li family head fell silent, yet had to answer. More than half, I suppose. If there were too many sub-entities, people would notice.
The two great divine churches still have many in Radiant City, and I don't need that many clones anyway.
Yilan's gaze turned cold, and he stood up. Untie him.
The Li family head breathed a huge sigh of relief, about to slip away, but found that all surrounding roads were blocked by 2 military corps.
His heart skipped a beat, and he turned around, just in time to see Yilan walk to Bai Taotao and take off his dragon robe.
The mind cat blinked, then spoke with a resonant voice.
By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor Miao. Decree Miao. Night Blue Majesty abdicates for the worthy Miao. Bai Taotao is the next Empress Miao. Effective immediately Miao. Bai Taotao was stunned for a moment, then understood Yilan's meaning and put on the rather awkward dragon robe.
Arthur and Luo Cho, leading the military corps, knelt on one knee and shouted in unison.
Long live our Empress!
Bai Taotao curled her lips, pointing at the Li family head.
Behead him at the execution ground, immediately. Li family head? No, you too.
He had just begun to understand what was happening when he was once again pressed onto the chopping block. The cold, gleaming blade hung high above his head, and he was red-faced with anger.
Shameless! You are shameless! Crack!
His head rolled to the ground.
The Li family head, beheaded. The storm is coming.
Meow, the mind cat jumped back onto Yilan's shoulder, looking at the Li family head's corpse with a complex expression.
Is he really dead, Meow?
To be honest, as a human, he had achieved a lot to get to this point. He created such a world, indirectly killed the sewing doll, and even fought with Yilan back and forth for half a day. According to the rules of the dynasty that we understand, if a person dies here, he is indeed completely dead.
Yilan replied. Is it over? Yilan didn't know, was it really over? Although they had gone through a difficult battle, was it truly over? Had the Li family's plan ended? The answer to this question could only be found by returning to the real world.
Everything before them began to disappear, the dynasty seemed to not exist, gradually perishing with the white light. In the dazzling white light, Yilan only felt a certain ethereal substance integrate into his body like fragments. Before he could ponder it, Yilan frowned slightly, and as the light grew more blinding, he gradually closed his eyes. After a long while, Yilan opened his eyes. Then, Yilan frowned. This was a familiar place, a place that should have collapsed.
The Li family head's underground tomb.
Yilan first looked up, the ceiling was almost shattered, with floating debris everywhere. This place should have collapsed. Taking a light breath, Yilan understood. The rotten smell indicated that Lin Zhao had sent people to take over this place. His gaze went upwards, and besides the floating debris, there was a winding passage drilled down.
Where are their people? Were they sucked into the dynasty?
Or they stayed on the periphery to avoid being sucked in and remained on alert. As his thoughts turned, a soft meow sounded in his ear. The mind cat opened its fluffy, sleepy eyes and spoke directly.
Night Blue Majesty, Meow. Yilan. Mind cat. Do you remember what happened inside?
The mind cat became more awake and nodded.
I remember, Meow. Yilan couldn't help but ponder. What about hometown then? The mind cat's expression became utterly serious. I remember, Meow. Such a strange place, Meow.
Nodding, Yilan did not engage in a detailed discussion at this critical moment, with danger still present and the outside situation unknown.
He squatted down and nudged Bai Tao Tao. Soon, Bai Tao Tao woke up.
She opened her fluffy, sleepy eyes, about to blurt out.
Night blue mages. Yi Lan.
He forcibly pressed Bai Tao Tao's mouth to avoid the awkwardness he and the kitten had just experienced.
Bai Tao Tao didn't need any more social embarrassment.
Without speaking, Yi Lan walked to the other side and nudged Shin Bugu. Unfortunately, this time he didn't wake up so easily. Frowning, Yi Lan checked his breathing. It was stable, and he hadn't died in the dynasty, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Beep beep. At this moment, the communicator in Yi Lan's hand connected. It was Arthur's.
Sorry.
I don't know what happened just now, our entire team fainted. Yi Lan was startled, his brows furrowed tightly.
You don't remember what happened inside?
Ah. Arthur's voice was somewhat confused.
Inside? Where inside?
After a brief silence, Yi Lan nodded.
Understood, no major problem.
Immediately gather your team, check everyone's status, and then rendezvous with the Rotten God cult.
Oh, they should be nearby. Rotten?
Okay. Hanging up the communication, Yi Lan looked at Bai Tao Tao.
Do you remember what happened inside? Bai Tao Tao gradually came to her senses. I remember.
Nodding lightly, Yi Lan was thoughtful. Indeed, Bai Tao Tao was, in theory, already an anomaly, although her strength was far less than a true anomaly, and her state was also unstable. But that was good, otherwise, it would be troublesome to explain things to Chin Bugu when he woke up. Whoosh! A rope extended down from the hole in the ceiling, and Yi Lan looked up as a Rotten God cult squad descended. Your subordinate contacted us. Assuming the hidden dangers here have been cleared, we came to provide support. The elite squad of the Rotten God cult was already accustomed to
reporting missions to Yi Lan.
Yi Lan nodded and patted Bai Tao Tao. Let's go back first. Radiant City is about to descend into chaos, and then enter its final chapter. The plans of both the enemy and their side had been disrupted. One of the four great families' plans had been prematurely destroyed by Yi Lan, and the other three would certainly accelerate their final preparations, leading to a final counterattack. The full eruption would probably not wait until 3 days later. Snap! The grappling hook repeatedly latched onto the narrow passage, and Yi Lan, holding Bai Tao Tao, returned to the surface.
Divine Envoy.
The elite squads of the Rotten God cult and the Eternal Night Divine Church gathered at the entrance. Yi Lan scanned the number of people, released his psionic energy, felt no abnormalities, and nodded lightly. Fall back, return first. Just then, Yi Lan's gaze sharpened. Not far away, a heavily scarred figure stumbled towards them. Yi Lan subtly narrowed his eyes.
Li Zichuan. Are you all right?
Hearing Yi Lan speak, the few squads knew it was the person Yi Lan expected, and no one tried to stop Li Zichuan from approaching.
I'm all right.
Li Zichuan stood before Yi Lan, filled with exhaustion. Thanks to you for keeping me alive there.
After I get some good rest, I should be fine.
Yi Lan frowned and nodded gently. Since that's the case, what are your plans for the future?
Li Zichuan gave a self-deprecating smile.
After the Li family's matters are resolved, other things will have nothing to do with me.
Isn't there still you?
Your power is unforgettable. He paused. I might still see what I can do, and then live out my remaining years in Radiant City. Saving the world, for an ordinary person like me, once in a lifetime is enough. Bai Tao Tao, who had been listening quietly, suddenly felt something was off. That's not right, how did you? She stopped mid-sentence, smoothly correcting herself. She was no longer the naive girl who could be tricked into revealing secrets by the president or even Su Shuangyan with just a word. How did you save the world? Li Zichuan didn't notice anything unusual and chuckled. Many things happened just now, it's normal for you not to know, noble consort Bai. Bai Tao Tao almost imperceptibly blushed for a moment, showing dissatisfied confusion. What on earth are you talking about? Are you trying to tease me? I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Li Zichuan jumped in fright, glanced at Yilan, and shook his head. Never mind, never mind. Yilan stared at him for a few seconds.
Where are you going now? Li Manor.
Li Zichuan replied, that's my home, and now that things are over, there are still many matters to attend to.
Yilan nodded gently. Stay in the Li Manor and don't wander around. The next few days will be very dangerous, and I might need to find you. Yilan paused, stopping his intention to continue talking with him.
He still needed more information.
Good luck. Li Zichuan was slightly stunned, then nodded gently.
I wish you all the best too.
Gazing at Li Zichuan's departing back, Yilan narrowed his eyes.
Take your squad to the outskirts of the Li Manor.
If he leaves, report to me.
The rotten squad leader, who received Yilan's instruction, was momentarily stunned, instinctively wanting to say that this wasn't his mission, and it didn't comply with the rotten god cult's rules and regulations. But then he thought, if he asked Lin Jiao whether to accept, he'd probably be scolded. If he tells you to go, you go. It seemed the result would be no different, just with an added scolding. Yes. The rotten god cult squad and the Eternal Night Divine Church squad thus split up.
Because the reactions of the other three families were unpredictable, Arthur and Luo Cho abandoned their vehicles, and the squads vanished into the shadows.
Yilan, meanwhile, turned the divine drive key and, with Bai Taotao, disappeared into psychological invisibility. A cold wind swept in, and Yilan looked up.
It was snowing. Pressure from the rotten cult.
The vehicle drove on the streets of Radiant City, and unexpectedly, yet not unexpectedly, the entire upper district was plunged into an unprecedented
massive traffic jam.
The extent of the congestion varied greatly. For example, personnel from the Bai family and the Li family were frequently mobilized on a large scale within the district, blocking streets and
burning things.
For example, hundreds of people suddenly died on the streets in different parts of the upper district, causing a stir and making everyone fear for
their own safety.
The city guard and ambulances were overwhelmed, driving everywhere and getting stuck everywhere. It was as if chaos was breaking out before a storm.
Hundreds of people dead? Did some sub-entities die in Dynasty?
Yilan nodded lightly. Probably, or the kind completely controlled by the Li family head, who, after the Li family head's death and the disappearance of Dynasty, completely
lost their minds.
The Li family head's final answer to himself was for survival, so it couldn't be fully trusted.
Bai Taotao nodded lightly, saying nothing.
Everyone had tried very hard. The only good thing was that the divine drive was a motorcycle, and with the powerful activation, Yilan and Bai Taotao rode smoothly towards the
rotten god cult, unimpeded, with no further mishaps.
They safely returned to the rotten cathedral, and as the garage door slowly closed, Yilan knew that the next time they went out, they would likely have to force their way through. The three families would no longer allow the two great divine churches to pass freely. If there had to be a battle, it would be here, not in their homes. You're back. Lin Jiao, as always, waited in the garage, and as always, first glanced at Bai Taotao, but this time she had lost her playful mood. Her brow was furrowed with a rare expression of worry.
How are things? The Li family's problem should be resolved.
We need to prepare in advance for the backlash from the other three families.
After a brief explanation, Yilan looked at Lin Jiao in confusion. What's wrong with you? You seem to be in a very bad situation.
Lin Jiao.
How can I be fine?
After all, ever since you arrived in the upper district, everything has been done by my rotten god cult, right? 10 minutes ago, Radiant City sent hundreds of official documents to all forces in the wasteland, accusing our rotten god cult of disregarding Radiant City's sovereignty, forcibly interfering in Radiant City's internal affairs, assassinating high officials, slaughtering civilians, destroying ancient families, carrying out evil plans, and attempting to blood sacrifice the entire Radiant City.
Now, the entire city is in turmoil.
Radiant City has thrown out this narrative, and the residents are eager to unite and join Radiant City's army to overthrow us. The major righteous sects in the wasteland have successively sent letters of inquiry, and the settlements under the rotten god cult's jurisdiction have also started to become restless, with people panicking. The cathedral also has some pressure and is quite critical of me. Although the lingering prestige of the former pope's death means they don't dare to do anything to me, I'm very worried that if I request reinforcements, the cathedral will outwardly comply but inwardly defy, delaying time and being slow to come to Radiant City's aid.
Yilan frowned. Good heavens, Radiant City even turned the tables? What have you done to counter it?
They're sending official documents all over the world, you should too. Lin Jiao rolled her eyes.
Send what? What do I say? That our rotten god cult is saving Radiant City, saving the world? Will anyone believe it? Yilan.
It was truly hard to explain. The rotten god cult was actually doing good deeds now, but it seemed no one would believe it even if they said so.
Don't panic. Public opinion is simple.
Yilan's thoughts gradually cleared. As he walked towards the conference room, he said, I'll notify the Eternal Night Church to send official documents throughout the wasteland, just to
side with you. Lin Jiao hesitated. I don't mean anything else, but your Eternal Night Divine Church's credibility isn't that great, is it?
Yilan. But I have evidence, Yilan smiled.
The time has come to the last moment, we no longer need to hide anything. I believe not many people would want to see Radiant City's plans succeed.
Even without mentioning the ancient god's touch, and without mentioning the true reasons and dangers we are trying to prevent, the world will always
have more conservatives.
Most importantly, Yilan's lips curved upward. When these matters are disclosed, the pressure will ultimately fall on the Twilight God cult, questioning their inaction and asking how this matter
will be handled.
Then, with a little effort from Xia Qingyu's side, if handled properly, it can tip the strategic balance against the Twilight God cult. My only worry is that their pace is too slow, and they won't be able to send reinforcements to us in time.
Twilight.
Lin Jiao mumbled, slightly pouting.
Ever since she met this outrageous guy Yilan, how had cooperation with the Twilight God cult almost become a norm?
Sitting at the conference table, Lin Jiao glanced at Bai Tao Tao again, frowning.
Why are you covering your neck so tightly? Got a hickey? Bai Tao Tao, ?
Lin Jiao's initiative was probably second only to Yilan among everyone she currently knew.
With a wave of her hand, she pulled open Bai Tao Tao's collar. Ah, what are you doing? Bai Tao Tao was startled, and her instinctively unpracticed power was activated. Strange tentacle patterns seemed to faintly appear in the room.
Poof. Lin Jiao pouted, and the ceiling above her head suddenly writhed like mud, forming a strange giant eye that shone on Bai Tao Tao like a
spotlight.
Hiss. Lin Jiao hissed, looking at Yilan strangely, how did it get like this with you here? Yilan hesitated, then coughed lightly. I'm the one who injected her.
Lin Jiao.
She suddenly remembered the previous anomaly with the radiant disk above her head, and looked thoughtful.
You come with me.
Seeing Lin Jiao grabbing her and pulling her out, and remembering those previous times, Bai Tao Tao shivered slightly.
Wait. Yilan, save.
She frantically sought Yilan's help, and Yilan also frowned.
Can you deal with this hidden danger?
Lin Jiao turned back and rolled her eyes.
Who wants to deal with it for her? Of course, I'm going to activate it and turn her into a small ancient god's touch.
Then you, with sadness, make your move, leave a tear of a god after slaying Bai Tao Tao, softly say I'm sorry, and embark on a new journey.
Yilan, ? Bai Tao Tao, ? No, are you okay? So, does that mean there's a way to solve it? Even if it can't be solved, suppressing the dangerous possibility is good. Yilan looked thoughtful.
After all, he had already realized that Lin Jiao and Bai Tao Tao's situations were somewhat similar. Lin Jiao was more severely and longer corroded. But Bai Tao Tao was more special, directly pulling herself to an abnormal degree.
I'll follow and see, meow.
With Yi Lan's permission, the mind cat transformed into a shadow and chased after the two girls who had already disappeared around the corner. Sitting at the conference table, Yi Lan informed the Night House of the upcoming propaganda strategy, and finally sat back in his seat with a bit of ease. This was Radiant City's last peaceful night. Yi Lan held the communicator, looking at Xia Qingyu's contact information, not in a hurry.
Let the bullets fly a little longer. Next came continuous reports. The rotten church was already frantic. Report, the Upper District City Lord's Mansion demands that our rotten god cult immediately withdraw from Radiant City.
Respond to them by saying that they have detained a batch of our strategic materials.
Return them, and we will leave.
When were we detained a batch of strategic materials?
Oh, I understand. Report, our church is blocked by the Zhao family's cybernetic legion.
What should we do?
What else can we do? Let them block.
Draw a cordon, warn them not to cross the line.
This line should preferably be their current position, not too excessive. The key is to make them retreat 2 steps.
Yes. Report, one of our field teams cannot return now and is unable to rejoin the unit.
Requesting instructions.
Find the nearest safe house to rest. If the situation is urgent, they can take temporary refuge at the Twilight Church, saying they are carrying out my personal mission.
Yes.
People came and went in the Rotten God Cult's conference room, but now only Yi Lan was there. Although at first, the people of the Rotten God Cult were hesitant about whether to report to him, seeing Yi Lan sitting so naturally in Lin Zhao's seat, they said nothing.
Whatever.
Finally, almost an hour later, Lin Zhao returned.
And judging by her expression, she didn't seem too well. Possibility.
Yi Lan was very worried about such an expression.
How so?
It's hard to say. Lin Zhao was quite normal when she wasn't being smug, let me put it this way. Generally speaking, when the power of the ancient god's touch invades the body, our own power will instinctively resist, but most people's power is
not enough to contend with it.
But the essence of this gene enhancement, in order to integrate this power into oneself, removes that mechanism of passive resistance that belongs to
oneself, which means she cannot actively resist.
Moreover, there is no other power in her body, all her own power comes from gene enhancement, or rather, the ancient god's touch.
She cannot use the power of the ancient god's touch to fight against the ancient god's touch.
Yi Lan frowned, a bad premonition rising in his heart. When the old doctor was researching this potion before, he mentioned some minor issues that he could try to optimize.
Could this minor issue be related to this resistance? If so, it might already be too late. Do you have any suggestions?
Lin Zhao spread her hands, eat something good.
Yi Lan?
Alright, simply put, there are 2 solutions.
Lin Zhao said. First, eliminate the ancient god's touch, so you don't have to worry about her being controlled by the ancient god's touch. Yi Lan?
Your methods are truly simple.
What about the second method?
Lin Zhao was helpless.
Of course, it's to ask your eternal night god how to deal with it. What's the use of us mortals worrying about God's affairs? Yi Lan. Damn it, the problem is the eternal night god doesn't know how to deal with it. Suppose.
Yi Lan chose his words carefully and said, if it were the rotten god, how would this problem be handled?
Lin Zhao hesitated, as if saying, isn't the example right in front of you? It's very simple.
Turn her into a god's chosen of the eternal night god, but whether the eternal night god is willing to expend such great power to do this is unknown.
Of course, I also don't know if your eternal night god's power is effective.
If such a situation occurred in the Twilight God cult, granting power from the pure remnant sun to become a god's chosen would be of little
significance. Because its power and the power of the ancient god's touch are extremely incompatible, the body of the infected person would directly become a
battlefield, and most likely, before a victor is decided, the person would already be gone. Yi Lan frowned, raising a crucial question.
Xia Qingyu? That's a minor matter. She just drank a mouthful of unpurified sewage, that's all.
Lin Jiao rolled her eyes. Besides, how many years has she been a god's chosen? Anyway, as far as I know, that's how the rotten god protected me, allowing me to return to normal. Yilan hesitated to speak, then spoke, then hesitated again. Although he knew this was a very serious moment, he couldn't help but retort. Are you truly normal? Slap. Lin Jiao, displeased, slapped the table and stood up. What's abnormal about me? The two looked at each other. Lin Jiao. Anyway, that's the situation, so you'd best ask your eternal night god for advice. If that really doesn't work, then just eat something good. After the Radiant City matter is over, go to Sunset Cemetery and find a good feng shui spot to commit suicide. Or, wait until she's completely encroached upon by the ancient god's touch, then you can personally kill her and bury her there. Live one day at a time, I guess. Yilan? You speak so nicely. However, Yilan was already accustomed to Lin Jiao's speaking style and understood the true meaning behind this barrage of harsh words. You mean, I should communicate with the eternal night god to see if it can contact the rotten god, and use its status and their relationship to ask the rotten god for help? So the key point is that the rotten god can most likely solve her problem? Lin Jiao turned her head away. I never said that. Chuckling softly, Yilan tapped his fingertips on the table. Can you ensure an absolutely safe period? For example, a few days, a few weeks, a few months. During this period, the ancient god's touch absolutely won't have a chance to forcefully control her? Lin Jiao pouted. What did you think I was doing just now? A month, no more. Yilan nodded gently. Thank you. Ha ha. Lin Jiao was about to utter another venomous remark but suddenly froze. Why aren't you curious about when I was infected by the ancient god's touch? You don't care, do you? No, that's not right. Lin Jiao looked at Yilan in confusion. You've always known, always been clear? The atmosphere fell silent once more, and Yilan sighed softly. Shadow of the past. Lin Jiao was stunned, and the conference room fell into a long silence. Suddenly, she remembered the strange conversations from that day in Sewage Town when Yilan first sought her cooperation. So you're saying I'm sorry to me because you didn't save my mother in the shadow of the past? Lin Jiao forced a smile. I think you're the one with a problem in your head. The shadow of the past are just things that happened in the past. What good would it do if you had saved her? Creak, the door was pushed open again, and a rotten god cult elite squad leader rushed in. He glanced at Lin Jiao, who had finally returned to the conference room, paused for a moment, then continued to report to Yilan. Report. The situation is not good. We have drawn a cordon as you requested, but Zhao's military corps is standing on the line, refusing to retreat, facing the risk of further escalation of the conflict. What should we? How dare they? I really gave them too much face. If they don't retreat, I'll cut through them. Lin Jiao shot up, as if a suppressed, nameless fire had finally found an outlet, and she rushed out like the wind. Oh, this. Lin Jiao had already disappeared from sight. The rotten god cult elite squad leader looked at Yilan with a gaze mixed with panic and a hint of plea. This. She can't be that reckless, can she? If the Saintess just charges out like that, wouldn't it directly start a war? Forget it, they deserve it. Let her vent. Yilan rubbed his temples. You take people to escort Zhao Taiyue out. If the situation shows signs of becoming uncontrollable, directly use him as a hostage to force them to retreat. Immediately after, Yilan added another sentence. It's just for deterrence. Don't actually cut him. Understood. Watching the elite squad leader leave, Yilan sighed. Zhao Taiyue, huh? The better Li Zichuan's actions became, the more suspicious Zhao Taiyue became. It was clearly something that could have been resolved by talking properly with Zhao Taiyue, but Zhao Taiyue was unfortunately unable to speak. Isn't that also a point worth suspecting? You just so happened to be stabbed and rendered speechless precisely when you needed to speak? He was very uneasy about Li Zichuan. There were many suspicious points, but the man had handled things perfectly.
Boom!
A loud bang came from outside the rotten church, followed by a series of commotions. The rotten church even flickered several times before finally settling down. Beep beep. The communicator lit up again. Yilan glanced at it, Xiaqingyu.
He checked the time, 11 p.m.
Yilan pressed the connect button.
Hello? Disagreement. Hey, Chunyu? It's me. Xiaqingyu took a deep breath. It's good news. The Twilight God cult has confirmed they will act. The problem now is how many people to send and when to send them. Yilan frowned. It sounds like another set of tedious procedures and a long wait? Xiaqingyu. What kind of impression do you have of my Twilight God cult? According to normal procedures, yes, but my brother got a hold of the Pope's handle and has now taken full command. As long as we enter a state of war, everything can be simplified. But whether it needs to go this far, my brother hopes to talk to you. You should understand that without a response from the main god, revealing this handle means we've completely fallen out with the Pope. Our family will likely be at war with the Pope's faction until death after everything is over. Seeing Yilan remain silent for a long time, Xiaqingyu paused, probably understanding something. You don't need to think so much. Even if my family and the Pope's faction start a civil war, it won't be your fault. This is something that was bound to happen sooner or later after friction accumulated to a certain extent. Perhaps my brother will even thank you for creating such an opportunity and excuse. Yilan nodded lightly. I understand. Put him through. All right. There were a few more beeps from the communicator, and the internal communication switched to an encrypted frequency. Hello, Eternal Night Envoy. The other party had a cheerful voice, carrying a sense of security and trustworthiness. Hello. Hearing Yilan's voice, the person on the other end was clearly surprised. Your voice sounds so young. It's hard to imagine this is someone strong enough to almost rewrite the power structure of the wasteland. The feeling is mutual. Your voice doesn't sound like someone with countless killings on his hands. Grand Inquisitor, Inquisitor of whom? Whether it was killing enemies or internal purges, including the cleanse of Twilight, these were all his responsibilities. Perhaps he was a righteous person, but whose hands weren't stained with countless blood? Yilan retorted casually, speaking in a calm tone. Let's get straight to business. What do you want to know? Straight to the point, I like that. Xiaqingfei said, cutting to the chase, I've seen the evidence you presented, but it's not enough. My question is, what impact do they have on the entire wasteland? Whether it's gene enhancement or modified human. Our Twilight God cult in Radiant City made an agreement decades ago not to interfere, unless it affects the wasteland. You should understand what I mean. Even if Radiant City all become gene enhancers, or even all become robots, that is Radiant City's own chosen destiny, and we cannot directly intervene. No, this is destruction. Yilan nodded. If it were just that, I wouldn't be in the mood to meddle. But you should be well aware that human technology hasn't reached that level yet. All of this is accomplished based on the power of the ancient god's touch, and their ultimate outcome is only to be directly controlled by the ancient god's touch. Perhaps these gene enhancers and modified humans eventually being controlled and attacking various settlements in the wasteland from all directions is a small matter, but if the ancient god's touch greatly increases its power because of this, in the years when the Yue god and the rotten god are not present, who can bear such a cost? Xia Chengfei nodded lightly. This is exactly what I'm worried about. But I need evidence. I naturally trust your judgment, but I need evidence that can convince everyone in the Twilight God cult. Evidence. I can only say that physical evidence is everywhere in Radiant City now, but I don't have time to transfer it to you from thousands of miles away. Yilan said in a deep voice. As for human testimony, a few days ago, our 3 divine churches annihilated the abnormal god of illusion in the upper district of Radiant City. The god of illusion personally told us that it was controlled by the ancient god's touch, that it had awakened and recovered a great deal of its
strength, and was secretly plotting and supporting the research of Radiant City's 4 families.
Secondly, tonight I destroyed the Li family's plan and personally witnessed this, with the god of stitching perishing in it. You've already destroyed a plan?
Xia Qingfei's voice was somewhat astonished. Please elaborate. Yilan didn't hide much, only avoiding content related to himself and Bai Taotao, and roughly described the situation of Dynasty.
It seems we don't have much time left. Xia Qingfei mocked himself.
He was a shrewd man after all, and after hearing this, he already understood the urgency. With the Li family's plan destroyed, even their other half-finished products will have to be brought to barely usable status. If we can't stop and annihilate them in advance tonight, it might be too late. Yilan was very pleased. Talking to smart people was so easy. The most feared word now was delay. After a long silence, Xia Qingfei, presumably calculating the time needed to mobilize the team, slowly spoke. I have a simpler and foolproof plan.
Do you want to hear it?
Yilan narrowed his eyes.
Tell me.
The Eternal Night Divine Church is responsible for blockading Guangwei Road, and the elites of the Twilight God cult will immediately capture the
Lower District's City Lord's Mansion.
Then, they will use all their power to complete the evacuation of the Lower District civilians within 3 hours.
Xia Qingfei slowly said. Afterward, my Twilight God cult will execute the cleanse on the Upper District.
After destroying the Upper District, the ancient gods' touch will no longer be able to gain their power.
Then, our 2 great divine churches will directly besiege the ancient gods' touch. Yilan was silent. What about the people in the Upper District?
With all due respect.
Xia Qingfei sighed. According to your description, I'm afraid there aren't many normal people left in the entire Upper District.
Even if there are still normal people, after their last night of desperate expansion, there won't be many normal people left, unless we can organize a full-scale attack on the Upper District now, immediately, but that's impossible.
The cleanse.
Yilan found it hard not to admit that this was a foolproof solution. When the Upper District is wiped out in an instant, why would there be a need to go one by one, family by family, to carry out targeted purges?
There would be no risk of failure, no stragglers? It would also fundamentally eliminate all the ancient gods' touch's backup plans. But Yilan thought of many things.
The hundreds of riders who rushed down from the Upper District in the Radiant City Intercity Motorcycle Championship, and the almost foolish young
masters in the Eujian Tea House's scripts.
The 4 young masters who gave their all to save their hometown. Every single person, every single component that made up Radiant City, from top to bottom. Your plan is very good, but it won't work. Xia Qingfei was clearly stunned.
Why?
Yilan chuckled softly.
Because the Eternal Night God does not agree.
Roll. Xia Qingfei paused for a moment. Although it was outrageous, he knew one thing clearly. People in their positions would never joke about their own gods. Even so, Xia Qingfei organized his words, the Eternal Night God cannot control the Twilight God cult. Yilan chuckled softly. But my Lord God will not leave Radiant City right now.
Are you planning to blow up my Lord God along with it? Xia Qingfei still insisted. But the cleanse cannot harm your Eternal Night God.
If it could, I wouldn't hesitate at all, I would just eliminate the ancient god's touch.
How do you know it can't harm him? Yilan said easily, you don't need me to remind you of your own Lord God's divine revelation, do you? Xia Qingfei froze for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Damn it! What's wrong with Xia Qingyu? Did she just show the Lord God's divine revelation directly to the other party?
Whatever you say, I don't like the cleanse either. Xia Qingfei sighed, his voice gaining an undeniable firmness. Then there's the issue of
command. The Twilight God cult is the head of the Wasteland's righteous religions.
Such joint operations must be led by the Twilight God cult.
Yilan's eyebrows twitched.
He didn't care about such things at all, but it was understandable that the Twilight God cult cared a lot about this point. Especially on the eve of Xia Qingfei and the Yuhui Pope's internal conflict. If the Twilight God cult were to lose command of a joint operation for The first time in its history, who knew how the Pope's faction would use that as an excuse to attack them? Even for Xia Qingyu's sake, Yilan didn't care. What's more, when my second and third brothers and I fight together, they all have to listen to my command. Why would I fight with you over this? First, when the operation begins, we will immediately split into 2 groups, with one person dealing with each side, so there will be no issue of command, Yilan said. When we converge at the radiant disk, as long as you are confident in a general assault, I don't even need to make a move. How wonderful! At that time, I'll just stand under the radiant disk, you guys will lead the charge, and then it'll be over. I no longer have to worry about fighting 20 ancient gods' touches in one go. Alright. Having settled this point so smoothly, Xia Qingfei also breathed a huge sigh of relief. No one would have thought that on the eve of such a historical turning point, the main forces involved would be concerned about such a relatively trivial matter. Because he never worried about not being able to solve the problems here, this was the confidence of the Twilight God cult. Then that's settled. I'll arrive in Radiant City at 5 a.m. tomorrow for a war meeting. At 6 a.m. sharp, we'll launch a full-scale attack on Radiant City. Yilan nodded, relieved. Good, very good. At least you don't have so many of the Twilight God cult's bad habits. Yilan was satisfied with this efficiency. He also needed this last night to resolve the last few outstanding issues. The Rotten God cult will participate in this operation. You have no problem with that, right? Xia Changfei? If this person wasn't an Eternal Night envoy, he would really want to retort. Do you know what the Grand Inquisitor spends 90% of his time dealing with? The people of the Rotten Evil cult are purely defiling our sacred mission. I don't want to attack the ancient god's touch while also having to guard my back. But, Yilan emphasized, in fact, the people of the Rotten God cult have been helping me with every detail on the journey to Radiant City. Your Twilight God cult is the last to arrive. They certainly don't have the lofty ideal of saving the world, but they will always help their friends. Xia Chengfei fell silent. If this is the will of the Eternal Night God, he paused, I can make an exception and cooperate with them once, before defeating the ancient gods. Touch. He spoke with a hint of warning. I will not promise anything after the battle ends. Yilan, sitting in the Rotten Church, chuckled softly. He was still planning to devour the Rotten God cult's forces in Radiant City after the battle. Understood. Without a doubt, Yilan would remind Lin Jiao and try to control the scene as much as possible at that time, making them fight outside if they wanted. 2. Xia Chengfei wanted to devour the Rotten God cult's manpower, didn't Lin Jiao want to? Sigh. Just thinking about the matters of the 2 great divine churches gave Yilan a headache. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Yilan saw Lin Jiao enter from outside, radiating murderous intent. It seemed Zhao's cybernetic legion had suffered quite a bit. I'll be busy now. See you tomorrow morning. Okay. The call ended, and it immediately switched back to Xia Qingyu's frequency. How was it? A pleasant cooperation. Just wait for him to bring people over. At this moment, Yilan suddenly paused, realizing a problem. How will they get here? He seemed to imply he would come alone? Xia Qingyu paused, then smiled. Did you forget the promised ark? Yilan froze, then a smile curled his lips. It seemed it was truly stable. Hanging up the phone, Lin Jiao sat opposite Yilan, looking at him expectantly. Who was that? Xia Qingfei, Yilan said calmly. Lin Jiao frowned, how many people can they bring? The promised Arkansas. Lin Jiao paused, feeling a little down. After a long while, she showed a self-deprecating smile. Yes, saving the world is their business. Yilan frowned. What's wrong? Nothing at all. Lin Jiao shrugged casually, I've been messing around with you for too long, almost started thinking of myself as a hero too. I almost felt that someone like me, who is always intertwined with the night, should participate in saving the world, huh? Suddenly, music sounded from the corner of the room. To the whimpers and roars in the dark night, wow, who says only those who stand in the light are heroes, wow.
Lin Jiao? Yilan?
Yilan stood up without hesitation, walked to the counter in the corner of the room, and picked up an inconspicuous radio on it.
Yilan.
He pulled out the Mind Cat, placed it next to the radio, and seemed to want to say something but held back.
Little cat? Meow.
Mind Cat. When you sent Arthur back to the night house to bring people back last time, I asked him to bring it, meow. The Mind Cat was slightly embarrassed. I was thinking the decisive battle was coming, meow, so I brought it to play battle songs and boost morale, meow.
Yilan.
What is this thing, an ability object? Lin Jiao walked over and asked curiously, which anomaly is so idle, with psychic energy nowhere to use, that
it bestowed power upon it?
Yilan. Don't say it anymore, it makes my heart ache. But it seems quite interesting.
You have quite a rich collection.
Lin Jiao looked at the radio, unable to hide her affection, but which anomaly's ability did it inherit?
I don't remember any anomaly having singing-related effects.
Could it be sound wave attacks, or sound control?
Yilan.
No, I just activated it and let it develop freely according to its own strengths and whims.
Who knew it would only sing?
Of course, this was just Yilan joking. Yilan actually felt that the radio seemed to be starting to develop the rudimentary forms of other abilities.
For example, danger warning?
Do you want it?
It's yours.
No, meow.
I want.
No.
Tao Tao wants it, meow.
The Mind Cat pounced out decisively. Lin Jiao's eyes suddenly lit up at the words.
How can I accept this?
As she spoke, Lin Jiao snatched the radio into her arms before the cat's paw could reach it.
Mind Cat.
No, meow. At this moment, the radio's music played softly once again. In the season of gardenia blossoms, wow, let us wow meet again in the martial world. The Mind Cat paused, a little incredulous.
You want to leave, meow?
Don't be impulsive, meow.
Brother Yilan is usually just joking with you, meow.
Mainly, you don't have any power, meow, and it's quite dangerous here, meow. Like when you were alone in the sewage, how dangerous was that, meow?
It's easy to get abducted, meow.
Yilan didn't speak, quietly watching where Lin Jiao put the radio, his eyes subtly moving.
Give it to me for a moment.
Lin Jiao frowned tightly.
You said you'd give it to me. You can't go back on your word.
I'm not going back on my word. Yilan said helplessly, just let me adjust it again.
It'll be quick.
Lin Jiao reluctantly returned the radio to Yilan. Yilan held it in his palm, and a faint psychic energy seeped into it. After a few breaths, Yilan looked at it deeply, then withdrew his power.
Here, for you.
Yilan handed the radio to Lin Jiao, staring into her eyes.
After the Inradiant City is over, what do you plan to do?
Ha? Lin Jiao was confused by the question, pointing to herself.
What can I do?
Of course, I'll just kill.
Yilan?
Kill who? Lin Jiao fiddled with the radio, humming a little tune.
I don't know.
Whoever provokes me, I'll kill them. Yilan was speechless. Anyway, Yilan felt that as long as Lin Jiao didn't impulsively pretend to be weak to ambush someone, no normal person would provoke her. But, if I had the choice, I'd like to experience the life of an ordinary person.
Yilan's eyebrows twitched. You? Lin Jiao? What kind of look is that? Can't I be an ordinary person?
As she spoke, her voice softened. Of course, I can't be one all the time, that would be too boring.
It's just if I had the chance to experience it.
Yilan hesitated to speak. Then the 10-year period is up, respectfully inviting the Dragon King to return to his position?
Lin Jiao?
Aren't you toxic? Why are we talking about something so impossible and inexplicable? She examined the radio, even using her power to sense it, a look of confusion on
Her face. There's no change, what did you do with it? Yi Lan's lips curled, mimicking Lin Jiao's tone. What did I do? What could I do? Did I install a monitor on it or something? Lin Jiao?
She was extremely surprised. I was going to listen to music with this when I take a shower, so you want to watch me shower?
Yi Lan?
Giving up on communicating with Lin Jiao, Yi Lan left the meeting room and walked towards Bai Taotao's room. Just mimicking her tone was far from enough, it seemed he still had a long way to go to defeat Lin Jiao with sarcasm. After completely leaving the meeting room area, Yi Lan looked at the little cat.
Why didn't you stop me? Meow? The mind cat reluctantly looked back, then sighed. I thought you must have a reason, meow.
At first, there was no reason. I just felt sad when I saw it because it reminded me of the activation power I lost, meow, Yi Lan said sincerely.
Mind cat. But I think it's still a bit useful, meow. I think so too, so I made some arrangements.
Yi Lan nodded, looked back, and chuckled softly. I don't know what I'm worried about. Maybe it's the decisive battle starting, and the pressure is too great.
I'm just overly cautious. The mind cat nodded, still sighing repeatedly. We'll still see the radio, right, meow?
Yi Lan gave it a rather helpless look.
Of course. Lin Jiao can't just disappear into thin air, can she? Exploding hope. Creak.
Pushing open the door and entering Bai Taotao's room, Yi Lan was visiting for the first time, a place Lin Jiao always dragged Bai Taotao to, a small,
dark room.
If you were to say it was eerie, it certainly had a few eerie elements. All sorts of chaotic things were present, though not in that particular way. In the very center was a relatively tidy operating table, but it was covered by winding vines, making it look like a bed half covered in tree moss. The branches emitted a faint rotten scent, cradling Bai Taotao within them, binding her limbs, and giving off a faint rotten smell. Through these rotten tree cores, which emitted some psionic energy, a syringe was stuck into Bai Taotao's neck, administering something like an 4.
Drip. What did she just do? Yi Lan asked the mind cat.
The mind cat had come with Lin Jiao, so it should have seen the entire process.
Don't know, meow.
Can't understand, meow, the mind cat replied very honestly. I only know that Lin Jiao first gave her an anesthetic shot, meow, and then I couldn't
understand, meow. Yi Lan.
Yi Lan ran his hand over the tree bed, frowning.
This appearance.
Yi Lan felt it was a bit familiar. It was somewhat similar to the situation in the Shadow of the Past, where the second brother's power spread and enveloped Lin Yuan. However, this was only a very simplified and miniaturized version. Looking at the bottles, jars, and syringes scattered everywhere, Yi Lan raised an eyebrow. Most of them had been used. Bai Taotao's neck and wrists were covered in dense needle marks. Just a moment of pity, how miserable. It felt like Bai Taotao had been getting injections, and medication recently. Someone who gets dizzy from needles would probably pass out just thinking about it. After thinking for a moment, Yi Lan pressed the intercom. Arthur, bring that old doctor from Sewage Town over. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lin Jiao, but if he were to ask Lin Jiao to explain what all these things were for, what their purpose was, and what the results would be, he'd rather not. He didn't mind her sarcastic remarks, but having to analyze the true meaning behind her sarcasm would be a real headache. Before long, Arthur brought the old doctor in. To be honest, this was the most outrageous thing. During the Sewage Town period, there was no choice. At the request of the Twilight God cult, the sewing doll was stationed there, and while he got along with the old doctor, it was still like dancing with a wolf. Yet after all that trouble, after going in circles, what the hell was it to be working with him again? If everything went smoothly and this guy sincerely pledged allegiance to Yi Lan, with his abilities, he would most likely still be the top doctor within the Eternal Night Divine Church. However, how was the Eternal Night Divine Church structured now? It was made up of the people from their sewage town. Which meant that in the future, if anyone was seriously injured, they would still go to this guy for treatment. Wasn't that outrageous? Of course, this outrageousness was mutual.
The old doctor also found it very outrageous. Especially compared to Arthur and the others' willingness, he was completely coerced. Always encountering Yilan, he had gradually lost the motivation to escape. It was too damn spooky. He felt no matter where he went, he would still meet Yilan in the next map. Purely spooky. However, this time, he was different from every other time, appearing somewhat preoccupied. He looked at Yilan, as if he had something to ask but didn't know how to begin. The sewing doll has fallen. Yilan stated plainly, extinguishing his last hope. Ah. The old doctor choked for a moment, then nodded. I felt a little something. Do your work for me with peace of mind. I sent him off on his last journey. Yilan didn't want to discuss this topic further, it passed away peacefully. I swear by the name of God that its last request was for the eternal night god to avenge it. If you hate it, the eternal night god killed him, and you are no longer bound. If you still have lingering thoughts and acknowledge him as your former main god, then he did not harbor hostility towards the eternal night god. You can work for me with peace of mind, and the eternal night god will naturally avenge you. The old doctor pursed his lips. You said both the positive and negative, is it really such a coincidence? No matter what my stance, I have to thank you. Look at her condition. Yilan said all that, wasn't it just to get him to work for him? The old doctor stepped forward, curiously glancing at the rotten tree bed, muttering, what kind of operation is this, catalyzing rottenness to? Isolate something? What kind of genius operation is this, like using a specialty medicine to treat a runny nose? His gaze swept over by Tao Tao, and his expression suddenly changed. What the hell? Is this little girl human or a god? What the F***CK? The old doctor's eyes glowed with excitement. She's been injected with the Bai family's final version of the gene enhancement serum? Meeting Yilan's icy gaze, the old doctor quickly reined in his ill-timed excitement. His expression became solemn. I will do my best. First, let me draw a tube of blood to check. Seeing that Yilan didn't stop him, he was excited and took out some tools to draw blood. By Tao Tao's needle marks +1. Oh. Too rash, didn't I say I had a way to optimize the Bai family's gene enhancement serum formulation? But it's already been injected, it's irreversible now. He was frantically stacking defenses for himself. He felt that Yilan was the kind of evil existence who would say, if you can't cure her, you'll die. With her. Do your job. Hearing Yilan say that, he said nothing more. A full tube of blood was drawn, and the old doctor placed it into a vessel. I need to go back for instruments. This thing can be used in a pinch. After a period of analysis, Yilan didn't know what he was studying, only seeing the old doctor's frown deepen. Seeing him try to speak and then close his mouth, Yilan spoke in a deep voice. Speak. I'm afraid I'm powerless. Even though he was prepared, Yilan still sighed. Why? How should I put it? The old doctor thought for a moment, then placed the vessel containing Bai Tao Tao's blood in front of Yilan. Try using psionic energy here. Yilan frowned, raised his hand, and rich psionic energy enveloped it. Swish! A boiling sound came from the vessel, and the blood seemed to begin solidifying, adhering together, with a wriggling trace. This is a normal phenomenon. The manifestation of the ancient god's touch power system is like this, the old doctor explained. Then I'll proceed with the improvement method I originally prepared. The old doctor took out another vessel from his person, containing fresh, healthy-looking blood, clearly prepared long ago, just waiting for Yilan's approval to research. He dripped a drop of the contents from that test tube into Bai Tao Tao's blood, then used a high-precision device to extract something, and the two bloods merged. Try injecting psionic energy again. Yilan didn't waste words, injecting rich psionic energy. The next moment, the blood rapidly expanded, then exploded with a bang. It seemed not just one reagent exploded, but also hope. Full force. See, my original approach is no longer viable. Any attempt to modify it now will lead to this result, the old doctor explained.
Of course, this doesn't mean my research is useless. If my substance is injected first, and then this dose of medicine is consumed, the result would definitely be completely different. Yilan said nothing, gesturing around by Tao Tao. Go see if any of the solutions Lin Jiao prepared have a chance of success? Alright. The old doctor's face lit up again. He had been curious for a long time but hadn't had the time to observe. He checked Bai Taotao's wrist, picked up a syringe from a trash can, and pondered. What is this drawing out? The power of the ancient god's touch integrated into the blood? This seems pointless, unless all the blood is drained. TSK, it seems the rotten god cult has some techniques. Perhaps drawing out a specific part of something could solve the problem. The old doctor sighed with emotion. But it seems it won't work. Thanks to those researchers from the Bai family, gene enhancement completely integrates this power into the body, even changing the defensive mechanisms in the genes into absorption mechanisms. This won't work. He walked to the other side and examined Bai Taotao's neck. What's this for? Putting something inside? An ability objects blessed by the rotten god? To send the rotten god's power in to help her resist? The old doctor frowned deeply. This is useless. This isn't her power, it's even more dangerous, unless... His expression shifted. I remember the main god once, the god of stitching once seemed to mention that some powers of the rotten god and the ancient god's touch are fundamentally very similar. Is she trying to replace a part of it with the rotten god's power? Holy cow! It was rare for this highly cultured old man to exclaim holy cow. Without Yilan even asking, he began to speak proactively. Interesting. Isn't this exploiting a bug? She let a certain ability objects blessed by the rotten god be very slightly corroded by the power of the ancient god's touch in Bai Taotao's body. And then implanted this ability objects, mixing it into Bai Taotao's body? This makes the ancient god's touch mistakenly identify it as its own power, allowing Bai Taotao to use it to some extent, and also lets this power belonging to the rotten god mix in to help her resist? Is this something a normal person's brain could come up with? Lin Jiao's brain doesn't seem quite normal. But it still seems to have failed. Hiss. Finally, he looked up at the large 4 drip still being injected, his expression puzzled. What is this stuff? He leaned closer, a hint of suspicion on his face. Isn't this blood? Blood? Yilan stared at the 4 drip, somewhat dazed. Whose blood it was self-evident. The old doctor was still muttering. Is she trying to solve the problem by transfusing her blood? How is that possible? This is a struggle of abnormal powers. What good is a blood transfusion, unless she can replace all her blood? But abnormal powers don't disappear with blood loss, they only temporarily concentrate in the remaining blood when blood is drawn. In other words, by the final step of such a full-body blood transfusion, Bai Taotao would 100% explode directly. How could someone who performed such brilliant operations before make such a mistake? This time, Yilan completely understood. Lin Jiao had also been corroded, but she could completely resist it. Her body, after being treated by the second one, was in perfect balance. So, by injecting this blood into Bai Taotao, she was sharing some of her antibodies with her? It probably wouldn't solve the problem, but it would buy time. The 1-month safe period Lin Jiao spoke of must have come from this. She really gave her all. That's enough, stop here. Yilan prevented the old doctor from continuing his research. Do you have any ideas? Unexpectedly, the old doctor spoke matter-of-factly and easily. Simple, stitching. Yilan? I am confident I can solve the problem through stitching, but, well, I don't know what she'll end up looking like. No need, you can go. Yilan interrupted him. Putting everything else aside, Yilan could vaguely sense that as Bai Taotao underwent one gene enhancement after another, she had gained some power. From the ancient god's touch, which would flare up from time to time, causing her anxiety and inferiority. If she were to be stitched on top of that. Putting himself in her shoes, Yilan had said it from the very beginning. If he had to be stitched, he'd rather die with dignity. Oh. The old doctor fully understood Yilan's strong opinions and prejudice against the power of stitching and did not try to persuade him further, readily. Dropping the topic. By the way, I already have an idea for Zhao Yuan's problem, but I need your approval. You wait a moment, I'll find you later. Try to think of the most concise way to explain it to me. Yilan glanced at his communicator, which had been ringing for a long time, showing 4 missed calls. Xiaoman Man, Su Lezheng, and 2 unknown callers. I'm already overwhelmed, we'll talk about Zhao Yuan's matter later. It wasn't that he didn't care, it was a matter of priorities. Anyway, there was still a whole night. Watching the old doctor's figure disappear from the room, Yilan stared at the large, full 4 drip for a long time. She's quite a good person, meow. The mind cat sighed. This 4 drip is bigger than me, meow. How much blood did she draw, meow? Why, meow. I've read many wonderful palace intrigue novels, meow. Aren't rival relationships always accompanied by schemes and thrilling dramas, meow? I prepared many plans for Tao Tao, meow. Yilan. First, Bai Tao Tao and I are very normal, and Lin Jiao and I are also very normal. It's my fault for not making it clear to Tao Tao when I fake my death, which caused her emotional outburst and misunderstanding of her own feelings. Actually, sometimes, a close friend's death can also cause such an emotional outburst. Yilan couldn't help but remind the little cat. And Lin Jiao is completely driven by madness. If you don't strongly manipulate Tao Tao, there won't be any rival relationship at all. Little cat. You don't understand, meow. You don't understand. You don't understand, meow. You don't understand. After a series of meaningless conversations, Yilan felt much more relaxed. But I still don't understand why Lin Jiao is trying so hard to save her, meow. Even if there's no rival relationship, they aren't that close, meow? Who knows what's going on in her head? Yilan chuckled softly, perhaps it's just because, never mind, you don't understand. The mind cat was momentarily stunned. How did you talk for so long and then go back to that? You don't understand, meow. Persuasion. Returning to the conference room, it was quiet. Lin Jiao was sprawled on the table, having fallen asleep at some point. Seeing how pale she was, Yilan felt a little awkward. Not awkward because she worked so hard to save Bai Tao Tao, but awkward because he only just noticed it now. But this had nothing to do with anything else. Lin Jiao was so strong after all. And she hadn't left the house, so Yilan really couldn't imagine how she could have been injured. What are you thinking about, meow? Mind Cat asked softly. I hope you all can be happy forever, Yilan smiled gently. The little cat? Brother Yilan, if a line like that appears in a novel, the author is definitely going to give you a tragic ending. Yilan? That's why I told you to read fewer novels, Yilan rolled his eyes, just kidding, who can give me a tragic ending? Unless Ancient God's Touch is the main protagonist, and I'm the supervillain. Mind Cat. What kind of hellish plot are you talking about? Anyway. I'm actually quite happy right now, meow, Mind Cat said, I think, meow, if a person stays in a confined, small environment alone for too long, meow, they tend to get stuck in a rut, meow. That's why there were those rather extreme plans before, meow. But after following you around the wasteland for so long, meow, I actually feel pretty good. Those guys really did control themselves well, meow, and some even fought to the death for human civilization, meow. I think, once we get rid of Ancient God's Touch, meow, and clear out all the evil anomalies, meow, then establish new laws with the 2 great divine churches, confiscate and control all ability objects, meow. Everyone can just live together normally here, meow, and human civilization can go on as it should, meow. Yilan glanced at it and rubbed the cat's head. Alright, that's one plan. Yilan didn't interrupt its feline fantasy. The problem now was that the second and third ones were very likely to be in trouble. And, how could Ancient God's Touch be so easily eliminated? He had eliminated the ones in Sewage Town, and in Radiant City, but how many more were there? There was also the legendary civilization's end, which was now impossible to set foot in.
We still have a long way to go.
Glancing at the 3 numbers on the communicator, Yilan first called the unfamiliar code. Su Lezhang and Xia Manman were together now. If the situation were urgent, they would never just call once and stop, it would definitely be a barrage of calls. Which meant, there was something to report, but it wasn't an emergency. Instead, this unknown frequency had called twice, and he had no idea who it was, leaving him uneasy and worried about missing something important.
Yilan? Oh my goodness, I finally got through to you.
The call connected, and the voice surprised Yilan, yet also didn't.
Butler Zhao.
Speak.
I had suspicions before.
The so-called cybernetic legion visible on the market now, their models are too old, the versions too outdated. It's as if, in the years I've been away, there's been no progress in research, no improvement at all, which is illogical.
But the deadline you predicted is getting closer and closer, and I've been considering a question. Even if our Su family achieves a technological breakthrough at the last moment, there won't be enough time to complete manufacturing and assembly.
And all the casting bases on the market combined simply cannot achieve that scale. Finally, following this discovery, I finally uncovered the secret you wanted.
Yilan became serious, anticipating the astonishing answer.
Beneath our feet, in the underground of Guangwei City Lower District, which is to say, looking from below, the massive territory of the Upper District is entirely filled with neatly arranged Su family foundries. So, among other things, even the Guangwei giant cannon is produced there. That's why we've never seen how the Guangwei giant cannon is assembled, it just appears there. Yilan quickly digested this information, deep in thought.
So, the so-called cybernetic legion currently surrounding the rotten church are all outdated versions, pawns? Precisely, Butler Zhao nodded. Everyone who has qualified is now gathered underground.
They are just waiting for the final step of research to be completed, for the information to be transmitted to each casting platform, and then they
can all be armed within minutes.
Then, a cybernetic legion that is almost immune to psionic power and physical damage below a nuclear explosion should appear.
No wonder.
He had only asked the rotten god cult to draw a warning line for them, to make them retreat 2 steps, but they just wouldn't. They didn't dare to retreat, afraid of their current weakness and superficiality being discovered, afraid of being exposed. But with this intelligence passed to him, Zhao Tiehui's status was once again elevated.
But if he was elevated, wouldn't Li Zichuan have more and more serious problems?
Bai Qingshan didn't even need to be considered, that guy was so protective of his sister, and Bai Taotao was right beside him now. From his perspective, betraying Yilan would be pushing Bai Taotao to her death, wouldn't it?
Su Lezhang, haha.
If Su Lezhang had betrayed him, the Guangwei Road incident wouldn't have happened.
Didn't he know that thing couldn't kill him? Guangwei giant cannon? Just a toy.
Speak, what do you need? Butler Zhao took a deep breath, his voice cautious.
When attacking the Su family's underground base, can you bring the young master along? Yilan frowned. Reason?
He found it hard not to suspect a trap in this matter, for example, Zhao Taihui being the final link in the plan, and the moment he was sent down
would be the activation of everything.
This was the most basic risk to avoid, and Yilan had no reason to take him down.
After you lead the team down, won't you destroy that place?
Butler Zhao said in a deep voice, if it's as you predict, that group of people will be controlled to who knows what extent, and most of them will probably die in the end. And all those parts, technology, and so on. If you don't bring him down, the young master might never recover. After the Su family's technology is defeated, there will be no alternative to restore him. I have done my best to get you the intelligence you wanted, and the young master has never wronged you. Yilan was silent for a long time.
I understand.
Hanging up the call, Yilan directly dialed Su Lezhang.
Lezhang? God of War. You finally answered the phone.
Hearing the vigorous shout, Yilan smiled faintly.
Looks like he's fine. God of War, let me tell you, I've made a great contribution.
Yi Lan was somewhat amused.
You speak, I'm listening.
I appealed to his emotions and reasoned with him, and the old man was convinced by me.
He decided to leave the Su family in the lower district city lord's mansion to pledge allegiance to the Eternal Night Divine Church, to seek shelter during the upcoming continuous turmoil. Yi Lan? Gradually it becomes clear. What is this? They want to surrender? This. Although, if someone had to surrender, it would definitely be the Su family. The Su family's foundation is in the lower district, furthest from the coming chaos. The Su family, as it currently stands, hasn't revealed any overly outrageous research projects, though it's not impossible they're brewing something big. Su Shuangyan died in front of him, leaving only Su Lezhang as the heir.
And Su Lezhang is different from the other three of the four young masters. He's been tied to his team from the very beginning.
City Lord Su no longer has any motivation to win at all costs. If Su Lezhang really gets angry, he might actually go to the Eternal Night Divine Church to become a high priest. Who would still want to go back and inherit the family business then? Also, City Lord Su is truly very old, and it's not realistic for him to have more children.
Even if he could, there wouldn't be enough time to raise them to an age where they could inherit the family business. If viewed this way, when the general trend is irreversible, choosing to retreat gracefully is not a bad strategy. This is naturally good. One of the four great families has been destroyed, and one has surrendered, leaving only the Bai family and Zhao family, two known entities. Once the Twilight God cult arrives tomorrow morning, and the Eternal Night Divine Church and Rotten God cult advance, they will split into two forces and finally converge at the ancient god's touch. Then, everything will be over. Yi Lan's eyes flickered as he confirmed the plan, then spoke in a deep voice. So what's the plan? What was your Su family originally preparing? Actually, there wasn't much of a plan, which is why my grandfather has actually been dissatisfied for a long time. Su Lezhang explained his understanding and analysis. When the concept of the upper district emerged, the Su family's task was to guard the lower district, serving as a testing ground. When their three plans completed a certain stage or achieved a certain result, they would be placed here to observe various subsequent reactions, including whether they could live within the city. Besides that, they were responsible for the upkeep of anomalies, the development of the city, external communications. In short, they were a super large logistics provider. Yi Lan was slightly silent. How much credibility do you think it has? Su Lezhang. Actually, he originally thought it was very credible, but after Yi Lan questioned him, he suddenly became less firm. It should be true. Yi Lan was non-committal, because after experiencing Dynasty and seeing the Zhao family head and Bai family head who had mistakenly entered it for a short time, Yi Lan realized something. Destroying others' plans is strengthening one's own plan. Radiant City's resources are limited. Only by covering the entire city under one plan can maximum benefit be achieved. For example, the entire Radiant City transforming into Dynasty, or the entire city being filled with gene enhancers or modified humans. So it seems the Bai family and Zhao family have a relatively better relationship, because it doesn't seem to be a big problem even if they don't exclusively control the entire city. How will he surrender, and what can he provide? It sounds a bit excessive to be picky when accepting a surrender. Clearly, City Lord Su and Su Lezhang had already discussed this matter in detail. First, assist with civilian evacuation. With our cooperation, this efficiency can at least double yours. Of course, if you decide to go to war without evacuating, then disregard what I said. Second, targeted the cleanse, solving the experimental subjects placed in the lower district by the other three families, to avoid creating hidden dangers for you. Third, ensure that the entire lower district can serve as your base of operations and stronghold. Fourth, lead the way, capable of directly guiding you straight to the core of the Bai and Zhao families. Tap, tap, tap. Yi Lan's fingertips lightly tapped the table, and he nodded. Alright, but one additional condition must be attached.
Su Lejiang was stunned.
Although Yilan was truly his own person in his heart, he still felt it was a bit outrageous.
Why is surrendering so troublesome? Please speak.
The Eternal Night Divine Church will take up residence in the Lower District City Lord's Mansion tonight, taking over all affairs until everything is concluded, no later than 3 days from now. During this period, everyone in the Su family, from top to bottom, must disarm completely. The Eternal Night Divine Church can promise, under the notarization of the 2 great divine churches, not to covet any of your Su family's wealth. And the shift in power in the lower district is to reassure him. Su Lejiang was stunned for a moment, then nodded.
I'll go communicate.
Hanging up the call with Su Lejiang, Yilan's gaze lingered on the map.
The situation had changed once again. Hello, Man?
Yilan, there's a situation.
Yilan's expression shifted.
Speak. The lower district has been very chaotic recently. Various major forces have continuously entered the city, with constant minor conflicts and abnormal disasters. The Su family's people are scattered in all directions every day, busy to the point of exhaustion.
Yilan nodded.
This was very reasonable and also explained why City Lord Su seemed to have started slacking off.
A bunch of crazy people messing around, why should I clean up their mess?
I was worried about missing details, so I secretly tracked and investigated, and found something very strange.
Oh? Yilan's eyes moved.
At least a third of the people reached or passed by the city walls of Radiant City during this process.
Xia Man said, if it were just that, I
wouldn't be suspicious. After all, it's a mixed bag now, and border areas are usually high-incident areas, anything is possible. But the problem is, their paths have no overlap, and all the directions, when connected, encircle Radiant City.
Yilan's gaze narrowed slightly.
Given this premise, I thoroughly investigated the locations and paths of the remaining 2/3 of the people. I simply drew a map, which covers the entire lower district.
But I don't understand it. Do I need to pause the mission and send this to you?
Yilan was slightly silent. Mission paused, but no need to bring it to me. Directly send your drawing and analysis to Yangye Cathedral, hand it over to the current person in charge. I should be able to take over the lower district city lord's mansion within a few hours. After taking over, immediately send people to investigate in detail.
After a pause, Yilan spoke again. Xia Chengfei will arrive tomorrow morning.
I will notify you of any subsequent arrangements.
For now, you should lie low outside the lower district city lord's mansion and observe the subsequent developments.
If possible, pay attention to Lejiang's state.
Ah. Oh.
Hanging up the phone, Yilan finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, across the table, Lin Jiao watched him with a faint gaze.
You're so busy.
Yilan sincerely offered a suggestion. I can find something for you to do, even busier than me, really.
Lin Jiao. Will the Rotten God cult have more reinforcements?
Lin Jiao rolled her eyes.
No, just these. Yilan sighed. You say your rear is unstable. Why don't you go be your rotten pope?
Then you can point and strike wherever you want. Kill, 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 kill.
Lin Jiao?
No, I just said you were busy, and you're actually finding work for me?
I think you should consider how to integrate this force rather than thinking about reinforcements.
Lin Jiao rolled her eyes. It's not that the more
people the better.
Twilight is even bringing the promised arc over. Solving one family's problem is no issue at all. My group of people plus your people are more than enough to deal with the other family. This isn't Sewage Town, and it's not Xiaoqing you and I each leading a small team. If both of our military corps came to Radiant City, the result might be you and the ancient gods touch sitting in the audience, watching our two great divine churches fight a full-scale war.
Yilan. This truly is a problem.
First, a battle meeting must definitely be held. Second, where can these two families hold a meeting without fighting? At least before the battle begins, the three families must gather together. After thinking for a moment, Yilan had an idea. You send an official letter to Radiant City, stating that you want to evacuate Radiant City.
Lin Jiao? Why? Yilan rolled his eyes.
If we mobilize on a large scale directly, they will most likely resist to the death, causing a battle to break out prematurely. But what if we say we're evacuating, and then move towards the lower district?
Lin Jiao was thoughtful.
They will certainly doubt our motives and won't entirely believe we're evacuating, but they probably won't directly intercept us to the point of a
conflict, because their consistent diplomatic demand has been for us to leave Radiant City.
Yilan showed an expression of teachable student, which made Lin Jiao feel insulted. I will immediately contact Xia Manman to implement this plan. We will agree on a time and, while they are caught off guard, withdraw from the upper district together.
Lin Jiao's eyes showed confusion. And then?
Then Nighthouse will gather.
Yi Lan's mouth twitched. I don't believe it. I want to see if you can still fight at the Eternal Night Divine Church headquarters? Lin Jiao. Beep beep. The phone rang again. Yilan glanced at it and picked it up. Lu Zhen? It's me. I just talked to him, my grandpa agreed.
Before midnight, I'll bring a few good men to meet up with you, and you can send people over to temporarily take over the Su family now. Yilan was stunned for a moment.
City Lord Su's cooperation exceeded his imagination. No need to come to the upper district.
You take your people directly to Nighthouse.
I'll meet you there shortly.
I'll contact them in advance. You go to Nighthouse first to arrange people. As for taking over the Su family, you can lead the team to complete it.
Be sure to thoroughly investigate any places that might be hiding secrets. Su Lozhang?
I know you trust me, but
I'm raiding my own home, right? Storm is coming.
Finally, one task after another was completed, and the feeling of an impending storm grew heavier. Bring all the equipment, confidential documents, everything that can be taken.
After we leave, anyone in Radiant City with half a brain will have to search this place. Lin Jiao nodded, sighing. Ugh. I just woke up. Yilan. Creak.
The door was pushed open, and Bai Taotao stumbled in, still half asleep.
Looking at the time, it was already midnight. Follow me.
Yilan walked along the corridor, arriving at the old doctor's temporary medical room. As he pushed open the door, he was met with the old doctor's indignant voice.
Evacuate? Are you kidding me?
All my precious experimental data.
How am I supposed to move at all? What's going on with the rotten god cult? Can't they even defend their own cathedral? That's enough.
Yilan rolled his eyes and pulled over a chair. Don't worry about your things, I'll reserve space for your materials in the
evacuation team.
The old doctor breathed a huge sigh of relief. He had acted so agitated, but it was only to secure this small concession.
About Zhao Yuan, you said you had some progress?
Of course I do. The old doctor smiled confidently. Her consciousness hasn't disappeared, it's trapped.
Yilan? Speak in plain terms.
The old doctor paused, then succinctly summarized, his enthusiasm waning. To make it easier to understand, the Zhao family extracted two structures from the ancient god's touch. One is used to enhance abilities and increase resistance, and the other is used to store consciousness. I suspect they prepared a chip or something similar to connect the consciousness with this power, but this technology wasn't used on Zhao Yuan.
Yilan nodded.
Butler Zhao had mentioned this. The initial modification was limited to strengthening abilities, and they didn't dare to tamper with consciousness.
Rashly. And then? Then the problem arose, didn't it?
The old doctor spread his hands. These two structures have a pulling effect. Simply put, this power needs to be connected to that consciousness chip to operate stably, but now only the power was given, without the other
structure.
So, problems occurred. Yilan was slightly taken aback. That could be considered a good intention gone wrong. If they had directly proceeded with the most aggressive plan at the time, Zhao Yuan might have been fine.
So, where is her consciousness?
The old doctor scratched his head.
Well, that's an area I don't quite understand either. I don't know the principle, it's not really plausible on a scientific level.
But I speculate that her consciousness was guided out by the existing structure, but there was no convergence point.
You could also understand it as being trapped throughout her entire body.
Yilan seemed thoughtful.
What's your plan?
Implant her with the Zhao family's final version of the consciousness chip. Butler Zhao spread his hands. First, stabilize her, and then, don't.
Wipe them all out, leave some technical talents.
We can always develop our own power for the Eternal Night Divine Church without using the ancient god's touch.
Glancing at the old doctor, Yilan said nothing and left. The most disheartening thing when saving the world is realizing how difficult it is to even save the people around you.
Meeting Lin Zhao, who was dizzy and counting evacuation items outside, Yilan mentioned something. Take Zhao Yuan with you when you go to the Zhao family. Lin Zhao no longer asked why, like a worker who hadn't had a holiday in a long time, she glanced at Yilan with numb and tired eyes.
Yilan. It will be over soon, just get through tonight. Yilan awkwardly made a grand promise. Returning to the room, Yilan looked at Bai Tao Tao. Tao Tao, how's your mastery of your power coming along?
After a detailed discussion with the old doctor, Yilan realized he had actually been mistaken before. He had originally worried that Bai Tao Tao's excessive use would accelerate the erosion of her power. But the actual problem was that once the gene enhancement was administered, it was already considered complete erosion. There was no such thing as
accelerating it.
In this situation, the more Bai Tao Tao mastered it, the safer she would be.
Bai Tao Tao truly needed control over her body and command over this power.
Take the sewing doll, for example, it could still put up a fight. Although it was quite miserable, Yilan felt that as long as the ancient god's touch didn't truly descend to suppress it, it could completely hold out.
For years, even decades. Swish! Bai Tao Tao took 2 steps back and extended her slender fingers towards Yilan.
The next instant, psionic energy roared, the air seemed to ripple, and psionic energy, as if solidified, approached Yilan. Tentacle-like outlines, appearing to break out of the air, became visible only in front of Yilan, restraining his neck from all directions. From a distance, Bai Tao Tao looked heroic and truly had the demeanor of a master.
Nice effects, like a summoner.
Yilan chuckled softly. Yilan had originally intended to say mage, but specifically emphasized summoner to imply to Bai Tao Tao that this was merely one of her summoned creatures, unrelated to her true self, and completely different.
Seeing Yilan's relaxed demeanor, Bai Tao Tao subtly let out a sigh of relief. Don't you think it's disgusting?
Yilan looked at Bai Tao Tao, who seemed inadvertently anxious, and could probably sense her feelings. She had likely been very scared since undergoing the 3rd gene enhancement, and after seeing the out-of-control individuals at the non-natural detective association, she had fallen into confusion about her current state. Now, little by little, accident after accident, she had begun to casually wield this power as if it were her own arm. When she first heard Yilan say she was a god, she only found it a bit inexplicable. Even if she believed it, she couldn't understand it. But when it happened to her, it felt so natural.
Just a form of power.
Leaning back in his chair, Yilan said casually, I haven't read many novels, but I've watched some shows and played some
games.
Have you heard of those martial arts world sects that specialize in? Mysterious and unpredictable, the men are handsome and dashing, the women are beautiful as paintings, countless people yearn for them, and they rarely
appear as villains. But aren't goo just insects? How disgusting.
Yet, those who use goo are still perfectly normal, living their lives as usual. Being a team leader isn't easy, you have to constantly monitor your team members' status and provide psychological support. Once you've embarked on this path, don't consider such ordinary people's problems anymore.
Yilan said unhurriedly. Lin Jiao's condition is actually similar to yours, but would you look at her differently because of it?
Yilan almost couldn't continue, it seemed he still would, after all, he also thought she had a slight mental problem.
So, he couldn't help but search for new persuasive arguments. Yilan pointed to the mind cat. Do you really think it used to be just a cat? Mind cat? How did this gossip turn on me, meow? And why can't I be a cat, meow? So, live each day well.
Yilan leaned back in his chair, suddenly looking towards the window. The window had been blown open by the wind at some point, and with a falling sound, a photo frame was thrown into the room.
Yilan's pupils contracted. Go call Lin Jiao.
When we evacuate, don't try to wake me up, just carry me to the car.
Ha! Bai Tao Tao was stunned, didn't ask why, and turned to leave. Creak.
The door closed, and Yilan shut his eyes.
Eternal nightmare, send me in.
The voice of the eternal nightmare softly sounded.
Who else needs to be brought?
After some thought, Yilan made a decision. The kitten was not suitable for this type of exploration, unless it used scene backtracking. And in truly urgent situations, there must be someone outside who understands his condition. He might very well be unable to personally supervise the evacuation of the two great divine churches.
Chaos Bell, and you. Eternal nightmare?
The wind swayed, and a photo frame somehow fell into his room from the window.
Yilan recognized it at a glance. That was the shadow of the past. Desolate. Phew.
A cold wind blew in gusts, and Yilan opened his eyes. Then, he was stunned.
He remembered very clearly that the next scene in the shadow of the past was inside Radiant City.
He had entered the shadow of the past, so he should be in Radiant City.
But Yilan frowned. It's so dilapidated.
There were no people coming and going, the roads were empty, and the surroundings were deserted, as if filled with eerie, ghost-like houses. In the quiet night, desolation was everywhere, and faint traces of ruins from a rain of bullets and gunfire were scattered about, like a former
battlefield. It was even more broken than Sewage Town 60 years ago, wasn't that absurd?
Although there were still tall buildings everywhere here, at least Sewage Town back then had people and a sense of life.
Splash.
Yilan's ears twitched. In a corner not far behind him, there seemed to be a very faint, deeply hidden sound of footsteps. Yilan didn't sense any danger, so he pretended not to know and remained standing in place.
Whoosh!
A very fast whoosh of wind sounded by his ear, the kind that would be extremely fast for an ordinary person. That person rushed over, grabbed the pocket on his side with lightning speed, took out something, turned around, and ran wildly, disappearing back
into the alley in an instant.
Yilan looked down, his eyebrows raised.
There was only some food there. Bang!
Seeing the person disappear into the shadows, Yilan fired his grappling hook, leisurely following after him.
What's the meaning of this? Trying to shake me off like that? Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh!
He followed them through twists and turns for a while. The other party was simply circling around this cluster of buildings. Yilan chased until he was starting to lose patience, when the other party suddenly rushed out of this building complex.
Yilan naturally continued to follow leisurely, finally entering other districts.
If viewed according to the geographical location in the real world, this was already among the most luxurious mansions in the upper district. That person climbed up a tall building and entered a room on approximately the 10th floor. Yilan then stopped at the door of the room, pondering a plan. But after much thought, it was still best to just rush in directly now to give the other party the maximum sense of pressure.
Bang bang!
Yilan fired 2 shots directly at the keyhole of the door, then kicked the door open with a bang and walked in leisurely. Then, he was slightly stunned. In the room, the middle-aged man who had stolen things from him had already opened the food and, without even heating it, was feeding it to a little girl on the bed. The girl was barely clothed, her forehead was red, and she looked extremely weak, perhaps from a fever. Yilan's leisurely expression stiffened slightly, and he quickly analyzed the situation before him.
They've been out of food for many days, and the child is going to starve to death? Alas!
Yilan quickly ran through his thoughts, drew his gun, and advanced a few steps, but he didn't interrupt the girl's eating. He just pointed at the middle-aged man, revealing his characteristic villainous smile. Since he's already here, and the other party provoked him first, he might as well play the villain. He couldn't possibly be like in Sewage Town, where he had to work himself to death saving the world even in the shadow of the past, could he? He couldn't take it anymore. He saved it once in reality, and now he had to save it again in a historical illusion? Of course, he wouldn't go so far as to harm the innocent. But, couldn't he at least scare them a little? Shoo! Yilan made a gesture to the middle-aged man, placing a finger on his lips, and curled his mouth. Quiet, don't scare the child. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, and he immediately knelt down. Please, sir, have mercy. I shouldn't have stolen from you, I really couldn't go on living. Please let my daughter go, I am willing to die to appease your anger. As if she could survive if you died now. Yilan curled his lips, sighed inwardly, and had no interest in scaring the other party anymore. After entering the shadow of the past, the first person to attack him, whom he had thought was a big catch, turned out to be just an ordinary person. Don't let the child choke. Yilan tossed out his water skin and began to wander leisurely around the room. Before long, he stopped at a table with an exquisite calendar on it. 30 years of the Apocalypse Era. Yilan narrowed his eyes. This time point was completely consistent with his own deductions. The problem was, at this point in time, Radiant City had undergone 30 years of development, so it should be in its prime. Why was it like this? He hadn't seen many people, and the remaining ones were like those at the beginning of the apocalypse, fighting over such insignificant resources to this extent. And this place was still the upper district? Why had no one ever mentioned it, and why was there no such record in history? Yilan walked around a bit more, looking at the display of daily necessities. He could initially determine that this was not a house they had entered randomly, but their own residence. Although it was old, many of the collections showed that they were still quite valuable, not to mention that this area was also very central in Radiant City's geographical location. Your original life should have been quite decent, shouldn't it? Yilan asked as if unintentionally. How did it come to this? I came to Radiant City decades ago, and it should have been very prosperous then. The middle-aged man seemed to have his past memories stirred by Yilan's words, revealing sadness and bitterness. Yes. I was indeed doing well, but then everything suddenly collapsed. Yilan frowned, pulled out a chair, placed the loaded revolver on it, and leaned back in the chair. What do you know? Looking at the gun, which was placed very casually yet was actually aimed at him, the middle-aged man hesitated to speak. Many things have happened, I don't even know where to begin. Yilan didn't show excessive kindness and pointed at the food in the child's hand. This will be your reward. If what you say satisfies me, I will not pursue this matter further. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and hope returned to his life. A week ago, all energy supply in Radiant City was stopped. The officials said it was equipment damage and required 3 days of maintenance, but today is already the 7th day. At first, it was fine, but as time passed, everyone's minds became clear that Radiant City's energy had run out. Yilan was thoughtful. Radiant City's infinite energy seemed to come from the Radiant Disk, and now, before entering this building, Yilan had also looked up at the sky. Above was a blue sky, and there was no Radiant Disk yet. Intruder. Clang. Yilan tapped the table, signaling the other party to continue. There was already a riot at that time, but at least there was still hope. After all, Radiant City had developed gene enhancement, making it one of the first forces in the wasteland that could enable humans to fight against unnatural disasters. Then, at this very moment, gene enhancement ran into problems again. Huh? Yilan glanced at the calendar again, recalling the past illusions he had seen in the Radiant City United Medical Institution. It was also 30 years ago, but it should have been around the end of that year, and now it was only mid-year. So, Radiant City's earliest gene enhancement had nothing to do with the ancient god's touch. But why did it still run into problems? The middle-aged man continued his narration. At first, he was reluctant to speak, but the more he spoke, the more fluent he became, and the more depressed he felt. This time, Radiant City finally fell into complete chaos. The four great families, who governed Radiant City, were the most affected. After all, gene enhancement was very precious and represented Radiant City's highest combat power. When problems arose, they were the first to suffer. It seems several family heads even died. Then, one after another, for unknown reasons, tensions rose everywhere, and the several families almost erupted into a full-blown conflict. I lost my job at that time, and most people did too. The four great families were so chaotic that their influence barely extended beyond their own mansions. After the chaos, a large number of gang groups emerged. After gangs were everywhere, Radiant City, for some unknown reason, suddenly had many strange, octopus-like things growing from underground. Many people I knew went crazy after seeing them. Sometimes they would even actively attack people, almost paralyzing half of Radiant City. Under such a fatal threat, I don't know what the four great families did. A day later, the entire city trembled like an earthquake, and then half of it actually rose into the sky.
Ha, we are in the sky now.
Yilan frowned, but he wasn't completely confused by what he heard.
So the upper district appeared at this time? It was caused by some kind of anomalous reason, and not construction?
Then, a few days ago, many people from the Twilight God cult came to Radiant City. The middle-aged man sighed, a lot of food was distributed, and
life seemed to be getting a little better, returning to normal.
But then, immediately, they started fighting with someone again, and it said that a divine war broke out.
Divine war? Yi Lan's brows furrowed again. What's going on?
If this period of history was so rich, it should be recorded by all the various factions. Although he hadn't deliberately sought to understand it, someone should have told him about these things. Anyway, that's how it was, one thing after another, the disasters never stopped for even a moment.
The middle-aged man concluded, it said that
the lower district has reorganized its order now, but I haven't gone back.
Yi Lan couldn't help but ask. Why?
The reason those people went back is that they didn't dare to stay in this half-city suspended in the air.
But I don't think there's any difference.
If it really collapses, the people in the lower half of the city will also be crushed, possibly even worse than those here. The main thing is, there aren't many people here, but resources are fixed.
I think, no matter what, I won't starve to death.
On the contrary, the passage between the two districts is blocked. If I go down and then have nowhere to go and can't come back up, it's simply not worth it. Yi Lan was silent for a moment, then sighed. When disasters come one after another, sometimes they truly are beyond human power to resist. Just listening to the situation in Radiant City over the past few days, the difficulty is almost comparable to the late Ming dynasty. Yi Lan gazed at the middle-aged man for a moment, reviewed the details, and then withdrew his gaze. Although this guy was hateful for stealing from him, he certainly had no intention of harming anyone. In the current context of the entire Radiant City, he could be considered one of the better people.
Don't steal anymore. You'll never know who you might steal from.
Taking out 2 more packs of pre-made food from his person, Yi Lan then spoke, eat sparingly, and try to last a week.
A week?
The middle-aged man asked with some confusion, not knowing how this time frame was given.
Yes, a week is enough.
Yi Lan, about to leave, fell silent for a moment and closed his eyes.
Of course, Radiant City won't stay like this forever.
Not too long from now, the Radiant Disk will rise into the sky, and Radiant City will once again be the unique Radiant City of the Wasteland, the last
brilliance and glory of human civilization. Bang!
At that very moment, something unexpected happened to Yi Lan. With a loud crash, the room door was kicked open.
A robbery? Everyone quiet down.
As Yi Lan frowned, he saw the person who entered. The person was covered in blood, brandishing a revolver and pointing it wildly around. Yi Lan frowned, glancing out the window. He didn't know when, but many cars were parked downstairs of this building, and there was a group of figures carrying rifles.
Calm down. Calm down.
The middle-aged man shielded the little girl behind him, his face changing drastically. Whatever you want, I'll give it all to you, I'll give it all.
To you.
The blood-soaked figure paused, then closed the door with a frustrated look, unable to help but curse.
Damn it! Damn it! An entire empty building, how did I just happen to enter a room with people in it? Ugh!
Yilan had already prepared to act to end this little interlude, but he didn't expect the other party to turn around and prepare to leave, which made Yilan momentarily stunned.
Not a robber? However, the person was unable to leave.
As he pushed the door open to exit, he paused again, pacing back and forth irritably.
You won't betray me, will you?
Forget it, I'll just stay here.
Everyone quiet down.
Nothing will happen, otherwise, whoever makes a sound, I'll shoot them.
Still. I won't move.
The middle-aged man glanced at Yilan. Seeing Yilan as steady as an observer, he couldn't figure out his intentions and could only handle it himself. Gently closing his eyes, Yilan's psionic energy permeated outwards, but he didn't detect any anomalous fluctuations.
Are they all ordinary people?
Yilan mused. No matter who was pursuing him, they were all just ordinary people, just like the person in front of him.
Gang fight?
Looking at the blood-soaked man, Yilan frowned for no reason.
Why did this person look so familiar?
Because the other party demanded silence, the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Unbeknownst to him, his vision became a little blurry, and the smell of blood was mixed with a hint of incense.
Cough, cough.
The first to make a sound was actually the intruder who had demanded silence. He coughed twice, his expression changing dramatically.
Damn it, I've been found.
These bastards are throwing colorless gas. The intruder cursed and rushed to the window, opened it, and was about to jump out directly.
Smack!
Yilan finally made his first move, grabbing his hand and smiling.
Who's chasing you? None of your business.
Ugh. Just as he was about to threaten this resident who didn't know his place, he realized that Yilan was about to shove the barrel of his revolver into his throat.
I think you're quite rude, don't you?
Unexpected acquaintance.
Bang. The blood-soaked intruder raised his hands, rapidly thinking of a way to escape.
Damn it, he was careless. He should have noticed earlier that this person was problematic, he had been too calm just now.
As for politeness? That was probably just an excuse he made up.
Brother, we have no grudges, I'm just running for my life, and I haven't harmed anyone here.
I know, Yilan said indifferently. That has little to do with me. I just asked you who the people outside are, and you obviously haven't answered me yet. The intruder was speechless for a moment. Is this really an appropriate time for questions and answers?
Soon, he looked thoughtful.
You're worried the people outside might be hostile towards you? No problem, we can just leave together.
The feeling of a revolver pointed at him was too uncomfortable, and the intruder subtly moved back a little.
What about them?
Yilan pointed at the middle-aged man and the little girl in the room.
What will happen to them?
The intruder was stunned for a while before giving Yilan a strange look.
Could it be that he had run into a good Samaritan? You don't need to worry about them. Those people are only here to catch me.
At most, they'll take them back for investigation, the intruder carefully chose his words.
This might even change their fate. I see they're short on food and severely ill. If not dealt with promptly, I'm afraid they won't live for many days.
But if they're taken away by those people, at least they'll have enough to eat and drink, and they'll probably be given a bowl of medicine.
Click.
Yilan pressed the revolver's safety.
Less talk, who's outside? It's people from the Bai family or the Zhao family.
Yilan wasn't too surprised, this was within his expectations, he just needed confirmation. At least on this point, the person in front of him was right. No matter how chaotic Radiant City was, the four families could at least maintain stability. Resources weren't so scarce that they couldn't be taken away, and perhaps they would even be safer if they were. After all, they hadn't done anything else, they were just caught in the crossfire. Yilan couldn't do anything about it, there weren't many options to save them even if he wanted to.
Not to mention these were just two ordinary people who couldn't keep up with his pace. He could take Tao Tao with him, but he couldn't possibly take a real little girl everywhere. Who are you? Me? The intruder pointed at himself, not knowing why he wasn't as anxious anymore. The current situation was very urgent. The fact that the other party had deployed gas indicated they had confirmed the target was here, and they could break in at any moment. But emotions can sometimes be contagious, and Yi Lan's current demeanor was simply too leisurely. It even made him feel like it wasn't a big deal. Of course, this was prerequisite, on the condition that he and Yi Lan were not enemies. For a moment, his voice held a hint of pride. I am Li Jixin, one of Radiant City's 4 great talents. Yi Lan? What the hell are the 4 great talents? So, every era in your Radiant City has to produce 4 geniuses, huh? Wait. Li Jixin? Isn't this? Yi Lan's expression was extremely strange. Isn't this the Li family head he killed? Of course, that was 30 years later. Blinking, Yi Lan's expression quickly returned to normal. It would be strange not to see him here, isn't the main quest here now? As 1/4 of the foundation of the 4 families and 4 plans, by following Li Jixin all the way down, everything would become clear. Why are they after you? Oh, come on, just let me leave first, there's really no time, Li Jixin blinked, then took 2 steps back. Once we're safe, I'll explain it to you slowly. Yi Lan smiled and put away his revolver. All right. The revolver was finally no longer aimed at him, and Li Jixin breathed a huge sigh of relief. He leaped down. Explain? Explain my ass. I'm out of here first. I'll come back and deal with you when I have time. Bang! With a graceful leap, Li Jixin's agile movements allowed him to freely rotate in the air to face forward, embedding the incredibly sharp blade in his hand into the wall, and descending downwards. In the process of reducing the impact, Li Jixin quickly descended from the 10th floor, letting his left arm, which had the most clothing and armor, touch the ground first, then rolling to distribute the impact across his entire body. During this process, he eased the numbness in his legs, then dashed into the alley like the wind. Where did this lunatic come from? I'm out of here first. He was very satisfied with his exquisite maneuver. This is a master, this is a symbol of strength. Bang! A crisp sound came from above, followed by a figure swinging with a strange arc, landing effortlessly in front of him. He had fallen from the 10th floor, and not even his hair was out of place. He held the revolver to his head, looking as relaxed as if he had jumped from a chair, not a 10-story building. Buddy, Li Jixin raised his hands above his head again. What exactly do you want to do? Yi Lan frowned. Didn't you say you'd explain to me slowly why they're chasing you? Li Jixin? No, is it really just because of that? Are you crazy? Does this matter? What does it have to do with you? What could you possibly gain? It can't be just for gossip, can it? What else could it be? Li Jixin didn't know where to start. It's just the usual human stuff, they argued, they fell out, right? Yi Lan smiled. Tell me in detail about falling out, how did you fall out? Li Jixin? Alright, actually, I'm not entirely sure if we've fallen out, he spread his hands helplessly. Mainly, I was just ambushed, you saw how disheveled I am. Yi Lan raised an eyebrow. So you're not even sure if they're here to catch you, and you ran like your life depended on it? Yes. The air was awkward for a few seconds. Yi Lan really wanted to complain, you guys really can't compare to the 4 young masters, what kind of plastic friendship is this? Aren't you afraid of missing something? Like they have something they want to tell you? Oh, it won't make a difference for a little while, Li Jixin was very clear-headed. Even if there's something urgent, I'll have to wait until I'm back on my own turf to discuss it, otherwise, wouldn't I be at their mercy? If it's a misunderstanding, that's best. If not, I can still kick their asses. Yi Lan. Then what caused the rift between you? Why are you so distrustful of them? That's inconvenient to talk about, really inconvenient to talk about.
As he spoke, he felt a killing intent like a gentle breeze, and smoothly changed his words, but inconvenient doesn't mean it can't be talked about, but the setting is quite important.
You can understand, right?
Yilan was non-committal, and Li Jixin was truly starting to give up.
Let me go back first, you can follow me. I'll tell you everything then.
The main thing is that these matters are quite special, quite exaggerated, and I don't know your attitude.
It's inconvenient. Yilan pouted. I'm already used to your radiant city, okay? Nothing you do will surprise me anymore. Especially. What you're all holding back now is nothing more than the ancient god's touch and the 4 plans, right?
And your family's plan has already been destroyed by me.
Alright, Yilan nodded. But it's not me following you, it's you following me. Li Jixin? Faster way.
Yilan glanced at the time, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered the strategy for this shadow of the past. Should he intervene directly and forcefully, like in Sewage Town, or follow the normal approach of observing secretly without affecting its
development?
After a few breaths, Yilan had made his decision.
Intervene.
Due to time constraints, this time he couldn't spend as long in the shadow of the past as he did before. In necessary situations, he even had to actively accelerate the pace. During the Sewage Town phase, the last time he entered the shadow of the past, he spent 3 days there, which translated to about 6 to 8 hours in the
real world.
To be safe, he could only spend a day and a half here at most, even a second more might cause him to miss the meeting with Xia Qingfei. Logically, the developments outside were going perfectly smoothly.
2 of the 4 minor enemies were gone, the allies were fully committed and exceptionally reassuring, and with the promised Ark's arrival, the 3 great god cults joining forces, annihilating an ancient god's touch wouldn't be too difficult. Then everything would end easily and smoothly. But
he always felt something was missing.
Many things felt incomplete.
Moreover, the shadow of the past appearing voluntarily probably meant it wanted to show him something. So Yilan didn't hesitate at the time. After giving all his instructions, he directly entered the shadow of the past.
Information asymmetry can often determine the outcome of a battle. Get a map and mark the location you want to go to for me.
Ah! Li Jixin hadn't even figured out what "I'll go with you" meant when he heard that.
So, was he captured now?
But at least the other party wanted him to mark a spot, so that meant
they were going to escort him back?
Realizing this, Li Jixin breathed a huge sigh of relief.
No problem, no problem.
As he handed the marked map to Yilan, he was still worried that Yilan would be overconfident and reckless, leading to his own capture, so he babbled.
I still have some plans.
I'm very familiar with this city district and know some extreme survival supply stores.
Finding some parachutes won't be a problem. If we go here, we can. Bang! A piercing gunshot made Li Jixin flinch, and then he was stunned.
He looked at Yilan, his eyes filled with confusion. Why did you fire a shot into the sky?
A few seconds later, a red dot appeared on the back of Yilan's head. Bang! Sniper!
Li Jixin was about to warn him, but Yilan, without turning his head, fired a shot that shattered the sniper scope on a distant rooftop.
Da-da-day! Boom! In an instant, countless teams arrived, surrounding the car. Vehicles encircled them, blocking the intersection. Hide! Li Jixin? Crack! Swish! Swish!
Yilan used a grappling hook to pull himself over, while his other hand condensed the sharpness of an illusory blade, cutting through enemies like
mowing grass.
From time to time, when the firepower from a distance was too fierce, Yilan would draw his gun and fire several shots.
As he fought, his opponents realized, how did their hands become empty?
Yilan did not go on a killing spree, he mostly disarmed, stabbed, and temporarily incapacitated everyone. For the activation of the illusory blade, achieving this goal was no more troublesome than killing them all. Before long, the ground was filled with wailing and writhing injured, and no one could get back up. Click. Yilan casually found a car, opened the door, and then turned back with a frown.
What are you still standing there for? Get in the car? Li Shixin? What am I standing there for? You, just one person, took down an entire military corps. How can I not be stunned?
Even more outrageous, no one died.
How incredibly effortless must one be to achieve that? Is this even human?
With a somewhat blank expression, he walked numbly to the car and got in. Click. The car door closed, Yilan distinguished the direction and sped away.
For a moment, Li Shixin hesitated to speak.
So?
You took such a big risk just to steal a car?
Yilan glanced at him, explaining casually.
This is the fastest way. Li Shixin. If I were to say now that I could actually just smash a car window and start the engine without a key, it would be too late, wouldn't it?
Observing Yilan's direction, which was indeed the lower city district and not an attempt to abduct him, Li Shixin breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing him drive directly onto an unnamed road, Li Shixin felt very uneasy.
Wait. This road might have an ambush, we can't go this way. Boom.
Yilan boldly sped towards Guangwei Road. When Guangwei Road appeared in his sight, Yilan narrowed his eyes. There was indeed a blockade. But it wasn't an ambush, it was a cordon. And this cordon wasn't from Radiant City, but from the Twilight God cult.
No, wait first.
There are some things you don't understand, and coming down from up here might cause trouble.
Boom. The vehicle did not slow down at all, speeding away. Stop.
As expected, the car was stopped.
Who are you, and why are you coming down from up there? The Twilight God cult squad members questioned him routinely.
Yilan slowly lowered the car window, revealing an extremely impatient expression.
Are you joking with me? What are you blocking? Would a wanted criminal drive down so openly? Or do you think I look like a contaminated refugee?
The Twilight God cult members were stumped for words for a long time before one spoke coldly.
Please cooperate with the inspection. How do you inspect?
Yilan asked, as if testing their patience.
It's simple.
You need to get out of the car for a full body check.
Screw you. Yilan lost his patience and cursed, don't bother me. I'm Grey Eagle, City Lord Su's deputy. If you have an issue, take it up with City Lord Su. With that, Yilan didn't wait for their reply and floored the accelerator. Boom.
The Twilight God cult members blocking the road were startled and quickly moved out of the way as the car sped off.
Watching the SUV disappear into the distance, the Twilight God cult commander frowned.
Attacking was not an option, nor was not attacking. Especially the other party's attitude and demeanor were just right, so confident, as if he were one of their own, and they were truly causing him trouble.
But he finally realized what was wrong.
That guy had been hinting the whole time, but he had no evidence, no token, no badge whatsoever. However, by this time, it was too late to stop him. On Guangwei Road, inside the speeding vehicle, Li Shixin's expression was one of extreme surprise.
You're Grey Eagle?
Yilan glanced at him, speaking helplessly.
Of course not. Li Shixin. Then you acted so convincingly.
Well, Grey Eagle couldn't possibly be that strong. He was only startled because he thought Grey Eagle was that strong. After several twists and turns, the vehicle finally arrived at the Li residence. In front of the Li residence stood dozens of armed figures, and as far as the eye could see, there were several RPGs and Yuan Gungdung.
Not only that, many red dots flickered overhead, snipers were watching every move here.
Yilan glanced around, deep in thought. So, 30 years ago, the Li residence was still in the lower district? He wondered if it was due to the wartime situation, but this place looked more like a mercenary camp than a mansion.
Stop.
Who goes there? As expected, the vehicle was stopped.
It's me. It's me.
After sitting on pins and needles for so long, Li Shixin finally returned home, jumping out in a rush.
Patriarch?
A cheer erupted from the soldiers, and they quickly came forward to greet him.
Keep it down, keep it down.
Li Jixin relaxed, his spirits greatly lifted.
I've suffered so much. This is unbearable. He looked at Yilan, and Yilan looked at him. Li Jixin.
Patriarch, who is this?
Li Jixin admitted that for a split second, he wanted to turn hostile and capture the person.
Then interrogate him thoroughly. But luckily, he retained some sanity.
Good brother, this is a close friend I've just made.
Yilan walked in casually, as if he were returning to his own home.
Where's the conference room? Li Jixin.
At that moment, he had a bad feeling that something was about to happen.
Like being overshadowed? Strange position.
Slurp, slurp. In the meeting room, Yilan was comfortably enjoying a bowl of steaming hot beef noodles.
How should I put it?
The lower city district was indeed a bit chaotic, but that was relative to before. The lower city district was now generally quite stable. It should have been more chaotic a few days ago, but now the four families had stabilized. At the very least, they had managed to ensure everyone had enough to eat, and the Twilight God cult had also provided a large amount of supplies. The biggest problem was that too many people had fled from the upper district, and after living for a few days like it was the apocalypse in the upper district, most of them hadn't reined in their behavior. This caused no small amount of chaos during the resettlement process. After all, strictly speaking, it was like splitting Radiant City in half, and all the people from one half had to be resettled in the other half within a short period. But even so, surviving well was not an issue. Just like the father and daughter pair Yilan saw, choosing not to leave wasn't a foolish decision, just a wrong gamble. So, why did you go to the upper district alone?
The upper district?
Li Jixin had accepted reality and was prepared to have a good chat with Yilan. That's quite an apt name.
Didn't I tell you, I
was assassinated?
Why were you assassinated?
That's a long story. Li Jixin sighed, stood up, and pointed his finger at the map on the table, drawing a large circle. I don't need to explain that Radiant City's energy was depleted, but something strange happened. When the energy was depleted, within this range, an entire area was not affected in the slightest. Yilan frowned, deep in thought.
You can probably guess how we felt, right?
It was both shocked and delighted. So, we immediately launched a joint investigation. At that time, just as Radiant City was undergoing an anomaly, we investigated the area with the biggest problem and discovered an underground passage connected to a mysterious place. At this point, Li Jixin's eyes showed a mix of excitement, fear, and indignation for the first time. Then, we must have triggered some mechanism, suffered heavy casualties, and retreated.
After that, the terrifying scene occurred. The entire half of the city district rose from the underground and floated in the air.
Yilan's expression was serious.
He finally confirmed one thing: the radiant disk was originally underground.
Then, it took half of the city district up with it, becoming the upper district. And then, it rose even higher itself. Our four families' teams were almost completely wiped out there in an instant, and the order of Radiant City almost collapsed instantly. After that, no one knew how the Twilight God cult found out about this place, and many people came to Radiant City. At that time, our order was chaotic, and there was hardly any effective official negotiation. The Twilight God cult helped the lower city district stabilize while all their experts advanced upwards and took control of that area. Li Jixin drew a red circle on the map and heavily tapped the table. They told us this thing was called the Ancient God's Touch, and that they would handle it. Then they sealed off the area, seemingly conducting experiments.
Why can they experiment, but we cannot? This is our Radiant City's territory.
Yilan hesitated, then said nothing. Yilan had long held a deep understanding of Radiant City's overestimation of its own capabilities.
Your main force was almost completely wiped out, yet you still dare to go?
Li Jixin choked for a moment before speaking, but precisely because of the annihilation, we basically figured out the patterns inside.
If we don't go and conquer it again, wouldn't all those people have died in vain? Yi Lan's expression was strange. You're being so honest with your confession. Is it because you see my strength and hope I'll help you with the second exploration? Li Zhixin. How was he found out before he even said anything?
Yi Lan felt helpless, because he was very familiar with this script. The sewage town mayor, Yaman, they all operated this way.
So, you still haven't answered my question.
Yi Lan rubbed his temples. Why are you so wary of the Bai and Zhao families? Because they all don't support it, Li Zhixin sighed.
Oh? Yi Lan was quite surprised by this answer. Did they choose to be conservative at this time?
The Zhao family head was scared senseless and dared not go again. The Bai family head believes the risks far outweigh the rewards, and since the Twilight God cult has already taken over, it's inconvenient for us to
act.
City Lord Su even directly joined the Twilight God cult.
He's busy running around helping. Huh?
Yi Lan was stunned again.
At this time, City Lord Su joined the Twilight?
One must know that City Lord Su wasn't that old at this time, only around 39. But the helmsmen of the other three families at this time were also their future selves 30 years later, so they were simply too young. A bit younger than Su Lezhang, but thinking about it, it was about right. If nothing unexpected happened, he should also be able to become a powerful figure in Radiant City after this wave.
So, you're going to rely on your family's strength alone? Li Zhichuan choked again. That's definitely not going to work. I still have to find a way to cooperate with them. Yi Lan rolled his eyes.
Look at you, running like a rabbit from the Bai family head and the Zhao family head, yet after all this trouble, you still have to cooperate? After a polite analysis and discussion with Yi Lan, to Li Zhixin's surprise, Yi Lan was quite interested in participating in the discussion. Finally, with Yi Lan's approval, Li Zhixin decided to first send an envoy to test the waters. Watching the envoy, selected by Li Zhixin, leave with an air of sacrificing himself, Yi Lan was thoughtful.
How long will it take?
It should be very quick, Li Zhixin pondered. Even if they don't meet, we'll get the message quickly, unless both of them are currently not at their
mansions. Yi Lan nodded and waited patiently.
Before long, amidst a slight commotion, the envoy stumbled in, pushing the door open. His face was bruised and swollen, and his clothes were tattered. Li Zhixin flew into a rage and stood up.
Damn it! You were beaten? The envoy cried.
Yes, family head. I hadn't even said anything when I went in, and they just gave me a good beating. Li Zhixin was stunned for a moment.
For what reason?
He said I stepped into the gate with my left foot first, which didn't conform to envoy etiquette.
Li Zhixin?
His face instantly turned ashen. This wasn't just beating you, this was slapping my face.
Bastards! As expected, those two are already in cahoots. This is a clear declaration of war against me.
Listening to Li Zhixin's thundering roar, Yi Lan, observing the matter from an outsider's perspective, hesitated to speak.
I think, given the current situation, it doesn't look like they're in cahoots.
It looks more like you betrayed the four great talents.
Li Zhichuan was momentarily confused and instinctively asked, why?
Because it seems the three families' ideas are consistent, and only you are acting willfully, thought
Li Zhixin.
He took a deep breath, having to admit that there was some truth to it.
Was he the traitor himself? What else did he say?
He forced himself to calm down and asked. The envoy cautiously looked up. They said a discussion was possible, but you'd have to go to their territory.
I'll go to their ing, Li Zhixin cursed. Is this a discussion? This is an attempt to kill me. Li Zhixin's reaction made Yi Lan thoughtful, considering some other possibilities. Are Bai Zhuahai and Zhao Ganghuang injured?
Bai Zhuahai and Zhao Ganghuang were the names of the Bai family head and Zhao family head in the real world, respectively. At this time, they should be around 18 or 19, like Li Zhixin, having taken over their families after the previous incident. In other words, Yi Lan believed that if it weren't for them suddenly taking over, Radiant City shouldn't have been so chaotic a few days ago.
The situation is tense.
The messenger didn't recognize Yi Lan and was unsure whether to answer his strange question, looking at Li Jixin for guidance, awaiting his
explanation.
His failure to answer and his gaze towards Li Jixin caused Li Jixin to also feel Yi Lan's gaze, which was quite overwhelming.
Why are you talking so much nonsense? He asked you, so just answer.
Oh.
The messenger reacted and quickly said,
yes, I didn't notice it originally, but now that you ask, I recall that there probably was.
Yi Lan narrowed his eyes. How could you tell?
Well. The messenger scratched his head, he threw things at me, and then after he threw them, he let out a groan, as if he pulled something and
was in a lot of pain.
Yi Lan was speechless. 6.
What's wrong?
Looking at Yi Lan, Li Jixin didn't quite understand his expression. Perhaps try taking a step back, Yi Lan said, carefully choosing his words.
Why?
Li Jixin asked, clearly displeased.
They had been bullied so much, and now they should retreat? Retreat where?
There was nowhere left to retreat. I suspect someone is trying to drive a wedge between you, Yi Lan stated his analysis. They might have also been assassinated.
Huh?
Li Jixin was stunned. Although he had some issues with his brain, he was quick to understand. For a moment, his eyes flickered continuously.
There's still that possibility?
Yes, it's very possible, but this is ultimately speculation.
What if?
You don't necessarily have to go to their territory, as I can't guarantee it either. Yi Lan explained his thought process. If he were in that position, you can directly arrange a meeting at a more neutral location, where everyone can feel at ease listening to what the other side has to say.
Just like two opposing commanders meeting before a battle.
Li Jixin nodded repeatedly as he listened.
Good, that makes sense.
As Li Jixin pondered the specific steps, Yi Lan sighed softly. Time was limited, he had to expedite this matter. After all, according to normal history, these few people would eventually come together. Many things must have happened during this process, but this state of mutual suspicion would likely waste a lot of time, and Yi Lan couldn't afford to
wait.
Yi Lan was worried that these 4 future family heads now seemed extremely distrustful and were being provoked. Yi Lan truly couldn't imagine how they could be brought together again if he didn't intervene. In other words, in Radiant City 30 years from now, there might be a hidden mastermind. The biggest regret of him pushing this matter was that he might not get a chance to see this potential mastermind reveal himself. At this moment, Li Jixin's plan became increasingly complete, and he gave instructions to his messenger.
Go again and tell them that I wish to meet at Dragon Serpent Plaza. Make sure they understand that I am serious. Dragon Serpent Plaza had complex terrain and mixed forces.
It was considered a neutral area where none of their influences ran deep, so they should not have too many concerns about the safety of the meeting.
The bruised and swollen messenger hesitated. Am I still going?
Li Jixin patted his shoulder reassuringly.
Otherwise? Nothing will happen. You've already been beaten once. This time, you definitely won't. Well, be beaten too badly. Messenger? The messenger left again.
Li Jixin originally wanted to suggest having a few drinks with Yi Lan, but fearing he might get drunk, he ultimately opted for tea.
This time, it took a bit longer.
Before long, the messenger returned, pushing the door open.
What did they say? Seeing that he was unharmed, Li Jixin was very relieved. I told you nothing would happen, didn't I? What did they say? Yi Lan asked, amused. Did you get beaten again?
Messenger, no, I didn't. They praised my courage.
What did they say?
Li Jixin was clearly anxious about the main business, asking impatiently. They said yes, but since you set the location, they must set the time, the messenger replied, word for word, 3 p.m.
No waiting if you're late. Li Jixin initially nodded, thinking it was reasonable, then glanced at the time. 3 p.m.? Damn it, it was already 2:30 p.m. Crap, does that mean I have to leave immediately, right now? Yi Lan smiled. It seems they want to catch you off guard, so you can't pull any tricks, right?
Li Zhixin took a deep breath, put on his overcoat, and strode out of the room. For a moment, he exuded a certain aura of a powerful leader.
Assemble! Nearly 300 people gathered in the mansion.
Leave 2 platoons of 30 men each to guard the mansion. Everyone else, arm yourselves and depart with me.
Yes.
Amidst the thunderous shouts, Yilan and Li Zhixin were escorted out of the mansion by hundreds of fully armed troops.
Snap.
Sitting in the passenger seat of the reinforced off-road vehicle, Yilan looked back, about to speak but hesitated.
Is this display really necessary?
The entire convoy was led by off-road vehicles, followed by 3 heavy armored personnel carriers, and a helicopter hovered low overhead. Yilan was quite helpless.
Why did this look like they were going to war?
Oh, we absolutely have to bring them out for a stroll, Li Zhixin said, full of vigor. This way, even if negotiations break down, they'll have to
consider the consequences of acting.
After all, if I die at the negotiation site, these men will have to follow my orders and open fire directly. Yilan was non-committal. The massive military force advanced through the city, with no one daring to stand in front of this steel torrent. Before long, they had entered the streets of Dragon Serpent Plaza. The wide plaza was finally in sight, and the troops stopped outside the plaza. Li Zhixin had thought he had brought enough men, but he found that compared to the 2 on the other side, it was nothing. Especially compared to himself, they had already arrived early. Not only were there people in the plaza, but many were also distributed in the tall buildings and residential houses on all sides. Even more outrageous, from a distance, several tanks belonging to those 2 families could be seen aiming at this location.
Damn it!
The center of the plaza had been completely cleared. A table, 3 chairs.
Damn it, do they need to bring so many people just to meet with me?
Li Zhixin rubbed the back of his head, unsure whether to be happy or unhappy. It was a bit like how Yilan, just going to the upper district, felt being targeted by the Guangwei giant cannon on Guangwei Road.
I'm happy that you value me so much.
But it's a bit troublesome, which makes me unhappy. But at least, thanks to Yilan's hint, the more cautious and vigilant the other party was, the more it proved Yilan's analysis was correct. It also made him less worried. So, he waved his hand, preparing to walk inside.
Wait.
As soon as he took a step, Li Zhixin was stopped by the opposing soldiers. Family Headley, your men are not allowed inside.
Li Zhixin? He glanced inside Dragon Serpent Plaza.
The armies of the Bai family and Zhao family were densely packed, truly a display of banners.
Then why are their troops all inside?
This was naturally not something a soldier could answer. Li Zhixin fell silent after asking.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Li Zhixin cursed, then yelled at the top of his lungs, wanting Bai Zhuahai and Zhao Ganghuang in the distant plaza to hear his voice.
You 2 bastards!
Do you want to talk or not?
After a few seconds, a male voice, amplified by the plaza's loudspeakers, leisurely drifted over. You're the one who wants to talk to us, we don't really care. Li Zhichuan felt as if he had eaten shit, choked. Go to your. He flicked his sleeve, already preparing to turn and leave. The other party's attitude made him lose the desire to communicate. Too much bullying. Yilan glanced at him, knowing he had to do something to facilitate their meeting. Don't panic, Yilan smiled, I'll go in with you. Guess.
Li Zhixin?
He paused, then was overjoyed. Yes.
Good.
You're truly my brother. If Yilan was willing to accompany him, why would he need a military corps? With Yilan, that was a military corps. Seeing Li Zhixin wave his hand, the Li family's military corps retreated several steps, and the Zhao family's blocking soldiers were stunned.
They really dared to come?
Seeing Yilan about to follow him inside, the soldier hesitated but didn't stop them. In his opinion, how much of a concession was this already? If this still wasn't enough, then their own patriarch would be acting a bit unreasonable. Walking further inside, Li Zhixin quietly swallowed his saliva. It was only then that he realized being a messenger required so much courage. So many people staring at him, carrying deadly force capable of controlling life and death. Well, luckily, there was this mysterious guy, Yilan. They walked forward, reaching the central platform of the square, whereby Zhuahai and Zhao Ganghuang at the round table looked at him with some disbelief. They really dared to come? Without any communication along the way, Yilan arrived at the meeting place, pulled over the only remaining chair, and sat down.
Li Shixin? Then where do I sit?
He wouldn't dare ask Yilan to make space for him, so, with a headache, he pulled up a nearby stool and sat at the table. Bai Zhuahai's gaze swept back and forth between Li Shixin and Yilan, a hint of thought in his movements, but he said nothing. It was Zhao Ganghuang who spoke up boldly.
Are you possessed, kid? You actually dared to come over?
Hearing this, Li Shixin rolled his eyes, full of temper.
You two idiots, do you think I'm afraid of you?
The two sides exchanged a few insults, and before they knew it, smiles had appeared on their faces simultaneously. Yilan observed the three of them thoughtfully. It seemed their relationship was still good.
Despite so many suspicions, when they finally met, those barriers unknowingly vanished.
Misunderstandings often require a meeting to be cleared up.
Sometimes, they can be cleared up even without meeting.
Bastards!
I'm so sincere, why are you guarding against me like a thief?
Li Shixin was extremely displeased, speaking with anger.
You have the nerve to say that?
As if you treat us like brothers.
We were looking for you in the upper city district, why did you run?
Damn it! I had just escaped an assassination, and then I saw you two with so many people searching for me, how could I dare show myself? Bai Zhuahai and Zhao Ganghuang exchanged glances simultaneously. Their actions made Li Shixin understand something, and he couldn't help but glance deeply at Yilan.
How did you guess so accurately? It seems someone wants to sow discord between us.
Bai Zhuahai concluded, a hint of doubt in his eyes, but what is their purpose? He seemed unable to identify the biggest beneficiary, especially since he didn't quite understand Li Shixin's intentions. But Li Shixin already had what he believed to be a very accurate guess in his heart.
Who else could it be?
His voice was extremely certain, of course, it's the people who don't want us to get the ancient god's touch.
If our four families can't be united, we're destined to be out of this matter. You think the Twilight God cult was behind the assassination attempts on us?
Zhao Ganghuang's voice was loud, yet his brows showed a hint of thoughtfulness, but the Twilight God cult rarely acts like this.
They generally don't involve the innocent.
That's only under normal circumstances, but if the matter is serious enough, they'll do anything. Bai Zhuahai took over, saying with some certainty. Now, it seems I'm even more certain it was the Twilight God cult. All three of us were targeted for assassination, but none of us died, which is too unreasonable. One person can have an accident, a second person can make a mistake, but all three assassination attempts failed when we were unprepared and
unsuspecting.
How foolish would an assassin have to be to not successfully kill a single one? If the goal was to sow discord between us, if any one of us had died, it would be very difficult to mend our relationships and trust each other.
Bai Zhuahai's thoughts became clearer as he spoke. This actually fits the Twilight God cult style well, they won't kill unless absolutely necessary. The atmosphere was silent for a long time.
Damn it! Li Shixin slammed the table with a fist. If gene enhancement hadn't gone wrong, how would they dare ride on our necks and shit on us like this? At the mention of this, a somber expression appeared on everyone's faces.
Undoubtedly, in the early days of the apocalypse, when power was insufficient, gene enhancement was a symbol of strength. It was precisely because of gene enhancement that these families could have their current influence and establish their formidable reputation. For their authority and smooth development, their fathers personally became gene enhancers, and they were also among the first to die after the problems emerged. Then came the time for them to take over their families. Subsequently, at a time when a large number of experts had already left and things were precarious, a bloody internal purge was carried out within each family. After finally concluding, most of their elites died during the joint exploration in the upper city district. It could be said that these young people, being able to stabilize their positions as patriarchs and manage the family's affairs amidst this turmoil, was already a testament to their great capability. So, you took such a big risk to re-establish contact with us, what do you want to discuss? Bai Zhuahai already had a guess in his mind, but still asked in a deep voice. Of course, to re-explore that place from last time. Li Zhixin said emphatically, that was something that appeared within our radiant city, it's our internal affair, within our jurisdiction. Zhao Ganghuang, who had been listening for a while, spoke up now. We are just ordinary people. The tragedy last time already proved that we can't handle the troubles inside. Li Zhixin clenched his fists. How do you know if you don't try? Are you scared witless? In this world where anomalies are everywhere, are you content to be ordinary people for life, to be slaughtered at will? In a moment of silence, Bai Zhuahai couldn't help but remind him of an undeniable fact. Have you forgotten? Even if we paid a heavy price last time, it would have been fine if we had succeeded, but we didn't. That place now is no longer somewhere we can just go. The Twilight God cult's elites are all there. Without gene enhancement, what do we have to contend with their elite squad? Actually, even with gene enhancement, you wouldn't be able to contend. Yilan almost spoke but held back, not wanting to crush their ambition. At this time, the Twilight God cult's rules simply didn't allow it, and there was no need to annihilate you. Not to mention the promised arc that could descend at any time, you simply can't imagine how many anomalies they can use. Using a tiger to devour a wolf. Li Zhixin stated his plan, we'll lure the rotten God cult's people over. After speaking, he secretly glanced at Yilan. Yilan? You think I'm from the rotten God cult? Cold, a bit sinister, and very strong, it does seem a bit like it. And it can't be said that his guess was wrong, after all, Rotten God Cult Elite was indeed one of his many aliases. Determination. First, even if we use the strategy of driving a tiger to devour a wolf, the Rotten God Cult will ultimately gain control of the area, not us. Bai Zhuahai analyzed Li Zhixin's plan slowly. Furthermore, if I'm not mistaken, the two great divine churches share the same stance regarding that thing, we ordinary people cannot touch it. Amidst a moment of silence, Li Zhixin couldn't help but curse again. Why not? He clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. If it doesn't work, we fight. No matter how many strange abilities they possess, they are still flesh and blood. Taking advantage of the fact that the ordinary people there have already been evacuated, if dozens of Yuan Gungung attack, they'll still die. His completely irrational remarks were met with scorn from Zhao Ganghuang. Committing suicide, are we? The Twilight God cult doesn't just have one or two small teams coming here, subsequent reinforcements will arrive in an instant, won't they? Then what do you suggest we do? Li Zhixin abruptly stood up. Why are they the only ones who can possess such power? Why can't we humans find a way to have it? If you desire such power, you can choose to believe in a wasteland Orthodox church. Bai Zhuahai rationally offered a suggestion to his good brother, who was starting to become a bit extreme. Compared to this unknown thing, which we're not even sure we can research to gain any power from, that is the most stable solution. But isn't the power of their divine church derived from anomalies? What if one day they stop providing it? Li Zhixin retorted. What if one day those so-called gods decide to turn around and destroy you? If we can't find a way to gain power ourselves, we will forever be fish on the cutting board of anomalies. Yilan listened quietly, without speaking. Actually, this line of thinking was very sound, and Li Zhixin was indeed full of youthful vigor and commendable courage. Destiny should truly be in one's own hands. Even from Yilan's god's perspective, his containment tower's anomalies were indeed benevolent towards humanity. It's just a pity that the method was wrong. What you said is very reasonable, and your aspirations are grand, but for us, isn't it a bit beyond our scope? Zhao Ganghuang said rationally. Our influence in Radiant City is indeed great, but with the continuous loss of our elites, and the energy problem of Radiant City not being resolved, it can be said that we are nearing our end. The four of us now are barely even warlords. Moreover, the weapons we possess are insufficient to deal with such bizarre and supernatural targets. That's why we have to do this. Why do you think I want this? Li Zixin looked directly at him. Even if we don't want power, fine. But there's still energy. Our radiant city is at the end of its rope. Either we gain power, or we gain energy, there are no other options.
Energy and resources can both be mined and collected, Bai Zhuahai deliberated as he tried to persuade him.
We are not at the end of our rope yet, it's just that Radiant City probably won't be able to enjoy the good old days anymore. Then what?
Li Zixin spread his hands.
How many people do we have in the city now? Can we last until then? Even if we last, aren't you aware of how dangerous the wasteland is? With our limited firearms, can we bear the losses in personnel every time we transport resources back and forth? Even if all that is possible, and everything goes smoothly, how will we defend against anomalous disasters?
Our ultimate fate will either be destruction, or subservience to the two great divine churches, or Radiant City will cease to be Radiant City, and
merely become a slightly larger settlement. Amidst a moment of silence, Zhao Ganghuan looked at Bai Zhuahai. I agree to give it a try.
Li Zixin was stunned for a moment, then let out a sigh of relief.
It seemed his persuasion had yielded results.
We can try, but not on a whim, Bai Zhuahai mused.
We take that place, then what? How do we utilize it?
Taking that place is not the goal, nor is driving out the Twilight God cult the goal. We must ensure that we can obtain what we need there, otherwise, we will simply offend the Twilight God cult for nothing.
No matter what, it won't leave us with nothing, like we are now.
Li Zixin said with conviction. In the past 30 years, only our Radiant City throughout the wasteland has developed and been preserved the best. We gather the most scholars in the wasteland here.
As long as we research, we will always find opportunities and ways to utilize it.
Seeing that he wasn't just blindly rushing in without thinking, Bai Zhuahai nodded slightly.
I agree with that point.
But you must understand that this means we cannot obtain it through brute force. Otherwise, not only will we be unable to cope with the Twilight God cult's subsequent reinforcements, but we will also have no opportunity to research
what we want. You know about the Twilight God cult's cleanse mechanism.
If we are defined as a target for the cleanse by the Twilight God cult because of this, not only us, but even the entire Radiant City could be
implicated.
In the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, Bai Zhuahai spoke again, we must first figure out their objective and make targeted arrangements. It would be best if we could make them believe their objective has been achieved, and then we secretly usurp the fruits. Li Zixin's eyes lit up, this plan was clearly much more refined than his own. It seemed, although they hadn't said it, those two were also very concerned about this matter. They were just very hesitant, essentially being forced to make a decision by his frantic urging.
Well said. How exactly do we proceed? Don't rush.
Before that, we must first solve a problem. Bai Zhuahai had completely taken on the role of the team's strategist.
But let's not talk about that for now. By the way, who is this person next to you? Bai Zhuahai's meaning was clear, who is this guy? Is he reliable? Can he really listen to us discussing such confidential matters?
The fact that he only asked now, for the first time, showed he had given everyone ample respect. He's my buddy, don't worry about him, you two just talk, Li Zixin said casually. If he wanted to stop us, he could easily round us all up right now, your men and toys are not much different.
Yi Lan frowned.
Although Li Zixin's words praised him somewhat, they would undoubtedly make Bai Zhuahai and Zhao Ganghuan wary of him. These guys were not the type to willingly become fish on the chopping block.
Sure enough, Bai Zhuahai didn't pursue it further and continued with his thoughts.
It's too difficult for our families to keep secrets from each other. The entire Radiant City is intricately linked to us, and we must be united in our stance. And most importantly, this is a long-term matter. If someone who doesn't share our consensus remains in Radiant City. Li Zixin narrowed his eyes.
Are you referring to Uncle Su Limo? Uncle Su?
Yi Lan was slightly startled, then realized. The three of them were all of the younger generation, and Yi Lan had assumed the Su family's situation was the same. But judging from the situation 30 years later, the family heads of the Bai, Zhao, and Li families were all around 50 years old, while the Su family head was Su Lezhang's grandfather, around 70 years old, and Su Lezhang had never mentioned anything about his father's generation. So they were all acquaintances. Was City Lord Su still the Su family head now? Based on age, he should be around 40 years old now. Shall we talk it over, or directly? Li Zhixin's murderous intent was clear as he made a throat-slitting gesture. Conservative plan. Don't be impulsive, we still need to talk, Bai Shuahai said. Uncle Su has already gotten involved with the Twilight God cult. If he dies now, it will definitely alert the Twilight God cult. Li Zhixin felt a wave of irritation. This was also why he never wanted to talk to the Su family. The three of them were of the same generation and easily got along, but there was clearly a generation gap with the Su family head, who was of their father's generation. He probably even saw the three of them as children. But if we talk to him and he doesn't agree? Wouldn't we be directly exposed? Bai Zhuahai was confident. If he doesn't agree, can the three of us really let him walk out of here? Li Zhixin immediately showed a knowing smile. What if he doesn't come? If he doesn't come, we'll take the armies of the three families to find him. Since the decision had been made, Bai Zhuahai no longer hesitated. At worst, we'll just eliminate him directly, openly, and righteously. The Twilight God cult can only assume we had an internal conflict. At most, it will mean we shouldn't act rashly for a short period, and wait a few days before taking action. Li Zhixin nodded, feeling much more reassured by this plan. He won't be afraid of us, will he? The Su family's strength is well preserved compared to ours, Zhao Ganghuang said. He didn't experience the hasty succession that the three of us did, there was no internal turmoil, and he was more careful during the last exploration. But that will make him even more cautious, Bai Zhuahai smiled confidently. We are all young people, mere children in his eyes. Young people are prone to impulsiveness and often forget to consider the consequences. The more seasoned and steady he is, the less he can guarantee that we won't do something irrational. With a consensus reached, messengers were dispatched, and the several people finally had some leisure time. Li Zhixin rejoined the team, and the Li family soldiers he brought were no longer blocked, gradually entering Dragon Serpent Plaza. Yilan sat steadily at the round table, unmoving like a mountain. Before long, the sound of vehicle engines started again, but the noise was very slight, indicating a small number of vehicles. Outside the plaza, at the end of their sight, the vehicles stopped. An expressionless, very composed middle-aged man got out of a car, waved at the driver, and strode in. Li Zhixin and the other two exchanged glances. Coming alone to the meeting? The opponent's frankness, on the contrary, unsettled these young people with their executioners already in place, making them look at each other somewhat blankly. Even Yilan looked at him with a bit more respect. You were looking for me? The Su family head sat down, exuding an aura of authority without anger. The scene suddenly resembled an elder lecturing several juniors. Bai Zhuahai smiled. Uncle Su, have you defected to the Twilight God cult? Su Limo looked at them expressionlessly, swirled the teacup on the table, took a look, and took a small sip. It's not exactly defection, just assisting them in resolving the crisis in Radiant City. Li Zhixin clenched his fist, took a deep breath, and asked with a smile, then why don't we handle it ourselves? Su Limo glanced at him, not explaining much, nor being sarcastic. I remember, I don't think I ever stopped you from wanting to handle it yourselves. During the last exploration, I also contributed people and effort. Since this is already the outcome, one should recognize reality and do what is within one's capabilities. Bai Zhuahai argued vehemently. Last time we had no experience, but it was also because we paid a heavy price that we gained experience, he persuaded. If we try again, our chances of controlling that place will not be less than 80%. Su Limo chuckled softly. And then? You drive away the Twilight God cult, occupy that place, what can you do? We can do a lot, perhaps abnormal powers can be explained by science, Bai Zhuahai said, despite his harsh words, knowing in his heart that avoiding
An internal conflict with the Su family was the best outcome. Even if there was a slight possibility, he would try to persuade him. As long as our research makes a breakthrough, we can make Radiant City glorious again, allow Radiant City to possess abnormal level, or even many abnormal level, powers to guard it, so that Radiant City doesn't seem to live in the wasteland.
So that Radiant City doesn't have to be constrained by anyone, doesn't have to worry about this or fear that, and doesn't have to waver between the two great divine churches. Yi Lan sighed. Radiant City had achieved it, at least for a few decades. However, the time to pay the price was slowly arriving. After a long pause, Sulimo recovered from his somewhat wavering expression, revealing a self-deprecating chuckle. Youth is good, such a beautiful fantasy full of vigor. This isn't a fantasy, someone always has to do it, Bai Shuahai gently coaxed. Our Radiant City is the largest city in the wasteland. If we don't set this example, don't make such a breakthrough, who do you expect to try? Sulimo shook his head. However, no matter what the Twilight God cult does, at least it won't lead to the destruction of Radiant City. But if any of you make even one mistake, Radiant City will be doomed forever. As for what you said about the big events of the entire wasteland, or humans needing their own abnormal level powers, that has nothing to do with me. All I care about is Radiant City. You old fuddy-duddy. Li Jixin stood up. You're scared, you're not striving for progress, but don't get in our way. Radiant City isn't just your family's, we also have the right to decide all of this. Yes, Bai Shuahai interjected again. Since you care about Radiant City, you should also understand that our three families will not give up easily. If we start a conflict, and Radiant City experiences another upheaval, leading to its ultimate destruction because you did nothing, will you regret it? Listening to these words, which already carried a hint of threat, the Su family head showed no anger, instead, he pondered. Just as Bai Shuahai said, the older and more composed Su family head couldn't treat them as people in the same position for every matter, he had to be prepared for them to disregard consequences. In a slight silence, he spoke again. If you absolutely must do something, I can help you apply to the Twilight God cult for an opportunity to research a project. Everyone was stunned. The Twilight God cult has many abnormalities, and the wasteland environment is getting worse. They may not be unwilling to change, so giving you some research opportunities is not impossible. What do you think? The three of them were stunned, almost persuaded. After a long moment, Bai Shuahai gritted his teeth. Since they had made their decision, they wouldn't give up so easily. Then how long will this application take? 3 years? 5 years? Given Radiant City's current situation, can we afford to support so many idle researchers until then? Even if we hold on for a few years and the application is approved, what level of abnormality research will they give us? If you were the Twilight God cult, would you give us very powerful abnormality research? It would definitely be very weak, or completely without offensive power. From the upper limit, they would directly lock us down. What's the point of us doing this? Can Radiant City become stronger? He spoke more and more smoothly. This plan was feasible, but not good enough at all. Even if we accept all of this, can we conduct independent research? They will inevitably supervise us throughout, finding fault everywhere, and in the end, they might even stop us at any time, or even take our research results and kick us out of the game. The gap between abnormalities is too huge. We've all witnessed the strangeness of that thing in the Upper City District, and even the Twilight God cult hasn't solved it to this day. That's what we need. Sulimo shook his head regretfully and stood up. It seems we can't reach a consensus. Slam! Li Jixin's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he stood up. I advise you to see the situation clearly and not force our hand. Just then, Yilan frowned slightly and lowered his head. There was an unknown psionic fluctuation. Underneath Dragon Serpent Plaza, faint psionic fluctuations appeared. Underground. Faint. Yilan narrowed his eyes, automatically blocking out the verbal sparring there. Even though it was very dangerous, if they couldn't agree, a fight might break out.
Yilan thought of a certain fellow. Phantom Expanse. If it really was personnel from the Phantom Expanse. Yilan's eyebrows twitched. What were they trying to do, preparing to wipe out all 4 family heads in one go? Classic plea for help. With a flicker in his eyes, Yilan drew out the chaos bell. It was clear that these key figures could not die. But after a moment of hesitation, Yilan slowly put the chaos bell down, recalling his last meeting with Phantom Expanse. At that time, Phantom Expanse had already been controlled by Ancient God's touch for so long that he couldn't even remember the exact duration. Was Phantom Expanse controlled at this moment? No, that wasn't a question at all. If it wasn't controlled, why would it be here now? But all in all, if he were to personally intervene now and kill his God's chosen, Ancient God's touch would likely notice. That would be very troublesome. Yilan was here for the real world and didn't want to fight Ancient God's touch twice. But he couldn't just ignore them. If Phantom Expanse attacked here, with the current strength of these 4 families, not a single one would survive. Yilan didn't know how they dealt with it in the true history, but at this moment, his personal appearance had accelerated the process, bringing the 4 families meeting forward. Under these preconditions, and with the potential mastermind unable to appear, if he didn't do something, they might truly be wiped out. Cough. Just as Su Limo and the young family heads of the other 3 families were on the verge of fighting, Yilan let out an ill-timed cough. Naturally, it drew everyone's attention, especially from those who didn't know Yilan and were both curious and wary. I suggest you put your matters aside for now and quickly seek help from the cult. Yilan paused, then said something chilling. An abnormal level of power is about to attack this place. Abnormal level of power? Everyone knew that abnormals were very powerful, they were god-level existences. Most people affected by abnormal disasters suffered from abnormal influence. That's precisely why it was so absurd. Which god would be so idle as to attack us? To the other 3, this was simply nonsense. Only Li Jixin, who saw Yilan as extremely mysterious, like a god of war, had a drastic change in expression. Brother, what's going on? Elaborate? Seeing that he didn't seem to need to waste more words, Yilan's mood brightened considerably. I have some ability objects that can detect risks, allowing me to perceive danger and its severity in advance. Yilan said casually. This danger will at least reach the strength of a normal abnormal. In short, you absolutely cannot handle it. Li Jixin swallowed hard. You can't handle it either, brother? Yilan. Meeting Yilan's gaze, Li Jixin gave an embarrassed smile. Yes, hadn't he made it clear? An abnormal level of power. Although. Yilan chuckled softly. How could I not be able to handle it? I can only say that I am safe. Yilan spoke the plain truth, but as for you, I estimate the attack will happen within 15 minutes. You decide what to do. Li Jixin's expression changed dramatically. 15 minutes? Wouldn't that be? Can't we just retreat? This was clearly the best solution. You can. Yilan spread his hands, but I think once you suddenly retreat, the attack will happen earlier. You understand what I mean. Li Jixin didn't know why, but he completely trusted Yilan's judgment. Not just because he was strong, after all, no matter how strong he was then, it was still human strength. It was also because that fluid operational sense was simply too professional. Initially, they didn't believe it, but Li Jixin's reaction made by Zhuahai and Zhao Ganghuang Salam, and even Su Limo, who was unaware of the situation, frowned. But they exchanged glances. What good was knowing? Who could deal with an abnormal? Who to ask for help? At this moment, they felt such sorrow. Not only the sorrow of being utterly defenseless in this crisis but also the sorrow of their instinctive first thought. They detested Twilight God Cult, were plotting against Twilight God Cult, yet at the moment of crisis, their first thought was to seek help from Twilight God Cult, and they could only seek help from them. What made him even more ashamed and indignant was that he knew if he asked for help, they would definitely assist him. Damn it! I have another plan. Fully understanding their predicament, Yilan offered a constructive suggestion: go to Rotten God Cult.
All 4 family heads, without exception, were dumbfounded.
Go to Rotten God Cult? They would help? I think they will.
Yilan said calmly, in the current situation of Radiant City, your asking for their help is itself a kind of attitude. Regardless of the reason, they will still be happy that you didn't contact Twilight God Cult. The 3 exchanged glances, having already made up their minds. Immediately after, they all looked at Su family head. He thought for a moment, then shrugged.
Don't look at me like that. I guess even if I had other opinions, you wouldn't let me leave here, would you?
The 3 simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. So, the 4 families had successfully reached a consensus on another matter. At once, Li Jixin looked at Yilan.
How do we do it? Yilan? What do you mean, how do we do it? Why are you asking me? Why do I feel like I'm becoming your backbone? Wouldn't that make me a real big villain?
However, Yilan was also happy with this, at least, by relying on his own planning instead of them messing things up and creating brilliant
maneuvers. Everything would be stable. We continue to sit here and chat, and then you send your subordinates to. No, don't.
Yilan thought for a moment. Don't tell your subordinates the
content. Write a letter now and have someone deliver it directly to the Rotten God Cult's temple. It must be fast.
Then, have your people take 2 steps back, just retreat from Dragon Serpent Plaza. These people, even if they surround you closely, are meaningless. The few exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. After all, the plea for help to Rotten God Cult had already been sent, and their own safety was somewhat assured. But if everyone crowded together here, not only might Rotten God Cult's reinforcements not be able to help, they might even find it difficult to
maneuver. That would be more loss than gain. The messenger went to deliver the letter.
Being just one person, in this Dragon Serpent Plaza, which was packed with no less than 1,000 people, he seemed rather insignificant, causing no ripples. The 3 young family heads and Su Limo started arguing again, still exchanging heated words, but everyone's hearts no longer seemed to be in it.
No one knew what would happen next.
In this silence, 9 minutes later, a nearly transparent light suddenly shot out from underground. It wasn't just light, but a cold glint. As soon as it appeared, it pierced directly towards Li Jixin's back.
Rescue and clearance. Slam!
Yilan kicked Li Jixin away, grabbed Zhao Ganghuan with his right hand and immediately used him to smash Bai Zhuahai away, then pulled Su Limo to his side with his left hand. The series of movements flowed like water, so skilled it was heartbreaking. There was no other way, his companions were too fragile, and his opponents always liked to assassinate his teammates.
Slam!
Almost the instant Yilan completed the first wave of handling, a cold light flashed on the ground, all 4 tables shattered, and wood splinters flew
everywhere. Countless whistling winds and glinting blades flashed, and an invisible killing intent was everywhere.
What the hell is that? Li Jixin, who had been kicked away, was initially a bit humiliated, but seeing the invisible blades destroy everything at his previous position, his heart was filled with only gratitude. He was almost gone, just a hair's breadth away, and apparently, the Rotten God Cult's people hadn't even had time to reinforce. No, he didn't even know if they had arrived yet. And regardless of whether Yilan had the strength to deal with the anomaly, that recent rescue reaction was already so admirable it was almost at the limit of human ability. He calmly saved 4 people in one go. Swish, swish, swish. Illusory figures flickered in and out of sight, and in the blink of an eye, the entire plaza platform was filled with no less than several hundred. They launched their second assault, and the 4 family heads' expressions changed dramatically. Even Yilan frowned. Had the Rotten God Cult not arrived yet? In such a situation, no matter how he micromanaged, if he didn't use anomalous power, he wouldn't be able to make them withstand the second wave. Boom! The very next moment, a cold, damp sensation, like an impending rain, swept across the entire Dragon Serpent Plaza. The illusory figures became more visible, and even the sky completely darkened.
Doesn't this give me room to maneuver?
Yilan chuckled softly and turned his head.
You four, hold on tight. The four family heads?
Taking advantage of the assassin's slowed movements, Yilan used a grappling hook to grab them one by one and flung them towards the high points of
the four pillars in the plaza. What are you doing? What the hell?
In a panic, the four family heads found themselves flying straight towards the stone pillars and frantically clung to them. Fortunately, these men were strong and robust, at least able to hold on for a short time, securing themselves in that position. The illusory figures, having missed their attack and feeling a fatal threat, immediately chose to retreat. But when they tried to sink into the underground in a completely illusory state, they found that they seemed to have partially solidified, their feet firmly on the ground, unable to descend. Several of the quicker ones found themselves in a very awkward position, as if they had been planted in the ground, half their bodies below and half
above. In a brief moment, the scene in the plaza became incredibly comical.
Rustle, rustle. Seconds later, countless seedlings broke through the soil, growing rapidly at an incredible speed, filling the entire plaza in the blink of an eye. A few more seconds later, the seedlings fully grew, their leaves and branches covering the sky, completely locking down the dragon serpent plaza like a cage, resembling a dark forest. The illusory figures lost their retreat space and, without exception, chose to fight to the death. In an instant, the four family heads' eyes widened, watching the terrifying assassination assault them from below, and this time, there was no escape. Clap. The illusory figures had completely solidified, and from then on, there was not much difference between them and ordinary people. Then, four figures clad in rotten robes appeared as if teleporting, standing before the four family heads on the pillars, blocking the assassination and fighting their way down to the ground, entangled with their opponents. Seeing this, Yilan nodded slightly. They were indeed professionals. Moreover, this farce should be drawing to a close. You four, you can call your people in to clear the area. Hearing Yilan's voice, the four family heads suddenly understood. Yes, when these assassins were no longer in an illusory state, ordinary weapons could directly deal with them. Brothers, charge! Day. Countless footsteps rushed in, beginning the clearing with hot weapons. Very good. Damn it, who the hell is shooting wildly? Don't shoot me. Damn it. Put away that rocket launcher, are you trying to kill me too? Amidst the smoke, nearly 100 translucent corpses were left on the ground, then shattered like dust, floating in the air. Immediately after, the rotten aura gradually dissipated, and the dark forest, as if it had never appeared, slowly vanished. Only many people who witnessed such a grand sight for the first time were left, somewhat shocked and somewhat silent. You are safe now. The rotten god cult squad leader walked over like a ghost, scanning the four family heads. TSK. You are very wise, not so pedantic, knowing to ask us for help. I have high hopes for Radiant City, oh. He chuckled softly. Heh, it is said that the last official request for help from us during an anomalous event was. Never mind, let's not mention it. He stopped speaking, only feeling that the other party seemed to have some words of gratitude to say, and his expression instantly turned cold. Do not think we are helping out of obligation. When we came, we made it very clear that Radiant City must grant the rotten god cult the privilege of convenient action, as well as the freedom to build churches, propagate faith, station squads, and so on. No matter how the Twilight God cult pressures you, that is your business. Easy to say, easy to say. The four family heads had already made their calculations when they called for help. Besides, it was a good thing to have someone who could counterbalance the Twilight God cult. No matter how righteous the Twilight God cult was, no one wanted a force much stronger than themselves in their own city. The rotten god cult squad leader nodded in satisfaction, then his expression became serious, carrying a hint of solemnity. There's a very important question. How did you predict you were going to be assassinated? At that moment, several people, with great unspoken understanding, did not look at Yilan. Sulimo had made such a movement, but after glancing at the other three, he stopped. We received a strange piece of intelligence, we don't even know how it appeared, Bai Zhuahai replied with a smile.
Strange intelligence? The Rotten Squad leader frowned. Where is the intelligence? The Rotten Squad leader frowned. Where is the intelligence? Upon hearing this, Aishwahai shook his head regretfully. After we read it, it's self-immolated. The Rotten Squad leader raised an eyebrow. And you believed it? Didn't consider it a prank? The letter came strangely and left strangely. We believe it wasn't human means. Aishwahai shook his head. Even if it was a prank, it was a prank. Done by someone with anomalous abilities, and we had to be on guard. The Rotten Squad leader nodded lightly, thoughtfully, finding this explanation reasonable. You are very cautious. He offered a word of praise, then waved his hand, giving the signal to withdraw the squad. You should not yet be out of danger, but unfortunately, we also have our own matters to attend to and no time to protect you in real time. However, I can give you a piece of advice. He paused. Do not covet the things in the half-city that ascended into the sky, just leave it to those heretics from the twilight to handle. The 4 family heads were all stunned. The Rotten God Cult's people actually said that this matter should be handled by the Twilight's people? Are you not planning to contend with them for it? Aishwahai narrowed his eyes and asked. Why would we contend for that thing? The Rotten God Cult's leader gave a strange smile. With righteous crusaders to worry about it, why should we go looking for trouble for ourselves? Step by step. The people of the Rotten God Cult thus departed, coming in a hurry and leaving in a hurry, vanishing from everyone's sight. Li Zixin clenched his fists tightly, speaking each word distinctly. We must obtain it, we must change this situation. He scanned the other 3 family heads, grinding his teeth. Do you truly accept the feeling of powerlessness we just experienced? When the abnormal side attacked to kill us, we didn't even have a tiny bit of power to resist. Did you see the power of the Rotten God Cult? Why can't we possess it? Are we humans content to be such an inferior race without any power? Listening to Li Zixin's resounding words, Yilan said nothing, but thought a great deal. In the true history, without him present, the Rotten God Cult likely never arrived. It no longer even mattered how they managed to survive back then. What mattered was that those soldiers, the core forces of the 4 great families gathered together, probably died in droves in an instant. In the end, only the 4 family heads and a small number of subordinates survived. In such powerlessness and despair, they would inevitably make a firm decision and reach a consensus. They would control the location of the ancient god's touch and develop related powers. Their determination, even their madness and extremism, at that time would surely far exceed the present by several times. On the contrary, I am even more determined to reject your approach. The Su family head stood up. You have seen the Rotten God Cult take action. Even their powerful forces avoid it, treating it as a hot potato. You can imagine how troublesome and dangerous it is. Aishwahai's expression was somewhat solemn, while Li Zixin and Zhao Ganghuan looked at him with somewhat dangerous gazes. Although everyone was in distress together just now, a negligible friendship seemed to have been established. But this still couldn't change the fact that if a consensus couldn't be reached, they would have to fall out. Don't make it difficult for us, Uncle Su, Zhao Ganghuan said gravely. We don't want to kill you, nor are we willing to bear the consequences and trouble of killing you, but you can't leave us with no choice. I've already given you a choice and proposed a plan. Su Limo seemed to have made up his mind and was no longer prepared to waste more words. Yilan frowned deeply. Still not budging? So, at this moment, old Master Su was playing the role of the absolute righteous party in this matter? But how can this be handled? These 2 factions are about to fight, and it's not right for anyone to die. Just as it was a critical moment and Yilan was a bit at a loss for what to do, Aishwahai suddenly spoke. I agree with your plan. Everyone was stunned. Li Zixin and the other men looked at him with almost incredulous eyes. No, are you that indecisive? But we should strive for more. We can't let them drag it out for 3 or 5 years, perfunctorily dealing with us, nor can we let them assign the weakest anomaly and restrict us with various clauses. Aishwahai ignored their puzzled gazes and continued. That's why we must continue to act, we must continue to investigate, and ideally, put pressure on the Twilight God Cult. When the most crucial moment comes, when they want us to withdraw,
we can then take a step back and gain leverage, allowing us to obtain more as negotiators. Su Limo gave him a deep look. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again. You're quite clever, but I still won't join. You. However, I can promise not to inform the Twilight God cult of your little brat's plans. While the three were stunned, Sulimo turned around and walked out with a calm and composed demeanor. Finally, his voice, already somewhat distant, drifted back. You can kill me, but I guarantee that no matter how secretly you do it, no matter what methods you use, it will draw the vigilance of the Twilight God cult. No matter how you fabricate the details, how you construct the cause of death, you will still be suspected and guarded against, and you won't be able to do anything else until the end. His final words completely eased Li Jixin's murderous intent. In that moment of indecision, he had already walked far away, boarded the Su family's car, and there was no longer any opportunity to stop him. In a moment of silence, Li Jixin suddenly turned his head and looked at Bai Zhuahai. You really agreed? Surprisingly, Bai Zhuahai shook his head. It was just to appease him and give him a way out, otherwise, we couldn't proceed. If we killed him, as he said, we wouldn't be able to do anything next. If we didn't kill him, there's a high chance he'd betray us. He smiled softly, but this way is good. By saying what we did, he just needs to pretend he doesn't know to have a way out. After all, we're not destined to lose. If there's a choice, who wouldn't want to side with both? Excellent. I knew you wouldn't be such an indecisive person. Li Jixin suddenly relaxed, very happy. How did you become so mature, full of calculations? Bai Zhuahai rolled his eyes. Do I want to be? Isn't it because neither of you two uses your brains? With an awkward laugh, Bai Zhuahai's expression became solemn again. Uncle Su is a very important part of this. We can't act like this, we must get him on board. Zhao Taihui frowned deeply. Why? Isn't this enough? He can choose not to betray us now because he can side with both parties. Bai Zhuahai shook his head. It's still the problem raised earlier. This is destined to be a long-term plan. Living in Radiant City, our continuous research absolutely cannot be hidden from him. If we succeed, he will be a necessary insider. The longer it takes, the less he can account for it to the Twilight God cult, because the longer it takes, the less likely the Twilight God cult will believe his I don't know excuse. When he can't side with both, which side do you think he will choose? And the second point, he sighed, right now, he is the one among us with the deepest connection to the Twilight God cult. To understand the Twilight God cult's goals and usurp the ancient god's touch, we must have his information to succeed. We cannot afford a second failure. For a moment, all three looked somewhat grave. What should we do? Find something to hold against him. Li Jixin almost laughed in anger. You say that so easily, how do we find it? This time, Bai Zhuahai revealed a hint of a smile. I actually have a bit of an idea for that. Recently, there have been a number of disappearances in the Su family's district, but he hasn't done anything about it, which is completely out of character for him. Yi Lan raised his eyebrows. Large-scale disappearances in Radiant City? Is it actually connected to this matter? You mean he did it? Zhao Taihui showed an interested expression, as if he had caught a huge piece of gossip. That doesn't sound like something he would do. Does it? He's much more commendable towards the people of Radiant City than we are. I don't know why. With a breakthrough, Bai Zhuahai seemed somewhat at ease. That's why we're sure to find something to hold against him. Li Jixin, anxious, spoke urgently. Who goes? How do we go? Looking at each other, the three of them simultaneously looked at Yi Lan. Yi Lan? Instantly, Yi Lan's face grew cold. Are you out of your minds? Without me, you can't do anything, right? It's like I'm doing everything. In the end, I'm the one who caused all the problems in Radiant City, right? I'm the villain, right? I'm going through all this trouble to deal with myself, right? Why are you looking at me? Yi Lan cursed speechlessly. I just came to see what you were up to. None of this concerns me.
The three young men rationally withdrew their gazes. One could only say they were a bit disappointed, but no one was dissatisfied. After all, this was the great benefactor who had just saved all their lives. If the rotten god cult hadn't come, if he hadn't warned them, they wouldn't have known how to survive. No need to rush, this can't be rushed, we'll proceed step by step. Bai Zhuahai sighed, we just need to find something to hold against him within 2 days, any later, and things might change. Yi Lan frowned. Step by step? 2 days? At this moment, Li Jixin called out to Yi Lan once again. Brother, want to stay at my Li residence tonight? Yi Lan glanced at him, he seemed genuinely sincere. However, he still shook his head. Forget it, I'll find you when the time is right. Walking directly away from Dragon Serpent Plaza, Yi Lan looked up at the sky and let out a long, leisurely sigh. You guys are so slow. He turned and walked towards the Su family's district. Cause and effect. Yi Lan walked towards the Su family's district with not much expression. It wasn't that he didn't want to get involved in the affairs here, hadn't he traveled all the way to Radiant City precisely to handle Radiant City's affairs? He was just a little speechless, that's all. They were too weak, so much so that Yi Lan couldn't understand how they had succeeded 30 years ago. It wasn't a lack of ability, but a pure lack of strength. If he didn't help, what would they do? Yet, Yi Lan constantly helping them advance created a sense of disconnect for him, which was clearly at odds with Yi Lan's actions 30 years later. Although, it was to push the situation towards the day of the shadow of the past. Although, it was to save Radiant City 30 years later. What the hell? I'd become the mastermind myself? But he couldn't ignore it, because he was indeed more anxious than them. Now Yi Lan had already discovered many problems, and they were very big problems. If he didn't figure them out, going directly into the final battle would make him very uneasy. First, why had he never heard anyone mention this matter, this period of history? Was it that no one knew, or that no one told him? The answers to these two questions couldn't resolve Yi Lan's doubts. Why wouldn't they know? The two great divine churches, Radiant City. All the relevant people were here at this time, and there were many witnesses. Why wouldn't they tell him? His core allies, especially those in Radiant City, already had aligned interests. And why were the patriarchs of these four great families so different now compared to 30 years later? Li Jixin's character was very reasonable, an extreme radical, otherwise he wouldn't have come up with a sinister plan like the Beehive plan. But looking at the current Li Jixin, he was still a passionate young man with a certain degree of kindness. It was just that. He had some ambition. As for Bai Zhuahai and Zhao Ganghuang, they were both relatively conservative at this time, especially Bai Zhuahai, whose mind was excellent, far exceeding the average level of Radiant City. And City Lord Su was even more ridiculous. He was now absolutely on the side of justice, even deeply cooperating with the Twilight God cult, and was an absolute opponent of the four great plans. How was all of this changed? Were the stances of these people truly as he saw them now? Was one of these periods, now or later, a performance? Now, or the future? Just then, Yi Lan's gaze narrowed, and he paused. The mission board. Wandering mission. With a thought, Yi Lan approached. He placed his legendary Wanderer medal on it, and a faint, thick mist drifted open. It works! Yi Lan immediately searched for some of the missions he remembered being issued during this period. Sure enough, Yi Lan quickly found the one he wanted to see. Help! Large-scale population disappearance in Radiant City. Publisher Radiant City Paranormal Detective Association. It's already been published at this time. Whoosh! Just then, the gray mist-like psionic energy grew thicker, and a powerful psionic fluctuation gradually condensed. As Yi Lan was slightly startled, a voice seemed to come from a very distant place. Who are you? How did you steal the legendary Wanderer's authority? I don't remember giving such a legendary Wanderer to you. Holy crap! The distant voice stopped abruptly.
Then, completely different from when they met in Sewage Town, a look of joy appeared.
Boss! Why are you here? This is great.
Yilan was stunned, not quite understanding its reaction.
Wandering balance. What's wrong? Yilan asked in a calm, steady voice. It's like this, boss. Radiant City is a bit troublesome right now.
002 is still sleeping, and 003 went to the west side of the wasteland for who knows what.
There's no one here who can handle the ancient god's touch.
The people from the Twilight God cult have tried their best, but human strength against the ancient god's touch is simply too difficult.
Even if they can handle it, it can only be a temporary solution, nothing more.
Yilan listened, his brows furrowing slightly. He rarely felt this way, very uncomfortable.
I am not here to stop it. Wandering balance didn't recover for a long time, huh? Yilan.
Yilan felt very uncomfortable, especially since Wandering Balance's first reaction upon seeing him was joy, hoping for help. But at this moment, Yilan was here only to let history proceed as it should.
He needed the four families to find the ancient god's touch and initiate humanity's first research and development into anomalies.
In a sense, Yilan's stance was already somewhat close to that of an enemy.
Why? Wandering balance itself was confused. Yilan didn't know how to answer it.
Say that your world here is fake.
But it's not necessarily fake, it's the past, it's history, and I need to save the real world, save the future?
Since entering the shadow of the past this time, Yilan had been trying to distance himself from everyone in this world, to avoid too much
entanglement that would disturb his mind.
So much so that he had been playing the villain from the very beginning. What was the principle of the shadow of the past? What exactly was the world here? But as he did something, met a few people, it started to feel like Sewage Town again.
First, Yilan paused. Do you know about the shadow of the past? Wandering balance was stunned, its mind finally no longer short-circuiting. Whatever boss did, there must be a reason. It couldn't be that boss had already defected, right? Then what was the point of playing anymore?
It reacted for a long time, probably having understood the causes and effects, its expression somewhat dim.
I understand. I heard 003 mention it once. Are you from over there? Yilan nodded gently. But, boss, I think I'm also alive and well. Wandering balance whispered, I don't think there's anything wrong with me.
003 also studied itself for a long time after seeing you last time. I think, if an existence of our level had a problem, it would be impossible for us not to discover it ourselves, right? Yilan was silent, pondering all of this. First, if I don't let them succeed, not to mention whether I can return to where I came from, Radiant City would pretty much reach its end, and there wouldn't be that brief but undeniably brilliant future in the years to come. History cannot be changed, otherwise I, standing before you, would not exist.
Secondly, humans should indeed research this thing a bit. Technology always has its advantages.
Even if it fails, their research process, ideas, and data are profoundly significant.
Humans themselves should indeed have something that can resist anomalies without relying on us.
And looking across the wasteland, only Radiant City is suitable for such an earth-shattering endeavor.
Is it meaningless? Completely meaningless?
30 years later, watching their research succeed, he himself was deeply moved, even specially authorizing the old doctor of Sewage Town to oversee
the research.
Based on his achievements, he might consider letting him research the power system of the main anomalies. Also, as someone from the future, I am certain that the aftermath of this incident will not harm the wasteland within 30 years, at most. Radiant City will bear its own consequences.
What about most of Radiant City in the future? The last pinnacle city of human civilization, a wonder of the wasteland, the young masters of Radiant City even had the energy to organize inter-city
motorcycle championships and play real-life escape rooms at Eugene Tea House.
Most crucially, Yilan suddenly smiled. Did you forget that your world should also have a me?
Wandering balance was stunned,
and even Yilan was momentarily surprised. Vaguely, it felt as if a line had passed through his mind. It was just that for a moment, he still felt something was missing, unable to connect it all together completely. 30 years later, when he leaves the containment tower, he will come to deal with the aftermath. Missing. For a long time, Wandering Balance's expression became complex. I understand. While I don't support it, I won't stop you either. I won't help you this time, because, as you said, you are not our leader. The pervasive mist gradually dissipated, and Wandering Balance's figure completely vanished. In the silence, Yilan didn't know what he was thinking. He looked at the distress commission, still unclaimed, and accepted it as a legendary wanderer. Legendary wanderer. Accepted? At that moment, a thought flashed through Yilan's mind like an electric current. No way? His speculation about the shadow of the past had changed once again. This might not be fake, but something that genuinely happened. Even his own arrival was part of history. Yilan felt that Wandering Balance was right about one thing. With their strength, if it were fake, they would have discovered it after carefully examining themselves. Then the shadow of the past could be a real past event, and even his own arrival and actions could be part of history. If so, the answer he had been searching for would finally be found. For example, whether it was Sewage Town or the assassination attempt at Dragon Serpent Plaza just now, how would they have resisted without his presence? But unfortunately, all of this could only remain a conjecture, not concrete proof. For example, in his memory, he clearly woke up 30 years later and entered the wasteland. If this scene also happened in his world, why didn't many people recognize him? In short, no matter what, this shadow of the past was incredibly bizarre. Even stranger, as part of the ancient god's touch system, it always seemed to side with him. Although he also had some bizarre things, like hometown. Suddenly, Yilan paused again. In hometown, it was recorded that he had already died once. So, was this not his first time leaving the wasteland? The world in the shadow of the past. Hometown, and even the shadow of the past itself, were they all interconnected? His brain whirred, and Yilan suddenly shook his head. He couldn't figure it out. The more he thought, the more confused he became. But no matter the possibility, one thing was certain. He had to push the history here forward. Thinking of this, Yilan chuckled self-deprecatingly. If the real conjecture was correct, was this a form of comfort to himself? In order to save his own world, he was creating a lot of problems here that were not serious for now, but might have endless future troubles. He could feel at ease, because he would clean up the mess. Another me is still me. Thinking that he had been causing trouble in Radiant City for so long all because another him had done all this, Yilan was almost at a loss for words. Damn it! The mastermind was actually himself? Bloody hell! He cursed, tapped his head, and walked towards the Non-Natural Detective Association. Before long, a somewhat imposing compound appeared before him. Inside the compound were well-maintained pavilions with a long history. Gardeners and fully armed people moved back and forth within, and many residents of Radiant City also walked through in an orderly fashion, presenting a bustling scene. This was a stark contrast to how it would be 30 years later. It truly was glorious once, remembering how it looked when he last came here and the solitary president, Yilan smiled softly. He wondered what he was doing. Yilan entered the compound without hindrance, and no one paid him any attention. This was because too many people had been coming here recently. Creak. Pushing open the door, he found a long queue inside the room, which made Yilan frown slightly. Yilan didn't like cutting in line. But fortunately, the president was so busy his head was probably splitting, so he likely wouldn't have the energy to deal with ordinary civil matters. His situation and the president's were a perfect match. Seeing that the busy, sweating receptionist finally had a moment of free time, Yilan strode over. Hello, I need to see the president. Ah, the receptionist's eyes were filled with the days of someone working excessive hours. The president is very busy right now. Do you have an appointment? Yilan looked at the receptionist,
finding his features very familiar. Oh, this. Could this guy be the president here 30 years later?
I don't have an appointment. Yi Lan's honest answer made the receptionist. Then no, I'm sorry. If you have something, you can tell me. No, don't tell me. Do you see your front desk over there?
Go talk to him, and then they will discuss the details and project initiation based on the situation. Yi Lan smiled, took out his Wanderer badge, and stated his purpose directly. I am a direct senior member of the Wanderer camp, and I have accepted a commission.
The receptionist paused, then was overjoyed.
No, you should have said so earlier. Wait, I'll go call the president.
No need, follow me upstairs.
Yi Lan said nothing and followed him up the stairs to the pavilion.
First floor, second floor.
Aside from being very new and clean, there was no other difference. Yi Lan even looked at his future room with interest. They entered the third floor pavilion, which was clean and tidy, but Yi Lan knew there should be a very powerful array here.
The tired president looked at the receptionist and Yi Lan, then sighed. What major incident happened that you brought someone to me?
As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized.
You accepted a commission? You are a senior member of the Wanderer camp?
Yi Lan nodded, wanting to keep things simple, and showed his regulations. The gray mist of psionic energy began to flicker.
A legendary wanderer! The president exclaimed, standing up abruptly. Yes. Yi Lan nodded. Let's discuss the details of the missing persons in Radiant City.
This matter is extremely strange, but I believe a legendary wanderer can certainly solve it.
The president puffed out smoke. Since that's
the case, I won't give random guidance.
Perhaps you can elaborate on what information you wish to know.
Yi Lan nodded. This was precisely why he was willing to reveal his identity. He needed the other party's extreme cooperation to resolve this quickly.
First, why are you so concerned about this matter? It might sound heartless, but the reality was, how many terrifying disasters had Radiant City already experienced?
Compared to those, this matter was truly not a big deal.
Actually, there's no big reason.
The president was still puffing smoke. In such troubled times in Radiant City, no small matter can be ignored.
After all, we all hope it stays well.
In other matters, there are experts from the two great divine churches handling things, but only this one is not. So, I tried to find a way to see if I could fill any possible gaps that might hide major hidden dangers.
This is the meaning of my existence here. It's just very regrettable that I have absolutely no clue.
If it comes to criminal investigation, we might not even be better than the city lord's mansion, so we could only resort to seeking help. A sense of respect naturally arose in Yi Lan's heart. Most of the past requests for help from others were for themselves, for friends and family. Only here with the president, this matter had no connection to him, nor was it particularly urgent. Yet, he never gave up, continuing to work very, very hard.
Are there any suspected possibilities? None. The president shook his head. Everything is completely random. Many people disappear every day. How many days has this been going on?
A little over 2 days, barely 3 days.
Yi Lan pondered. How exactly do they disappear? Is there any similarity among the missing persons, such as social relationships, professional relationships, or age relationships? Is the method of disappearance a sudden vanishing, or something else?
Yi Lan's series of questions were quite professional, which immediately made the president feel more reassured.
There's absolutely no connection between the missing persons, it's like it's random.
As for the method of disappearance,
it's not as exaggerated as you fear.
Simply put, when the victim's family wakes up, they find their family member gone. It could be a husband, a wife, or parents, and all their personal belongings are still there, nothing has been touched. If you put it that way, saying they vanish into thin air isn't far off. Yi Lan frowned. It sounded like there were absolutely no clues, so he had to broaden his thinking and cover blind spots.
Is there any age overlap? Are both men and women affected? Both old and young?
Hiss, the president thought for a moment. If you put it that way, there are currently no reported cases of disappearances for those over 60 or
under 18.
Clue. Yilan wasn't surprised, even the most bizarre and complex situations always had clues.
If not here, then in some even more incredible place.
As long as he kept an open mind, he would always find something. For instance, this situation allowed Yilan to deduce that the mastermind behind the disappearances was deliberately selecting targets.
It's just that this selection criterion was somewhat baffling. Two possibilities.
The first was the most absurd, like the culprit prioritizing humanity. After all, before the apocalypse, even the most evil villains in movies and TV shows wouldn't kill children. But this is the apocalypse. I'm looking for a killer, not an apocalyptic moral paragon.
Moreover, this selection target also directly ruled out blood sacrifices by evil cult organizations.
After all, according to more superstitious beliefs, children are the best sacrifices. So, this method of selection could be ruled out. For a moment, Yilan's brow furrowed in a strange way.
Labor?
This clue offered no direction to any potentially meaningful target, and Yilan's brows were tightly knit.
To be honest, I'm a bit pressed for time.
Yilan didn't hide this fact, even hoping the other party would understand. If I can't solve it quickly, I might just drop it. The president frowned, exhaling another puff of smoke.
I have two leads.
1. Among the people who sought help, there's a family. Because they heard about the disappearances, every night, the entire family slept in the same room, taking turns to stay awake and keep watch all
night. Yilan nodded.
This was a very good method, provided one had sufficient strength. Otherwise, if it truly involved mysterious powers, it was uncertain whether the person awake could protect themselves. Then something strange happened.
The president spread his hands. The man of the house claimed he needed to use the restroom in the middle of the night. His family didn't think much of it, and then he never returned. I've already investigated, and found nothing.
But I always feel there's a huge breakthrough point here.
You're more professional than I am. I think if you investigate again, you might discover something I missed. Yilan nodded slightly. The second lead? A grave expression appeared in the president's eyes.
The city lord's mansion has been unable to find the culprit or the reason for several days. Given the frequent disasters in Radiant City recently, a migration faction has emerged in the district, gaining increasing momentum. Many people are preparing to leave Radiant City to establish a new gathering point in the suburbs of Radiant City, to seek a new livelihood.
I think this lead is worth observing.
He stated his judgment. No matter what caused the large-scale disappearances, whether the culprit is human or divine, he definitely needs a large number of people. And if such a large number of residents leave, he obviously won't be able to continue.
Perhaps by observing this migration faction, we might see if the culprit secretly uses some small tricks.
Yilan really wanted to give him a thumbs up.
Professional.
He truly lived up to being the president of the Detective Association. In this clueless incident, his thoughts were still well organized, constantly seeking breakthroughs that ordinary people wouldn't think of.
Outline these two locations on the map for me.
I'll go take a look.
The president had no reason to refuse.
All right. Yilan glanced at the time. It was just past 5 in the evening. Taking the map from the president's hand, Yilan went straight downstairs and walked towards one of the residential houses involved in the incident.
Yilan was not unfamiliar with Guangwei City Lower District.
Following the map's markings, after several twists and turns, Yilan arrived at a private residence.
Knock knock knock. Yilan knocked on the door.
Soon, Yilan heard 2 faint clicks, indicating someone was looking through the peephole at him. After a few seconds, the woman inside, with a mix of caution and exhaustion, opened the door.
Hello,
I am a chief detective from the Non-Natural Detective Association.
May I come in and chat?
Yilan said in a gentle voice. As expected, Yilan's reported identity and tone slightly relaxed the woman.
A faint glimmer appeared in her eyes, though it couldn't hide a touch of disappointment.
The person who mysteriously disappeared, it had been so long, she knew perfectly well that the chances of finding him were already very slim. Moreover, of all the people who had disappeared during this period, all of them, no one had heard of anyone being found. We sleep in here at night, and that night my daughter was keeping watch. Walking into the bedroom, Yilan saw the daughter the woman had mentioned. She looked around 15 or 16, with chubby cheeks, appearing very cute. This should have been a rather happy family. Don't be afraid. Yilan gave the girl a few candies, showing a gentle smile. I'd like to ask you a few questions. The girl's wary gaze gradually softened, and she nodded. Were you sleepy while keeping watch? No. No. Roughly what time did it happen? Around 10 at night. Under Yilan's encouraging gaze, her answers became more fluent. Mom said that disappearances happen less frequently during this time slot, and the duration isn't long, so she wanted me to keep watch from 9 to 12 at night, and then she would take the latter half of the night. Then the next day, I would still keep watch for those 3 hours, and she would rotate with Dad, and so on. Yilan nodded. How did your father wake up at night? Did he wake up suddenly, or like a normal person waking up, with a series of fogginess, turning over, distinct breathing sounds, etc., slowly getting up after a phase of adapting to body changes? The girl was a bit confused by the question. Ah. Who would pay attention to those things? Don't rush, you can take your time thinking. Yilan maintained his smile. Relax, just treat it as an ordinary conversation. I'm not entirely sure, but he probably got up suddenly, because I think I was startled at the time. The girl tried hard to recall. Anyway, he suddenly turned over, sat up, said he was going to the restroom, and told me not to worry. Yilan was thoughtful. Was he controlled, or did he voluntarily and deliberately prepare to get up at that time? Yilan stopped asking that question. He had already gotten the answer he wanted. Were there any abnormalities in your father's behavior? Yilan thought for a moment, then added, you don't need to deliberately think of anything particularly special. Even simple differences are very useful. For example, compared to usual, did he do anything he wouldn't normally do? The girl thought for a long time this time. Nothing abnormal, actually. He even chatted with me for a little while after he woke up. If I had to say something different, I think he's been more patient these past few days than usual, and he even secretly. At this point, she cautiously glanced at her mother, seemingly debating whether to mention such an unimportant triviality. But under Yilan's gentle and trustworthy gaze, she finally spoke. He even told me he secretly hid some private money, and if Mom ever found another man and didn't care for me anymore, I should keep it for myself and spend it sparingly. Yilan. Girl's mother? Simulation. Yilan had no time to deal with the minor, not too serious family issues that might arise next. His brows were tightly furrowed. This doesn't look like a sudden disappearance at all. Nor does it seem to be caused by an abnormal phenomenon. No, it's not necessarily that an abnormal phenomenon wasn't involved midway, but it wouldn't be a primary element. Even this so-called private stash of money. How much money did your father leave you? Feeling the woman's subtly wary gaze, Yilan smiled again. Don't worry. You don't need to tell me the exact amount, you just need to tell me, how does this money compare to your father's salary? The girl thought for a moment, inexplicably trusting Yilan, and decided to tell the truth. A lot. Yilan had no more questions, stood up, and looked at the girl's mother. You take the child to dinner first, I still need to stay here and conduct some investigations. The woman nodded, slightly relieved. It seems this chief detective really isn't interested in her family's property. The large and small figures gradually moved away, and the door closed. Yilan stood in the room, his brows deeply furrowed. He regretted it. If he had brought the kitten, it would have been great. He just hadn't expected to need to use scene recall after entering the shadow of the past. If he could use scene recall at this moment. What? Mysterious disappearance? Cold case? What are those? Case solved in minutes. Alright, But it can't be said that there aren't very important things left undone in this shadow of the past. The eternal nightmare might not have more important room to play. He could, of course, choose to bring everything in, but Yilan didn't want to be completely drained by the eternal nightmare again. In that case, who would guard the ancient god's touch for him? When could he get the formless hand back? Still, I'll have to rely on my own brain. After all, Su Lejang praised me as the #1 detective of the wasteland. After a complaint, Yilan lay down on the bed, turned on his side, closed his eyes, and simulated the man sleeping. If I were to sleep like this and wake up like this, even if I wanted to check on my daughter on watch immediately to see if she was safe, I should still be turned on my side like this. Yilan simulated turning from lying on his side to semi-lying flat, turning his head towards where the girl should have been at the time. When first waking up, the limbs are not flexible, and consciousness wouldn't be mobilized that way, unless it was a nightmare. But if it was a nightmare, he would be dazed for a moment, and his movements would be even more exaggerated. So, it can be quite certain that he woke up with preparation and intent, or perhaps he didn't even sleep at all. Yilan mimicked the missing man's actions of getting up, sitting up on the bed, and chatting with his daughter on the edge of the bed. I'm chatting in this position, while needing to seize an opportunity to leave without my daughter noticing anything unusual. Yilan got up and walked towards the door. I don't necessarily have to go to the bathroom, that's just an excuse, but at least in my daughter's line of sight, I must appear to be going to the bathroom. Yilan pushed open the door, his gaze sweeping around. The bathroom was to the right, the front door to the left. Leaving directly through the door would be quite loud, and the door is old. At night, when it's so quiet, and the daughter is nervous, it's very possible she would hear it. I can't arouse her suspicion and then wake up her mother. Yilan walked towards the bathroom, opened the door, glanced inside, but did not enter. The bathroom was somewhat cramped, and there were no windows inside. In such a narrow environment, it would be difficult for a secret passage to exist without being discovered by family members. I didn't go to the bathroom. Yilan pondered, continuing to observe the other structures of the room. In this direction, one path led to the kitchen, another to the storage room, and then he could only return directly to the main room door from this position. After Yilan went out, the woman had been watching what he was doing, but she seemed to be thinking very seriously, so she never interrupted him. Do you have a way to confirm that no one opened the front door that night? Yilan asked the woman observing nearby. He had to completely rule out this possibility before he could focus wholeheartedly on other possibilities. I'm sure, the woman said firmly. During this time, people have been panicking, and we were worried about intruders, so we set up some little tricks on the door lock and door crack. No matter if it's open from the inside or outside, we can find out the next day. Even we ourselves can't erase these traces. Yilan nodded and continued his simulation. I couldn't leave through the front door, nor did I intend to, so I collaborated with my wife to set up a mechanism at the front door. This both eliminated suspicion and distracted attention. Yilan walked into the kitchen. The kitchen only had one window, with a stove in front of it, and half of the window was covered by an installed hairdryer. There were also many unwashed dishes on the stove. If I wanted to leave here without making any sound or leaving any traces, I couldn't go through here, unless my agility was sufficient to clear a distance of over 1 meter without touching any clutter, and also manage to pass through the narrow window without making any sound. Having basically ruled out the kitchen, Yilan approached the last room, which seemed to be a storage room. Creak! The door was pushed open, stirring up a cloud of dust. Almost at that instant, Yilan was ready to rule out this place. From the looks of it, no one had been in this place for at least a month. If anyone were to take a step on such a floor, the footprints left behind would be difficult to clean up without taking a long time or making a lot of noise. And he had already checked the ground immediately, finding no traces whatsoever. It was completely, just thick, accumulated dust. But Yilan still stayed. He hadn't forgotten the cause of this investigation, and even when he first saw this commission in Sewage Town, Yilan had been very certain of this point. This was an anomaly-related incident.
Even if it was voluntary, it was related to the anomaly side.
After a brief moment of thought, Yilan continued to step into the room. Assuming I possess an ability objects that can hide traces, I could enter and leave here without any suspicion. But this trace hiding function must not be perfect, having certain limitations. For example, I can only hide footprints, otherwise, I could completely leave from other places, such as the kitchen. Yilan continued to walk inside, pushed open the window, and stirred up a cloud of old dust. He looked down, the bottom of the window was still covered in dust, with no traces. Yilan was slightly silent. In such a situation, I would need to flexibly climb out the window without touching any side of it. This room's window has no obstructions, and there isn't a long platform in the middle.
A normal middle-aged man's agility could certainly achieve this.
Yilan fell silent again. The deduction was very smooth, and it should have been successful, yet it still reached a dead end. Things should have happened this way, but until the clue was broken, Yilan couldn't find any evidence to prove his theory. He performed very well, proving his ability as a detective, but it seemed to be useless. Yilan turned his head and saw the woman looking at him with her child, full of hope, and Yilan finally didn't give up.
Are there any items in this room that are particularly precious to your husband? Not unexpectedly, the woman nodded.
She started to take a step inside, then asked somewhat keenly.
Can I come in? Will I damage the scene? After thinking for a moment, Yilan shook his head. No, you can walk right in.
The woman said nothing more, walked to the display shelf, and pointed at the trophy on it. Here, this is it, she explained.
This is the trophy he won a few years ago when he took first place in a community football match held within Radiant City.
According to the rules of the competition, the trophy is kept by the captain, and players have the right to inspect it at any time. It cannot be refused.
He has always cherished it as his own. Cherished as his own.
Yilan looked at the dusty room, a little hesitant to speak.
But how long has it been since he came here?
The woman shook her head. It's been a while, but not that long.
And I think it should be this dirty here.
Yilan pondered, walking towards the trophy. In order to leave successfully today and make my disappearance seamless, I stopped coming to this room some time in advance and managed to make it look very dirty, creating the illusion that no one had been here for a long time. If I were to enter here now, the traces would be too obvious, but I can erase the footprints. No one would see that I had been here, only then can I completely dispel any potential investigator's suspicion.
Yilan looked at the trophy.
For some reason, or to convince the outside world that it was a disappearance rather than a voluntary departure, I couldn't carry anything other than
my personal clothes.
But this item is very important to me, and after saying goodbye to my wife and daughter, I wanted to look at it one last time. I don't think this is a big deal, and no one would think of this item, nor would they notice such small details that you wouldn't catch unless you were constantly staring. Yilan finally smiled, seeing a small cluster of dust-compressed imprints on the back of the dust-covered trophy.
I guessed correctly. Wandering.
When a guess is confirmed, it's no longer just a guess, but a very concrete direction for investigation. Yilan greeted the mother and daughter, then employed his most standard skill, climbing out the window. He landed steadily on the ground, where people were coming and going, already back on the street. Then, Yilan fell silent.
Yilan. What now?
What should he do? His investigation was meticulous, detailed, and incredibly smooth, fully demonstrating his capabilities. The gains were also significant. He had completely confirmed that these missing people were not taken or vanished, but actively chose to leave, which was a major breakthrough. However, there were still no clues to explain his reasons for doing so.
Yilan increasingly understood why many seemingly smooth investigations ultimately came to nothing.
Even if you proceeded smoothly the whole way, solved one question, and chased down the next clue, you might very well find nothing again.
So annoying. Yilan couldn't help but think of the four great talents.
You guys are so useless.
What kind of villainous faction relies entirely on its boss to do all the work?
Yilan looked up, searching for surveillance cameras.
Good news. There were some bad news. Radiant City had been without power for almost a week. Yilan forced himself to calm down and looked at the map. I'm here now. It's known that this matter is related to the Su family. Even if I'm not going to the Su family manor, I need to move in that direction. 100 meters ahead is a three-way intersection. One path goes through the market, one. Buddy. Just as Yilan's heart was already somewhat calm, he heard a somewhat familiar shout. So, he looked up. Holy crap! Buddy! It really is you. Li Jixin waved excitedly from the street on the right. Yilan thought for a moment, walked over, and showed a genuine smile. Excellent. It was time for the labor force to be put to use. For some reason, seeing Yilan smile, Li Jixin only felt a chill down his spine. What did that mean? Buddy, what are you doing here? It was fine until he asked. Once he did, Yilan just wanted to grind his teeth. Isn't it because I can't rely on you guys? Making the mastermind do everything himself? I'm taking a stroll. Li Jixin. Yilan's one sentence completely threw him off. And thinking a bit, by the way, Yilan added casually, then continued, what are you doing here again? Aren't you afraid of being assassinated? Li Jixin instinctively wanted to retort with I'm also taking a stroll. But facing Yilan, he really couldn't be tough. I'm gathering intelligence. As for assassination, I think it's the same no matter where I am. I can't handle it anyway, so I'm as good as dead. He asked curiously, what are you thinking about? Yilan curved his lips. Teamwork is very important. Many hands make light work. Li Jixin had a bad feeling and decided to come clean, hoping to pique the mysterious big shot's interest. I received intelligence that the Su family head goes out for about half an hour every night these past few nights. He claims it's for a stroll. Yilan's mouth twitched. It took him several seconds to confirm whether Li Jixin was being sarcastic with him. I don't know the exact location and couldn't find it. I can only confirm he doesn't go too far, so I came to scout the area. Oh? Yilan's eyebrows twitched. That familiar comfortable feeling returned. He finally realized what he was missing, why this investigation felt so exhausting. It wasn't just the problem of not having Tao Tao, or not using his cheat ability, but the problem of lacking a team. For example, the most important thing, intelligence support. In Sewage Town, there were people like Xia Qingyu and Arthur, eagerly providing him with intelligence every day. In the shadow of the past in Sewage Town, there were also the mayor, Yaman, and so on. During the Radiant City phase, he had Bai Taotao in the early stages, and Lin Jiao, who was almost worn out, in the later stages. He had continuous intelligence support everywhere. He only needed to analyze and then act, that was all. This was the power of a team. But this time, in the shadow of the past, he was stuck with useless teammates, which forced him to act alone. This meant all steps relied on him. Location investigation, intelligence gathering, interpersonal communication, plan arrangement, combat, action, and stealth. In less than a day, he was almost exhausted. And now, with the four great families on his side, fresh intelligence flowed in, and he immediately felt comfortable. His recent investigation results were no longer meaningless. Combined with Li Jixin's latest intelligence, everything once again had a clear direction. Mark the approximate area for me. Oh, okay. As Li Jixin marked the possible activity area of the Su family head on the map, Yilan immediately began to compare. This direction was precisely the direction directly opposite the window he had climbed out of in this residence. Yilan looked at the map, his brow still subtly furrowed. The area was still a bit large, spanning 3 or 4 streets both horizontally and vertically. The alleys interspersed among the buildings were too numerous to count, and a thorough search would likely be extremely troublesome. What do you say, buddy? Li Jixin asked tentatively, full of consideration, you seem a bit tired. How about you rest at my Lee family manor tonight?
Yilan glanced at the sky, feeling somewhat speechless.
Rest? Rest my ass.
Yilan rolled his eyes. Order your people, no one is to rest tonight.
Get ready and stand by. Li Shixin?
You don't need to continue investigating here.
Leave it to me. Li Shixin? Then be prepared.
If I need anything, your people should be ready to follow my orders at any time.
Li Shixin? To be honest, Yilan's actions left him somewhat dissatisfied. By what right do you command my people?
Why should I stay awake all night waiting for your orders?
But he thought carefully and felt he should be happy.
Yilan was going to take action himself. Of course, the most important reason was
he couldn't beat him. Then,
try to be quick, buddy.
Question mark.
Yilan looked at him with a very cold gaze.
With your terrible efficiency, you're rushing me?
Li Shixin choked for a moment, then quickly added, don't misunderstand.
What I mean is,
buddy, you should rest when you need to, don't push yourself.
Quick means to rest quickly. I've prepared a grand feast for you at the manor. Alright, don't get in the way.
Keep your walkie-talkie clear.
Oh.
Li Shixin obediently turned to leave, but couldn't resist, gathering his courage to turn back and ask one more question.
Buddy, who exactly are you? Can you give me a hint? Yilan smiled.
Sure.
How about I tell you who I am, and then I immediately leave Radiant City and stop bothering with you guys? How about that?
Li Shixin froze for a moment, then showed a look of sudden realization, as if he understood something. Anyway, Yilan didn't know what he understood, as long as he didn't pester him and kept dragging things out.
No. You don't need to tell me. Please don't leave, buddy, we really can't do without you now.
Yilan hesitated, but ultimately said nothing more.
I really am becoming more and more like the mastermind, aren't I? Blending in.
Seeing Li Shixin's back disappear at the end of the road, Yilan checked the time and slipped into an alley. After a quick shopping trip in a store, Yilan changed into ordinary clothes and then genuinely began to stroll.
This continued until exactly 9 o'clock at night, when Yilan reappeared on the street, not bothering to conceal his tracks. He looked around, then lowered his head, avoiding eye contact with anyone who might be present, and set off from the end of the street as if he had a clear destination, ignoring everyone and pressing forward. But in reality, he was just walking from one end of a street to the other, then switching to another street and walking from end to end again. Appearing purposeful. Yilan was sure that on a certain street, he would encounter some people or events, and he was currently disguised as someone who had quietly disappeared and was waiting for a rendezvous. Unfortunately, in the next few tens of minutes, let alone specific people, Yilan didn't even see a single person. Radiant City wasn't prosperous enough at this time, and there were few people out at night anyway. Especially during a period of widespread panic, people barely dared to go out during the day, let alone in the dead of night when there wasn't even any light. In addition, to prevent theft, robbery, and even unrest during the chaotic period, the four great families had issued a curfew, and guards would patrol regularly, directly arresting anyone suspicious. And these arrests were handled by the Su family. After all, a large-scale disappearance of people had occurred under his jurisdiction, so he had to put on a show. By his calculations, the patrolling guards circled the area every half hour, and Yilan had already been walking for no less than 25 minutes. Gradually feeling a bit awkward. Could his deduction be wrong? Or rather, in this situation, there was no one around, anyone who appeared would be a target that should disappear, and the mastermind was suspected to be the Su family head. In that case, were the guards the ones responsible for the rendezvous, and should I not avoid them, but rather be caught by them? Seeing the light of a flashlight approaching in the distance, Yilan hesitated for a moment and slipped into the shadows. Just a little longer. If the deduction was wrong, being caught might not trigger anything and instead alert Su Limo, which would complicate things. And he could get caught anytime he wanted, as they would be patrolling all night.
Yilan gave himself one last hour. If it wasn't successful, he wouldn't waste any more time and would switch to investigating the second lead pointed out by the non-natural detective. Association's president, there would still be enough time. Or, take a risk and directly try to be caught by the Su family's patrolling guards. Finally, another 10+ minutes passed. As he merged onto the next street, a figure appeared before Yilan's eyes. The figure's attire and demeanor seemed quite similar to his own. At first, he seemed startled, but after a glance at Yilan, he showed no further reaction and continued walking with his head down. Yilan didn't speak, following silently without concealing his presence. As he walked, Yilan quietly glanced at the map again. This street was very close to the Su family mansion, and it was the area where the Su family head was most likely to appear during his evening stroll. As originally anticipated. A few more seconds passed, and Yilan followed the dark figure around a corner, raising his head slightly, a look of joy on his face. Success! At the end of the street was a majestic figure. The Su family head, Sulimo. The Su family head stood across the street, scanning the comings and goings around him. Both sides seemed to have an unspoken agreement, with no communication between them. The figure in front entered the newsstand on the opposite side of the street from the Su family head. Yilan followed suit, entering just as naturally. Throughout the process, neither the Su family head nor the figure in front noticed anything amiss. Click, click. After entering the newsstand, the figure in front pulled down his hood, turned to look at Yilan, and sighed. Why are you so close to me? This might violate the terms. Yilan remained composed, shaking his head with a wry smile. I was delayed a bit, which is why I accidentally ran into you. Wouldn't it be stranger if I deliberately kept too far away? Yilan suspected that each missing person had a fixed departure time to ensure they didn't meet each other prematurely, which is why he said he was delayed a bit. If he said it was bad luck, he didn't expect it, and perhaps problems would arise. Bang! The person said nothing more, a bit dejected yet more resolute, and turned on his flashlight, stepping into the underground passage. Yilan hesitated for a moment, but then considered that in this era, apart from the ancient god's touch, there weren't many traps that could truly threaten him. He, too, turned on his flashlight and descended. After the deep underground passage, a bright light filled his vision. In this underground area, where energy should have been depleted, lights were still maintained. There was only one room underground, and apart from the necessary supporting pillars, the only structure was an indiscernible statue in the very center. The person had no intention of chatting with Yilan anymore and casually stood in an empty spot. Yilan glanced around. There were already over 10 people here, scattered in various corners, mostly adult men. Yilan quietly blended in with the others, doing whatever they did, looking utterly professional. During this process, Yilan observed that the soles of these people's shoes emitted faint psionic fluctuations and a weak glow, seemingly having some effect. Is this how they hide their tracks? Through ability objects. No, these can't even be considered ability objects, they're merely a tiny, insignificant bit of power from some anomaly, perhaps even disposable. Such things probably don't require injecting power, they only need to utilize their own influence to achieve the effect. But I must say, producing hundreds or even thousands of these disposable items is quite a large undertaking. TSK, there's an anomalous mastermind behind this. During the long wait of over an hour, footsteps occasionally came from behind, each spaced roughly 3 minutes apart. Gradually, the underground room was no longer so empty and began to get a bit crowded. Yilan scanned the room, nearly 100 people had already gathered here. However, this time, no more people should be coming in. Creak. Footsteps sounded again, and after that person entered, the door closed. Sulimo. He scanned the room, nodded with satisfaction, and walked alone to the statue, lowering his head and softly muttering something, presumably a prayer. Or sermon. Indeed, was it some evil, anomalous sacrificial ritual? Yilan's expression was somewhat cold. Sulimo's actions made him even more disgusted than any previous opponent.
TSK, look how self-righteous he was in front of Li Jixin and the other two? Yi Lan didn't interrupt. No matter who it was, no matter what the ritual. As long as he was here, he had the capital to forcibly stop it at the last moment. He just wanted to see who it was. The following scene was quite peculiar. No one communicated. These people seemed to know their predetermined fate, with no one interacting. They gazed at the stone statue in the center, without any sense of faith. Finally, Su Limo seemed to have finished his prayer and placed his hand on the stone statue. At that instant, Yi Lan narrowed his eyes. Psionic energy. He used psionic energy. Although it was incredibly fast, very faint, and had no obvious effects, Yi Lan could be certain that it was a psionic fluctuation. But precisely because of this, Yi Lan had no way of distinguishing which anomalous power it belonged to. Thankfully, he could at least discern the difference between the Containment Tower series and the Ancient Gods Touch series. This was the power of the Ancient Gods Touch series. The Su family head released his hand, turned around, bowed to everyone, and then violently thumped his chest with his fist, letting out a low cry full of conviction. For Radiant City. Yi Lan? In the next instant, hundreds of people simultaneously let out a low cry. For Radiant City. Yi Lan? What did that mean, a reversal? He was completely bewildered, causing his movements to be a beat too slow. A powerful suction force emanated, and everyone, as if carrying a beacon, vanished in the blink of an eye. Then, only two people remained in the room. One person who should have disappeared, and one who shouldn't have. Yi Lan. Su Limo. An infinitely strange atmosphere spread through the underground room. Seeing that he couldn't keep up the act, Yi Lan removed his hood, politely drew out the chaos bell, aimed it at Su Limo's head, and smiled. Hi. Closed loop. In the silence, the Su family head didn't mind Yi Lan aiming at him, he just looked at him deeply. He had already recognized this person. It was the mysterious individual who had been sitting next to those three brats during the day. I underestimated you, and I was careless, Su Limo sighed. How are you here? Yi Lan didn't want to fall into the other party's rhythm, especially when the situation seemed to have the potential for reversal. He had to maintain control to ensure he could distinguish the truth from falsehood in the other party's statements. Seeing Su Limo remain silent, Yi Lan spoke again. How surprising. The mass disappearance of Radiant City's population was actually your doing. How many people in Radiant City are still waiting for you to bring their families back? So, who is accusing the official, is that it? Su Limo finally spoke. Everyone was willing. Yi Lan was non-committal. If he hadn't seen anything, hadn't traced it all the way here, and hadn't watched the entire process unfold before his eyes, Yi Lan would have found it hard to believe a single word. But Yi Lan could indeed tell that he was telling the truth. So, why were they willing? Yi Lan asked. Enticed by great wealth? Family threatened? In short, as long as the other party agreed, whether they truly wanted to or not, it was willing, right? Yi Lan put down the chaos bell. It wasn't that he believed him, or anything else, it was just he was too lazy to point an anomaly at him. From any perspective, this guy wouldn't be his opponent, not even the anomalies behind him, unless the Ancient Gods Touch itself dared to show its face. Yi Lan didn't think that with so many Twilight God cult members racking their brains in the upper city district, such an oversight would occur. Yi Lan's recognition of the Twilight God cult's professionalism was higher than that of the Rotten God cult, even though the Rotten God cult was already very, very professional. Sacrificing to an evil god? Yi Lan tapped the statue. The statue was very strange, it was impossible to tell what it was. Its limbs were tightly bound by chains, connecting to all four sides of the wall. Firstly, it's not an evil god. Su Limo seemed to have recognized the situation and answered Yi Lan seriously. Secondly, it's not a sacrifice. He spread his hands, not at all like a guilty prisoner. You are a master, possessing psionic energy. I don't know which anomaly granted you this power,
but in any case, you are very strong. You care about the lives of those people, and I believe you are a God's chosen of a righteous God, which is why I am willing to communicate with you. Sulimo pointed towards the statue. I feel that I don't need to explain anything, you're just trying to make me talk more so you can judge my stance, that's all. You must be able to feel that this is not a blood sacrifice. Yilan was non-committal. He did indeed feel it, which was why he was half a beat slow in his initial surprise. Otherwise, he would have risked it and stopped it, even if there was a chance of being perceived by the ancient god's touch. He didn't feel the loss of life or the imminent loss of it, this was at least not a sacrifice, and most likely just simply. I know it's a teleportation, Yilan didn't quibble over something he already understood. But what are you doing? Just making some preparations, Sulimo paused. What I don't understand is, what exactly are you doing? Why would someone like you help those young rascals and bring disaster to Radiant City? Yilan pursed his lips. This was the topic he disliked most right now, and he didn't want to repeat what he had said to the wandering balance. Firstly, in the short term, Radiant City will not face disaster, instead, it will achieve true prosperity and a beautiful future for at least a generation. Secondly, this can save more people who need saving. And it's also saving the people of your Radiant City. Yilan silently added this in his mind. Otherwise, how else could he explain it? Using the future of Radiant City to save the future Radiant City? Who could understand that? You also said, in the short term, Sulimo took Yilan's words seriously. What about the long term? What will happen to Radiant City then? What will be the fate of Radiant City? Yilan again didn't know how to explain it to him. It was still the same phrase. I will use the future of Radiant City to save the future Radiant City? This was already a complete closed loop. The only issue within this, which weighed heavily on Yilan, was that he had personally ended Li Zixin's life. If this was caused by his own pushing of history, he would find it very difficult to accept. However, he gradually let go of it. If this was history, then the him who did this in history and knew he would eventually kill Li Zixin would not have failed to leave some contingencies to save his life. Since he truly died, it meant he truly became the evil dragon in the end. So, Yilan smiled softly and confidently. There will be successors. Sulimo closed his eyes and sighed. If this is the will of a righteous God, I accept it. He no longer wanted to conceal anything, at least on the surface, and gave Yilan a map, drawing a circular line on it. Yilan glanced at it, slightly stunned. It was Radiant City's encircling city walls. I've sent all the people who disappeared these past few days there. I don't want those 3 brats to succeed, but I'm not certain they won't, so I made some preparations. He explained. I made some rather special modifications to the city walls, through the power of a certain righteous God. Modifications? Suddenly, Yilan remembered the intelligence Xiaoman had given him earlier. The people sent out by City Lord Su had seemingly coincidentally passed by every section of the city wall. He also recalled the secret passage that Su Lezhang had opened when he first entered Radiant City and was met by him. The entire Radiant City wall moved and operated like a giant mechanism, with a principle so complex that he didn't understand it. This can both strengthen Radiant City's defenses and structure, playing a special role when necessary, and also directly seal off Radiant City when needed, turning the interior of Radiant City into an iron box sufficient to isolate anomalous powers. If this is done, it won't leave them with no room for buffer after they cause something unbearable. The location of those people is at the spot I've marked. If you don't believe me, you can find time to go and see. Yilan was slightly silent, looking at him with a strange gaze. Your vision is very far-reaching, and you see very clearly, he couldn't help but exclaim. Sulimo's frankness didn't put Yilan in a good mood, so he explained earnestly. It's nothing more than a dire situation, patching holes by tearing down other walls. I need to restore history this way, I need to proceed this way, I need to see what happened. I need the correct history, I need to leave. I cannot just watch Radiant City be destroyed. He didn't say which Radiant City, because if his guess was correct, this would be a cycle. After talking with the Wandering Balance, Yilan had also figured out this problem. As history continues, there will be no problems here for now. Instead, Radiant City will be the biggest beneficiary, developing at a terrifying pace. In the wasteland and becoming the hope of human civilization. Hope, in the apocalypse, was already very important. But if this wasn't done, the people of the future Radiant City would inevitably suffer. If there really was another him, a him who left this mess for himself. At that time, he must have also faced such a choice, right? When he created this mess to save his own timeline, he must have chosen to believe in himself. If he no longer did this, the Radiant City of his own world would not be saved, and he would have failed that other him, making that person feel guilty towards Radiant City. So he could only do this because he could also believe in the him of this world. Yilan smiled, no longer confused. All right. We've talked about what needed to be talked about, now it's time to act. Su Limo showed a bewildered look, not understanding why. Everything you said was true, but one sentence was not. Crack. Under his horrified gaze, Yilan smashed the statue with a punch. You believe in a righteous god, my ass, it's a miracle I don't call it an evil god. Yilan curiously looked into the shattered statue, reached out his hand, and pulled out the photo frame from inside. Ah, so it's the shadow of the past. Step by step. At this moment, Sulimo inevitably revealed true hostility. Don't panic. Yilan smiled, if you believe in it, you won't become my mortal enemy. Its relationship with me is quite good. Yilan gently rubbed the photo frame, a smile playing on his lips. Right? The shadow of the past trembled, swaying itself hard, making a nodding motion. Sulimo? Don't panic, it's not afraid of me, but of the main god behind me. Yilan's words sounded very reasonable, there's no point in telling you now. You'll definitely hear of his great name in a few decades. So, let's communicate as people. Sulimo slowly took a deep breath. A god's chosen of some powerful god? That would be understandable. Yilan was thinking about the shadow of the past. He was a bit unsure about the shadow of the past's true nature. On one hand, the shadow of the past seemed to be part of the ancient god's touch lineage, a mortal enemy. On the other hand, aside from the first time it pulled him into Sewage Town, which might have been with ill intent, everything it had shown since then was repeated help. It seemed to be on his side. But then the problem arose. Aren't all things from the ancient god's touch lineage controlled by the ancient god's touch? Assuming it wasn't controlled, what was the reason? Yilan smiled. You know quite a bit. You know what an anomaly from the ancient god's touch lineage means to the wasteland's righteous gods, right? Sulimo was expressionless, but Yilan pursued, speaking leisurely. You wouldn't want the Twilight God cult to know about your belief in the shadow of the past, would you? Sulimo sighed. He couldn't remain indifferent under such a threat. Then it's simple. Yilan clapped his hands. Let's talk again about your stance in those three fools' plan. Sulimo? Ha? He almost thought he misheard. You held such a huge leverage, only for the small matter? It was like, to eat a roasted chicken, going through immense trouble and wasting time to learn how to build a rocket launcher, then chopping down an entire forest to stack wood, creating a massive blaze, and finally being able to roast the chicken. You. It took Sulimo a long time to let out a turbid breath. I will support their actions. Late night, 2 o'clock. The Twilight God cult has currently deployed at least 5 elite squads in the Upper City District. For some unknown reason, no anomalies have been deployed within it. But compared to what you see, at least 2 combat clusters are already stationed outside Radiant City. You should understand what that means. If the situation becomes uncontrollable, they will directly destroy the Upper City District, including anyone still inside at that time. Currently, the somewhat favorable news for you is that the 5 squads have set up 3 lines of defense in the Upper City District, meaning you won't be simultaneously ganged up on by multiple Twilight God cult squads?
Though I think you stand no chance even against a single one. Except for one of your allies.
The third line of defense is located in the Upper City District's ring, stationed at the upper pass of the Nameless Road. I don't know what method they use, but anyone entering or leaving there will be detected and dealt with. But the problem is precisely that the only way to the Upper City District is that one Nameless Road. You seem to have a tough time getting past this first hurdle. The second line of defense has 2 squads, stationed at the entrances and exits of the sealed area, with various traps laid around. The firepower is extremely heavy, reportedly carrying ability objects that can simulate one attack from the Yue god.
If necessary, they can attempt to directly destroy the sealed area where the ancient god's touch is located.
Of course, from what I understand, that won't solve the ancient god's touch. At most, it will weaken it a bit and ensure no one leaves there alive.
It should be much better once you get in.
The further they go, the safer you are, meaning the mechanisms have largely been dealt with as they passed.
If you're lucky, you might even reach the final area unhindered.
But unfortunately, no matter which direction all of this unfolds, you are destined to inevitably encounter 2 elite Twilight God cult squads in the
end.
During a detailed introduction, everyone at the Li family's conference table looked at each other. Zhao Ganghuang hesitated to speak, but couldn't hold back and asked the question everyone wanted to know.
Uncle Su, why did you change your mind?
Su Limo gave him a cold glance.
Ha.
He no longer made a fool of himself, and none of the other family heads asked that question, which clearly had a story behind it. Only Li Jixin sincerely gave Yilan a thumbs up, his eyes filled with endless admiration.
Awesome! No one doubted the accuracy of Su Limo's information, because it was too detailed. So detailed that no one had the nerve to think it was a trap set for them. They weren't worthy of such treatment from the Twilight God cult yet. Why are there 3 lines of defense?
Bai Zhuahai sincerely asked. I can feel that the thing is so powerful that even the Twilight God cult finds it difficult to deal with, so why would they disperse their forces? Whether it's the third line of defense, the second line of defense, or the 2 action clusters outside Radiant City, surely one could be drawn out to
replace them? As the most elite squads, shouldn't all their power be concentrated in the most crucial experimental area?
His question made everyone, both those who understood and those who didn't, look at Su Limo. Those who understood needed to confirm their conjectures, and those who didn't naturally waited for answers. It's clear that the action clusters cannot replace these 2 tasks, because everyone has their own responsibilities.
Responsibilities.
Su Limo slowly spoke the words that made one feel suppressed. If there's a problem with the elite squad in the laboratory, the elite squad blocking the entrance to the experimental area will be responsible for clearing them out. If there's a problem with the squad blocking the entrance to the experimental area, the elite squad blocking the Upper City District will clear them out. If all 3 lines of defense have problems, the action clusters outside the city will cleanse them. Su Limo paused, then slowly spoke.
Everyone must play their own role. The conference room fell silent for a moment. The Twilight God cult's caution and step-by-step approach put immense pressure on these ordinary people.
The Twilight God cult's spirit of sacrifice also influenced some of them to varying degrees, but most importantly, their confidence was somewhat shaken. Not to mention anything else, just those 5 elite Twilight God cult squads mentioned above, any one of them could wipe them out many, many times over. Yet, the Twilight God cult, with such scale and strength, chose a nested approach, and they, so weak, thought of taking down the ancient god's touch?
Can I understand it this way?
Bai Zhuahai thought for a moment, then asked in a deep voice, regardless of whether we target the ancient gods touch, the Twilight God cult itself doesn't have absolute confidence in solving the problem here?
Clearly.
Yilan said objectively, without anomalies accompanying them, this is almost like sacrificing the lives of elites.
Another oppressive silence.
Rarely, these young people felt a little bit sorry for the Twilight God cult's desperate efforts.
Don't let your own morale collapse. Zhao Ganghuang gritted his teeth and said, think about it, doesn't that give our actions another noble goal?
Ha!
Li Zhixin didn't understand at all. Save Radiant City.
Zhao Ganghuang shouted, do you think if those 5 squads go out of control, the action clusters outside the city will really
only cleanse the upper city district?
A moment of silence, he completely failed to boost morale.
No matter what, we have a crucial problem.
Bai Zhuahai sighed, at the very least, we need a way to deal with anomalous powers, right? In the quiet, several people, by unspoken agreement, looked at Yi Lan with subtle glances.
Yi Lan's mouth twitched. You guys? Forget it, I don't want to complain anymore. So weak.
I can solve anomalous problems that are not limited to the more bizarre, assassination-level ones you experienced. Yi Lan hoped they would lower their expectations of him and rely more on themselves.
But even so, all 4 of them simultaneously cast looks of renewed admiration. That's great.
Li Zhixin excitedly waved his fist, this completely solves our high-end power problem.
Yi Lan. In another brief silence, Su Limo, somewhat out of place, raised his hand.
First, let me state that I am on your side now. After emphasizing his position, he spoke, but I still have to ask.
The situation is already so clear, are you still unwilling to give up?
Nameless Road.
The atmosphere inevitably quieted down. In fact, all 3 of them were a little shaken now.
The difference in strength between the Twilight God cult and the 4 great families who controlled Radiant City was still very clear. To be honest, I'm not as eager for that ancient god's touch anymore, Bai Zhuahai mused, then looked at Li Zhixin and Zhao Ganghuang. Seriously, I lean towards executing the plan I proposed earlier. Li Zhixin and Zhao Ganghuang were both stunned. They knew what Bai Zhuahai was talking about. The previous plan, proposed merely to stabilize Su Limo, which was to just give it a try, with the main
goal being to increase our bargaining chips.
I agree, Zhao Ganghuang said readily. The difficulty of obtaining the ancient god's touch had gradually made him feel it was unattainable. Li Zhixin still wanted to insist on something, but after reviewing everything he could do, he fell silent, since you 2 are like this. This was considered tacit agreement. Su Limo looked at the 3 of them suspiciously, even wondering if he had made a mistake earlier. They were quite restrained, it seemed their minds hadn't completely broken down. If he had been more serious earlier and said these things in advance, would he have prevented them from trying to go to the upper city district
sooner? No matter what, it's come to this.
Go, we still have to go, Bai Zhuahai concluded. If an opportunity exists, we must still strive for it. Yi Lan watched their discussion, deep in thought. They haven't completely gone mad yet. Our plan is simple, Bai Zhuahai said. We need to make the people of the Twilight God cult believe they have achieved their goal and choose to
withdraw. But in reality, we will be the ones who achieved our goal.
Oh no, he himself was starting to feel it was a bit impossible. He forcefully composed himself and looked at Su Limo.
Uncle Su, what are their specific plans and goals?
Su Limo glanced at Bai Zhuahai, who was acting as the team's brain, and pondered for a moment. Based on our communication, even in their most ideal scenario, they can't completely resolve the ancient god's touch. Their goal is to weaken it to its weakest state and then transport it back to Twilight Cathedral. Bai Zhuahai increasingly felt that the feasibility was very low, it was just a final attempt, leaving the rest to fate. In other words, we cannot cause any damage, assuming the Twilight God cult genuinely solves the problem, Bai Zhuahai said, organizing his thoughts. Our only room for maneuver is to find a way to mislead them after they succeed. For example, after successfully weakening the ancient god's touch, if the ancient god's touch disappears, they might be a bit confused but will still believe they succeeded.
As long as they withdraw, we can reasonably and secretly transfer it and claim it?
It sounded very clear, very simple.
But how can we achieve this? Again, everyone looked at Yi Lan in unison. Without saying anything, Yi Lan stood up. Let's go.
Late at night, 4 o'clock. Led by Yi Lan, a small group of people lay in wait beneath Nameless Road.
Yi Lan didn't know how he felt, looking back. Why did you come along too?
This was directed at Su Limo. He had actually chosen to participate in this operation personally. I don't trust these young rascals, I'm afraid they'll mess things up badly.
Ignoring Li Jixin's angry glare, Sulimo spoke frankly. This small team was already quite streamlined, though in Yi Lan's opinion, it wasn't very useful.
The 4 family heads were all present, showing a desperate attitude and determination, and each brought 1 or 2 guards, who were considered
masters among ordinary people.
They had at least learned one thing: against such opponents, a large number of people was useless. Yi Lan glanced again at the young man beside the city lord, who seemed to be around the same age as Li Jixin and the others.
A smile appeared on Yi Lan's lips. Is your codename Grey Eagle?
The young man looked at him with confusion and vigilance, then nodded.
What's wrong? Nothing.
With a light chuckle, Yi Lan began to observe the situation on Nameless Road, which would become Guangwei Road. It was incredibly quiet and empty, including the top of Guangwei Road, where the Twilight God cult's encampment was faintly visible. This was the reason Yi Lan chose this time: it was almost foolproof. For such a busy team, it was entirely possible for them to stay up all night due to various reasons, working until 3 in the morning. And if anyone woke up early for a forced march or something, they might have to get up at 5 in the morning.
Between 3:30 a.m. and 5 a.m., most people would be asleep. Even the night watch personnel would be at their most relaxed.
Especially if they couldn't see anything. Dude, how do we get up there? Li Jixin increasingly felt that sense of powerlessness. After so much effort, such a meticulous plan, and such a clear goal, they found themselves stuck right at the beginning. This road is too wide and exposed, we'll be discovered as soon as we show ourselves.
They couldn't even get onto Nameless Road.
Yi Lan thought for a moment and looked at Sulimo.
Do you have an idea of the strength of the elite squad stationed up there, compared to the other elite squads?
Weaker, Sulimo said with certainty, one could even say very weak. Since some things had already been discussed openly, there was no need to hide them anymore. The most elite forces are all within the sealed area of the upper city district, especially the 2 teams that went inside. They are truly too strong.
Yi Lan understood.
Aside from Wang Lei, Yi Lan felt that Xia Qingyu alone, with Xiao Manman, was already stronger than most of the Twilight God cult's elite squads.
Are there still shoes like that?
Sulimo was momentarily stunned, not failing to understand what Yi Lan was referring to.
Yes.
Yi Lan nodded. Things became much simpler.
Distribute 1 to each person. Amid some confusion, everyone put on the special shoes and examined them. Ability objects? Zhao Ganghuang exclaimed.
It was the kind of shoe he had previously had distributed to each missing person, which should have been temporary and single use, and not leave
traces.
It's not, Sulimo reminded, especially to Yi Lan. This alone won't work, it only prevents leaving traces in the contact area.
Yi Lan rolled his eyes. How do you think I found you?
Sulimo. They didn't understand the two's conversation, but the 3 family heads roughly guessed it was related to how Yi Lan persuaded Sulimo. A faint halo flickered, and a crystal ball landed in Yi Lan's palm.
Everyone was a bit shocked.
Ability objects.
How many good things did this mysterious guy have? Stay close to me.
For any reason, do not exceed 3 meters from me.
Passing. Silence.
Everyone was already walking on Guangwei Road, but not a single footstep could be heard, making it even quieter than the night itself. As they advanced, the Twilight Squad's camp could already be vaguely seen at the end of the road not far away.
Faint light illuminated the tranquil night.
Yi Lan glanced over. 2 people were on watch, and 3 were resting. One of the 2 on watch stood fully alert, while the other was probably half asleep, leaning against a tree with his eyelids opening and closing.
Yi Lan could almost feel his exhaustion.
Gulp.
More than a dozen people all swallowed, quietly glancing at Yi Lan. Aren't we going to hide a little?
At the very least, we should crouch down, right?
Just walk forward so openly?
The distance between the 2 sides was already less than 5 meters, as if no one had noticed anything. Several people quietly breathed a sigh of relief.
Invisibility?
This ability objects is so powerful. Yilan, however, really wanted to say that this ability objects, which bypassed the Twilight God cult, seemed to be the Twilight God cult's own, after all, Xing Yu had given it to him. Just like that, the group crossed that line. The end of Nameless Road. Whoosh! Beep beep. In the blink of an eye, a faint psionic energy flashed wildly within the Twilight God cult's elite squad's outpost. Along with it, a beeping sound from some unknown device rang out frantically. Yilan raised his hand, signaling the entire team to stop advancing. No one made a sound, even though they felt they had been discovered. Snap! The entire Twilight God cult squad woke up with a start, entering combat readiness in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The man, who seemed to be the captain, pulled out an ability objects, and a vast psionic energy spread out. Yilan's expression changed slightly for the first time. They had ability objects that could detect psionic energy. And these people were clearly detected. This was very reasonable. Yilan was only using an ordinary ability objects after all. And for the Twilight God cult squad to blockade this area, they must have some means to detect anomalies. The team suddenly woke up, everyone's expressions tense. But they still maintained their professionalism. Perhaps it was burying their heads in the sand, deceiving themselves, but they all stood still, hoping the other party wouldn't discover the problem. Most critically, Yilan remained as still as a mountain. I'll go ahead and check. The three of you surround the vice captain and make sure that if anything unusual happens, you can contact the outside. During his reconnaissance, the captain almost crossed paths with them, but ultimately, he didn't discover any trace of Yilan and his group. Perhaps in his subconscious, there was no one here, and what was happening was an anomaly. Captain, no discovery? The Twilight Squad member, seeing the captain's confusion, asked incredulously. The captain nodded, but I don't think it's simple. It couldn't be that this thing was broken, could it? Stay alert, stop resting. He sighed, extended his hand, and waved. The 5-person squad reorganized their formation, creating a relatively large gap in the middle. Li Zixin felt a surge of restlessness, gently nudging Yilan, afraid Yilan hadn't noticed. Yilan frowned deeply, raising his hand several times, but finally gently lowered it, choosing to give up this opportunity. At this moment, Yilan's mind was filled with Qingyu's rationality and keenness. He believed that even if there were mentally problematic individuals in the Twilight God cult's team, like Wang Lei, it certainly didn't include the captain. Bang! Rumble! The next moment, the entire squad almost simultaneously erupted, countless attacks smashing into the gap in the middle. Blinding light and raging fire lines reflected in Yilan's pupils. Because he hadn't moved yet, no matter how grand the offensive, it couldn't hit him. Yilan picked up a small stone from the ground. After a faint red glow flashed, he threw it directly onto Guangwei Road. Beep beep beep. Whoosh! The Twilight God cult's psionic detection device reached its loudest sound. Chase! At the same time, Yilan waved his hand, sprinting at full speed towards the upper city district. The two sides almost crossed paths. Yilan smiled. His sprint and the stone's speed were similar. When the other party caught up to the stone, their alarm would completely disappear. And the alarm in their hands would not stop ringing, because the stone he threw was in their central range. By the time they dealt with that stone, he and the others would have long left. Without the alarm sound, even if there were many suspicious points, it would at most make other squads heighten their vigilance, and this matter would basically come to an end. That stone had just been simply activated by him, already barely reaching the level of an ability objects. Thump thump thump. More than a dozen people ran wildly, finally reaching an absolutely quiet area, before all gasping for breath. Then, their gazes were undisguisedly shocked. Not shocked by passing through here, but ability objects? Another ability objects? No. How did an ability objects just appear, and he didn't even hesitate, just threw it away so casually? What the hell? As for whether Yilan felt a little bit of heartache. Actually, it was fine. After he threw that thing, the Twilight God cult would pick it up anyway, and the ability object's crystal ball he was currently using was still theirs, so he might as well consider it a return gift. As for if they could eventually discover it was his, he could also consider it a message to 003. Of course, it could interpret it however it liked. For example, I'm here, leave it to me. For example, I'm watching, don't panic. For example, I'm just passing by, if you wanna find me, you can. Follow this clue. A prearranged plan, I threw that ability objects here a long time ago. Casually making up an excuse, Yilan led the group forward again, already completely becoming the center of attention. It was even irrelevant to the crystal ball now, Yilan was completely surrounded, like stars circling the moon. It was too reassuring, alright. Walking in a winding path, Yilan suddenly stopped. Following Yilan's gaze, Li Jixin looked in that direction with confusion, not knowing what had made Yilan suddenly stop. Then, his heart sank. The father and daughter in that building. Yilan turned his head, how did you deal with them? Impassable passage. Li Jixin abruptly turned his head to look at Bai Zhuahai and Zhao Ganghuang. His gaze was filled with worry mixed with fear, fear mixed with hope, and hope mixed with a myriad of anxieties. Please don't do anything out of the ordinary. Bai Zhuahai didn't understand his meaning, but vaguely realized that this might be a problem where a single mistake could be fatal. Who? It's just, Li Jixin said anxiously, the two ordinary people, one adult and one child, in the last room I was in when your people came to find me. Li Jixin remembered very clearly that he had only thought of Yilan as a crazy person who didn't care about his life, and just wanted to slip away. But Yilan had vowed that they would be fine, and only then did Yilan let him go. Bai Zhuahai remembered something, scanning Yilan's expression, they should be fine. Should? Yilan frowned, not satisfied with the answer. We definitely didn't do anything to them, Bai Zhuahai had probably guessed Li Jixin's worries and explained. We took them back for questioning, and after confirming they didn't know anything, we prepared a meal for them, and they left after eating. That's why I said I wasn't sure how they were. I also gave them some cold medicine. Li Jixin let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness, old Bai, you're still reliable. Such a handling was reasonable and irreproachable. It's not like they could keep them in the manor, could they? It wasn't impossible, but at the time, they didn't know Yilan, so who would have thought that this could be an attempt to gain a favor? But as long as they had eaten their fill again and regained their strength, and the girl had cold medicine to recover within a few days, it wouldn't be too difficult for such a family to survive in the relatively stable lower city district. Yilan nodded, said nothing more, and strode inside. A large group of people followed closely. Finally, the buildings ahead became increasingly dilapidated, many places looking as if they had undergone fierce firefights, with earthquake-like collapse marks. Rubble lay everywhere. Creak. Pushing open a large door that was almost half collapsed, Yilan took out a telescope and looked towards the window. At the end of his vision, he could just make out a faint light. That was the garrison of the Twilight God cult's elite squad. The vigilance here was significantly tighter than the previous defensive line. After all, there were two usable forces, allowing for complete rotational shifts. However, Yilan's focus at this moment was not on them, but on the terrain and topography. That place, is it below their garrison? Li Jixin also took out a telescope, took a look, and nodded. Exactly. They must have directly blocked the entrance. Yilan pondered, continuing to observe the surrounding environment. The area around the entrance was severely collapsed, and only half of a building remained precariously standing overhead, which meant the entrance was in the basement of a building. Yilan looked at the surrounding facilities and initially judged it not to be a company or anything, but a residential complex. From the traces in the broken walls and ruins, Yilan could vaguely tell that the buildings in this complex had been there for quite some years. Why was the radiant disk, which contained the ancient god's touch, located beneath this place? Was it constructed, or was there some unforeseen possibility? How old are the buildings here? Yilan turned to look at the four great families, who had almost become his subordinates.
Unfortunately, from the eyes of most of them, they didn't know the answer. I do have some impression, Sulimo said, and the advantage of his age immediately became apparent.
In my memory, this should have been built when I was 6 or 7, he said, recalling, at that time, our family's life wasn't too good, and all aspects of this residential complex were quite desirable, so I have some impression.
When he was 6 or 7. Yi Lan pondered.
It was currently year 30 of the apocalypse era, and Su Limo was probably around 40 years old.
Going back 30 years and then another 3 or 4 years, the last few years before the apocalypse?
Yi Lan was thinking about whether this could yield any meaningful clues.
Did the radiant disk exist before this building? Was it just a coincidence that it happened to be directly above it? At such close proximity, did the residents of this building not experience any strange changes?
Or, assuming this building was built here to further conceal the radiant disk below, after all, the greatest hiding place is in plain sight, who was
behind this? Yi Lan had a guess.
The radiant disk underground was either made by the containment tower, or it was closely related to the origin of the ancient god's touch. If his guess was correct, no matter which of these two it was related to, it was destined to bring Yi Lan considerable benefits.
Swish!
The psychological invisibility of the crystal ball was fully activated by Yi Lan, and the group left the dilapidated house, continuing deeper into the
ruins.
Finally, the team stopped at a position about 100 meters from the Twilight Garrison.
This was it.
The Twilight God cult's garrison completely blocked a pit in the ground, and below the pit should be the radiant disk.
Yi Lan frowned.
This was no longer a place that could be breached by simply throwing some items, as before. Not to mention that the team here was stronger, with a more complete two-squad configuration. Most critically, while both blocked an entrance, the previous one was a wide road, while this was just a narrow opening. And the enemy's garrison was precisely positioned to block this opening. If they could still brush past without being discovered even like this, then Yi Lan would have to suspect whether the Twilight God cult was putting on
a show or going easy.
Li Zixin and the others looked at him with questioning eyes, and Yi Lan shook his head.
Wait a little longer.
A few minutes later, the camp stirred. It seemed that the two captains were communicating with their respective team members in turn, and after the communications, the two captains communicated with each other for a while. Finally, both took out their walkie-talkies and made calls from different positions.
All self-checks are normal, self-cognition verification unchanged, no abnormalities found at the area entrance.
The frontline squad has not undergone any special mutations, has received a warning from the 3rd defensive line, and has strengthened its
defenses.
Amidst the reports and feedback, Yi Lan smiled. The fixed communication every 30 minutes was over, and now there would be a safe period of almost half an hour.
Maintain formation.
After saying that, Yi Lan moved forward. Half a foot into the 100-meter range, a captain of the Twilight Squad almost instantly cast his gaze towards him. Yi Lan met the other's gaze, confirmed that the other had not seen him, and slowly retreated 2 steps.
What's wrong, Captain?
The other members of the Twilight Squad immediately became alert, moving closer to their captain. They were both vigilant of their surroundings and of their captain, to confirm if he was acting abnormally. My psionic senses detected something, at that location. He pointed to where Yi Lan was.
Riddler.
Another captain rushed over.
What's going on?
The captain briefly described the situation and his recent perceptions, causing several people to frown deeply.
Don't go, one of the captains said, opting for caution. It might be a trap to lure us out. Everyone, wake up and be on alert. Hold your ground.
If any unusual situation arises, don't be afraid of misjudgment.
Press the emergency button immediately.
Amidst the chaos and the deployment of formations, the strength of the outpost ahead was steadily increasing. This situation made Yi Lan frown. This was not a good start. It seemed ordinary methods wouldn't work. Softly, Yi Lan closed his eyes.
Nightmare.
The eternal nightmare responded, neither fast nor slow, I'm here.
Make them enter a dream lasting 30 minutes.
The eternal nightmare was silent for a moment. He was an anomaly working for 003, and while this matter had many reasons, at least at this moment it was about dealing with a force under 003. This forced him to make a choice. It inevitably felt a bit like a vassal's vassal is not my vassal. 001 was everyone's boss, but as long as they didn't meet Yilan's binding power over 002 and 003 was much greater than that of these smaller anomalies. Of course, as long as they didn't meet, otherwise it would be different. All in all, no matter what 003 and 001 thought, it had to be prepared for a complete change of allegiance. All right. Beep beep beep. The next moment, the alarm at the Twilight God Cult outpost blared, and both teams' expressions changed, puzzled. No. Did this ability object break? Anomaly level attack. The Twilight God Cult's team captain roared. Pop. But before he could confirm anything, even just a little more information, he heard a series of thudding sounds, and several team members, for some unknown reason, collapsed to the ground. His expression changed drastically, and he realized that even he felt an irresistible drowsiness. In his last moments of consciousness, he desperately reached for the button on the side of his walkie-talkie. Pop. Yilan no longer maintained his psychological invisibility. He had already raised his grappling hook and aimed, firing the moment before the invisibility was dispelled, hooking the walkie-talkie in the captain's hand. Thud thud thud. With a series of thuds, both elite teams of the Twilight God Cult collapsed to the ground in the blink of an eye. For great families' patriarchs? This is what you meant by having a certain amount of anomaly side power? This is what you meant by having power roughly equivalent to the last attack's intensity? Damn it! You're too modest, aren't you? That last assassination, while fatal to people like them, could have been easily handled by a single Twilight God Cult team. And you? You annihilated two teams with a flick of your finger. They were just careless. Yilan did not explain how he did it. For great families' patriarchs? Really? Where exactly were they careless? Looking at the huge underground opening, Bai Zhuahai pondered slightly. I want to ask, why are you helping us? He didn't even ask who Yilan was anymore. The reason. Yilan chuckled softly. Perhaps it's just the cycle of cause and effect, with retribution being swift. History cannot be changed casually, but the future can be, that's all. Clearly, these people didn't understand at all, only feeling like he was putting on a profound act. Whose cause and effect, whose retribution? Others might think Yilan was just spouting nonsense, but he wanted to grasp the only question he could understand, hoping to get more information. He didn't believe Yilan's words would truly be without any substance. It is both my cause and effect and retribution, and your cause and effect and retribution. Yilan finished another sentence, feeling a bit excessive himself. Question the riddle man, understand the riddle man, become the riddle man. He felt he was about to become, well, a character from some novel plots that Kitten had quickly caught him up on. For example, when rookies grow up, they often encounter mysterious, morally ambiguous big shots who inexplicably help them. After helping, they then act like riddlemen, saying things the protagonist doesn't understand at all. However, Yilan was now such a riddleman. What do we need to pay? Bai Zhuahai asked. You wouldn't really help us for free, would you? Yilan glanced at him, truly wanting to speak but holding back. Forget free, I wouldn't even want to get involved in your affairs for a fee. The main thing is, you guys are useless. If I didn't move my diligent little hands, you wouldn't be able to do anything. Suddenly, Yilan's heart stirred, and he spoke, avoiding the difficult questions while having a purpose. Today, I helped you. We are friends now. Yilan paused, deep in thought. What if, one day in the future, I come to stop you again? All four patriarchs were stunned. Especially Li Jixin, who really wanted to complain. Then why are you helping us? But he still didn't dare to ask. If Yilan gave up now, they were doomed to fail. No one wanted to touch Yilan's nerves at this moment, to provoke a potentially bad reaction. The lack of understanding of the riddle led to more riddles. I will try to fight you. Bai Zhuahai's words startled Yilan for a moment, and then he further explained. If that day comes, I will always have to prove to you that we succeeded. After a slight pause, Yilan suppressed his urge to complain, chuckled softly, and said nothing more. Prepare to enter. Yilan stood on the edge of the entrance, looking down, and could vaguely see the outline of the room. It was just that the material down in the underground shimmered with flowing light, a completely unfamiliar luster flowing. Pop! Yilan jumped down, hearing Li Zhixin's anxious shouts of obstruction from above. Wait! Take! His words were a step too slow. Yilan had already completely jumped down. Although, Yilan didn't think he could offer any very useful advice, just some ordinary people's defenses against anomalies. Clang! His feet landed on solid ground, and the surface below rippled like water struck, making Yilan slightly stunned. Turning his head to look around, he was surrounded by shimmering, colorful light, filled with a sense of technology and strangeness, fundamentally different from any man-made object Yilan had ever seen. Yilan couldn't help but wonder. This wouldn't be a spaceship, would it? Misty Hall. Clang. With a series of clattering sounds, this elite unit from the 4 great families all jumped down. Suddenly, Yilan felt a slight dizziness. What's going on? Before he could think further, Yilan lowered his head and saw a pervasive gray mist emanating from somewhere in the room. Even more unexpectedly, the gray mist didn't bring the repulsive sensation of the ancient god's touch. Instead, it brought a comfort akin to an ordinary anomaly. This, Yilan raised an eyebrow slightly, his psionic energy surging throughout his body as he attempted to use a tiny bit of devouring power. Whoosh! A gap indeed appeared in the vast, pervasive gray mist, surprising Yilan. Can it be devoured? It can be devoured. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Yilan's psionic energy roared throughout his body, frantically devouring this power belonging to the anomaly system. Whoosh! Almost instantly, the gray mist pervading the entire hall dissipated completely. He kept eating until he was full, without feeling any danger midway, which made Yilan click his tongue lightly. Comfortable. Feeling his own power, Yilan was extremely satisfied. Using the most basic unit of measurement to gauge this harvest, it was 2 resurrection opportunities. This was almost the total amount of recovery he would get from devouring a medium-level anomaly. As long as it involves the ancient god's touch and the containment tower, the harvest is huge, Yilan muttered. Of course, danger coexists with opportunity. His sudden boost at this time might mean the boss battle was not far off. Yilan suddenly frowned. He had almost completely overlooked one thing. With such a big commotion, wouldn't the people around him notice something? Yilan turned his head, extremely surprised. He wasn't surprised that everyone had no reaction, nor that everyone was fine but in terrible condition, because all of that was within his expectations. Even without being intentionally aggressive, this was an anomalous power condensed with terrifying quality. However, what surprised him most was, he no longer recognized these people. What the hell are you guys? What the hell are you doing wearing gas masks? Yilan remembered that before jumping down from above, these people had tried to stop him, seemingly wanting him to put something on. Yilan was speechless. What's the use of that? The psionic gray mist had been completely cleared, and Yilan checked again, finding no further issues. At this moment, the people who had been disturbed by the psionic energy earlier finally woke up and gathered around Yilan. Nothing happened? Li Zhixin asked, their backbone, half suspicious and half overjoyed. Yilan was a little speechless. If it weren't for me, something would have already happened. What did you encounter last time, and where did you encounter danger? They exchanged glances, and Li Zhixin scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, it was right here. He described. Not long after we came in, many people went berserk on the spot, even self-detonating, and then attacked each other. Actually, that period didn't last long at all. But with so many of us, all heavily armed, in such a confined environment, if just one person goes berserk and accidentally pulls the pin
on a grenade or presses the switch on Yuan Gungung, then it will. Yilan completely understood. So, didn't you say you already had some experience? Yilan felt a surge of irritation and snatched the things off their faces. With this? Gas masks?
Li Zhixin also realized again that they had made some rather absurd decisions and quickly explained.
Not just that.
We summarized a lot and confirmed that this hall has some special defense mechanism, for example, the most reasonable ones being poison gas, mental influence, visual alteration, and so on and so forth. Besides our original plan of entering in small batches for reconnaissance, we also prepared gas masks, tactical goggles, powerful sedatives, stimulants, physical enhancement drugs, and so on.
Yilan and he stared at each other. No, we're just saying. What good are your preparations?
This is something from the anomaly side, this is psionic energy of terrifying scale.
You just made these so-called preparations, and then swaggered in arrogantly?
Yilan sighed long and slowly, speechless.
But it was precisely because they couldn't do anything that they so desperately wanted to become stronger, wasn't it?
He himself could at least still see the pervasive gray mist just now, but they might not have been able to see this point at all, which led them to
make these conjectures and imaginings.
You don't need these items, take them off. Yilan hesitated to speak. I will warn you if there's a situation.
No one raised any objections, no one here would question Yilan's strength anymore. Everyone, get moving.
Check this hall and pinpoint the Twilight God Cult Squad's direction of travel.
You can't deal with anomalous things, but assigning you some odd jobs shouldn't be a problem. Fortunately, these people weren't entirely unreliable. Before long, they actively called out to Yilan.
Brother!
Look here.
Hearing Li Zhixin's call, Yilan strode over and questioned him with his eyes.
What did you find?
Brother, there seem to be strange symbols drawn on the ground here.
Do you think they're useful?
Yilan squatted down and indeed saw vertical rows of strange characters on the ground.
Yilan's gaze brightened slightly. Useful, he recognized this. The Twilight God Cult's internal communication code.
To someone who didn't understand, it was just a string of meaningless symbols, but for Yilan, who had specifically learned a bit from Xiaqingyu, it
was enough to complete the deciphering.
Several minutes later, the content of the symbols was completely translated.
Mist Hall.
Upon investigation, the large-scale psionic fluctuation in this hall is most likely a special screening mechanism to confirm the qualifications of
entrance. There are not many key points to note in this hall, one only needs to possess psionic energy and pass through quickly. Of course, if it's an ordinary person, they might die quite miserably.
Due to the bestowal of the main god's power, the entire team currently passes through easily. After the introduction, there were 2 arrows pointing in different directions, accompanied by special encoded descriptions below them.
Low-value area. Yilan looked at the other one.
7-step corridor, according to preliminary judgment, consists of at least 3 sections.
Ability object's warning status is extremely high, the area is judged to possess at least near anomaly level or even super anomaly level danger.
Yilan looked in the direction indicated by the arrow, narrowing his eyes.
Let's go this way.
Yilan naturally had no time for low-value areas, and the others quickly followed his footsteps.
Creak.
Pushing open the door, inside was a corridor that wasn't wide, but it carried a sense of grandeur and solemnity.
Even if it wasn't grand. Danger.
Yilan immediately observed the environment and terrain. Although it was called the 7-step corridor, it wasn't as short as the name suggested, unless one took steps akin to a full split, it should be exactly 7 steps to reach the other side.
But obviously, no one walks like that. Tap. Yilan took a step forward, half his body already entering the first corridor.
Although he hadn't felt anything unusual yet, he still turned his head.
You all stay here for now, don't follow. A few of them showed a slight reluctance. Why? Because it's extremely dangerous.
Yi Lan wasn't prepared to explain it to them in detail. The word dangerous was clear and explicit enough. Yi Lan had to prevent them from accidentally dying. We can't just not go because it's dangerous, Bai Zhuahai firmly refused. We came here already prepared to die. Yi Lan rolled his eyes. Alright, then I'm going. The 4 family heads? Brother, wait. Li Zhixin pulled Bai Zhuahai behind him. If this is the price in your request, then we won't go in. Yi Lan nodded slightly, cherishing the precious time, and walked inside by himself. Who on earth thought a king could lead 4 bronzes into battle? If I lead you in, wouldn't that be pure suicide? Creak. Another foot stepped in, and Yi Lan had fully entered the first corridor. There was nothing there, yet Yi Lan felt a sudden sense of suffocation. That's not entirely accurate, it was more like difficulty breathing. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He walked normally for about 10 steps, roughly reaching the absolute center of the corridor, and then Yi Lan stopped. He was now at the absolute center of this corridor, and the Twilight God cult's encrypted code appeared beneath his feet again. Yi Lan half-squatted, resuming his decryption. This place is temporarily named the Infinite Corridor. From the situation, this corridor simulates a trace of power from an extremely powerful anomaly, almost without a solution. Even the power bestowed upon us by the main god is almost instantly melted upon contact. This power is suspected or at least similar to devouring power. No solution has been found yet, we can only adopt a rather desperate approach. Let it devour, to quickly enter the next corridor. Method of resolution: do not spare your own power reserves, pass through here before they are exhausted. To resolve it, it might be necessary to destroy a certain location within this corridor, but our own spiritual energy reserves are insufficient to continue investigating. Yi Lan read it all, then stood stunned for a long time. Huh? Devouring power? Yi Lan began to understand why he felt suffocated, because something seemed to be devouring him. But Yi Lan. Huh? Devour me? No wonder Yi Lan found it incredulous, this was ridiculous. Continuing forward, Yi Lan knew this challenge was meaningless and posed no pressure to him. Boom! The true devouring power erupted from Yi Lan's entire body, launching an all-encompassing, omnidirectional counter-devouring. During the process, Yi Lan frowned slightly. It wasn't that he encountered an obstacle, but that it was too smooth. What he didn't quite understand was why, after entering here, he didn't first encounter the power of the ancient god's touch, but rather something more akin to the power of the containment tower system? Especially the power of this corridor, it was somewhat similar to his own. As for that key node, other things were hard to say, but this was truly too simple. Yi Lan only needed to counter-devour the power that was devouring him. Boom! Just like shattering glass, the light of the entire corridor completely dissipated in a sudden burst of spiritual energy. The faint feeling of suffocation vanished, and Yi Lan's expression remained unchanged. It was too little, too meager. Yi Lan didn't even feel any increase in his own power. The only lingering doubt was that this thing was devouring power. Bang! Yi Lan turned on his flashlight and looked back. You can follow now. Bang! Amidst the sound of flashlights turning on, a bright beam of light pierced through the darkness. With relatively neat footsteps, more than 10 people once again gathered around Yi Lan. What just happened? What happened here? Yi Lan felt it was hard to put into words, they would find it difficult to understand his worries and troubles. It's temporarily safe here. Yi Lan continued walking inside, pushing open the next door. Same as before, you all stay here, and I'll disarm the mechanism in the next area first. With that, Yi Lan stepped inside. The second room was extremely peculiar, both sides were covered with mirrors spanning the entire wall, with only the ceiling and the underground not having them. With a raised eyebrow, Yi Lan saw 2 bodies dressed in Twilight God cult robes in the corridor. Yi Lan's eyebrows suddenly shot up. Dead? A Twilight God cult elite squad typically consisted of only 5 people, and 2 had died just like that? Yilan knew this place was fraught with danger, and without even glancing at the mirrors on either side, he walked straight towards the slightly distant spot. On the ground there, as always, was the Twilight God Cult's special code. Yilan looked down. This time, the hints seemed much fewer. This place is temporarily named the Mirror Corridor. Method of resolution, not yet found. Method of passage, do not look at the mirror surface, do not look at the mirror surface. No matter what happens, do not look at the mirror surface. The stronger you are, the more dangerous it is for you. Ha! To be honest, looking at the previous issues, Yilan had no worries or doubts. Only the last sentence made Yilan a little solemn. What did the stronger, the more dangerous mean? He had originally intended to simply push through with his strength. Looking at the two fallen bodies over there, Yilan sighed. But he couldn't ignore it, he couldn't not resolve the hidden dangers here. This wasn't a problem that would end just by him passing through. If he didn't remove the dangers here, those idiots wouldn't be able to pass successfully. If they didn't pass, they couldn't advance historical development. Even if they passed this time, if he didn't solve the problem, how would they go back and forth over the next few decades? Click. Yilan drew his chaos bell, stood up, and calmly observed the mirrors, constantly guarding against anomalies and accidents. Somewhat awkwardly, the mirror surface was also very calm. Quiet, without a sound, but the next moment, Yilan almost thought he was seeing things. Without any warning, without any reaction, and without any gap, a Yilan appeared in the mirror. That Yilan smiled at him, also drew a brilliant golden revolver, and then suddenly took a step out. As if he was about to cross over. Bang 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 bang. Facing the challenge. Yilan didn't hesitate for a moment. He pressed the trigger against the wide mirror, firing 6 consecutive shots with the chaos bell, determined to shatter the mirror beyond repair. Damn it! Yilan didn't know what that himself in the mirror was, and he didn't want to know. He was absolutely confident, but what the hell was this? Yilan didn't know what would come out, but even if it was something like 004 or 005, he would still fight it. But he couldn't fight himself. He might not be able to defeat himself. A bizarre Yilan emerged from inside, and the chaos bell was quite bewildered. As Yilan pulled the trigger, the rate of fire was indescribably fast. It was almost a single gunshot, 6 rounds fired in quick succession, all spewed out in one breath. Bang! Yilan smoothly reloaded, then without looking back, he turned around and fired 6 more shots at the glass behind him. Bang! All the light in the entire corridor vanished, and there was no longer any eerie feeling around him. Yilan lifted his head. This should mean the problem with the second corridor was solved, even if it ended up being a brute force solution after all that effort. Keep moving. Yilan called back, and over a dozen teammates followed from the previous long corridor, joining up. Their expressions were more solemn than their last movement, because they had heard gunshots. What happened? Holy crap? Clearly, the 4 family heads' gazes were fixed on the 2 corpses on the ground. This is, Li Jixin swallowed, elite members of the Twilight God cult? Yilan nodded slightly, his expression neither happy nor sad. After a moment of silence, Bai Zhuahai spoke with a grave tone. Can we take a look? Yilan gave him a strange look, thinking there were no hidden dangers anymore, and nodded slightly. You can. Bai Zhuahai quickly walked over, squatted down, and turned the body over. Hiss. He was immediately startled and took 2 steps back. Exactly the same? Hearing Bai Zhuahai's somewhat alarmed voice, Yilan paused slightly and walked over. Exactly the same? The situation of the target finally entered Yilan's line of sight, and Yilan also felt a slight chill. Would an exact replica of himself really crawl out of the mirror? Or... Yilan touched it, and both sides were stained with dried blood, indicating that whatever it was at least alive when it crawled out of the mirror. What? What's going on? Bai Zhuahai struggled to overcome his panic, forcing himself to calm down as he asked. Yilan thought for a moment. He felt it was necessary to let the four of them understand the situation here, so he briefly described it. The three young family heads exchanged glances, feeling a hint of reluctance for the first time. This was too bizarre. They were all worried they might be inexplicably replaced.
Now you know why I didn't let you follow, right?
Yilan said with a chuckle.
The group nodded like chickens pecking rice. Same as before, wait for me outside the door.
After a small scare for them, Yilan strode into the third corridor. Upon entering, as always, Yilan went straight to the ground, searching for clues left behind by the Twilight God cult as a backup. The meaning of these codes should be for the subsequent second dispatch team if they failed, but it just benefited Yilan. This corridor was extremely dark, with only a faint light from what seemed to be special wall materials. Besides that, as Yilan proceeded deeper, he constantly felt a chilling sensation lingering in his heart. It was as if a venomous snake was staring at him, making him feel a prickling sensation on his back. Suddenly, Yilan paused. In the corner not far away, on the edge of the next room, lay four corpses in extremely gruesome states.
Yilan's pupils contracted.
One of the two elite teams sent in by the Twilight God cult had been completely wiped out. After clearing so many obstacles, they still fell here. This time, Yilan didn't choose to ignore it. Instead, he first looked around. He saw nothing and detected no danger. But as soon as he turned his head and withdrew his gaze, he would again feel a prickling sensation on his back. Yilan still found the marks left by the Twilight God cult. The codes were all the same set, but the handwriting of the codes was different. It was no longer the same group of people.
Don't know anything, don't investigate anything, don't see anything.
When you think there's nothing here, then there's nothing here.
If you really can't control yourself and feel there's some danger here, please, whatever you do, don't look at the ceiling.
Yilan didn't look up, temporarily furrowing his brow, and quickly began to think. The meaning of this passage was very clear. There must be something here, but as long as one didn't know about it, or even didn't see it, it wouldn't appear or happen. With such a simple trigger mechanism, Yilan himself would certainly have no problem avoiding it. If he reminded Li Zixin and the other four, including the dozen or so people brought in today, they should also be able to avoid looking around and
thinking too much. But what then? What if, over decades of coming and going, one day someone disobedient or careless appeared? Some people seek death, and if they die, so be it. Yilan couldn't manage that many people. But what if the danger here had a similar effect to the previous location, and if triggered and not resolved, it would appear in this world? What would happen if the himself from the mirror entered the wasteland?
Yilan found it almost impossible to imagine. Sighing softly, Yilan resolutely lifted his head. He felt a sense of helplessness mixed with a touch of mission.
If not me, then who? If I don't fight, who will?
At the end of his vision above, there was originally nothing, but the moment his gaze fell upon it, it seemed to transform into a nest, rapidly wriggling, and a ghostly, skeletal humanoid monster, seemingly made of withered bones, was stuck to it. The monster carried an incredible power that made Yilan feel danger for the first time, apart from the ancient god's touch.
Danger? What the hell?
Whoosh! Yilan almost instantly swept over it with vast psionic energy, but he couldn't stop or delay it in the slightest. The creature seemed immune to psionic energy, like a whale swimming against giant waves. It might be a little tired, but the water couldn't slow it down at all.
Damn it! In the blink of an eye, the thing was already close.
Yilan's pupils constricted wildly, and he didn't even have time to draw the chaos bell, only able to fully activate the illusory blade. Swish! Yilan flexibly turned around, and the illusory blade at his waist instantly materialized, blocking the creature's first impact. Crack! With a crisp sound, Yilan's expression changed slightly. This was the sound of something breaking. Hunter! Illusory! The illusory blade transformed into shimmering illusion. Yilan raised his grappling hook, aimed it at the ceiling, and shot upwards, swinging.
During his ascent, nothing else emerged from the bizarre, nest-like ceiling.
Yilan's primary goal was to dodge, so he made contact and immediately moved on. As he swung back down from the air to the ground, before he could even adjust his posture, that strange entity pursued him again, like a maggot. Clinging to bone, eerily persistent. What the hell? Bang 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 bang. The chaos bell let out a series of piercing gunshots, betraying its panic. Despite moving at high speed with a considerable distance, it managed to land 5 consecutive shots precisely on the creature's head. However, the Chaos Bell's bullets seemed to strike an incredibly hard surface, ricocheting away to an unknown location. Yilan. Eternal Nightmare. What is this thing? This was already breaking the rules, wasn't it? He himself was the rule. I don't know. Eternal Nightmare's voice rang out loudly. I've never seen anything like this either. Never heard of it. Yilan narrowly dodged the next attack, swinging to the other side. Keep talking. Oh. I was thinking, if that previous squad encountered this thing, then it's unlikely only one would have died, so it should be based on what you triggered. I'm just following that line of thought. Could this be a powerful enemy that you might expect to appear, or one you don't want to face, in your mind? Yilan was stunned, almost getting killed outright. Snap. The grappling hook swung, and Yilan moved to the other side. Something that could appear in my mind. Does that mean the enemy formed from the ceiling is the kind of enemy I fear most? What kind of enemy does he subconsciously fear? He was 001, possessing the power to suppress all anomalies in the world. Even the ancient god's touch was only an even match for him, nothing to panic about. Yilan was more worried about death in the human sense, especially after the memories of hometown returned to his mind. Yilan realized he couldn't frequently, or even at all, go there again. So, if there was an enemy Yilan considered most dangerous in his mind, it would be the kind immune to psychic abilities, immune to physical attacks. Moving as fast as a shadow, with killing intent in every step. Yilan. Damn it. This troublesome thing couldn't really be something he imagined, could it? How could I imagine such a thing? The Chaos Bell was already down to its last shot, and Yilan couldn't help but feel a touch of worry. This thing won't be impossible to defeat, will it? Yilan. As his thoughts raced, an urgent voice echoed in his mind once again. Good news. I don't even know if it's good news, but anyway, although I don't know how this thing was created, it seems to have no life. It's like. Yilan suddenly looked up, taking over Eternal Nightmare's analysis. It's like a killing machine, specially made to deal with a certain something? Exactly. Eternal Nightmare, amidst the danger, didn't forget to praise him. As expected of the boss, your description is spot on. Yilan's mouth twitched. He was genuinely a bit embarrassed by the clumsy flattery, and 100 thoughts raced through his mind. Not alive, no consciousness. That means. Yilan's eyes lit up slightly. He had a very, very bold, even somewhat crazy idea. Bang! Overloaded golden patterns spilled out, illuminating the dim corridor. In the dazzling light, followed by the 6th fatal shot, a roaring gunshot went off. Bang! The Chaos Bell's last shot finally had an effect. The bullet was no longer deflected but seemed to pass through the withered figure as if piercing it. Snap! Yilan seized the gap, fired his grappling hook, and swung over at full speed. Then, one hand pressed onto the figure, which had been hit by a shot from the Chaos Bell and was temporarily unable to act. Activation. Roaring spiritual power surged into the figure. The dazzling red light and an unknown resistance made the figure's entire body almost turn into a warning light. It flickered madly. Boom! Damn it! During the activation process, Yilan experienced the feeling of being devoured for the first time. It was like being sucked into a bottomless pit. He was incredibly panicked by the sucking. What if his power wasn't enough? What if he was drained dry? Amidst this bizarre scene, Yilan, with one hand, drew his gun and pressed it against the strange figure's temple, while his other hand firmly held
Its forehead. The pressed figure's entire body emitted alternating deep blue and reddish flashes. Deep blue mist swirled around the two, making Yilan's clothes and hair move without any wind. Swish! Yilan felt a momentary emptiness of power, the sensation of a massive expenditure of energy in an instant. With a feeling of slight exhaustion, Yilan realized that at least one life's worth of power had been expended. Damn it! How is it even more power-hungry than me? Another 10+ seconds passed, and Yilan only felt his body sway slightly. Damn it! Still sucking. By the time he felt another equivalent of a resurrection's worth of power had been drained, Yilan was already bewildered. It's not over yet? I only replenished this much at the entrance, alright. What exactly did I activate? Fortunately, everything seemed to be nearing success. After consuming a little more than one ordinary activation's worth of power, the intimidating suction finally stopped. At this moment, Yilan frowned. This couldn't be a coincidence, could it? The power in the first stage, the Mist Hall, was almost as if it had been prepared specifically for him, given away for free. And that amount of power happened to be just enough to be used up at this moment, almost exactly. Looking at the strange humanoid creature before him, still somewhat dazed but completely devoid of hostility, Yilan hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can you speak?" The figure nodded, its expression a little hesitant. "Are you my father?" Yilan? Although activation did involve a certain element of such a relationship, Yilan felt it was too absurd. A subordinate relationship was the most reasonable. But the situation was a little different, after all, he had never activated something so powerful before. But... Don't be silly, that's a human relationship, different from our situation. Yilan gave an awkward laugh, at most, I'm a creator. Damn it! I don't even have a girlfriend, let alone be a father. And... even if it's strange, you should at least act a little like a child, right? Swish! In the next instant, the strange creature's entire body rapidly contracted and expanded. Its lethal, killing machine-like bone joints became slightly fleshier, its heightened build became a bit shorter, and a normal, human aesthetic face merged into its features. Like this? It said in a slightly childish voice. Yilan. Taking a deep breath, Yilan spoke again. What are you, and how did you appear? Why are you here? Finally encountering someone he could communicate with in this radiant disk, Yilan immediately fired off a triple question. I don't know what I am. I was originally just a mass of power, called Hunter, it said truthfully, I was placed here, and by means of your worry, I transformed into a movable entity. Yilan frowned. What about that previous squad? You didn't transform into an entity then? No. Hunter said, still somewhat devoid of emotion, they were too weak, they couldn't even activate my power and form. They died just by the passive mechanisms. Besides, I wasn't even given thought by you at that time. Hunter? Yilan interrupted him, his gaze sharp, Hunter who? Hunter's gaze suddenly solidified, and he slowly opened his mouth. You. Then, a surge of killing intent rose madly in his eyes, as if resisting something, and his entire body pulsed with red light. Yilan narrowed his eyes, staring intently at him, the chaos bell in his hand already in a loaded state. After a few breaths, Hunter calmed down again. One of them. Yilan was stunned for a good while, his mouth twitching. Does it take you that long to catch your breath when you speak? Why hunt me? Who told you to hunt me? Yilan couldn't understand this answer at all. I don't have a specific target, I just hunt targets that can activate me. Is that so? Power not reaching a certain level means it can't be activated? Does that mean only anomalies can? It wasn't born specifically to hunt him, but to hunt anomalies? On another note, it said it was a power, but it had a code name. Could that be interpreted as being placed here by someone? With a slight shift in his thoughts, Yilan pointed to the next large hall. What about there? Is that a hunting target? Hunter looked there and shook his head. I don't know. Logically, once the target that activated me is assassinated, my mission is complete, but you have given me life. But if it's similar to you, then it should be, yes. Night. Yilan fell silent, looking at the hunter. For some reason, Yilan felt that someone was preparing a grand gift for him. Why was there so much power right at the entrance for him to absorb? Why did that power almost perfectly facilitate the activation of this so-called hunter? If this thing could create a crisis-ridden, perilous situation for him, wouldn't it do the same for others? If he could use it to launch a sneak attack on the ancient god's touch. Yilan pursed his lips, feeling a headache coming on. Two questions were critical to him. First, what was the relationship between the ancient god's touch and the radiant disk? Yilan had suspected it was the lair of the ancient god's touch, but now he realized there was another highly probable possibility. The ancient god's touch was imprisoned here. If that were the case, the situation would be much, much better. Especially with the existence of this hunter. Yilan felt this wave was somewhat stable. If he could launch a sneak attack on the ancient god's touch at a critical moment. As for the second point, his biggest worry now was that he had caused all of this. Who else would understand him so well? And he now knew that this wasn't the first time he had left the containment tower. Perhaps he had left once long ago and even died once. Yilan hoped it wasn't him, yet also hoped it was. If he had laid these traps for himself, then everything was undoubtedly progressing according to plan, with victory in hand. But if he had done it? A massive number of elites from the four great families died when they entered here, which subsequently led to several days of chaos in Radiant City. Due to the loss of personnel from the four great families. Just now, a brave and sacrificing elite squad of the Twilight God cult was also buried here. Yilan didn't want to be indirectly responsible for this. Am I really the mastermind behind the scenes? After the Radiant City incident is over, I really need to investigate myself. He sighed, and the other side responded again. I want a name, the childlike hunter said. Yilan hesitated. You don't have to turn into a child. Whoosh! Its form reorganized and changed as it spoke, becoming a graceful, long-legged beauty. How about this? Yilan. I think it's still unnecessary to randomly change genders. Whoosh! Another transformation, and a man even more handsome than Yilan appeared before him, a magnetic voice emanating from him. How about this? Yilan was speechless. How did this turn into a character customization game? Any is fine, just go with your mood, these are minor matters, Yilan said thoughtfully. What name do you want? The hunter tilted its head, thinking. It doesn't matter, I want the surname Yi. Yilan. How is that different from Nighthouse? You startled me, and you're naturally good at countering anomalies, so how about Yi Jingshan, Yi startling god? Eternal nightmare. You are a killer, and night is also a good time to kill, so Yi. Yi. Boss, the eternal nightmare spoke under pressure, as if facing death. Everyone has things they're not good at. If you're not good at naming, why not let Sister Cat do it when the time comes? No, Yilan immediately protested. You can change into many forms, so how about Yi Wushing, Yi formless? It sounded a bit more normal, but he still felt it wasn't very pleasant to hear. Not formless, actually, you can choose any form, but with almost no trace. How about I call you Yi Wuhan, Yi no trace? The hunter nodded slightly. I don't understand, but I think it's okay. Yilan breathed a sigh of relief, no longer dwelling on the issue of names. Now there was an urgent and yet unresolved, serious problem. Yilan frowned deeply. Regardless of what would happen here, he might not be able to take it out. This was the shadow of the past, and it was 30 years ago. If I said I needed you to stay here, and I would come back for you in 30 years, Yilan tentatively said, this isn't in order, just a suggestion. Would you be willing? Sounds very boring, Yi Wuhan answered honestly, making Yilan mutter for a moment. What do you do when you're bored? Hunt? What are you going to do? Why will it be 30 years for you? Yi Wuhan asked, puzzled. I'm going to kill it.
Yilan pointed towards the deeper room, first clarifying the friend-or-foe relationship for this strategic weapon.
But the time is not right. I shouldn't be here now. The hunter listened, half understanding. So, it's best if I stay here?
Yilan nodded, feeling a bit ashamed.
Won't it be too boring?
30 years.
It doesn't matter, I'll find a way to have some fun.
With a whoosh, Yi Wuhan jumped directly onto the ceiling. Then, it completely disappeared. Yilan was stunned and tried to use his power to detect it, but found almost no trace of its existence. In that case, its stealth is sufficient, Yilan murmured, showing a worried expression, and shouted towards the ceiling.
You must hide well and absolutely not be discovered.
There was a slight trace of movement on the ceiling, and a voice came from within.
Got it.
Remembering that the hunter said it wanted to have some fun, Yilan felt another wave of worry.
Don't harm anyone. And don't hunt good anomalies.
The ceiling moved again.
Oh. Yilan. He was so uneasy. Especially since this place was still. You need to be careful. That guy inside is quite powerful. This time, the movement on the ceiling was a little slower. You're so long-winded. I'm fine. See you then. Yilan? Why did that tone sound like a rebellious teenager?
No, that's not right, I'm not his dad.
Alright then, see you in 30 years.
Yilan rolled his eyes, realizing that the door he came through had closed at some point.
He turned back and opened the door. We can go now.
Outside, Li Zhixin and the others exchanged glances and asked cautiously.
Why did it take so long this time? Was it difficult to resolve?
Yilan looked at him curiously.
Did you hear any sounds from inside? Li Zhixin's expression immediately became a bit bewildered. Sounds? What sounds? Yilan was thoughtful.
The commotion from his battle just now was quite loud, but did they hear nothing outside? This was also a good thing, meaning that the elite squad of the Twilight God cult deeper inside also heard nothing, unable to determine that someone
had arrived. It's fine, no big problem. Yilan casually replied.
Li Zhixin and the others followed Yilan deeper, only half believing him. Then, they saw the 4 gruesome corpses of the Twilight God cult in the corner.
This, damn it, was called a minor problem? And you, it seems, have already resolved it? Creak.
Opening the door at the end of the corridor, accompanied by a creak, Yilan almost completely froze, then decisively closed it again.
Holy crap, he was here?
Pushing open this door just now, the back door was already the last room. The room could practically be described as a battlefield, with bizarrely wriggling tentacles scattered on the ground, all appearing to be remnants that had been cut down and blown apart. Just as no sound from the corridor area reached outside, the last room containing the ancient god's touch also seemed to have experienced a fierce battle, without even a single sound spreading to the 7-step corridor.
Yilan frowned.
This situation was slightly unfavorable. Neither his goal nor the plan of the 4 family heads should involve a direct conflict with the Twilight God cult.
Sell. The distance between the 2 areas was simply too small, leaving no room for buffer. Actually, this was only Yilan's thought because he considered the 3rd corridor a checkpoint. In theory, those 3 long corridors were merely connections between the Mist Hall and the ancient god's touch. The final scene's memory replayed in Yilan's mind. The biggest impression, bright, so bright. It was like a summer noon, the sunlight so dazzling it was hard to open one's eyes, so brilliant that shadows had nowhere to hide. And the ancient god's touch seemed to be the suppressed party?
Yilan narrowed his eyes, took out his crystal ball, entered a state of psychological invisibility, and cautiously pulled open the corridor door. Again, leaving a tiny crack for his vision to pass through once more. The room should have been larger, but now only the half not exceeding the ancient god's touch remained. The other half, like a movie screen, had fallen into a somewhat peculiar space. Within that space, from here, he could see the 5-person team distributed at the 4 corners of the room. Each of them was as bright as day at this moment. They were all gripping their ability objects, their entire bodies burning like fire. Their leader was at the most central and foremost position, seemingly drawing all the light and power belonging to Twilight. The nearest ancient god's touch, like a potted plant, was enduring immense suffering under the sunlight. At their feet, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood had accumulated, as if they had been fighting for days and nights. The ancient god's touch was enveloped by scorching light, without any obstruction, and for a moment, it inexplicably felt a bit like a vampire. Standing in the sun. It occasionally emanated shadows that roared, its aggression almost always uncontrollably invading among the members of the Twilight God cult, yet it was restricted within them. Yi Lan's gaze flickered. The ancient god's touch seemed a bit weak, actually fighting back and forth with a group of people. Does this mean he is truly very weak right now? Perhaps sealed or controlled here? Or, is this a deliberate act? Looking at the configuration of this elite Twilight God cult team, Yi Lan was thoughtful. They were indeed strong, there was no doubt about that. These 5 people should all be of the pure remnant Sun God's chosen level, and their power significantly exceeded the average, almost approaching Xia Xingyu's level of divine bestowal. Following that, each person had one of 5 ability objects granted power by the third elder, or an abnormal ability object granted by his subordinates skilled in light or fire power. And with one of the gods chosen, the team leader, as the main force, did they unleash a power that directly approached a single attack from 003? This kind of power might be good for other things, but it's really far-fetched to use it against the ancient god's touch. There's no helping it. The reality is that even if 003 personally went, he might not be able to defeat a single clone of the ancient god's touch, let alone his subordinates? But fortunately, this ancient god's touch seems to be a bit, well, very weak, much weaker than the one in Sewage Town. At least, it appeared that way. This Twilight God cult team had already established a certain advantage. Of course, that was only on the surface, as this situation had been maintained for a long time, and no one knew how much longer those people could sustain their power. And even if the ancient god's touch just held on a little longer, just survived for a bit, there was still a chance for a comeback. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse, after all. The ancient god's touch is on the same level as himself. Yi Lan could only say that if they wanted to take him down like this, Waving his hand, Yi Lan motioned for everyone to follow him inside. Entering the final half of the hall, psychological invisibility was fully activated, and the group silently became observers. The light was still dazzling, but in Yi Lan's eyes, it already felt like a lamp running out of oil, appearing somewhat precarious. Alas, Yi Lan sighed softly, then asked Eternal Nightmare. Nightmare, how does this team's power compare to the Third Elder's? Eternal Nightmare was momentarily speechless, and it took a while for him to realize what Yi Lan was asking, feeling as if he was contemplating whether to speak ill of his old boss in front of his new one. Generally speaking, to achieve its goals, it doesn't care much about sacrifices. But, Eternal Nightmare assessed the strength of this team and spoke again, but the strength of these teams can absolutely be said to be 003's cherished darlings at this time. They would never be sacrificed casually. Yi Lan was thoughtful. But they still received such a nearly impossible mission, to eliminate, well, not that exaggerated, at least to weaken the ancient god's touch. Right? Did the Third Elder encounter some big trouble? How could such an unequal force still be brought here? West of the wasteland, Yi Lan narrowed his eyes, recalling this information. Did they go to the civilization's end that has already spread across half of the wasteland? Yi Lan suddenly turned his head. What are you doing at this time? Eternal Nightmare replied as if it were the most obvious thing. Me? I'm sleeping, of course. Yi Lan. It's absurd, but I can't refute it. Just then, the battle in the screen changed. Sun. The Twilight God cult's team leader let out a loud roar, and the ability object in his hand grew brighter and brighter. In contrast, the ability objects in the hands of the 4 team members grew dimmer, and even they themselves grew dimmer. The power bestowed by 003 was gradually being exhausted. Boom! An exaggerated fireball rose into the sky, because calling it a sun was a bit of a stretch. But calling it a fireball was still a bit exaggerated. The destructive power emanating from it was something even Yilan wouldn't want to experience. As it rose, the ancient god's touch, like grass infinitely pressed down, flattened more and more. It looks very successful this way, Yilan said, appearing thoughtful. Yes, it's already very impressive for humans, Eternal Nightmare sighed. Anyway, if I were hit like that, I'd be in a lot of trouble, it feels like. 003 hitting me all at once. Yilan was thoughtful. In this situation, can they be put to sleep? Eternal Nightmare? I think, yes, they can. He had some doubts but dared not voice them. Isn't this a bit of a trick? Not necessarily, Yilan shook his head. If they succeed, let them fall asleep. It won't change the outcome they've already achieved, and it can also discreetly rescue them from their severe injuries. Eternal Nightmare found it reasonable and then asked. What if they fail? Yilan smiled. Then let them fall asleep, and I'll try to solve it. Eternal Nightmare. So, they're going to sleep no matter what, right? I'm familiar with this. In the screen, the Twilight God cult's leader's entire body seemed to merge with the light, emitting dazzling sunlight. He let out a deafening roar. Light! The light grew even more blinding and dazzling. Around the ancient god's touch, it was as if vengeful spirits were wailing, and a larger shadow than ever before rose from below, pushing upwards. For a moment, the two forces converged, like thousands of soldiers and horses clashing head-on. Just then, Yilan narrowed his eyes. Outside the screen, the half-room he was in began to become grotesque. Tiny tentacles led the way, and a strange power spread, subtly seeping outwards from places the Twilight God cult couldn't notice. Yilan's brow furrowed for a moment. This old schemer. The inside was actually a diversion. Was it trying to escape using this opportunity? Yilan was just thinking of disregarding exposure and unleashing his power to seal it back in, when he noticed the entire room emitting a crystalline glow. Then, a somewhat wondrous power swept through the room, like hydrogen peroxide poured on a wound, causing the ancient god's touch to tremble wildly. Its entire body, power, and tentacles shaking. Yilan slightly raised his head, looking thoughtful. Indeed, is the radiant disk actually a place to imprison the ancient god's touch? Dream within a dream. At this very moment, the battle on the screen had reached its final stage. The captain of the elite Twilight God cult squad trembled all over, concentrating immense power within himself, feeling as if he would explode on the spot if he didn't release it immediately. Finally, everything had come to a head. He let out a desperate roar. Twilight! Crack! In an instant, the Twilight Squad members, who had been channeling power from the four corners, all spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing listlessly as if all strength had left their bodies. Their ability objects shattered along with them. All the power was concentrated in the captain's hands, and the ability object seemed to have reached its limit, its surging power making Yilan's eyelids twitch. Click! The fireball, like a sun, collapsed on one side from the power, resembling a setting sun. A brilliant ray of light condensed in the light pillar, piercing straight down into the ancient god's touch. Bang! The elite captain, having lost all his strength, plummeted from midair to the ground. Holy cow, they won? Eternal Nightmare asked incredulously. Yilan watched intently as the screen-like partition gradually melted away, and on the ground, the tentacle-like object was almost gone, the power of the ancient god's touch wilting and tottering like a withered vegetable. So, generally speaking, when humans have power to wield, they can create many incredible miracles. Yilan finally sensed the state of the ancient god's touch. It was now almost imperceptible, much like the one currently stored in his night house. The time has come for the big villain to make his appearance. Yilan scoffed, waving his hand. Nightmare. All right. A surge of harmless psionic energy gushed forth, spreading out and silently covering the recent battlefield, undetected. The screen vanished as if space itself had shattered, and the entire room, almost without noticing any change, became whole again. In the center was a vessel, and inside the vessel was the ancient god's touch. A Twilight God cult squad lay sprawled in a circle, surrounding it. Yi Lan's gaze suddenly sharpened. That vessel containing the ancient god's touch was exactly the same as the one in his night house. That vessel. Yi Lan's thoughts flowed rapidly. It was known that such vessels were the type used by the two great divine churches to contain the ancient god's touch. It was also known that the night house had a pre-stored version of this equipment. The night house was originally the base of the containment tower, meaning this was actually something from the containment tower. After the destruction of the containment tower, the two great divine churches, as the strongest forces in the wasteland with anomalies guarding them, were the most capable of exploring the former containment tower and were undoubtedly the most important inheritors of its legacy. This device for storing the ancient god's touch might also have been obtained by the containment tower. Yi Lan raised an eyebrow. So, this radiant disk was actually the containment tower's territory? That's why, 30 years later, it would gradually be controlled by the ancient god's touch. No, that's not right. Yi Lan smiled. This makes me much more comfortable. So, 30 years later, you still haven't controlled the radiant disk, those plans merely brought you close to success. Is this the ancient god's touch? Li Jixin looked at the seemingly quiet vessel not far away, somewhat at a loss. Could this be researched? Did they really dare to research it? He uncharacteristically sought help from Bai Zhuahai. What do you think? They were just ordinary people, they couldn't understand the deeper, more profound things. In their eyes, the ancient god's touch hadn't even fought as fiercely as the Twilight God cult in that last wave. They neither had the courage to confront Twilight anymore, nor the confidence to research this thing that even such a Twilight almost couldn't defeat. Sir. Bai Zhuahai didn't know what to do himself, so he turned to Yi Lan for help. How can we let them think their objective has been achieved? Bai Zhuahai worried, it seems like everything is over now, but the ancient god's touch hasn't disappeared, it's unlikely we can pull a switcheroo. Should we stick to the original plan, or create an opportunity to demand concessions? Yi Lan. Why ask me? Whatever. Yi Lan shrugged, decide for yourselves, don't ask me. What he needed to do now was to restore history, not change it, especially since, at present, this historical event seemed to have more benefits than drawbacks. Radiant City would develop steadily for 30 years, giving all humanity a hope and dream of civilization, and the ancient god's touch would not truly break through here during this period, so Radiant City as a whole would not be significantly affected. Until 30 years later, when it would again be on the verge of eruption, and he would solve the problem himself. But you guys need to be aware. If you rely on me, an outsider, to push every single detail, I'll be very nervous, alright? If possible. Bai Zhuahai gritted his teeth, I hope we can swallow it ourselves. But as for the Twilight God cult, I really can't think of a way to deal with them. Yi Lan nodded slightly. Immediately send people to clear any traces of our presence, including glass shards, etc., but do not touch the bodies left by their Twilight squad. Leave the rest to me. The reasoning was simple. If all went well, the Twilight God cult squad, undoubtedly extremely weak, would certainly not trigger the risks he had already eliminated on their way back. Since they wouldn't dare to trigger them, they wouldn't discover that the problem had already been solved by others. As long as the cleanup was relatively thorough and meticulous. Bai Zhuahai himself was a bit at a loss for words. Please, thank you. Yi Lan strode forward, personally helping up the unconscious squad members one by one, without calling anyone for help. This was his respect. After moving them outside the door one by one, Yi Lan arranged them into walking postures. Once the postures were perfectly set, Yi Lan once again called out to Eternal Nightmare. Nightmare, arrange a dream within a dream within a dream for them. Eternal Nightmare? Are you nesting dolls here? How exactly should it be designed, please tell me. Yi Lan's thoughts gradually settled. First, in the deepest dream, recreate the last scene from just now, the moment the squad captain shouted Twilight. Eternal Nightmare nodded, and Yi Lan continued. Then, let the dream's plot progress like this. The ancient god's touch reveals a hidden move, erupting with full power and almost killing them.
Attention! It's almost killed, not killed.
The more despairing, the better, as long as they don't die.
Eternal Nightmare hesitated. Oh, and then?
Then, let them go through hardships and wake up before being killed.
Yilan refined the plan. Of course, they wake up into the second layer of the dream.
Eternal Nightmare already wanted to grab a pen to write it down. It was a little complicated, and it was worried about making a mistake.
How should the second layer of the dream be designed?
At the beginning of the dream, after they wake up from the nightmare, they return to the scene just before making the final strike and shouting Twilight, making them believe that the ancient god's touch pulled them into the dream, and they have already escaped the dream. When they painstakingly wake up from the dream, and the situation is still critical, they should not suspect that they are still in a dream.
Eternal Nightmare nodded. Next, you continue to advance the plot, letting them ultimately defeat the ancient god's touch.
You've been with Third for a longer time and are more familiar with its power, so you need to make the special effects for their final wave of attacks more spectacular. The more spectacular the better, preferably far exceeding normal, and immensely grand. Yilan said, thinking. This way, they themselves will have the illusion of having exerted supernatural power, and might even consider whether it was a direct blessing from
the main god. Then, in this second layer of the dream, let the ancient god's touch be directly destroyed by them.
Eternal Nightmare's mouth opened slightly.
You can even play a dream like this?
It felt its mind opening up, with many bold ideas appearing.
Next time I have fun, I'll do it like this too. And then?
Then, let them leave because of their great victory, with the ancient god's touch destroyed.
They must leave on foot, and then.
Yilan patted the squad, who were still asleep, whom he had helped outside the door and arranged into walking postures. Then, they wake up at this exact same spot, at the exact same moment they take an identical step. Eternal Nightmare had completely understood Yilan's operation, and the more it thought about it, the more excited it became. This way, their entry into the real world will perfectly align with a position in the dream. At most, they'll feel a bit dizzy, but they won't realize that this time is the true awakening. Because in the dream, they've already completed all checks and confirmed that the ancient god's touch has disappeared, so they won't go back to check again when they reach this position. And then, Eternal Nightmare paused.
They will leave.
Eternal Nightmare hissed softly.
This operation. I think I can do it, but I have a question.
It was rare for Eternal Nightmare to ask him a question, so Yilan looked at it.
Speak.
I was thinking, the ancient god's touch is already on its last legs now. Why don't we just let that, no, you woman, outside, come in with us and turn
it to dust?
Yilan seemed to have considered this question long ago and gave a direct answer.
The problem now is that this might be a real world.
The shadow of the past didn't actually pull us into another world, but truly pulled us into history. The simplest problem is, if history is changed, then everything in the future will change. If that happens, whether we can leave here will be a minor problem. The real question is what will happen to our world.
Perhaps, we might just disappear.
Eternal Nightmare shivered.
Instead, this way is much better. I even think there are many unexpected surprises in the real world that I don't know about.
Yilan's lips curved upwards.
What if there really is a Yi Wuhan waiting for me out there? What if the four great families are still holding back other secrets and objectives?
Thanks to being able to look into the shadow of the past, the final decisive battle will probably be much more interesting than I expected.
Of course, there's also a very important point. Yilan smiled lightly, pointing at the ancient god's touch and speaking with an unyielding vigilance. How do you know its pathetic state isn't an act? What if we act now and fall into a trap? There are only a few of us here now, but as soon as we go back.
Yilan's lips curled. I've already gathered Rotten, Twilight, and even Second and Third are in better shape than at this time, and the four great families, having upgraded
their equipment, might even be hiding my people.
It will understand the power in numbers.
It will understand that there is strength in numbers. Ascension. In the dream. Poof.
As the light faded, the dazzling sunlight covered everything in the room and then dissipated, and everything vanished.
Including the ancient god's touch in the center.
The elite squad leader of the Twilight God cult wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to get up. He couldn't even imagine or recall how difficult and perilous their victory had been. And how brilliant and perfectly countered it was. The 5-person squad of the Twilight God cult all got up, silent, and spread out, using their professional experience to sweep the entire hall.
Where is the ancient god's touch?
A stern-faced team member broke the silence.
I'm not sure. The Twilight God cult's leader frowned. I can't feel its aura at all. From the looks of it, it should be eliminated?
The elites of the Twilight God cult all breathed a sigh of relief, and one of the girls completely relaxed, playfully sticking out her tongue.
Our attack was surprisingly effective just now. Perhaps the main god sent more power?
Their leader remained silent, only checking more professionally. Seeing this, the female team member also put away her smile and seriously devoted herself to the second round of inspection. After several more tens of minutes, the team finally started to leave. They left the hall and walked down the third corridor, where faint mist shimmered gently, synchronizing with their well-maintained postures in the real world, and thus returned to reality. Just as he was leaving the dream, the Twilight leader turned his head. Yi Lan's heart tightened slightly. Did he find out? Did we really succeed? A team member still asked incredulously. Their leader finally smiled, and the 5 of them gathered in a circle, extending their hands to the center. Of course. The 5 people simultaneously reached out, their hands meeting in the center of the circle, letting out a delayed cheer.
We saved the world again.
Watching their receding figures, Yi Lan couldn't hide his silence, his fists clenching slightly.
That
boss, the eternal nightmare, seeing Yi Lan's emotional distress, intensely missed the mind cat. It would be great if the little cat were here right now. I'm no good at this.
I think. Boss, you don't need to overthink it. You are also saving the world right now. You came to Radiant City for the sake of saving the world, didn't you? As you said, you need to save our world, and you, here, will save this one. It's a division of labor. Only this way is the best outcome, allowing us to save 2 worlds simultaneously, or rather, 2 worlds? Otherwise, if you change history, our side might just disappear. If we don't do this now, if changing the history here means saving one while abandoning another. Yi Lan's fists relaxed slightly, and he rolled his eyes at it in exasperation. That's enough from you.
What 2 worlds?
This should be the past and the future. You haven't quite sorted out the situation yourself, have you? Eternal nightmare. Why do you all like to be my psychological counselor?
Yi Lan said easily, of course I know. They're here to deal with the ancient god's touch, and I'm handling Radiant City's stance.
There isn't much conflict to begin with.
It's not like the world was going to be destroyed at the start of the 4 great families' research, and the ancient god's touch won't awaken for
another 30 years.
Instead, Radiant City had a period of flourishing development. The only thing I'm still a bit worried about is the 4 great families being too reckless in their research and directly conducting experiments
without considering the consequences.
I need to talk to them again later, or through other channels, add a few layers of safeguards. I need to establish some necessary oversight for them.
Otherwise, even if thousands of people are saved, if it involves many innocents, I will still be very unhappy.
Yi Lan turned around and walked back to the hall. He said nothing more, only sighed softly. Entering the hall, Yi Lan quickly saw the 4 family heads.
Whoa, this is cool, what is it? Holy cow! So amazing! Yi Lan?
Listening to the exclamations of surprise from inside, Yi Lan was extremely worried, feeling a sense of unprofessionalism rising within him.
Seeing Li Jixin press a button hidden in a corner, whose function was unknown, Yi Lan's eyebrows finally couldn't help but twitch. Don't touch anything yet.
Where are the researchers?
Huh? The researchers are on their way.
Seeing it was Yilan, Li Jixin immediately came over with a playful smile. No problem, we are professionals.
Rumble, rumble, rumble.
Amidst a tremor, accompanied by Li Jixin's repeated holy cows, Yilan looked at him expressionlessly.
You are so professional. Holy cow? An earthquake?
All the people from the 4 great families were in a panic, desperately crowding towards Yilan. Looking at these 4 family heads clinging to him like chicks to their mother, Yilan felt like he was having a heart attack.
He couldn't rely on them at all.
Yilan's gaze swept around, observing the situation. It was indeed a tremor, a violent tremor, as if some large machinery was about to activate. This was not an earthquake, but rather...
Holy cow! It's flying! We're flying!
While they were shouting, Yilan had already looked out the window. The radiant disk was rising into the sky at an incredibly fast speed.
It even grew slightly larger, like a giant disk covering Radiant City, suspended in the air. Holy cow! Holy cow!
Li Jixin had no other words.
Holy cow! Research team! Where is the research team? Holy cow!
This isn't the legendary spaceship, is it?
Spaceship my ass. This is either something the containment tower did, or it's...
Yilan frowned deeply, intending to retort in his mind, but his brow furrowed even more deeply.
Could this thing really rule out the possibility of being a spaceship?
This was originally a place to imprison the ancient god's touch, not to mention strange things like Hunter.
If it really came from outer space. Buddy!
The radiant disk had completely stabilized in the sky.
Zhao Ganghuang was truly hesitant to speak. We seem to be in the sky now. How do we get down from here? Yilan. You've truly posed a good question.
Su Limo was the first to calm down, having already observed the situation, and pointed to the circular hole slightly below the center of the disk. A hole has appeared there, accompanied by a beam of light that goes straight to Radiant City.
Is it possible it's for ascent and descent?
After a glance at each other, one of their trusted subordinates gritted his teeth immediately.
Family head. I'll try it.
Seeing the man about to jump directly from the hole, Yilan raised an eyebrow and grabbed his shoulder.
Wait a minute, don't you have parachutes? Put on some safety gear before you try. They were already in the sky. If their guess was wrong and he jumped directly from there, wouldn't he just die instantly? The several people looked at each other. Of course we didn't bring any. Who knew it would suddenly ascend to the sky? Yilan was speechless again. You guys? Forget it.
Yilan took a deep breath, fired his grappling hook, gripping the underside of the radiant disk, and then swung
downwards. Poof.
The grappling hook's chain held the chassis tightly, and Yilan, holding the grappling hook with one hand, floated amidst the flashes of white light.
Thousands of meters high.
The white pillar of light emitted a soft force, like soft cotton candy, stabilizing Yilan in the air, his feet feeling as if they were on solid
ground.
Slowly, Yilan retracted the grappling hook.
The feeling of weightlessness did not immediately follow.
Instead, as Yilan's center of gravity shifted downwards, his entire body slowly descended through the pillar of light from the sky. As Yilan's center of gravity moved upwards again, his entire body slowly ascended.
Clang!
Yilan returned from his heart to the radiant disk, facing the admiring gazes of the crowd, his head beginning to throb.
You are so idle. I guess I'll have to find something for you to do. Have you ever considered a problem?
Yilan threw the headache-inducing question at them. The radiant disk suddenly rose.
Won't the Twilight God cult be suspicious? Stalking. This.
Yilan's question hit everyone's hearts, and they suddenly couldn't be happy anymore.
Yes.
Everything was going smoothly, the only difference being that the 4 great families were preparing to secretly take over this place.
But now, it has suddenly ascended. This is likely a unique spectacle even in the wasteland, not to mention the Twilight elite squad from the ancient god's touch that was just dealt with.
Even if they hadn't been on site, they would have come to see such an anomaly appearing in the wasteland. What should we do?
Don't panic.
Bai Shuahai saw that no one was thinking except Yilan, and not wanting Yilan to think they were too incompetent, he tried his best to analyze the situation. They must have been extremely confident in their inspection results to leave, and moreover, the report on the situation here, stating it was resolved, was probably submitted immediately.
In the current situation, although they will also be puzzled, they should not be as completely ignorant as we are.
Bai Shuahai's thoughts became clearer as he spoke. According to my guess, they will only wonder how we got here so quickly, and how we broke through those 3 long corridors, but they may not be
unaware that this spaceship can be activated.
Li Zhixin grew happier the more he listened.
So that means, it's fine, right?
No, it's not fine. Yilan said with certainty, based on my understanding of the Twilight God cult's regulations, after an elite squad resolves an ancient god's touch, an action cluster will come for a secondary sweep.
After ensuring absolute safety here, they will either take it away or directly gift it to your radiant city. It's just that we are already here, which gives you ample time. Do you understand what I mean?
Bai Shuahai seemed to understand. You mean, the reason they were so aggressive was because of the ancient god's touch, not hesitating to fight us head-on. But now, at least the ancient god's touch has been confirmed to be resolved, and we arrived here ahead of time.
They absolutely cannot force their way in.
Otherwise, the nature of the situation would change from an emergency state prioritizing the resolution of the ancient god's touch to a forced attack
on a neutral gathering point, so they must reapply and re-report. So you probably have about 2 hours, right?
Bai Shuahai suddenly understood and quickly issued instructions. Old Zhao, Uncle Su, quickly mobilize all our armed forces to guard the light pillar passage outside the radiant disk. Immediately dispatch the research team, and have them rush here with full effort.
With a plan of action, the 4 great families all breathed a sigh of relief.
But immediately after the joy, worry returned.
Then, what about after 2 hours?
I don't know. Following Bai Shuahai's gaze, after a brainstorming session, the 4 great families once again focused their attention on Yilan. Yilan was already used to this group of novices, but this time, even he shook his head slightly. To this day, he still hadn't understood why, in the history of the real world, everyone seemed to have no memory of this period. It was as if it had never happened at all. He always had a feeling that something extremely crucial had yet to happen.
This is all we can do.
Bai Shuahai sighed, let's dispatch our teams first, and then try our best to think of a countermeasure. Even if we only have 2 hours, we must cherish and make good use of them. Even if we ultimately have to give up, we must take something with us before we leave. Su Limo nodded, glanced around for a moment, and spoke steadily. Since there's nothing here, I'll leave first. Li Zhixin's gaze instantly turned sharp. What for? You're not going to report to Twilight, are you? Su Limo rolled his eyes, giving him a cold look.
No, we've already reached this point.
If I were going to report, I wouldn't bother with these 2 hours. Li Zhixin immediately looked at Yilan with an inquiring gaze, and Yilan raised an eyebrow slightly, then nodded.
Su Limo bowed and turned to walk out.
Only at the vertical light pillar did Su Limo show a hint of worry, then he gently jumped down. His body indeed floated smoothly in the air, and then, like an elevator with no sides, slowly descended.
Can we really trust him?
Li Zhixin still asked worriedly. Yilan glanced at the 3 of them, thinking for a moment. It is known that this period of history is closely related to him. It is also known that these 4 people did not die, they lived safely until 30 years later.
So, can I treat them as a death-exempt golden token?
Well, as the protagonists group?
If I were to leave here for a short time, and leave them here, it would mean no major problems would occur?
I'll follow and see, you all stay here. Yilan admitted there was an element of gambling, but just as he worried, he always felt that something important hadn't happened here yet, and Su
Limo, whose stance was slightly different and whose actions were the most suspicious, was clearly such a crucial link.
Li Zhixin spread his hands,
what about us? Yilan finally couldn't help but roll his eyes again. Do whatever you want, why ask me? Bai Zhuahai hesitated slightly, then considered and said.
We might also need to go down later, many things cannot run properly if we don't show up.
Yilan frowned slightly, then gradually relaxed. All right, but remember to leave someone here. At least one of you four must stay. The few people exchanged glances and nodded. Okay. Swish.
Psionic energy surged into the crystal ball, and psychological invisibility took effect. Then, Yilan plunged into the pure white light pillar. Floating in midair, slowly descending, overlooking the entire scene of Radiant City, Yilan sighed softly.
It still has some mysteries.
It's good to experience it this way, then I'll know how to come up. Yilan consciously released some psionic energy to test it, and in the process of descending, he became even more at will, speeding up by more than
10 times. Whoosh!
He landed steadily, just in time to see Sulimo, who had already gathered the Su family's personnel, get into an off-road vehicle and drive towards
the Su family mansion in the lower city district.
After a brief thought, Yilan lightly leaped onto the roof of the off-road vehicle, crouching on it, and moved with the vehicle as it drove. Along the way, they passed through Guangwei Road, but there were no longer any Twilight God cult members guarding it. The off-road vehicle had no incidents and stopped smoothly and logically at the Su family mansion.
Amidst a crowd of escorts, Sulimo slowly walked into the study on the second floor.
Grey Eagle, mobilize 1/3 of our armed forces to protect the cylindrical pillar under that flying disc, focusing on heavy firepower, no need to
mobilize regular teams. Yes.
***, you are responsible for commanding the remaining personnel, closely guarding the mansion, and at the same time, dispatch all scouts. Any disturbance in the entire city, no matter how big or small, must be reported to me immediately.
Yes.
Additionally, gather all the scholars and scientists we employ, especially those previously responsible for gene enhancement, and send them there for
preliminary exploration and research.
After being busy for nearly half an hour, Yilan's frown deepened.
He was really doing things seriously, not doing anything extra. Was he overly suspicious?
Finally, only Sulimo remained in the study. He took a book from the bookshelf and gently pressed it.
Rumble.
Yilan's pupils contracted slightly, and a secret passage slowly opened.
God behind.
Yilan followed him. Yilan wasn't surprised, nor particularly displeased, rather, he was curious. Yilan had previously noticed that Sulimo seemed to worship the shadow of the past. Regrettably, the picture frame at the time wasn't even a clone of the shadow of the past, and there was no power within it. Yilan even suspected it was a superficial facade. Furthermore, Sulimo's schemes had nothing to do with the shadow of the past. Moreover, the teleportation-like power he used at the time didn't seem to be from the shadow of the past. There was no trace of ancient god's touch.
Tap.
Stepping into the dark underground passage, Yilan's eyebrows suddenly arched. A massive power was obstructing his path forward.
That power. There was an anomaly down here.
Yilan, aside from a trace of power to activate the crystal ball, retracted all other powers, not letting even a hint leak out, walking down like a
normal person.
Soon, he reached the bottom, and everything before him opened up. As a secret chamber, this was the largest Yilan had ever seen. It was the size of a plaza, about 5 or 6 stories high, with an extremely peculiar layout. Mist permeated everywhere, and endless iron chains, imbued with a sense of vastness, appeared and disappeared, making it unclear if they were truly real. They were layered, like an reclusive sect hidden in the clouds, with cliffs gazing at each other, and lonely iron chains connecting the two sides.
Sulimo ascended along the iron chains, finally hovering in mid-air.
This old fellow, indeed, besides the shadow of the past,
there's another anomalous figure behind him, isn't there?
Yilan narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that once this was confirmed, who the anomaly was no longer mattered.
In the current wasteland, anomalies not affiliated with the two great divine churches were either part of the ancient god's touch lineage or free. Unrestrained anomalies. Their actions were often concerning. What's more, this itself meant that City Lord Su, who appeared to be the most innocent, was actually the one with the biggest problem. Regrettably, Yilan still couldn't pinpoint the anomaly's true form. Perhaps it was well hidden, or perhaps, like the Phantom Expanse, it was completely integrated into the environment. Soon, Sulimo assumed a posture of prayer, his voice echoing in the misty place. Lord God, as you predicted, the 4 great families have already taken control of the radiant disk. I wish to ask, for the next step, should we still proceed according to the plan? Yilan narrowed his eyes again. What kind of villainous speech was this? Naturally so, do you have any doubts? I dare not say doubts, but the situation seems to have changed. Sulimo carefully chose his words. The situation within the disk is extremely complex, but currently, it doesn't seem as dire as you described. Do we still need to continue with the original dangerous plan? Furthermore, it's worth noting that during the process of controlling the disk, a very strong and mysterious person appeared. I believe he possesses power comparable to a god and is worth paying attention to. Soon, an ethereal voice responded to him. You must understand one thing, no matter how the ancient god's touch performs, or how many people the Twilight God cult sends, you only need to trace back to the most crucial question. That is, no god has come from the Twilight side. And human power cannot be a match for the ancient god's touch. His voice paused. However, what you said is indeed worth noting. A person so powerful appearing here at this time must have other entities behind him. Tell me his name and which anomaly's power he wields, and I will investigate the entity behind him. Sulimo treated this matter with great seriousness. To the Lord God. I couldn't discern which god's power he used. The other party is extremely good at concealing, never truly using his power. Sulimo said. I only know that this person's name is Yilan. Silence. The plaza suddenly became very quiet, so quiet that Yilan felt a little uneasy. What's going on? Finally, the quiet plaza seemed to usher in a storm, and all the mist roared. What? Say it again, what's that person's name? Sulimo was completely stunned, as if he had never seen his Lord God show such an expression before. Yilan, I should have called him correctly. The storm grew even more terrifying. Holy crap? What the hell? In an instant, endless chains vibrated wildly, exploring in all directions across the entire plaza. Psionic energy roared, sweeping through every corner like a gale, leaving no stone unturned. Crack! Yilan frowned. The crystal ball swayed wildly with the roar of an anomalous power, finally unable to sustain itself, revealing Yilan's true form. Then, he looked up at the towering chains that had clumped together. Another gasp came from the endless mist. Holy crap! Boss! How is this possible? Whoosh! Before Yilan could speak, the mist in the entire plaza vanished in the blink of an eye, actually fleeing in a panic. Yilan? Sulimo? Boom! Yilan certainly wouldn't let this impressive-looking fellow leave like this, utterly bewildered. The devouring power, like a vortex, surged upwards from a distance, sweeping over. But the anomaly, in the form of chains, directly sacrificed a limb for survival, completely disregarding the power of its tail that was already being devoured, scattering in all directions. Yilan's brows furrowed. Although times were different now, Yilan wouldn't let it escape like the first time he encountered the Chaos Bell. But if this devouring power was used to this extent, it would likely cause some damage to this anomaly of unknown alignment. Yilan didn't like this, but the power continued to surge upwards. Who told you to run away the moment you saw me? If that's not a guilty conscience, what is? Lord God, hurry and leave. Just then, Sulimo roared, his psionic energy, incredibly weak compared to Yilan's power, vibrated. A few solitary chains extended, seemingly trying to block Yilan's pursuit. He then conjured 2 more ability objects, which floated in the air like a lone boat in a storm, teetering precariously before Yilan's massive waves. Yilan frowned slightly and finally paused.
This guy seemed to have gained a lot of power from that anomaly, unlike most gods chosen he had seen before. Under his full attack, he couldn't devour this power. If the two clashed, Sulimo would likely face an unknown fate. Yilan might not care, as the other party had already clearly shown problems. But now there was a more critical issue: if he wanted to restore history, then he shouldn't die. Click. Instantly retracting his power, Yilan pressed the chaos bell against Sulimo's head. I can only say, if you can't explain everything clearly to me. Yilan said expressionlessly. You might not fear death, but I might take my anger out on many people. Left and right arm. With only 2 people left, to be honest, Sulimo was a bit confused. Why did you follow me? Yilan was expressionless. If you don't want others to know, don't do it. Don't you think your sneaky behavior is really obvious? Sulimo choked for a moment. Where was it obvious? I remember I explained my plan to you. I'm just adding an extra layer of insurance to Radiant City. That's enough. Yilan interrupted him directly. I've heard about your matters. I want to hear about his matters. And, if insurance is needed, can't the Twilight God cult be your insurance? Sulimo took a deep breath, not attempting to conceal anything. The main god said that this matter is very serious, and both the Yue god and the Rotten god cannot come. They seem to have a grand presence, but in reality, they are useless. As long as it fails, and it will definitely fail, the Twilight God cult will surely carry out the cleanse on the entire Radiant City. Not only will Radiant City be destroyed, but the threat of the ancient god's touch will still be difficult to resolve. Yilan raised an eyebrow. The anomaly behind this old fellow was very clear about the state of the second and third, and also seems to take the ancient god's touch seriously. Enough. The only question is, what does it want to gain from this matter? He could directly devour the power just now. This alone meant that the other party was of his containment tower lineage, not the ancient god's touch lineage.